like that down there now. Marcus unfolded a chart. Okay, Major. Go east along the coastal highway. Look for the athletics track. There were certain places that Stranded preferred. Every gear knew they liked reservoirs, river estuaries, high outcrops or tall buildings that could be defended, and sports stadiums. Stadiums were ready-made forts. Okay, Gettner said. I see it. And everybody keep an eye open for ground fire. Dom rested his lancer on his knee as the Raven descended. All that was left of the stadium was a skeleton of girders, but the lower half of the walls were intact enough to make the place defensible. Gettner circled cautiously as Dom kept an eye out for signs of habitation. There was nothing inside but a few ramshackle huts that were too dilapidated to be in use. Over there, Hoffman said wearily. Stalks. 2 of them. Gettner skimmed close alongside. The stalks looked long dead. Dom strained to see any signs of the pods on the trunks, but there was no way of telling what had been a blister and what was just gnarling, now that they were just gray husks. Hey, what's the one thing we haven't seen here yet? Barber asked. Marcus nodded. Dead zones. Yeah, but we haven't covered any grassland so far, Dom said. That's next on the tour. Gettner turned north. Reservoir at Hatton, Marcus? Yeah, I'd be surprised if the Strand had abandoned that. It's like being the first explorers, Barber said. We've got no idea what's down there now. Well, except we've got accurate maps. We know the geography and the shape of the coastline. Except Jacinto Bay. Marcus studied his chart. I think we made that a lot bigger. Nobody asked the obvious. Were they going to take a look at Jacinto's submerged crater? Dom hadn't thought much about it since they'd escaped the flood, but now the prospect of having to look at it again seemed unbearable. Maria was down there in the tunnel somewhere, with the drowned grubs and the gears who'd died fighting them. I couldn't even bury her. I couldn't even take her back to Mercy and let her rest alongside her folks. Maybe I can at least take her necklace back there one day. Absolutely not, Gettner said. They'd all been together so long that they all knew what the others were thinking. I'm not diverting to Jacinto unless the Colonel's got a really pressing reason to see it. Hoffman shifted in his seat. Don't think I have, Major. Not yet, anyway. Dom counted 11 stalks on the way to Hatton, all of them in built-up areas. On the way out of town, the concrete gave way to woodland and big gardens, so overgrown that it was hard to make out the boundary fences. Stalk, Barber called. The Raven passed over a park. The metal frame of a kid's climbing frame and a bandstand were still visible, poking above the ocean of unmown grass like icebergs, but the wooden planks had been stripped off. Let's take a look. Well, most of the grass is still alive. Gettner headed for the stalk. As the Raven passed directly above it, Dom could see a pool of bare soil stretching for about 20 meters around it. Oh yeah, that's a dead zone. But at least we know it stops eventually. Actually, we don't, because we can't tell how recent that is, Barber said. Colonel, how do you feel about trying to raise some Stranded on the radio? Hoffman glanced at Tresque, but he didn't twitch at the mention of the word. Hoffman nodded. It's got to be done, Corporal. But let's see if we can eyeball any first. The reservoir was visible for kilometers, a lovely lake from a distance. But the closer they got, the more they could pick out the shabby detail of a shanty town around its man-made shoreline. Smoke curled up from the rooftops. There were Stranded here, all right. Well, they can't miss a Raven, and we're the only guys flying these days, Gettner said. You want me to flash 'em, Colonel, just to show manners? They usually hog the old emergency frequencies. Grit your teeth and be charming, Major. Charm offensive acquiring target. Stranded encampment, this is COG KR80, the big black noisy thing heading your way, over. Dom listened for the response, watching Marcus's reaction. Completely blank, all emotion locked down, and then Hoffman's, which was a kind of glum resignation. There was a long delay. Gettner circled and tried again. This is KR80 to... This is the reservoir, COG. We heard you. It was a woman's voice. You've been out of town a while. What do you want, water? 'Cause we got plenty of that if you want to trade. Hoffman cut in. We want information. Who's that? This is Colonel Victor Hoffman. Oh, we got the brass coming to inspect this. Damn, we might even clear the dead dogs off the carpet for you. What's in it for us, COG? Fuel. Gettner snapped back at Hoffman on the Raven's internal circuit. No, we haven't, Colonel. A 5-liter can won't kill us. Shit, sir. Hoffman ignored her protest. Reservoir we're planning to land. You tell us what you know about the state of the mainland, and I'll give you fuel. Deal? Mainland? That's us, right? Sounds like you ran a long way away when you skipped town. I said, deal? Why not? Just stay back from the houses, okay? Barber patted the door gun. You bet, he muttered. The Raven sat down a cautious distance from the edge of the shanty, and everyone checked their weapon. Even Charles was carrying a pistol this time. Marcus and Hoffman got out first, and Dom decided to stick close to Tresque in case the temptation to slot a few more despised stranded got the better of him. A small crowd of armed stranded, mainly men, gathered to block their way into the camp. The prodigals have come home, then? A woman aged about 40 stepped forward, all tight-braided red hair and beads. When Dom looked more closely, he could see the beads were actually wedding bands, steel nuts, and coins. Small barter currency. Either you're nursing a delusion that it's safe to come home, or you're in the shit. She'd got that right on both counts. It stung. Most of the stranded leaders Dom had come across in the later years of his search for Maria were women, at least in the larger camps. They seemed better at holding a big community together than the male stranded. He suspected it was less about the maternal wisdom thing than the fact they were more ruthless. Marcus took a casual step forward next to Hoffman, cradling his lancer, but said nothing. Just checking how far the stalks have got, ma'am, Hoffman said. Have there been any polyp attacks? Some. She looked Marcus over, then Dom, and then Tresque. He didn't seem to provoke a reaction in her, but then maybe Gorisnaya didn't mean much down here. The bad news is we're seeing them more often. The good news is that we haven't seen a grub since the end of last summer, thank God. Why do you give a damn? You fucked off and left last year, didn't you? We heard you sank Jacinto. That's why you haven't seen any grubs, Marcus said, polite but pissed off. We drowned them when they tried to tunnel under the city. My, the COG's finally done something for us. Where did you go, then? The Serrano Ocean. Hoffman had obviously decided there was no harm telling them. The stranded grapevine worked so well that they'd probably heard it from the pirates anyway. There are islands out there. Very nice. Look, we're just trying to establish the extent of the stocks and if anywhere's habitable. The woman laughed. Why, you thinking of coming back? One day, yes. God damn, you're serious. What happened to Corin? Same as all the city camps. Stocks. There's something those things like about cities. You're talking on the radio to a camp one day, and the next, it's gone. Garenholt?
Not a word for months.
How about further afield? Bonborg?
No. O'Gari was broadcasting up to 3 weeks ago, though.
Hoffman took a breath. How about Anvil Gate? Or Branascu?
You're into the history books now, Colonel. Nobody went near Anvil Gate, ever. Too many kill-crazy savages up there in the hills, and too damn far.
She paused.
And Branascu? Never heard of it.
Dom wasn't sure if that was a relief to Hoffman or not. Trescu didn't say a word. He just stood there completely motionless, staring straight into the camp, not even blinking much. No, these folks didn't know what a Grozny was, which was just as well. Are there any big camps other than yours?
You're racking up your fuel bill, soldier.
Are there?
Not many.
The woman stared past him at the Raven. Dom turned slowly to see what she was looking at. Gettner was now on the door gun, and Barber was hauling a couple of 10-liter fuel cans out of the Raven.
You want my advice? The woman asked. Stay on your island. We've survived everything so far. Your Hammer of Dawn, the Grubs, the Glowies, by being small.
So everyone called them Glowies. Dom decided that was proof they were in contact with the seagoing gangs.
We've got just enough people to keep a tribe going, but not too many when we need to move fast. So if you come back here and try to set up a big-ass city again, you're just going to be a sitting target for the Stalks and the Glowies with all the legs and whatever else is coming.
She lowered her voice.
'Cause it is coming. Now give me my fuel and run on back to your nice little island.
Hoffman seemed to give in pretty fast, almost as if he wanted to get out, and something had made up his mind that this was a waste of time. He touched his cap politely. Much obliged, ma'am. Here's your fuel. High-grade emulsion.
Yeah, there's a river of the stuff at Descano Hill now,
she said.
If you don't mind the Glowies.
But she walked up and took the cans like bags of groceries when Barber put them down. Dom was impressed by a woman who could lift 2 heavy cans that easily. Only the toughest lasted long as stranded. Dom moved off cautiously, hoping that Gettner was as good a shot as Barber while they had their backs to the stranded. But nobody put a round between their shoulder blades. They piled back into the Raven and lifted off. Glowies and emulsion again, Marcus said, looking down at the reservoir dwindling beneath them. You know what Baird would say. What do you think, Royston? Hoffman asked. You know what I think, Charles said. That woman nailed it. Stranded survive because they're small, mobile, hard-to-hit targets. Low resource use, low profile. What are you saying? That moving a whole population out here is going to be a lot harder than relocating to Vectis was. Yeah, I know. We won't find an empty city capable of housing thousands ready for us to move into anyway. We could look at resettling Port Farrell, but that would mean preparing the place before we shifted the whole population, and that would take gears and resources away from Vectis for months. Yeah, but we can't split up into groups of a few thousand, Marcus said. People are used to a city with organization and specialist defense. They'd have a tough time fending for themselves. Defending a chain of villages would overstretch us. Hoffman looked at Charles, then Trescu. These were the guys who were going to make the call. It looked to Dom like they'd had this argument a lot in the last few weeks. Then we have to find a way of staying put, Hoffman said, because we can't split up and maintain any semblance of a goddamn society. Trescu just nodded. As the Raven tracked north, Dom could see more stalks inland, and some shattered cities that almost looked as if they'd been impaled on them. The reality was dawning. They could either stay on Vectis and hope the stalks held off, or they could become like those desperate little camps struggling to eke out an existence here. Dom was suddenly scared that they were all talking themselves into it. "Fuck that, sir," he said. "If we come back, we'll end up like the stranded, so what's it all been for? We could have done that years ago. We needn't have fought to defend anywhere. We could have just run and stayed out of the grub's way. Maybe a lot more folks would still be alive now." "I know, Dom." Hoffman took off his cap and rubbed his scalp one-handed. "You think I don't lie awake at night wondering if I've ballsed the whole thing up and wasted lives?" "Sorry, sir. Yeah, just frustrated." The last thing Dom wanted was to make Hoffman feel bad about things that had never been under his control in the first place. He leaned across and patted the old bastard's knee. If it was a choice between the cog and losing the last few people he cared about, the cog could go screw itself. Colonel Hoffman's quarters, Vectis Naval Base, Gale 15 AE. Mac was drinking from the toilet bowl again. Bernie watched him lapping for a while and decided it wouldn't do him any harm as long as Hoffman didn't catch him doing it. "Where's your table manners?" She rubbed his ears when he came up for air. "Yeah, you're taking advantage of your old mum, aren't you? You're not an invalid anymore. Buck up, soldier." He looked at her with pitifully sad brown eyes, but then that was how deerhound crosses always looked. It got him a handful of rabbit jerky every time. He chewed it as if he was humoring her, and trotted across the room to flop onto Hoffman's bed, as if his long legs had finally given way under him. "I know the feeling, sweetie," she said. "Come on, you can't sleep there. You know Vic goes ballistic, especially when he's had a bad week." Mac just stretched out the full length of the mattress and shut his eyes. Bernie went back to the mirror over the wash basin and carried on braiding her hair into rows, but she was so engrossed in the fiddly job of tying them off that she didn't hear Hoffman coming this time, not until he let rip at Mac. He stood in the doorway like he was doing an unannounced kid inspection. "Come on, off!" He snapped his fingers at Mac, but the dog just opened one eye and decided he didn't really mean it. "Frigging dog hairs all over the place. Bernie, can't you keep this animal off the furniture?" "He's convalescing." "My ass. I could get over a heart bypass faster. What are you doing?" "Plaiting my hair. Keeps it tidy." "Not a problem I have to wrestle with." Hoffman reached across the basin to inspect his personal bar of soap, a precious commodity in a world without shops. Taken for granted groceries had become handmade luxuries. "God damn, there's dog hairs all over this." "Sorry." "And you've been using my razor again." "Yeah, sorry, love." It wasn't really about the razor. He'd been ranting ever since he came back from the mainland. He didn't normally hold anything back from her, so she was getting worried. "Do you want to talk about it?" He picked the dog hairs off the soap with just a little too much concentration. "What, hair? I gave up that stuff a long time ago." "Come on, Vic. We've both been through a lot worse than this. There's always a fix." Hoffman put the soap back on the side of the basin and sat down on the bed, ignoring Mac's attempt to slobber over him. "I like clarity," he said. "It's never been this hard before. Even the hammer strikes. We were pretty sure what the options were." "We'll know when to run. You can't make a decision yet. It's probably not even yours to make." Hoffman smiled ruefully. "See, you always nail it." "We've had a lot of practice at running, Vic." "It's different this time." "Yeah, we're stuck on an island." "That wasn't what I meant." He braced his elbows on his knees, head bowed. "Charles right. If we have to evacuate, then our only chance on the mainland is dispersing in small groups. We'll be spread over a hell of a big area."
Beats keeping all your eggs in one basket.
But how do we defend the settlements? How do we stay organized as a state? Who gets the doctors, the gears, the ravens? Do we abandon the emulsion field here, or try to keep drilling and shipping the stuff back to the mainland?
That's routine stuff, Vic.
We've always been concentrated in one defensible area before.
He didn't say the word stranded, but that was probably what was getting to him. She understood his fears only too well because she'd been there too. It wasn't just the animosity between the COG and the hammer strike survivors who felt betrayed and abandoned by it. It was about somehow becoming less than human. I survived the worst of it out there on my own, Bernie said. All I had was a couple of rifles and a knife. A COG made up of villagers can make it too. Hoffman took off his armor and stacked it by the bed. Then he pulled something out of his shirt pocket and handed it to her.
Charles drawn up a list of plans. Everything from staying put here to returning to Port Farrell, to breaking up into 5 groups, or 10 or 50, to living at sea on the ships indefinitely. Lots of options, and none of them good.
Bernie took the folded sheets of paper, still trying to work out why this was hitting him harder than she expected. Perhaps it was cumulative, that he'd had to do so much shit, year upon year, crisis after crisis, and now it had finally reached critical mass and felled him.
"Doesn't that reassure you?"
she asked. Her mind was now on the small detail that she understood all too well. Food production. How would they divide up the livestock? How would they farm on the mainland?
How are we going to deploy gears if we're hundreds of kilometers apart and we don't have enough fuel?
It was starting to sink in. It wasn't the scale of the logistics that was getting to Hoffman. It was people. It was the possibility of a tight-knit family being broken up.
But that wouldn't affect us.
Bernie realized she'd assumed that the important people, the people she liked and cared about, would always be together at the heart of this. Delta Squad would always be there, as would Dizzy. Hoffman, Michelson, Tresque, and even Prescott would still be running the show. It was just the civilians who would be affected. But it wouldn't be that way, and now she knew it. The settlements would need to run themselves, and that meant the command would need to be divided too.
"Got any places in mind?"
She unfolded the handwritten papers and leafed through them. Charles' neat draftsman's lettering listed names of places that meant little to her, until she saw one out of alphabetical order. Anvil Gate. Bernie couldn't imagine many people who wanted to end up there. She wasn't sure if it was possible to know a man too well, but she could certainly think like Hoffman. He'd say it was a pragmatic choice, a place he didn't just know like the back of his hand, but that he'd also held under siege, and he would have been right. And he couldn't get the place out of his system. She grabbed him in a playful headlock and rubbed her knuckles vigorously on his scalp. She could feel the slight drag of stubble. He didn't even protest.
"You daft old sod," she said. "This is the worst scenario plan. We could still be here in 10 years.
I prefer to think the worst and get a nice surprise. But I'm still waiting for one of those."
"Well, there's me. You weren't expecting to see me alive again."
"That's true."
He nodded, staring past her at nothing in particular.
"You'd come to Anvil Gate with me, right? Even if it meant losing contact with your buddies?"
She hadn't really thought that through, but the answer was automatic.
"Goes without saying."
"I thought it was best to check."
"But I keep the dog."
"Sure. I know where I fit in the pecking order."
He was trying to make a joke of it all, but he'd never been much good at that. He took off his holster belt,
draped it over a chair, and vanished into the cramped bathroom to run the shower. "Shit, I'm sorry, Bernie, just venting. It might never come to that, but you have to think the unthinkable." She went on braiding her hair. Mac scrambled off the bed and sat by the door, looking at it expectantly.
"I know. Look, I'm taking a patrol out to see if we can find Seb Edler's animals. We're going to need them. Promise me you won't have hysterics if I'm late back."
She heard the soap drop on the shower tray, then nothing except for the hammering water.
"Vic?"
The water stopped, and he was so quiet that she wondered if he'd collapsed. He was a heart attack kind of bloke.
"Vic? You okay?"
"Goddamn. Just like the old days. Just remembering the last time I stood in a shower telling Margaret, that the world was going to rat shit, that's all." Bernie could gauge where he'd reached on the despair scale now. The final days before Prescott decided to deploy the hammer. He hadn't even told his wife the strikes were coming until he was allowed to. She knew he despised himself for that.
"You can talk about her, Vic," Bernie said. "You can say her name. Don't shut out the dead, or else you erase them."
"Okay. I won't have hysterics." He was still sidestepping the issue. "Who are you taking?"
"Girls' day out," she said. "Anya and Sam. And Alex Brand. She says she's getting skills fade."
"2 sergeants on 1 patrol." Hoffman emerged, toweling his back. 2 women in a kitchen."
"Marcus and I manage it."
"Yeah, but he's Marcus." He tried to ruffle her hair, thwarted by the unfamiliar braids, and settled for a peck on the cheek instead. "See you later, babe. Don't take any stupid risks for a few cows." She picked up her long shot.
"We're just doing girl stuff, bringing back the groceries."
Mac perked up and trotted after her. He wasn't terrific on steep stairs. Here was a dog that would fight polyps and take down armed stranded, but needed a bit of encouragement to walk down flights of steps. No, that was unfair. He actually seemed to be limping this time. When they got to the ground floor, Bernie examined his paws. He flinched and whimpered.
"Okay, maybe you're not swinging the lead," she said.
"You want to stay behind and take a nap?"
"Vic won't mind.
Then I'll get Doc Heyman to take a look at you when I get back." She gestured up the stairs, but he sat gazing at her, looking a little martyred. He wanted to stick with his mum. She gave him a piece of rabbit, and he trotted after her across the parade ground. Sam was loading the pack horse with Alex Brand, while Anya sat on the tailgate, poring over recon images. Max snuffled on the photographs and then squeezed past her to jump into the back.
"Ooh, like the hair, Sarge,"
Sam said. Alex looked up and frowned.
"Very South Islands."
Bernie did a twirl.
"Everybody ready for the roundup?" "Shouldn't we take the farmer along? Don't cows recognize people?" "They do, but I don't want to take a skittish civvy back into the contaminated zone."
Bernie reached into the pack horse and pulled out a small sack of cattle nuts.
"This is doggy treats for cows. Shake this bag at them and you're their friend for life." "I'm not going to pretend I'm confident about this. Goats, fine. Cows, scary. And there's a bull, too. We might just find chunks if they've run into polyps."
Bernie opened the driver's door.
"And don't forget we've got 2 missing dogs as well. Now, I've got to move one of the herd before we go, so let's familiarize ourselves with basic cow recognition. Everyone knows what a cow looks like, don't they?"
Alex climbed into the back seat with Sam.
"I think so, Mataki,"
she said. She had a half-smoked cigar tucked in the rolled cuff of her sleeve, and her hair was dyed a vivid red. Bernie wasn't sure what she used to keep it that color, but it had to be a wild plant dye. If she'd found it herself, that was a survival skill of sorts. There was hope for the girl yet.
"I'd better get a steak out of this."
Bernie didn't know Alex well, but she knew that Baird hated her guts, and that was enough to make her wary. For a moment, Bernie felt a pang of uneasiness at being among strangers. She was used to deploying with certain people, gears she staked her life on, and all she could think about was how hard it would be to be separated from them, even if Hoffman was with her.
For fuck's sake, after all this, after all I've survived, and I'm scared of change that'll save my life.
Bernie had survived 2 wars. She'd fought the grubs back in the islands. She'd sailed halfway around Sarah. She'd been raped. She'd nearly starved to death, and she'd killed Stranded out of revenge. It was hard to believe that there was anything left to scare her at this stage of her life. But she was back where she belonged, and she didn't want to leave. Place had nothing to do with it. It was all about people. The pack horse wove through a crowded naval base that now reminded Bernie far too much of a Stranded encampment. An overwhelming need to rejoin the COG army had sent her on a terrible journey across Sarah, and fear of descending into savagery like the Stranded she encountered along the way had kept her going, even when it would have been so easy to just lay down and die.
God, what's going to be left of us?
Anya tapped the back of her hand discreetly as it rested on the gear lever.
"Are you okay, Bernie?"
"Just getting old, ma'am."
"Not you. You're indestructible. Mom always said so."
So was the COG. It had always felt permanent, embedded in history, the invincible world power. There'd been tough times, but the COG went on regardless, and even a global war spanning generations couldn't bring it to its knees. Now it was cowering on a remote island, clinging to an old enemy for comfort.
How long had it actually existed?
A century, that was all. It was just a blink in the history of Sarah. Everything had its time.
"Yeah, I'm good at survival,"
Bernie said.
"I've even got a badge to say so."
Every person on this island was a survivor. Everyone here was alive despite the grubs or the hammer strike or both. Bernie tried not to think about the vast majority of people across Sarah, the billions who had simply done the ordinary, inevitable thing and died. Chapter 14. Either we save who we can, what we can, and preserve humankind, or we do the equitable thing and let everyone share extinction. It's my call. Chairman Richard Prescott, informing Dr. Adam Phoenix of his intention to deploy the Hammer of Dawn on Sarah's cities 1 year after E-Day. Brabayo, Southwest Ingares, 30th day of bloom, just over a year after E-Day, 14 years earlier.
"I don't want to beg," Dizzy said. "I want to work. I'm a marine engineer. I fix ships. God damn it, I got my certification."
The guy on the dock gates had the kind of clean shirt and neat haircut that only someone with a proper home could have. Dizzy had lived out of his kit bag for the last year, moving and being moved from one refugee center to the next. He knew he didn't look much like a skilled man with a trade.
"Look, nobody's hiring."
The guy seemed embarrassed.
"Half the merchant fleet's gone. The government's running what's left. I'm really sorry." "Hell, I'll clean lavatories then, whatever you got."
Dizzy tried hard not to sound like a bum.
"I got a pregnant wife to take care of."
Wife? Well, they weren't married, not all formal-like, but Rosalind was expecting, and whether Dizzy had planned that or not, he had the same responsibilities as any father-to-be. He owed Rosalind. She'd stopped him feeling that sick dread when he woke up every morning and wished he hadn't because he had nothing left. He'd found a purpose again. She'd given it to him. The guy rummaged in his pocket and pulled out a crumpled 50. I get 100 people a day asking the same thing. Here, get yourself something to eat. He looked down at his shoes. It's not charity, okay? Don't be offended. Dizzy was pretty sure it was charity, but he took the bill anyway and mumbled his thanks before walking away. He wouldn't tell Rosalind he'd scrounged it. A woman had to believe her man had some dignity left, even in a world where most every street or city was a wasteland. I'm a cog citizen. We're tyrants. We're not foreigners looking for handouts. What did I do wrong? It was nobody's fault. The grubs had caused it. But that didn't make it any easier to bear. Dizzy decided to leave it a while before going back to the squat and telling Rosalind he hadn't found work yet. That was another taken-for-granted thing that he missed, knowing he had somewhere that he needed to be. He'd go to work, or come home, or wake up for his watch on board ship, but all of those things had vanished overnight. He was only one of millions of displaced people being shunted from one shelter to another. That was the government's word for it, displaced. Now he understood how right that word was. There was no place for refugees, not just because nobody wanted them for neighbors, although the assholes didn't, he knew, but also because they didn't want to end up like them. Losing everything looked contagious. He glanced across the road at a well-dressed man and a small boy who didn't look like they had anywhere special to go either. The man had a tight hold on the boy's hand, like he'd already lost someone he loved, and was making damn sure he didn't lose his son. Dizzy could tell the locals from the displaced who'd been dumped on their doorstep, no matter how well off they seemed. They all had that same look, guilt, awkwardness, and confusion. He could see a bar now. Yeah, he knew there'd be one down here. He paused at the door for a couple of seconds before he went in, putting different thoughts in his head so he didn't automatically look like a reminder that the world was losing the war. The place was crowded. Bars always were lately. Folks clung together for comfort. Dizzy glanced at the big TV on the wall as he paid for a beer and a chaser with his small change. Hell, not the 50, that was for Rosalind. And decided he didn't need to watch the news anymore. What was it going to tell him that he didn't already know? The cog wasn't winning. Nobody was. It was just a matter of which city had been hit today and how many more were dead. A couple of drinkers glanced at him, but looked away again, more interested in the bulletin. He found a quiet corner and started on his beer. There was an art to spinning it out so that the numbness settled on him gradually. Yeah, he was getting pretty good at this. He let the sound of the TV and the burble of conversation wash over him for an hour until he reached the point of nodding off. "Everybody shut up!" The barman's voice shook him. "Listen, it's the chairman. This is important." The bar went quieter than a funeral parlor. Dizzy half listened, not that he was expecting any news that was going to matter a damn to him and Rosalind. The last time he'd seen a bar hang on every word like this was when the TV showed the Grayson Cup final, Cougars versus Sharks, except people were excited about that. They sure weren't excited now. Dizzy wondered if the drink was messing with his ears. "To ensure your safety and cooperation, we are reinstating the Fortification Act. All of Sarah will be under martial law. No one is exempt. Survivors should immediately start evacuating to Afira." "What the fuck?" someone said. "Shh, quiet." The barman turned the volume up full. "Just listen." Prescott was standing on some platform, all nice and neat in his suit, with microphones lined up in front of him thicker than a fence. He'd only been doing the job for a couple of months since Dalyell died. Dizzy hoped he knew what he was doing. Therefore, in Jacinto, we are safe, for now. We won't let this rampage go further or surrender power. The Coalition will employ Sarah's entire arsenal of orbital beam weapons to scorch all locust-infested areas. For those citizens who cannot make it to Jacinto, the Coalition appreciates your sacrifice."
Dizzy didn't hear the next bit. The bar erupted. "What did he say? What did he say? Bastards! Is he fucking serious? He's gonna fry Cog cities? Us? No, they can't do that to us." People were yelling and swearing. The barman was trying to tune to another channel, and a couple of people just left their drinks and ran for the door. Two men got into an argument about who had gotten to the public phone first. Dizzy sat bewildered, wishing he hadn't had that drink and thinking he'd heard all wrong. He got up and grabbed the arm of the nearest person to him, a young woman in a neat business suit. "Ma'am, what was that? What did he say?" She was shaking her head like she was about to have some kind of fit. She looked straight through Dizzy, but she did answer him. "They're going to burn the cities," she said. "They're going to burn us all. We've got 3 days to get to Jacinto. How the hell are we going to get into Jacinto? How the hell are we even going to get there in time?" Dizzy found himself sober in a heartbeat, rushing from the bar and running hell for leather up the road back to the squat. All he could think about was grabbing Rosalind and getting out. Jacinto? 3 days? The government would lay on transport. They had to. The COG wouldn't do that to its own people, would it? Not after what the grubs had done to everyone. It couldn't. For those citizens who cannot make it to Jacinto, the Coalition appreciates your sacrifice. No, he was wrong. His own government was going to kill him, and Rosalind, and everyone else outside Jacinto. His lungs were screaming for air, but he couldn't stop. There was a terrible noise following him like a dog, and then he realized it was coming from him, his own gasping breaths. There were people everywhere, but they blurred into a streak of color and sound that didn't matter anymore. He heard a car horn blare in his ear. Hell, had he just run right across a road and reached the doors of the abandoned car dealership? The refugees shouldn't have been in there, but nobody cared. Brabayo's refugee shelters were full. If people found their own place to sleep, that was fine by City Hall. Dizzy's legs felt like rubber as he ran up the stairs at the back of the showroom and almost fell over the bedding left by 2 other families who'd camped on the floor. The whole place was weirdly silent. The high office windows were soundproofed. None of the noise from the panicking city got through. "Rosalind, grab your stuff!" He could hardly get the words out. He gulped in air. Rosalind was sitting on a box, reading a single sheet of newspaper. "Sweetie, we gotta go. We gotta get out right now." "What's wrong?" "They're going to use the Hammer of Dawn," he gasped. "We've got 3 days to get to Jacinto. We'll be safe there. Come on, come on." He could tell she didn't believe him. "Dizzy, that can't be right. Have you had a drink?" "Damn it, sweetie, I'm not drunk. It's true." He grabbed the sleeping bag and began rolling it up. "They're gonna fry the place to stop the grubs. It's on the news. Look out the window." Rosalind grabbed the box and hauled it against the wall to step up and peer out. "It's all traffic," she said. "Oh, the police are out there stopping the cars." "Yeah, because everyone's going crazy." "God. It's true, isn't it?" "Just start packing. Come on." Dizzy's pulse was pounding hard in his ears. Rosalind kept trying to ask questions, but he grabbed her by the hand and they stumbled out into the street, clutching all they owned, a Merchant Navy kit bag and a bright red hitchhiker's rucksack. "Dizzy, stop!" She dug in her heels, nearly jerking his arm out of its socket. "How are we going to get to Tyrus, let alone Jacinto? We're 1,000 kilometers away." "I've got money," he said. $50.
That wasn't going to get them to the next city by bus, let alone cover a long train journey across the border. "We'll buy tickets."
"Everyone's going to be doing the same thing, Dizzy."
He pulled her arm harder than he intended to. She flinched. "Sweetie, you want to stay here and wait to die, do you? We got a baby on the way. I lost Lena and Richie, and I ain't gonna lose anyone else, ever." It was a couple of kilometers to the nearest rail station. If they'd had a bus ticket or a car, it wouldn't have been any use to them now. The roads were gridlocked. The only way out was on foot. When they got to the road to the station, there was a vehicle checkpoint in place manned by gears and civil police. Dizzy tried to walk through. Hell, he wasn't a damn car. But one of the police officers blocked his way, arms spread. "Sorry, sir, you can't come through." "We just want to buy a train ticket," Dizzy said. He'd worry about how far $50 was going to take them later. Maybe the hammer wouldn't hit all the cities. It couldn't hit the whole world, could it? There'd still be somewhere safe. "My wife's expecting." The officer glanced at Rosalind. She definitely looked pregnant now. But it wasn't going to change a thing. "They've shut the station, sir." The officer was a nice young man, no older than Richie, and he treated Dizzy with respect. But he still wasn't giving way. "Ingarail's not taking any bookings. Their switchboard's jammed, and we've had to shut the concourse to clear the passengers already in there. I'm really sorry." "When's it going to be open again?" "I don't know. Come back tomorrow, maybe, when everyone's calmed down." Calmed down? Shit, what was he talking about? Nobody was going to calm down after news like that. Dizzy turned around and steered Rosalind away. They'd have to find somewhere to sit down and think of another way out. "God, what are we going to do?" she asked, clinging to his arm. "How are we going to get to Jacinto?" "We'll make it, sweetie." Dizzy squeezed her arm tight under his. "I won't let anything happen to you or the baby." "Might be babies," she said. "Twins run in my family." "Then I got even more reason to save you, ain't I?" They walked down the road. It was getting harder with every block they crossed as the news sank in, and more people came onto the streets without any idea of how millions of cog citizens were going to cross mountains, oceans, and continents and cram into a small, safe part of a distant capital city. A big bearded guy was sitting alone at a table in a deserted pavement cafe, ignoring the river of panic flowing around him. Dizzy decided it was a good place to stop and think. "You're not trying to leave?" Rosalind asked the man. He smiled at her and sipped his coffee. "Crazy. They'll never use the hammer. It's just to scare the grubs. Don't you worry about it, ma'am. Don't you worry at all." Exclusion Zone Checkpoint, north of Jacinto. 10 hours before the hammer of dawn strike. "He's gonna friggin' do it!" Baird stared across the park, squinting into the sun, even though he had a pair of goggles parked on the top of his head. That guy was never going to wear a helmet, no matter how many charges iron balls stuck on him. I mean, he's actually going to do it. Wow. If I ever meet the asshole, I'm going to ask him how long he'd been planning that shockaroo. Yeah, like Prescott's going to drop by for a chat, Cole said. Anyway, he's only been in office like weeks, 2 months tops. Yeah, Dalyell would never have had the balls to go the whole way. But he would have had the plan, right? That hammer net cost us as much as Austria's national debt, probably. So they didn't shoot that into orbit just to improve TV reception. You know, I've changed my mind. I'd like to meet that Adam Phoenix instead. Now there's a clever guy. I mean, how many weapons engineers do the public actually know by name? He's the poster boy for intelligent people everywhere. Yeah, Baird. We'll add him to our dinner party guest list. Cole liked Baird. Baird was his closest buddy now, a plain-talking guy who didn't suck up to him because he was a thrashball star,
or take pops at him because he was rich and famous. He just treated Cole like a regular human being. But sometimes Cole just wished he would shut the fuck up. Like now. This was a dirty, nasty, rotten war, and Cole was fine with dirty and nasty, as long as he was doing it to grubs. That was what he'd signed up for, to kill as many of the murdering assholes as he could. What he hadn't signed up to do was help humans fry other humans. And that's going to happen in about 10 hours or so. We're going to kill our own kind. Baird didn't mean any harm, Cole knew. He was just yapping because he was scared. Hell, who wasn't? And he couldn't take in all this hammer shit, not even a smart guy like him. But Cole was unwilling to do his job. The first time he could remember not wanting to do something hard since his math homework. It just wasn't right to close the border while there were people still out there trying to get to Jacinto. Hell, it wasn't even a national border. They were in Tyrus, part of the same damn country. It was just the Plateau District limits. What did a Tyran passport mean if folks couldn't move around in their own damn country? Kilo Squad, Cole, Baird, Dixon, and Alonzo were patrolling the off-ramp from the southbound highway. Traffic from Port Farrell was backed up as far as Cole could see, and the city engineers said they couldn't handle any more traffic trying to join at this junction. Cole had thought this was just a traffic cop's job until he got his boots on the ground. Scared, desperate people needed armed gears to stop them doing something dumb, and Cole hated himself for being the one who had to do it. He stood at the barrier with his Lancer, turning back cars and trucks. He even turned back a motorcycle because the engineers said nothing. No more traffic, not even a kid's push-bike. Shit, a motorcycle wasn't going to get in anyone's way. He could weave through the traffic jam. But if he let one through, then everyone else would want to get on the highway too, and they'd have a riot as well as a traffic jam. I'm telling people they got to die, 'cause we got no more room. Me. Did someone stop my folks driving down a road to escape from the grubs? The queue of vehicles for the on-ramp was gone now. Drivers had done U-turns and gone off to find another route into Jacinto, but there wasn't one. Cole tried not to look them in the eye, because that was real personal. He knew he was turning them back just to get stuck somewhere else when the hammer went off.
Baird, this hammer thing.
Alonzo sidled over to Baird, chewing his lip like he always did when he was getting agitated.
Is it going to zap everything? Like, how far does it affect outside a city? Okay, you're going to be fucked sideways if you're in the center of town, but what about the suburbs or the countryside?
Baird was staring south toward Jacinto, Lancer resting on his shoulder.
How the hell should I know? It's classified.
Well, you're the technical guy. You're intelligent. Thanks for noticing, but I still don't know. Better believe what Prescott says. If you value your ass, head for the Ephirine Plateau. He shrugged. Which is where we are, more or less. Hey, look at all those ravens over the city. Never seen that many. Cole knew that Baird wasn't fascinated by ravens down in Jacinto. He had his back to the endless lanes of stationary traffic for a reason. He didn't want to look the drivers in the face either. They were a road width away and at the wrong angle to make eye contact, but that was still too close for him. Dixon, did the engineers say anything about us closing the highway? Cole asked. No, and I hope they don't ask us. You want to go out there and put a do not cross tape in front of some poor jerk's car now? Yeah, that's why the cops fucked off and left it to the army, Baird muttered. Because it's going to get ugly pretty fast when those guys down there work out that most of them have found their parking space for the great hereafter. What? Do the math, Dick. Don't call me that, Baird. Okay, do the math, Dixon. Baird did an about-face and pointed north.
The engineers are giving us the traffic speeds, if you call 1 click per hour speed. Unless those unlucky citizens over there start moving in the next 4 hours, then those back there, about where the radio mast is, are going to be barbecue. They might as well get out and walk. You think we should share that with them? Because I think that'll be a really interesting social experiment. That shut everybody up. There was one question nobody had asked yet, and that was whether anybody had family still stuck outside the zone. Cole didn't, and he knew Baird didn't, but Dixon and Alonzo never said a word either way, and everybody was going to lose friends. Hanover's probably going to take a hit. Where's Gaynor now? Where's Mortensen? There was nothing Cole could do about it, so he tried to put it out of his head. He was staring down the on-ramp, trying to accept that there really was nothing anyone could do, when he saw a scruffy passenger van turn onto the ramp and edge slowly toward the checkpoint. "Ah, shit," Baird said. "This isn't your lucky day, asshole." He started to walk to the barrier, but Cole slipped in front of him. As soon as the driver looked his way, Cole knew he was going to face the hardest decision of his life. It was just some guy in his 30s, balding and anxious, with a woman and a teenage boy. But he wasn't some faceless blur in passing traffic, or a number in a newspaper report that Cole knew was tragic but didn't grieve for. He was an individual, right here and right now. The guy rolled down the driver's side window and looked at Cole as if he was his last hope in the world, which he actually was. "Sir, the highway ain't going nowhere," Cole said. Cole wanted him to give up the idea there and then, to look disappointed and reverse back down the ramp without being asked. That would have made it a bit easier to live with. But he didn't. The guy just slumped a little in his seat. Cole saw Baird moving in from the corner of his eye and held out his hand to stop him. "We've driven for 54 hours, the driver said quietly. "I live in Jacinto and my wife's there. This is my sister and her boy. Is there another way into the city?" It would have been easy to say there was and to send the guy down the ring road, but it would have been more honest to shoot him and save him what was coming. Cole knew he had to deal with this if he was ever going to get a night's sleep again. "No, sir. It's all at a standstill." The teenage kid leaned forward behind the driver and said something. Cole heard the whispered words, "Coal train." "Damn," the driver said, distracted for a moment. "You're the thrashball player, aren't you? Nice to meet you, Mr. Cole." "Yeah, I'm Augustus Cole, sir." The man looked embarrassed. God damn, he meant it. Cole wanted to disappear. How the hell could he turn this guy back? It wasn't anything to do with being recognized. It was a human thing, human to human. And if this war was about anything, it was about stopping humans from getting killed. "You wait a sec, sir," Cole said and turned around. Baird wouldn't look straight at the vehicle. He turned his head away and stood up close to Cole. "Cole, no," he murmured. "No, no, no. So what you gonna do, Baird? You gonna do by the book and send 'em back? You gonna pull back the barrier and start a fucking riot? I gotta live with myself, baby. We all have. Yeah, even me. But orders are there so we don't waste time and second-guess shit and do things that look like a great idea but screw up other things we're not aware of. It's not our call. He's gonna die, and his sister and his nephew." Baird spread his hands. "Cole, this is like being a wildlife photographer. You have to stand back. You dive in and save the gazelle, but the lioness doesn't get her dinner and her cute little cubs starve to death. This ain't funny, Damon." Cole only called him that when he thought Baird was getting out of line. His mama called him Augustus when she was mad with him, never Gus, and the habit stuck. That ain't funny at all. Okay, you let them through because they're the ones in front of you looking appealing and sad, and someone else further back in the friggin' traffic queue doesn't make it. Only they're not in your face and you don't see them. You feel any better about that? Maybe they've got sweet cherubic little kitties and nice sisters, too. Yeah, but these folks are in front of me. Cole knew Baird was right, but it didn't help any. It still tore him up. I seen 'em. They've talked to me, and they've called me Mr. Cole. God damn it, how can I do all that common sense and logic shit to 'em when they've looked me in the eye? Baird just shrugged in defeat. Cole walked the few meters up to the main highway and looked down the line of traffic nearest to him. If that pickup moved right up to the next guy's fender, and the car behind reversed as far as it could, they could let that van in. Cole rapped on the pickup's side window. Sir, can I ask you to move forward? I'll tell you when to stop. The driver looked surprised. He had that I know you from somewhere look. Sure, he said. Cole watched him edge forward and knock the hood when he was almost touching the vehicle in front. Then he waved the car behind back and created a van-sized gap, more or less. At least the nose would get in and make sure the family got into the line.
You're off your head,
Alonzo said.
We're going to get lynched.
Yeah. Cole moved the barrier and beckoned the van forward. You get your ass in there, sir, and don't tell anyone, here? The pickup driver in front leaned out of his window and looked back. How come he's allowed in? It was barefaced lying time. Okay, Mama, you know I got to do this. Sorry. It's not like I'm lying to save my own ass. Cole drew himself up to his full height. He was even bigger than most people realized when he was looming right over them. Medical personnel, he said flatly. The hospitals are calling in all off-duty nursing staff. We're going to be needing them. The pickup driver swallowed it whole and gave him a thumbs up. Hell, who'd call the coal train a liar? It was hard to see what was going on in a line of traffic in a 6-lane highway. The driver behind the van had seen the pickup guy approve of what Cole had done, and nobody else reacted. Let's put up another barrier at the start of the ramp, Cole said. 'Cause I can't keep doing that. Yeah, you said it. Baird trotted after him, and they pushed a couple of abandoned cars sideways across the ramp so nobody was tempted to drive up it again. Then they walked back up to the barrier and stood looking south to Jacinto. How bad is it going to be, Baird? Cole asked. The hammer strikes, I mean. Really frigging terrible, Baird said quietly, and patted him on the back. Terrible. Ingares Tyrus border, 1 hour before the hammer strike. It didn't matter. It just didn't matter anymore. Dizzy and Rosalind were hundreds of miles from Jacinto, but even if it had been 20, they'd run out of time, along with hundreds of millions of others who never stood a chance from the moment Prescott made his goddamn announcement. That's it. Rosalind had slowed to a walk again. Dizzy didn't have the heart to chivvy her along any further. We're stranded here. We're not going to make it, Dizzy. We got an hour, sweetie. They were 30 kilometers from the nearest small town, walking along a country road lit by occasional sodium lights. And we're going to be okay. We ain't going to get hit. Honey, don't humor me. Everyone's got their time. I should have died in Halvo. Don't talk crap, sweetie. You were meant to live, and I was meant to find you. Keep going. We're going to be alive tomorrow, I swear it. Dizzy wished with every bone in his body that it would happen, but he was staring into a void. Even if they didn't get burned to death,
What was the world going to be like with so many people dead and every big city destroyed? He tried to imagine it. He couldn't. He knew what heavily bombed cities looked like, though, and how they burned. He'd seen stuff from the early Pendulum Wars. The Hammer of Dawn was a hell of a lot bigger than that. The Indies had finally surrendered because they'd seen what just one low-power hammer strike did to their fleet. He caught hold of Rosalind's hand again and carried on down the road. From time to time he saw a car dumped at an angle, like a flood had carried it along and dropped it any old where. Folks had abandoned their vehicles in some crazy positions. Dizzy looked at every single one to see if any had keys left in them. If they did, then he stopped to try the ignition, but so far they'd all run out of gas. He and Rosalind weren't planning on going anywhere special now. They were just putting as much distance between them and the city that would probably be a fireball in just over an hour. How far would the blast spread? Dizzy knew enough to realize that fires like that meant ferocious firestorms, but he didn't know how far away was safe, so they kept going. He tried another car. This time it started. "Okay, sweetie, let's see how far this gets us," he said, feeling his heart leap. "We'll make it. You feeling okay?"
"Just hungry."
"I'll find something, don't worry. And lock your door. I've seen some bad stuff in some of the ports I've called at, and that ain't gonna happen to us, not now."
"People have been pretty good to each other so far,"
she said, pressing down the tab on the door with a clunk. "That's gonna change if everything gets burned to charcoal, sweetie." Dizzy drove cautiously along the road, keeping an eye out for anywhere he might find some food and water. "Check what's in the back, will you? We might be lucky again."
Rosalind twisted in the seat and groped around on the back seat. "Empty water bottle," she said.
"Now that's gonna save our lives."
"Yeah, how?"
"Gotta carry water. That'll be harder than finding it."
The car kept going. Dizzy checked his watch, glad that he hadn't traded it for something, and saw they had 20 minutes left. He could hardly bear to look at it because he didn't know if it meant he only had 20 minutes left to live. It made it hard to think straight. He had to forget about supplies now and concentrate on finding some shelter, some kind of protection for Rosalind, because he didn't know if the hammer strikes were going to scatter debris and shit around, or if the blast was going to blind folks if they saw it. There might even be shock waves. They had to find somewhere solid to hide. The last thing that crossed his mind was running into grubs. They scared him a lot less than his own government now. How could they do it to us? How could they just give us 3 days? They know everyone's going to die. The bastards are killing us off. He'd been a hard-working, law-abiding fellow all his life and paid his taxes. His stepson had served as a gear and died doing it, died defending people the way the cog was supposed to. And all that ordinary folks got for their trouble was this. They'd been left to die while the folks in Jacinto, the rich capital, were going to be safe on their granite plateau behind their barriers. Our government's doing more than abandoning us. They're killing more of us than the damn grubs have. Now he had 10 minutes. Either 10 minutes left with Rosalind and his unborn child, or 10 minutes left to find a way of surviving all this. "There's a store," Rosalind said. "It's shut. Looks like someone got there before us."
Dizzy screeched to a halt. Rosalind saw a looted store, but he saw a bomb shelter and a source of stuff he could rip out and use to survive in the weeks and months to come. He hit the brakes and pulled up a safe distance from the front of the place. He didn't want to surprise anyone and get his head bashed in now. The place looked deserted. A couple of strip lights flickered at the back above the refrigerators. There were empty boxes scattered outside, but he couldn't see any damage to the store.
Maybe the owners cleared the place and ran, Rosalind said.
You stay in the car and keep the doors locked, sweetie.
Dizzy went to the trunk and took out the tire iron. He'd never broken into a building before, or so much as taken candy from a store as a kid. But all goddamn bets were off now. The government had broken the rules of decent folk, so he would break the law with a clear conscience. He had 5 minutes until the end of the world. It took him a couple of practice swings to break in. The idea of glass shards flying around made him nervous, which suddenly made him start to laugh.
They're going to fry every city on Sarah in a few minutes, and I'm worried about goddamn broken glass.
He swung for real and the window cracked. It took a second swing to crack it again, and then a third brought the whole pane crashing down. He ran back to the car and helped Rosalind out, then took everything he could grab from it, a blanket and some tools in the trunk, before locking it again and bundling them both through the shattered window.
3 minutes. We're not going to die, you assholes. We refuse to die. The power's on, Dizzy said. Switch all the lights on as you go. No point falling over stuff in the dark.
He steered her toward the back of the store and found a stockroom.
Wait there.
He had 2 minutes now. He raced around the shelves looking for anything he could find, and scooped up candy bars and packets of cookies strewn around the floor. He found a couple of bottles of soda behind the cash desk with a bottle of liquor, both opened. That'd do. Hygiene was the least of their worries right then. He went back to the stockroom to give Rosalind the looted stuff and found her in another back room next to it, filling the water bottle in a couple of buckets. "The water's probably going to get cut off if the pumping stations get hit," she said.
"That's my smart girl," Dizzy said. "We got a minute. Come on, get on the floor and cover your head."
It was the dumbest advice he'd ever given anyone. He didn't know what the hell was going to happen.
"I used to be an engineer. I used to keep emulsion tankers running. I can use my head."
He lay across Rosalind to protect her from things he couldn't even imagine and shut his eyes.
"I love you, sweetie," he said. "And we're not gonna die."
He held his breath and counted. His watch must have been fast, because there was nothing at all for another minute, and for a stupid moment or two he thought it had all been some stunt to fool the grubs. The government wasn't going to use the hammer at all.
"Dizzy, if we—"
That was as far as Rosalind got. Even with the door shut, Dizzy saw the pure white light flare through the cracks in the panel. A few seconds later, there was a distant booming roar that seemed to go on forever. He kept his head down and waited for a blast front to hit, but it never came. The light was still there. When he raised his head a little, he could see it was coming from gaps around the door and from the dim overhead lighting. Somehow the electricity supply was still working.
"Sweetie, you okay?"
"Is that it, Dizzy? Have they just started?"
"I don't know."
The roof didn't cave in. There were no flames, and he couldn't smell smoke. He wasn't in pain. He could hear a train coming, though, but they were nowhere near a rail track. He knew because he'd tried so damn hard to get them a ride out.
"It's a tornado," Rosalind said. "Oh, shit!"
"Can't be,"
Dizzy said. She was almost right. It was a ferocious wind. It roared around the building and shook the doors and security grills, and then it was gone as fast as it came. They lay there for a while, waiting for— what? Dizzy didn't know. He eased himself up on one arm and listened. He thought he could hear distant booming like artillery fire, but it didn't sound as if there was anything happening nearby. Rosalind sat up.
"It's over."
Can't bank on that.
Suddenly the lights went out, and the background hum that Dizzy hadn't noticed before stopped dead. The power had finally failed. The hum had probably been the refrigeration or air conditioning. Dizzy and Rosalind sat there in the darkness, watching faint yellow light creeping under the door, until he decided to get up and open it. Even from the back of the small store he could see that the skyline was a wall of red flame. He could smell smoke and something acrid like tar on the air.
"Let's stay put until it gets light," he said. "Too damn dangerous to wander around out there at the moment. Maybe there'll be army patrols around."
"What can you see?"
"Just fires. It's all a long way away. Don't you worry about it, sweetie. You feeling okay?"
"Yes,"
she said.
"I'm just scared."
He sat down again, and Rosalind put her head in his lap. She dozed off a long time before he did. But eventually he couldn't keep his eyes open any longer, and his head started to nod. It was the light that woke him. It didn't seem to be coming from anywhere in particular this time. It was just very bright, almost like a sunny day, but cool and white instead of golden. He shook Rosalind awake and got to his feet.
"Must be a patrol," he said. "Leave 'em to me, sweetie, I'll explain."
"There's no cars out there,"
she said sleepily.
"That's snow."
"What is?"
"That weird light. Haven't you ever woken up to snowfall? It's all the reflected white light."
It was the end of bloom, high summer. It wouldn't snow for months. Dizzy didn't want to see what he was going to find out there, but he had to know because they couldn't stay in here forever. He opened the door and found Rosalind was right about a few things. There wasn't any patrol vehicle, and the sky was overcast. It looked like winter. It even felt chilly. He picked his way through the broken shelving and glass, realizing that the feast he thought he'd found last night was just a handful of candy bars and other junk. Even when he got to the front door, he still couldn't work out what he was seeing. It was pale, but it wasn't snow. It crunched under his boots as he walked down the deserted road. Just a thin layer of the stuff, and it was whirling in the air like a snowstorm was just starting. But it wasn't snow. It was ash. He could taste it. Even before he reached the ash-frosted trees and got a clear look at the landscape to the south, he could see the palls of smoke hanging like ladders up to the sky. Then he saw the horizon and a red glow that wasn't sunrise. He could pick out distant skylines now. There were no buildings that he could identify, not a damn thing. He knew what should have been there, more or less, and it just wasn't there anymore. Heels clattered on the road behind him, getting closer. Rosalind trotted up behind him. He felt her hand search for his and grab it like she was afraid of falling. The towns and cities had simply gone. What was left was burning. He couldn't hear any sound at all. Not a bird, not a distant car, not even an emergency siren. Rosalind took a deep, gulping breath.
"Oh, God," she said. "What have they done? What the hell have they done?"
Chapter 15. Sitrep number 37D. Extent of contaminated zones and stock ingress at 0001, Gale, 1215. New stock incursions since 0001, Gale, 11-9. Polyps, not detected. Bedrock distribution. Sedimentary, 3. Metamorphic, 0. Igneous, 6. Current southern extent of CZ, 12 kilometers approximately northeast of New Jacinto. Grids Delta 6 Echo 6. Other CZs by grid, see Appendix 5. Rate of spread, variable, slowing. Last 26 hours, 5 centimeters approximately per hour. Action. 4-hour monitoring to continue. Evacuation contingency team to remain on 1-hour alert. Prepared by Major G. Gettner and R. Charles, 12th day of gale, 15 AE. New Jacinto, Vectis. Present day. Gale, 15 AE.
"Boomer lady, what you doing?"
Cole asked.
"It's monster bait,"
Baird said.
"She's been watching too many movies."
Bernie was hammering a big wooden post with a tethering ring into the patch of grass between the Gorazny camp and the walls of the naval base. She straightened up and shielded her eyes against the sun to look at Baird. A large brown cow was chewing thoughtfully, watching Bernie.
"We're going to find Edler's missing livestock," Bernie said. "We need every cow we can get. Can't let him go looking for them with polyps about."
A pack horse was parked nearby. Mac the mutt had his head hanging over the tailgate, looking bored, and Alex Brand sat cross-legged on the hood, smoking. She waved to Baird with her free hand and slowly turned it to extend her middle finger.
"Yeah, cows. I can see that,"
Baird said, turning to drop his pants and bend over in Alex's direction. Cole gave him a look as he straightened up.
"Damon, baby, you realize Anya's sitting in the pack, don't you?" "Oh, fuck. And Sam's there, too. Why the hell didn't you tell me?"
Bernie was laughing her ass off.
"Blondie, you're supposed to drop your boxes as well, you dickhead." "Never mind. They're clean, and that's all that matters." "Interesting choice of fabric for a boy,"
Sam called.
"Yeah, Princess. Very individual."
Alex swung her legs off the hood and leered at him before stubbing out her smoke and getting back in the pack horse.
"Ladies only patrol, Bernie?"
Cole asked.
"Man, my mama warned me to stay away from girls in gangs."
"Don't worry, it's not a feminist statement."
Bernie finished hammering in the stake and tied one end of the cow's tether to it.
"This is Rose, by the way. She's a seismologist."
"Oh, I get it."
Cole patted Rose warily. Baird kept well away from the animal's rear, which struck him as both lethal and messy.
"She goes crazy when she feels stalks coming up somewhere, yeah? A kind of early warning system with horns."
"I could make you a seismometer, Granny," Baird said.
"All you had to do was ask."
"Well, yes, but cows don't need checking for readings."
Bernie climbed into the pack horse and started it.
"And you can't milk a seismometer. Now, you boys behave yourselves while we're gone, okay? No fighting."
"Yes, Granny. Interesting plates, by the way. Looks classy with the dead cat boots."
Bernie winked and the pack horse rumbled off down the track. Baird watched it go. Mac gazed at him from the back of the vehicle with a mute plea to be saved from the tyranny of harpies.
"Can't wait to see Bernie smack Alex frigging Brand into line,"
Baird said, looking around for the Gorazny fuel tanker.
"She won't take any of that I'm a Sergeant too shit from her. Ah, here comes our ride."
The tanker rumbled out of the Gorazny compound and slowed to a halt beside Baird. Eugen stuck his head out the driver's door.
"Hey, Mr. Coltrane, you coming to teach our kids threshball?"
Cole climbed up the metal ladder to the top of the tanker and gave Baird a hand up.
"Yeah, looking forward to it. About time I got back in the groove." "The rescues boy very excited. It's good of you." "Hey, no problem, baby. I love doing it. Long as the little ones don't show me up by running rings around me. I take good care not to drop you when we go over bumps, eh? Then you'll be fit to face them."
The tanker set off with Baird and Cole riding shotgun on the top. It was a great view. For a few kilometers they could still see the pack-horse ahead of them, but then the tanker peeled off to the right and followed the road to the emulsion field, where the view went from picturesque to grim brown death. Maybe it'd stop, and maybe it wouldn't. It was all about timing, Baird decided. If they were ever going to evacuate, they had to reach their destination in the summer to stand a chance of preparing for a shitty winter. Baird couldn't think of anywhere he particularly wanted to go as long as it wasn't as eye-wateringly cold as Port Farrell had been. If he had to starve to death, he'd do it somewhere warm.
"Oh, that don't look good."
Cole pointed left. The regular skyline of trees in full leaf was interrupted by a bald patch and the twisted shapes of new stalks.
"Cole to control. Yeah, we're on the drill site road, about 7 clicks southwest of the site. I can see a couple of stalks west of here. No, they must be 5 clicks away. You might want to get a raven to take a look at that. Cole out."
He hung onto the walkway rails as the tanker bounced a few times over ruts in the road.
"Damn, all them stalks popping up and only one emulsion site."
"Perverse bastards," Baird said. "And they're messing up my tidy theories." The contamination had created its own weirdly alien landscape. If you drove far enough into it, there was no sign that there was a green and living world beyond. It looked like the entire island was dead and brown. The smell of emulsion and a flat, bitter scent that Baird couldn't identify just added to the feeling that this wasn't Sarah. The only reassurance that he was still in the world he knew was the sound of the emulsion drilling machinery drifting on the air. For a few minutes the tanker trundled along hard-packed soil interspersed with stretches of rubble and trackway. Sitting on top of the vehicle's walkway suddenly felt exposed and scary rather than bracing. Baird was relieved to see flashes of bright yellow through the dead trees before the tanker pulled into a clearing full of human beings and nodding derricks. The site was operating 26 hours a day. The more emulsion they could extract, the more options they had. Without a stockpile, they'd be stuck here, and stuck on the ground. Rossi and Lang passed Baird in their pack-horse as the patrols handed over.
"It's all quiet,"
Rossi said.
"Just a couple of glowies overnight. I hope you brought your knitting."
Then they were gone, a pair of fading taillights in the shade of the dead branches. Baird climbed down from the top of the vehicle and watched Eugen couple the pipe from the reservoir tank. Stefan wandered over.
"What's it like out here at night?" Baird asked. "Must be pretty scary." "Ah, we have lights, and so do the polyps, which is very considerate of them," Stefan said dismissively.
He took something out of his pocket and chewed on it. It looked like it was putting up a manly fight.
"And we can run away when the polyps come back, which was pretty damn hard to do on Emerald Spar, yes?"
That was a great piece of engineering.
Baird still felt depressed when he thought about the platform crashing into the sea. They'd never be able to build anything like that again.
Glowy assholes.
"You take care of our assholes for us, Baird. You are the champion asshole slayer."
Stefan rummaged in the pocket of his emulsion-smeared overall and held out a chunk of whatever the hell he was eating.
"You want some?"
It looked like jerky. The one food on the island that was instantly available in large quantities was the local wildlife. Like Bernie, the Gorazny shot anything that moved and then ate it. And that worried Baird.
"Tell me it's not cat," he said. "I've only just come to terms with Bernie and her many uses for domestic pets."
Stefan roared with laughter.
"It's only seabird."
"Thanks,"
Baird said, appalled, and took it. He did it because he didn't want to offend Stefan. It was a watershed in his life. He hadn't even been that bothered about offending Cole before he got to know him. Now he was about to eat something disgusting that would probably give him a tapeworm or liver flukes just because he didn't want to hurt someone's feelings. The Gorozny only knew him as the guy who could fix anything, the guy who'd been the first to fight off polyps and nearly got killed doing it. They didn't know him as Baird the mouthy asshole and social misfit. Even Baird wasn't sure which Baird he actually was these days. He took a cautious bite out of the jerky. It was beyond awful. It tasted like a decomposing corpse that had been soaked in fish oil. Even as he chewed, he was keeping an eye out for somewhere he could hide and spit it out. Shit! He'd need to gargle with emulsion to get the taste of this out of his mouth. Stefan slapped him on the shoulder and went back to the derricks. "What you eatin'?" Cole asked. "'Cause you look like you're gonna chuck it up any minute." Baird tried to amble casually into the trees. His mouth was filling with saliva. "Don't ask." "I'm fucking insane. I'm poisoning myself to get approval. I never used to give a shit." Baird managed to get about 5 trees deep in the woods before he was satisfied nobody could see him. For some reason he recalled the moment when the burning wreckage of Emerald Spar sank into the sea. That was when the war against the Glowies really became personal for him. He'd thought it was all about the fantastic, impossible, brilliant structure lost to civilization forever. But now he accepted it was more about the men and women who'd lived a lonely and dangerous existence taking care of it. "Whoa, steady on. People? Me? Fuck that." "No, okay, maybe. Maybe I admire these guys. And that's why I volunteered for the rig patrol here then. Never realized that before. Shit, what's happening to me?" Baird spat as quietly as he could. The lump of mummified seagull, barely changed by chewing, hit the trunk of a dead tree and slid down it. He could still taste it. He spat a few more times, but there wasn't enough spit in his whole body to get rid of that, and he found himself gagging. His radio crackled. "Baird, where are you?" Cole was on the far side of the drilling compound, pacing the perimeter with his back to the row of derricks. Baird found himself doing a creep line search vertically, looking up into the branches, then running his eyes down the trunks, scanning a section along the ground, then scanning up again. The one good thing about polyps, other than the satisfying way the fuckers exploded when you shot them, was their lights. In the gloom, they lit up like a fairground ride. "I'm puking my ring," he said. "No cracks in front of the Gorozny, okay? They mean well." "Goddamn, you're growing a heart. Better go see Doc Heyman about that." "Yeah, that sounds malignant to me." Baird bent over and braced his hands on his knees to try to work up more spit without throwing up and getting the dry heaves. He almost took a swig from his water bottle, but he was convinced that the oily, dead fish taste on his lips would contaminate it. Then movement caught his eye. He looked up slowly. "Cole? You hear anything, Baird?" he whispered. "I don't feel anything." Baird shifted his weight from one foot to the other a few times to test for tremors. "No, nothing at all." "You see anything?" Cole was level with him now, a few meters away. He held up his hand for silence as he walked slowly between the trees with his lancer raised. The sawing rhythm of the derricks and the steady putter of the generators didn't stop, but the Gorozny chatter died away a voice at a time until nobody was talking. Baird followed Cole, going wide so they'd have overlapping arcs if they had to open fire. Whatever it was, they'd have to take it down before it got near the drilling area. It was peppered with emulsion seeps, a bomb waiting to go off. They'd already had to fight a fire here once. "I hear it," Cole said.
but it sounds a hell of a lot bigger than one of those crab motherfuckers.
He was about 50 meters into the woods now. Baird could hear it. Something big was crushing twigs, moving at a lumbering pace.
"Baird, what is it?"
Stefan called.
"No idea, but stay back." "Eugen's going to move the tanker, just in case." "Yeah, great, good idea, do that."
It sounded like a single creature. Baird made sure he could still see Cole and kept walking, casting around for movement.
What the hell would be that big out here? Oh, great. If the Stalks made it here, maybe the Grubs did too. We've got a berserker on a day trip, or a brumac. "Left," Cole said suddenly. "Left 100 meters.
Baird looked around, lost for a moment, but then he saw it. A white shape moving slowly between the dark trunks. Something big and heavy. It wasn't a berserker.
"Okay, everybody relax,"
Baird called, almost giddy with relief.
"It's the frigging prize bull that went AWOL when we evacuated the farm. He probably wants his dinner."
Cole was still stalking it carefully.
"Baby, you saw the horns on that sucker, didn't you? Well, I ain't relaxing just yet. He's a bad-tempered meat tank, and he can stomp us into shit if we piss him off." "Well, we can shoot the thing and claim self-defense," Baird said. "I think we should do that anyway. I'll have the ribeye."
The animal wandered to the edge of the clearing. There was nothing for the bull to graze on, so maybe he'd heard humans and decided that they usually meant food was nearby. Baird could see the sweep of his horns now. He was huge. Scary huge. He was panting like a steam engine.
"Baird, you know anything about cows and stuff?"
Cole asked quietly.
"No, that'd be Bernie, not me. I mean, do they usually look like that? Like they got rabies?"
Baird suddenly saw what Cole meant and almost shat himself. The bull was drooling. Animals always seemed to be leaking something messy from one orifice or another, but this just wasn't right. It had a faint bluish glow to it. The bull lowered his head and stared, swinging it from side to side, making a mournful groaning sound.
"What's the luminous stuff?"
Stefan said. He was right behind Baird now, with his shotgun aimed at the bull.
"What is it, Baird? Is it what I think it is?"
No, the bull didn't look well at all. He took a few steps forward. Now that he'd emerged from the trees, Baird could see his flanks heaving. There were reddish patches on his ass, suddenly conspicuous on that white hide.
"Oh, fuck, no."
The realization hit Baird more slowly than he expected.
"He's gone glowy. Look." "Come on, Baird. Do we shoot it now?"
"Stefan, listen to me. It's fucking lambent. I was right. I was goddamn right. This stuff is catching."
"Yeah, you get a gold star for that, baby,"
Cole said, circling around to the other side of the bull.
"But we better persuade him to move along, 'cause if he's a glowy, he's a 1,000-kilo bomb."
Bulls chased things. Baird knew that much. Stefan and the other rig workers started backing away, and Baird saw some of them pick up buckets and firefighting equipment. He had to get this thing away from the emulsion before he shot it.
"Okay," Cole said. "I reckon I might be able to outrun him." "You're insane. It's a bull." "Somebody's got to move him."
Cole stepped in front of the bull and got his attention. Baird watched the animal's eyes follow Cole, white-rimmed and panicky.
"Come on, fella. Come and see what the coal train got for you."
Cole walked right across the bull's eye line.
"See, he ain't charging or anything. Polyps want to kill you as soon as they see you."
"Great," Baird said. "He's a big friendly 1,000-kilo bomb." The bull looked pretty sick, head down and panting. But as Cole walked into the trees and away from the clearing, he followed. Cole broke into a jog. The bull started to trot. Then Cole picked up speed. Yeah, bulls chase things. That much Baird knew.
Woo! Come on, let's play chase.
Cole waved his arms.
Baird, you better be right behind, ready to shoot this asshole.
If it had been an open field, Cole wouldn't have stood a chance, but he could zigzag between trunks, and the huge bull wasn't so good at that. Baird sprinted after them, trying to pick the moment when they were both far enough from the emulsion, and Cole had opened up enough of a gap for him to open fire.
Somebody follow me with a bucket, Baird yelled, because there'll be a fire to put out.
Baird couldn't keep an eye on everything. He was too busy looking for his shot, the one chance he might get to kill that thing before it got Cole. He heard people running behind him and the metallic clank of buckets. The crazy bull hunt was more than 200 meters into the trees now, maybe a safe distance to drop the animal without the blast igniting the emulsion. He raised his lancer.
Shit! Either I stop and aim or I spray the thing.
Cole was whooping, but sounding less confident each time.
Baird, you ready? Ready. I mean, seriously fucking ready?
Baird had to fire now. He almost put a burst through the animal, but the bull suddenly changed direction, and Cole was in Baird's line of fire. He couldn't do a damn thing.
Do it, Baird! Not yet!
Then the bull wheeled right. Baird didn't know what had distracted it, but it might have been the noise of the buckets. Eugen was running along with a couple of tin pails. Baird saw him hesitate and stumble a couple of paces over the tree roots. The bull stopped, swung around, and started trotting toward him.
Shit! Eugen, get away!
Baird raised his rifle.
Just drop the buckets!
Baird didn't think an animal that big could accelerate so fast. It shaved past him and charged Eugen. Before Baird could open fire, the bull rammed into the Gorazny, head down, and caught him full in the chest. The explosion wasn't the Brumac-sized detonation Baird had expected, but it blew Eugen meters into the air like a landmine. Cole and Baird ran forward into a rain of debris. It was already too late, but Baird's legs kept moving anyway. It was the dumbest thing. He could see the guy was fragged, completely fragged, but he still sprinted over to him and dropped onto his knees to try to stop the bleeding. Cole did too. It took a couple of silent seconds before they looked at one another, and the reality hit them. There was nowhere to even begin. Baird stared, trying to recognize what he was looking at. He'd seen this kind of shit 100 times, but now it felt like the first.
Oh, man!
Cole said.
Fuck, fuck, fuck!
Suddenly, Stefan was a few meters away, and Baird got to his feet. He tried to stop Stefan going to Eugen's body, but the man shoved him aside. Fire licked up one of the tree trunks.
Oh, God, I'm sorry.
Baird couldn't put this right. It upended him.
I'm sorry.
Somebody get a tarpaulin,
Stefan said.
Do it.
They put out the fire with buckets of soil and then recovered Eugen. Baird's lasting memory of that day would be that they did it in total silence. No yelling, no crying, nothing. They just carried him away, stony-faced, and set him down in the clearing. Baird looked at Cole.
God damn,
Cole said.
God damn, that just ain't fair.
I fucked up.
Baird, I didn't manage to get a shot in either. Nobody did.
Baird went over to Stefan. The derricks were still pumping, but nobody was keeping an eye on them. The dozen or so Goraznys stared at Eugen, now covered by someone's coat, and still said nothing.
We better shut down the pumps, Baird said.
He could hear Cole on the radio to control.
Let's move out.
Stefan finally looked away from his friend's body, tears streaming down his face.
I'll take him back to his wife,
But we carry on, or else it's all for nothing.
You can't. It's too fucking dangerous.
We will carry on.
Stefan grabbed Baird's shoulder and almost shook him.
We carry on pumping emulsion, because without it, we will all die here.
Cole walked up and gave Stefan a crushing hug, because Cole could do that kind of thing as easily as breathing. But Baird had no idea what to say. He longed for that same effortless way with people in trouble. No, he wasn't a people person. He made damn sure he kept his distance from almost everyone. But he felt terrible about Eugen, and even worse watching the man's buddies go back to the derricks in tears to carry on working because a bunch of strangers, a bunch of old enemies, needed them to. As he waited for the Raven, he tried to remember when he'd last used the word Indies. Whenever it was, he knew he'd never use it again. 5 kilometers south of the Edlar farm, northern Vectis. Alex Brand sat down on a stile and watched Mac sniffing around in the grass, evidently unimpressed by his detective skills.
"Does he know what he's looking for?"
she asked. Bernie stopped to inhale. On the other side of the pasture, Sam and Anya were kicking around in the grass, eyes down. At least those two seemed to be getting on well.
"Yeah,"
Bernie said.
"Shit. Fresh shit. I hope he doesn't roll in it, not if he's coming back with the pack horse."
Alex got up and ambled over to a cowpat.
"This is the wrong vintage, is it?"
"It's an old one."
"So you had a ranch?"
Alex took the remains of her cigar out of her sleeve and rummaged for a lighter.
"Must have been nice. Can't have been easy leaving that."
"Easier than you think."
Bernie walked up and plucked the cigar out of Alex's mouth before she could light it.
"Sweetheart, it's not just because I fucking hate seeing anyone smoking in uniform. It's because I need to use my sense of smell when I'm tracking. Save it for later."
She handed the stub back to Alex, who looked more surprised than annoyed. Bernie had always sworn she would never exploit the authority of age, but she did, and she also exploited all the stories that she knew had circulated about her since she'd rejoined the army. It just saved a lot of time. She was tired of explaining herself to strangers.
"Well, you learn something every day, Mataki,"
Alex said, and parked the cigar in her sleeve again. Mac came loping back to Bernie, wagging his tail and wearing his "I've been a clever boy" face.
"You found something, Mac?" she asked. "Come on, show Mum. What is it?"
He trotted off, pausing every few meters to make sure she was still behind him. She wondered just how docile that bull would be now that he was on the loose with his cows, and probably remembering what his natural role in life was, defending his females. It'd be embarrassing if she couldn't handle the animal when everyone expected her to work miracles with anything on 4 legs. The bag of cattle nuts rattled on her belt. Bribery would do the trick. The radio interrupted her thoughts.
Baird to Mataki. You there, Granny?
"Mataki here."
Baird didn't sound quite right.
"Everything okay, my precious little ray of sunshine?"
You need to watch your ass. We found the bull.
"In fragments?"
Intact and psychotic. He turned lambent."
It took a couple of seconds to sink in.
"What do you mean, turned lambent?"
What does it sound like? He looked kinda rabid, his drool was luminous, and he exploded. Meets my criteria.
"Oh, fuck. So we could be tracking glowy cows."
Bernie heard Alex sigh behind her.
"Thanks for the heads up. Now what else is wrong?"
It came out in a small voice, not the cocky Baird at all.
Eugen's dead. It got him.
Baird was new to caring about people. He didn't have anything to fall back on for strength except his indifference, and he didn't sound as if it was working right then. She felt for him.
I'm really sorry, Blondie. He was a good bloke. Are you and Cole okay?
No injuries.
You come down to the sergeant's mess when I get back, she said.
It was easier to tell him than ask him, given his social skills.
We'll have a beer. Talk it over. Mataki out.
She changed channels.
Mataki to Stroud. Ma'am, they found the bull. It was lambent, so we better assume the cows are too. One Gorazni's been killed already.
The conversation was on the open network now. Anya took a few seconds to come back to her.
Any reason why we shouldn't go on?
None, ma'am. I'd rather kill every lambent than take the risk of it spreading.
Agreed. Stroud out.
Alex matched pace with Bernie, looking anxious.
Who bought it this time? Tell me it's not Cole.
A Gorazni bloke,
Bernie said.
One of Baird's mates.
God damn. You really are chummy with the little princess, then.
Bernie bristled. She'd punched out Baird and said some pretty spiteful things to him in the past, but that was her privilege, and they'd reached an understanding. Nobody outside the squad could say a word against him.
I judge him by what he does, not what he says,
Bernie said stiffly.
You leave my boy alone.
No problem, said Alex. You're more tolerant to dumb animals than I am.
There was no love lost between her and Baird then. Fine. She didn't have to work with him these days. Bernie caught up with Mac next to a fine crop of cow dung, still busy with flies. He looked up at her as if to swear blind that he wasn't even thinking of rolling in the stuff.
You're a gentleman,
she said, slipping him more rabbit jerky before putting the leash back on him.
Okay, find him. Seek.
Anya paused to peer at the dung before moving on.
Does that mean they're not lambent?
No idea,
Bernie said.
But Baird's theory that it jumps the species barrier looks more plausible every time we meet a new glowy variety.
I'm not taking any chances, no matter how badly we need the meat and milk.
Fair enough.
Priorities had suddenly changed. It was more lambent hunting than recovering livestock.
I still want to find out how cattle get infected. It can't be simple contact, or else Mac would be lambent by now.
And Prescott's going to want samples. He can't do a damn thing with them, but it's easier than arguing that point with him.
Bernie didn't want to get sucked into the guessing games of what Prescott was up to. It was bad enough waking up in the night to find Hoffman pacing around and fretting about that bloody data disk. But it was hard not to ask more questions each day and become consumed by them.
Did anyone know Eugen?
Bernie asked, remembering something that actually mattered.
Yeah,
Sam said.
Was it him? Sorry.
His poor bloody wife.
No, the Gorazni really weren't the enemy now, no matter how much history said they were. They'd fallen into that broad, borderless, vague nation called us. Mac dragged Bernie for a kilometer through lush grass, and nobody spoke for a long time.
Over there.
Anya stopped and took out her field glasses. Bernie brought Mac to a halt.
Look.
A few sheep that had evaded the roundup were grazing on the short grass along the banks of a stream. But when Bernie looked harder, there was something else with them. A pure white cow. For a moment she was more worried about failing eyesight than lambent.
Please God, no exploding sheep,
Alex said.
I don't want a surreal death. I'm not planning on any kind of death.
Bernie found it revealing that Gears would happily take on grubs and glowies, but were wary of farm animals. That was city kids for you. She thought again of a 17-year-old Dom and the look on his face when he had to kill a chicken in survival training.
Ma'am, I'll go and check 'em first. You wait here in case too many strange humans spook 'em. We don't want to end up chasing 'em all over the island." "Isn't Mac going to scare them?" Sam asked. "He's a local dog. He's used to livestock, and they're probably used to him."
Anya tapped her on the arm.
"Bernie, any risk, any doubt at all, and you get out of there, okay?" "I've got plenty of practice at dodging cows, ma'am," she said, slipping the long shot off her shoulder. "And 2 rifles. Don't worry."
Bernie took the bag of feed nuts off her belt and shook it as she walked toward the animals. The sheep raised their heads but didn't come rushing at her. Mac padded calmly beside her. The cow looked up and stared. Cows were curious animals. They were used to humans, too, and humans meant feeding and milking to them, especially when the human was carrying a bag of recognizable food. Bernie expected the cow to amble over to check her out, and that was what it did.
"Don't let me down, Mac," Bernie said. "Not now I've told everyone what a good boy you are."
Bernie slowed to a stop, still shaking the bag, and waited for the cow. When the old girl got close enough and was busy with the cattle nuts, Bernie could put a rope on her. The animal definitely looked in calf. But where were the others? They'd stay together as a herd, so it didn't bode well. And where were the dogs? If Mac was any guide, they'd have gone hunting polyps. They might not have been as smart or as lucky as him.
"Never mind, Mac," Bernie said. "Seb's got another bull, and we've got other herds. Beef's gonna stay on the menu."
She was still watching the cow heading her way at a leisurely pace when something caught her eye. A streak of white shot behind some trees along the bank, moving faster than she expected. She dropped the bag and reached for her long shot instinctively.
"Bernie?"
Anya's voice in her earpiece sounded worried.
"Bernie, what is it?"
"Another cow," she said. "Just being cautious."
The animal came cantering out of the tree cover. The cow that had been ambling over to Bernie suddenly bolted, the sheep scattered, and Mac started barking. Both cows were now cantering toward her. She sighted up without a conscious thought and aimed at the first animal between its shoulder and throat. The first shot dropped the cow on the spot. Bernie didn't have time to reload the long shot. She dropped it and unslung her lancer to open fire on the second animal. The cow swung wide and stumbled for a few meters before collapsing, bellowing loudly.
But they didn't detonate. Neither cow had detonated.
The fact struck Bernie only after she'd dropped both of them. She'd shot 2 normal, healthy animals.
"Ow, fuck!"
She ran over to the cow that was still bellowing and tried to get close enough to see how badly hurt it was. By now, Anya, Sam, and Alex had sprinted across the pasture to catch up with her. Mac kept barking.
"Steady, girl. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." "They're not lambent,"
Anya said, breathless. The cow was still thrashing around, trying to stand up.
"Yeah, I know that now, ma'am,"
Bernie snapped. She was appalled. Her first reaction had been a soldier's, not a farmer's. Drill kept you alive, but it also meant that it rewired you to shoot without having a debate first.
"Shit! Shit!"
A single long-shot round could stop a truck, but the Lancer needed a bit more effort. Bernie had just left the poor animal badly wounded. There was nothing she could do for it now except put it out of its misery. She rested the rifle's muzzle on the cross-point between its eyes and horns and squeezed the trigger. The loud crack took a long time to die away on the air. Bernie stood contemplating what she'd done. Anya put her hand on her back and said nothing.
"Well, they were coming at you, Bernie,"
Sam said.
"I'd have done the same. What started them off?"
Mac's reaction should have clued them in. He was still barking, and Bernie finally got the message when she saw the trees 100 meters away suddenly empty of birds.
"Storks!"
Anya yelled.
"We've got stalks, people!"
Where?
Alex swung around, rifle ready.
I can't feel any tremors.
Bernie started jogging toward the trees. Mac overtook her at full pelt. He stopped just short of the stream and began pawing at the grass.
"Mac, get away from there,"
Bernie yelled.
"We can see where it is. Mac, come back here." "That's a handy trick,"
Alex said. Mac raced back to Bernie's side, still barking.
"Now what are we going to do?" "Kill whatever comes out," said Anya. "Spread out, people."
They stood back, staring at the spot Mac had picked. Bernie could feel a tremor, but nothing like as strong as the previous ones she'd experienced.
"It'll be a small one, Bernie,"
Sam said.
"God, we're getting blasé about these things."
Anya moved further right.
"Everybody ready?" "You haven't fought polyps up close yet, have you, Alex?"
Bernie asked.
"Why, do I need a permit to kill the fuckers?"
"Just treat them like tickers, only worse."
Mac started snarling. Everybody aimed at the imaginary point in the grass about 30 meters away where he'd been pawing. The taller grasses began shaking and the ground bulged slowly upward for a moment before a split cracked it open.
"Stay, Mac."
Bernie gave his collar a jerk.
"Stay."
A single stalk erupted, punching 4 meters into the air. Its trunk was dotted with pulsing blisters. Bernie held her breath, waiting for the polyps to surge out of the ground with it. But the blisters started to part along the cross-shaped indentations like seed pods struggling to open. Fluid sprayed out.
"Do they always do that?"
Alex asked.
"It's a new one on me,"
said Sam. Was that the stuff that killed the vegetation? Bernie had no idea until the blister she was aiming at burst open and something large, wet, and black was thrown out of it. It fell to the ground like a newborn calf and found its feet instantly.
"Now that's not a bloody polyp,"
Sam said. It had 4 legs and a pointed snout. Then it parted its lips and snarled. Bernie aimed.
"Shit! It's a dog!"
The thing was dog-sized, dog-shaped, and when it ran at her, it even moved like a dog. She put a burst of lancer fire through it, and it blew up in a sheet of flame, scattering debris that looked like burnt paper. Then the rest of the blisters split open. More dog things spewed out and rushed at them, meeting a wall of automatic fire. Nobody said a word. Bernie was in that familiar tunnel again, everything in her immediate path so clear and sharp that it looked luminous, the colors far brighter than anything she saw day to day, and everything outside it, her comrades, the muzzle flash, was a distant and muffled blur. It was one recurring second, the same shot at the same glowy and the same detonation over and over again. She ran out of ammo, and only reloading snapped her out of the trance. She was just obeying her reflexes. The only conscious thought in her head was why this bunch of lambent looked like dogs. There seemed to be dozens of them. And, being dog-like, they had the anatomy to leap. One broke through the wall of fire while she was reloading, and she raised her lancer a fraction of a second too late. One moment the dog thing was coming at her in mid-air, and the next Mac cannoned into it, and the 2 animals went cartwheeling across the grass to Bernie's left. The explosion sent charred fragments high in the air. "Mac! Mac!" People did the weirdest things under fire. She'd hauled friends to safety, gone to retrieve weapons that could have managed just fine on their own, and now she was risking her life going after a dog. "Mac!" Astonishingly, he was still alive. He staggered to his feet and shoved in front of her, snarling at the glowies and ready to tear into them again. She pulled him down by his collar and held him there, firing one-handed. Rounds zipped past her. Eventually, the explosions thinned out and stopped. The air stank of smoke and burned hair.
"Well,"
Anya said, voice shaking,
"there's something you don't see every day."
Bernie was suddenly back in the real world with a 360-degree awareness. Alex stood poking the debris with her boot. Sam came over and gave Bernie a hand up, and nobody asked why the fuck she'd risked her life for a dog.
"Is he okay?"
Sam asked. Bernie dusted Mac down and checked him for injuries. His fur was singed and he was trembling, but he looked up into her eyes and gave her a messy, wet lick across the face.
"Yeah, he's my little hero."
Bernie cuddled him, all too aware how close she'd come to having a glowy detonate in her face.
"Did you see that? Did those things come out of the pods?"
"That's what I saw," Anya said.
"Anyone got a different theory?"
Sam joined Alex, who was searching through the grass.
"Maybe it's connected to the 2 farm dogs, although God knows how we get from 2 dogs being fragged by polyps to dozens of those things spawning from the pods. Whatever it is, the lambent keep changing, and they're doing it faster each time," Bernie said.
Alex picked up a few fragments of charred tissue that could have been anything.
"We better find a recognizable lump. Nobody's going to believe us, and I'm not in the mood to take any shit from Baird about it. That was damn close."
Anya fiddled with a thick strand of hair that had fallen out of its pleat on one side. It was blackened at the ends. She tried to pin it back again and then sniffed her fingers.
"They've burned my goddamn hair," she said indignantly. "I'm going to have to cut it now."
She sounded just like her mother at that moment, outraged by the insolence of a near miss rather than shaken by it.
"I say we call off the search, Bernie. We've got a whole new problem. Permission to retrieve the cattle carcasses, ma'am."
God, am I really asking that? Yes, I am.
"We just can't waste that much meat." "I'll call in a raven for that. Everybody back in the pack horse."
"Ma'am, I'm still looking for chunks," Alex said. "Wait one."
The dog things had almost completely vaporized on detonation. The grass was scattered with thin, curled scraps that crumbled into soot when Bernie tried to pick them up, so maybe there was nothing left to prove what they'd just seen. But there was no point working with a dog if he didn't take advantage of his skills.
"Seek, Mac,"
she said. She held her ash-stained fingers under his nose so he knew what she was asking him to sniff out.
"Find some dead glowies. Good boy."
"They can only do that in the movies,"
Alex said. Bernie watched him limp away into the grass, head down.
"You've never kept a working dog, have you?"
Mac sniffed around for a while and disappeared for a few minutes in the ruts of churned soil around the stalk. When his head bobbed up again, he had something in his mouth.
"That's my boy,"
Bernie said.
"Clever, Mac."
Mac trotted back and dropped a charred lump at her feet. It looked like a roast leg of lamb that had been left too long in the oven. The knee joint in the bone was visible, and it was clearly a hind leg, a very dog-like one.
"That'll do fine," Anya said. "Now let's go."
Mac wouldn't get in the back of the pack horse on his own. Bernie managed to lift him in, but he whined pitifully when she tried to walk away. Anya got into the driving seat.
"You better sit with him,"
she said.
"He's earned it."
Everything was starting to hurt now that the adrenaline had ebbed. Bernie could feel pulled muscles, bruises, and scraped skin. Mac didn't seem content to lie beside her in the back of the vehicle. He draped himself across her lap and shoved his head under her arm as if he was trying to hide. He smelled of singed fur.
"If Vic tries to kick you off the bed tonight," she whispered, "I'll bite him for you, okay?"
Mac made a strange sobbing sound deep in his throat, distressingly like a child. Sometimes she was convinced he had a far better understanding of what she said than just a regular intelligent dog. She just didn't understand his replies. Admiralty House, Vectis Naval Base.
"Where's Prescott?" Hoffman demanded. "Does he know about this incident with the bull yet? Why the fuck can't he wear a radio like everyone else?"
Rivera looked trapped and helpless, like a kid caught between two squabbling parents. Lowe wasn't around. Michelson and Tresque stood back and let Hoffman handle it.
"Oh, he knows, sir," Rivera said. "He'll be back in a few minutes."
The door of Prescott's office was open. Hoffman motioned Michelson and Tresque inside and didn't ask if Lowe had gone with Prescott.
"I'm not going to go through his desk again, Rivera."
Hoffman was almost nose-to-nose with him. He'd been a solid front-line gear, and it wasn't his fault that his boss was a secretive asshole.
"But if you know where he is, tell him we need to talk right now."
Rivera nodded and disappeared down the stairs. Coming so soon after the mainland recon, the new lambent form would only stoke speculation that evacuation was an imminent prospect. Hoffman wanted Prescott to get out there and do what he did best, reassure the civilians. Hoffman also wanted to confront him. He'd had enough of the guessing game, and he needed to ask him a simple question and see his reaction. Was this a cog bioweapon gone haywire?
"I don't expect either of you to get involved in this,"
he said to Michelson and Tresque.
"But if I don't thrash it out right now with that bastard, I can't work alongside him another damn day. Enough!"
Michelson gave him a slow pat on the back. "Come on. I'm involved, and I'm sure Mirren is too." Tresque stood staring out of the office window, one arm folded across his chest as he stroked his beard. Hoffman didn't know how close he'd been to Eugen, but the man always took every death personally, whether it was a friend or not. There just weren't that many Gorazny left for their leader not to care about individuals.
"Do you need to get to the site, Commander?" Hoffman asked. "I realize this is hard for you. You can go if you want." "I'll go as soon as we hear what the chairman has to say for himself."
Tresque snapped his focus back to them.
"But for the moment, I am, as you say, in."
They waited. Hoffman didn't want any more games. He especially didn't want to play them with Tresque.
"You had pretty good spies in the UIR, he said. "Did you ever investigate what kind of weapons we were working on?" "Why ask me? I'm the last asshole to get told anything," Hoffman said. "The COG's as secretive as any damn indie state, believe me. I was director of special forces, but I got told sweet fuck all." "We knew you had the chemical and biological weapons program. Everyone had one. As to what it was, your guess would be as good as mine."
The view from the window seemed to be distracting Tresque. Michelson took a look, and Hoffman had no choice but to watch as well. He'd been used to an orderly scene in the basins and jetties, but the Pelruan evacuees had spilled over into the working areas. Some of them had to live on board the ships. "It'll be easier when we get the work party rosters organized," Michelson said. "They'll be working on the farms and building sites. But for the time being, I do worry about the odd ship going AWOL." "Zephyr will keep a watchful eye open if you wish, Quentin," Tresque said. "But do you want her to stop anyone leaving? Or do you prefer to sink your own vessels?" "We'll be happy to take tip-offs," Michelson said. "We'd better do the beastly stuff ourselves. No Pendulum Wars reenactments." Tresque seemed to take that sort of thing from Michelson without turning a hair. They really did get along, personally and politically. But then Michelson had always been a political animal. Hoffman felt further out of his depth with his situation every day, and longed even more to be back fighting an honest war with a definable enemy. "Control to Hoffman." It was Matheson. "Sir, Lieutenant Stroud's on her way back with the patrol. Sergeant Mataki's got something weird to show you." Hoffman marveled at Matheson's deft touch. He knew exactly how to avoid hiking Hoffman's blood pressure. Something had obviously gone wrong, but Matheson had managed to say in one breath that not only was it over, but also that Bernie was okay.
I have good people. That's everything. Did she say what it was, Matheson?
A new kind of glowy, sir.
Not the cows.
No, a really new kind, sir. She's got a fragment.
Have you told Prescott yet?
Oh, I can never get hold of him, sir. I'll leave that to you if that's okay.
Good man. Hoffman out.
Michelson looked around. More thrills?
Yeah.
Hoffman sat down at the table. He could hear the distant sound of boots at the bottom of the stairs.
Mataki's bringing us a nasty surprise. Another new glowy.
I don't like the way the pace of change is picking up, Michelson said. I really don't. It was definitely Prescott coming up the stairs. Hoffman knew his footsteps too well by now. He watched the door and Prescott appeared. The chairman gave them a nod and wandered in, taking off his jacket.
Apologies, gentlemen. I've just taken a walk through the base to see how things are settling down. You've heard about the lambent bull, Hoffman said.
Well, we've been aware for a while that lambency occurs in different species, so perhaps we're now closer to finding out how it happens. It could have been a neutral and literal observation, but Hoffman heard it as a challenge.
People are going to assume the worst, though, Chairman. And right now we need order and discipline. I'm looking to you to say the right words to them.
I think I can manage that. But you haven't come here just to ask me to make a speech, have you? Hoffman felt suddenly very alone. He ran on anger and indignation, and if he lost any of that momentum, then he began to worry that he really was just the boorish, over-promoted infantry grunt that they'd once said he was, a man lucky to find himself in 26 RTI, a regiment with a long history of dominating army politics.
I should not be here. I should not be running this.
But he was, so he fronted up and earned it. Well, go ahead then, Colonel. Prescott glanced at Michelson and Tresque. What's the problem? It was still hard to say it. Even after 15 years, with no UIR left to fear, Hoffman hesitated before talking about a classified facility. Habit was very hard to break, and damn it, he realized he was going to have to mention the data disk in front of Tresque without the courtesy of breaking it to the man privately. But that was just too bad.
Lambency,
Hoffman said at last.
Is that what the goddamn disk is all about?
He was too focused on Prescott's face to watch how Tresque reacted. He was searching for any twitch or blink he could lean on and use. Prescott looked as if he'd taken a slow, discreet breath. You don't expect me to respond to such an open question, surely, he said. Prescott looked vaguely uncomfortable, but no more than any man would when faced with crisis after crisis. Hoffman wondered if he was looking too hard for reactions that just weren't there. The trouble with having others at the table was that he couldn't harangue him. Humiliating him, if Prescott could be humiliated given his messianic detachment, wouldn't get any usable information out of him, not now and not later. Tresque butted in. He wasn't used to answering to anybody.
If you have information, Chairman, then I expect you to share it with us.
Us might have meant the three of them, but he might have meant only the Gorazny.
Serra is a wasteland, and there's no harm we can do to you. If you have information that can help us survive, give it to us.
I'm not sure that I do, gentlemen, Prescott said. He leaned forward as if he was going to stand up and leave again. Right now I'm as desperate to find a solution as you are, and just as afraid of what will happen if I don't. Hoffman decided to drop the full payload. Mataki's on her way back with another new glowy. You're sure there's nothing you want to tell us? What she found?
Prescott was suddenly interested, totally focused on the news.
What is it? I don't even know yet. I do need a sample, Victor.
Prescott wasn't dismissive, but definitely impatient, as if he had something much more important to do than listen to their petty concerns about his secrecy.
Don't bullshit me, Hoffman snarled. I'm immune. We've been doing this far too long.
Prescott didn't blink.
I should get on with addressing the civilians, gentlemen, and we can reschedule this. Why, Chairman? What's more pressing than why our last refuge is being overrun by this goddamn lambent menagerie and our entire food supply poisoned by it?
Prescott parted his lips a little, as if he was about to say something, but had thought better of it. He leaned back in his seat.
I do think we should discuss this at another time, Victor. I'll ask you again. Why won't you tell us?
Michelson finally spoke, doing his soothing voice of reason act.
It's hard for us to understand what you could possibly want to withhold from your defense staff at this stage of the game, Chairman.
He could make "fuck off and die" sound like a friendly greeting.
We really would function better if you leveled with us. Is this all about that disc? Prescott asked. Well, that's for you to tell us, sir, Michelson said. What are we to think? More to the point, what are we to tell the civilians and our gears? There's only so long any of us can keep a lid on this, isn't there?
Prescott frowned a little as if he was trying to work out what Michelson meant. Hoffman could hear Margaret's voice in his head, as he sometimes did. Even dead, she put him on the spot like the trial lawyer she'd been. He never forgot her last words as she stormed out the door. "Fuck you, Victor. Fuck you and all your secret little cabals. And you kept it from me. How in the name of God did you think I'd react?" Hoffman struggled to shut her out. He focused on the chairman and let rip. He had nothing more to lose.
For once in your goddamn two-faced fucking life, Prescott, tell me the truth. It's the lambent, isn't it? You knew.
Every drop of blood drained from Prescott's face. His voice was still very controlled, but Hoffman was shocked to see any reaction, let alone one like that. The man hadn't even broken a sweat when he deployed the hammer. This was the closest Hoffman had ever come to breaking through that wall.
"If I had," Prescott said carefully, "would it have made any difference?
And if I had known, do you seriously think I'd have stood by and watched it consume us and not try to find a solution?" That was pretty well what Hoffman had said to Margaret. He thought of her raging at him for not telling her the hammer strikes were coming.
"And what would you have done if I'd told you?"
Yes, he'd said that to her. This was his punishment. He wasn't a man who believed in divine interference, but he accepted that fate and his own hypocrisy were forcing him to relive Margaret's viewpoint on that terrible day. Maybe there was such a thing as hell after all. Maybe this was it, and he was already dead. But he clung to his anger and let it carry him along. He couldn't stop now.
"How the fuck could you hide it?" he demanded. "How could you not tell us that we did it to ourselves again? Was that it? Couldn't you face admitting that another of our God Almighty weapons came back to bite us in the ass?"
Prescott blinked a couple of times, staring into Hoffman's face. His focus flickered as if he suddenly didn't know what Hoffman was going on about.
"I'm sorry. Lambency. It's a COG bioweapon, am I right? We cooked it up right here during the Pendulum Wars, didn't we? And then we deployed it to kill the grubs just like the hammer, and now it's fucking killing us, too. Our own shit's killing us again. And you must have known the grubs were coming long before E-Day."
Hoffman felt his throat tightening, as if his anger was finally going to choke the life out of him. His heart was racing. He felt as close to a stroke as he'd ever been, too drained and betrayed to summon up the energy to punch that bastard in the face. But Prescott could always surprise him. For a moment the man's expression became absolute despair, before the mask snapped back into place and his real feelings were buried forever. It was so fleeting that Hoffman wondered if he'd imagined it out of sheer hope that he'd finally broken down Prescott's silence.
"You have no idea," Prescott said softly. "Victor, you could not be more wrong. You really couldn't."
He paused, stopped himself saying something. No, not an act, definitely not an act, and shook his head.
"I'm sorry. It's not of our making. If it were, we might stand a better chance. And I had no warning whatsoever, no idea that the locusts were coming. No damn idea at all."
Prescott was telling some kind of truth. Hoffman felt devastated and angry. He'd wanted that truth so badly, or at least he thought he did. What he wanted, he realized, was for Prescott to know what this thing was and reveal that he'd found a way to deal with it before the last humans on Sarah were picked off. He really wanted the man to know best. He wanted a grown-up to put things right. But Prescott didn't have a solution. That was clear. Hoffman's whole neat theory about lambency, so plausible and such a perfect fit to events, was completely wrong. Hoffman was on his own again, orphaned.
"God damn,"
he said quietly, completely deflated.
"I'll leave you to write your speech then, Chairman. Good day."
Hoffman managed to get up and walk out. He didn't storm off. He couldn't manage it. Michelson and Tresque followed him down the stairs in silence, already in the habit of waiting until they were out of earshot to react to events. They stood on the steps of Admiralty House, now an island refuge in its own right. The parade ground in front of them had become a crowded town square.
"I told you he was afraid of something," Tresque said at last.
"Well, well."
Michelson raised his eyebrows.
"At least I lived long enough to see a miracle. Prescott coming clean. The apocalypse must be due any minute."
Hoffman felt shaky now. He needed to see what Bernie had found, and he needed to lean on her for a little moral support.
"If I'd known what an honest Prescott reaction looked like," he said, "I might have saved myself a lot of time over the years."
"Have we ever actually caught him lying to us at all?" Michelson asked. "No, he's just withheld information, which is bad enough, but more confusing. I can't read him at all now." "So what is on this disk you neglected to tell me about?" Tresque said quietly.
It was inevitable. Hoffman had to salvage the relationship.
"I haven't even told most of my own men, so I didn't put you on the circulation list either. I stole it from the asshole. Other than that, it's as much goddamn use as a drinks coaster. We can't decrypt it."
"It's nothing personal, Mirren," Michelson said. "You didn't even tell me until a little while ago. Didn't want to drop me in the dwang." "At the risk of sounding like an echo, is there anything you're withholding from me?" Tresque asked.
He wasn't hard to read. He looked massively pissed off. A man who didn't feel any need to play diplomacy games with the cog.
"Seeing as we're all being so trusting."
"No."
Hoffman felt ashamed.
"You've plumbed the depth of my ignorance now."
"Then you won't mind if we retain enough emulsion to enable us to leave independently if Prescott lets us down in any way."
Eugen was dead. It would have been churlish to respond any other way.
You're putting lives on the line for us, Hoffman said. You've got a right to an insurance policy. Keep whatever you need, Commander.
Tresque nodded and looked down at his boots, as if the comment embarrassed him.
I would prefer everyone to stick together, but the wild card, as you put it, is your chairman. So we carry on. We plan for every eventuality, and we see what happens next. He obviously thinks he can find a solution faster on his own, or else he'd be spending all his time demanding one from us, Michelson said. And that's starting to worry me.
They walked slowly across the parade ground, normally a good place to have unheard conversations, but he was too busy today.
Maybe he just doesn't trust us, Hoffman said. But that's a given. His kind trust nobody. Neither do I, Tresque said. But I especially wouldn't trust a subordinate who stole information from me. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Commander. We're on our own, Hoffman. Actually, I do trust you. You're scared of lying. You blurt out the truth. That's why nobody tells you anything, and you have to shake it out of them. I used to think it was a virtue. It may come to be one again. By the way, if you want encrypted COG data decoded, you had only to ask. We used to be very good at that. The offer stands. Goddamn. What harm could it do now? I'll probably take you up on that.
He left Tresque with Michelson, knowing that any damage he'd done would be smoothed over by Michelson's wardroom charm. He was adrift again. He thought he'd be putting the pieces together in a logical way, and now he was back to square one. His day couldn't get any worse. He was sure of it. Then he thought of Borush Eugen's wife, and decided he'd gotten off lightly today. Chapter 16. This isn't the first time that Lambens has contaminated another species, but I'd still like a tissue sample from the animal for storage in case we ever find a way of analyzing it. You're doing some very useful work, Corporal. I can always use someone technically minded on my personal staff. You might want to consider that. Chairman Prescott to Damon Baird. CIC, Vectis Naval Base.
Hello, sir.
Matheson pointed to a clear desk in CIC. If you park yourself there, you'll see the pack as soon as it comes through the gates. Hoffman steeled himself to stay calm when Bernie showed up, looking the worse for the fight with the Lambent, which he knew she would. He sat down to go through the non-urgent signals while he waited.
Thanks, son. Any more data burst activity?
I couldn't monitor much this afternoon, sir, sorry.
That's okay. I realize it's been a shitty day all around.
Everything all right, sir?
Oh, the usual. Frustrations boiling over.
10 minutes later, the pack horse rolled through the gates into the vehicle compound, and Anya got out of the driver's door, followed by Sam and that red-headed sergeant that Baird couldn't stand. The first thing he noticed was the state of Anya's usually neat hair. Then Bernie climbed out of the back and spent a few minutes extracting the dog and what looked like a large parcel in a battered canvas bag. Hoffman couldn't even begin to imagine what the hell she'd brought back. Hoffman pressed his earpiece.
Hoffman to Mataki, he said. Get your ass into CIC now, Sergeant.
The radio clicked. Only Bernie could somehow make that click sound pissed off. But her tone was completely neutral.
Yes, sir, on my way.
She walked into CIC covered in mud and reeking of smoke. Mac limped alongside her, looking equally bedraggled.
The good news is that we've got a few steaks,
she said, not doing a convincing job of humor.
The bad news is in here.
She held up the bag. Mac's eyes were fixed on it.
Show me.
It came out of the stock. I mean, actually out of the blister things. The pods. I wasn't imagining it, Vic. Ask Anya."
"Sir?" Matheson called. It was a warning. "Sir, Chairman Prescott's coming." It was too late. Prescott filled the doorway. There was no way out of this now. "I'm relieved you're back in one piece, Sergeant," Prescott said, putting paid to any examination of the sample without him. He went up to Mac and ruffled his fur, and Mac accepted it as if he and the chairman were old buddies. "Is everyone else okay?"
"Fine, sir. I got a sample."
"Good work. Let's look at this upstairs." Bernie turned to Mac.
"Stay, Mac. I won't be long."
But he followed her, looking pathetic. She tried to get him to sit by pressing on his back, but he wasn't having any of it.
"Sorry. He saved me from a glowy today, and he took a pounding. He's a bit clingy."
"Bring him along," Prescott said, all charm and understanding. He stepped back and ushered her up to his office like a perfect gentleman. Hoffman trailed behind him, seething. Bernie laid the bag on Prescott's desk, scattering soil and ash across it. She reached in and tugged out a charred piece of meat, holding it up by a stump of bone. To Prescott's credit, he didn't flinch. He just reached into his desk drawer and took out a pair of old workshop gloves. "Where did you find it, Sergeant?" He cleared the files off the desk and laid out some sheets of paper, then held out both hands for the remains. "Let's have the background." He really did seem fascinated. He lowered the joint onto the paper and examined it like a pathologist. Hoffman caught Bernie's eye for a second. Like all familiar faces he saw, the slowly changing detail of aging was usually filtered out, but Bernie looked wrung dry, and it scared him. "She shouldn't have to do this. Nobody should."
"There were lots of 'em."
Bernie sounded hoarse.
"They slipped straight out of the pods."
She reached across Prescott's desk and flipped the hunk of meat over to show a piece of exposed bone. When she took it in both hands by the charred ends and flexed it, the cooked meat pulled away from the bone in long strings. Now it was clear that one end of the lump was a joint, a small knee-like hinge.
"I heard about the bull, sir, but this one came as a shock," she said. "They look pretty much like dogs, and I don't mean infected ones. Seb Edlaw only lost 2 dogs, and it also doesn't explain why the lambent ones actually came out of those pods, the blisters, or whatever we're calling 'em now."
Prescott was riveted, hanging on Bernie's words. Hoffman could only watch. There was now no pattern to the lambent, no logical progression, and the only consistent thing was that they exploded. "Good God," Prescott said at last. He seemed genuinely taken aback. "Sergeant, would you put this in a freezer for the time being, please? If the cooks argue with you, tell them it's on my orders."
"Yes, sir."
Whatever Bernie thought of Prescott, it didn't show on her face, and she remained the dutiful sergeant. She rewrapped the charred leg. When she turned to go, she didn't even look at Hoffman. Mac followed her out of the office. "Before you ask, Colonel," Prescott said, "I have no idea what that was." He gestured to the empty chair opposite his desk. "Sit down. We need to talk." The office was exceptionally tidy. Prescott had always been the organized type, but he looked as if he'd been sorting out papers and cleaning shelves. In a normal world, the head of state wouldn't have had to dust his own office, but Prescott didn't seem to mind. There were things to admire about the man, after all. They just weren't the qualities that Hoffman needed to put the lives of his gears and the future of the cog in Prescott's hands without question. "He's never actually done anything crazy. He's never been incompetent. I'd have done what he did every time. But he dicks me around. I can't stand that." Is this about the disc?
No, it's about what I've just seen. I'm as troubled as you are about the rate at which the lambent are spreading. There was none of that silky, calculating tone in Prescott's voice for once. I realize that none of the senior staff think relocation to the mainland is viable yet. It sounded like a perfectly normal discussion of the kind he was meant to have with Hoffman. They should have had a lot more of them.
If we leave here, then we'll have to split up into small groups to survive, Hoffman said. We don't have the resources to duplicate military or civic infrastructure across a dozen or more small settlements. It's going to finish us. We're stronger as a single entity.
Prescott didn't look as if he was resisting the pessimism.
That's a pretty stark assessment. It's the view of all of us. You know what the alternatives are, and they're much more tied to the seasons than to the level of threat here.
Prescott leaned back in his chair. You know, there are those who want to take their chances and leave anyway. I think we should let them go.
No, absolutely not. We've been here before, Chairman. You let malcontents leave Port Farrell to fend for themselves, but they were only taking a few of their own private vehicles. Anyone who leaves Vectis takes a vessel, a boat that others are going to need one day. We can't replace ships.
Prescott nodded, as if he was listening. I see your point, but will you stop them trying?
I already have.
It's not as simple as it looks, morally or practically. I worry about spending resources on corralling a minority.
That's anarchy, Hoffman said. Not on my watch.
It might come to that, Victor. Prescott's tone softened even further, like a disappointed father who had to ask his son if it was true he'd had one beer too many and dented the car.
I want to ask you a question, man to man. No games. A straight question, and I'll respect your straight answer.
Well, that's the only kind you give, isn't it?
This could have been going anywhere, but wherever it was heading, Hoffman knew he wouldn't like it. You know it is.
Why do you think you're now the senior commander, Victor?
Well, every other asshole died except me, sir.
There'd been a lot of officers who just went missing over the years after E-Day. Sometimes that thought plagued him, but he filed them with the other missing billions of grub victims. Then he thought of General Bardry.
Or blew their own goddamn brains out in despair.
Victor, you're here because I chose you. I chose you when I took office, actually. You do what needs to be done, however hard it is, when others are still consulting their rule books and wasting lives. Prescott leaned forward again.
I've read your service record. The one with the report you wrote about the siege of Anvil Gate, not the official bullshit that airbrushed out all the less savory parts. So I know what you're capable of. Would that be executing a civvy for stealing rationed food from my gears? Or shooting an honorable UIR officer who had taken my surrender? And gave me water, and was prepared to treat my wounded. I know which one haunts me. I did a lot of unsavory shit, you see, sir. It's hard to keep up.
I was thinking of the civilian, Prescott said softly. But both showed that you had your priorities straight. And I decided that you would see the sense in using the Hammer of Dawn for asset denial.
Hoffman wanted to call a halt to this, but it was like staring at a car crash. He couldn't drag himself away.
Yes, I kept it from my wife, and she ended up dead because I followed orders, while you even tipped off your goddamn secretary so she could get her family to safety. So we're both assholes in our own special way. Where's this going?
Prescott's mask had started to peel away a little more. He really could control his facial reactions to things,
the tiny giveaways that were involuntary in most people. Now he looked as if he was talking to Hoffman man to man.
But don't forget he's a terrific actor.
"I'm going to ask something of you very soon," Prescott said. "But I won't be able to explain why. All I can tell you is that there's something I have to do that can't wait any longer, and I need you to help me do it. What will you say?"
He's got to be winding me up for laughs. He has to be. How many times have we had fights over this secrecy shit? How many times does he think I'll bend over and take this up the ass?
Hoffman tried to give him a reasoned answer, rather than just punch him in the face and have done with it.
If you'd asked me for blind obedience to an order 10 years ago, Chairman, I'd have bitched but done it. But after the events of this last year, no, I would not, sir. I would not do your bidding unless you were prepared to tell me absolutely everything. Thank you for your honesty, Victor.
Prescott looked like he knew that was coming, but thought it was worth a try anyway.
Unfortunately, we're in a unique situation, one not dissimilar to your own at Anvil Gate, one requiring you and I to be bastards whose names will be cursed yet again. Still, I haven't given an order, so your refusal is hypothetical.
He meshed his hands on the desk. It was his "your call" gesture. A challenge to cave in or walk out. Hoffman needed to make his getaway before he was seduced into agreeing to something he'd regret.
He made an effort. If you don't need me any more right now, Chairman, I need to catch up with debriefs.
I'll ask you again, Victor.
You'll get the same answer.
The obviously decent and manly thing to do isn't always the thing that will save most lives.
I know that, too,
Hoffman said. For a moment something in him wanted to cooperate with Prescott, to justify this faith in flattery, this rare sense of personal connection. But he told himself that this was how politicians got the job done. They knew how to press those buttons. He had to resist.
But if I do something, I do it with full information at my disposal, not on faith. Good day, sir.
Hoffman made his way down the stairs, disturbed rather than angry. He knew what Michelson would say.
He can wind you up like a clockwork toy.
But what if he was wrong? He'd never actually caught Prescott out in a real solid lie. It was all a mission. He had no benchmark of dishonesty to work with. He dropped by CIC on his way out.
Matheson, I'm going to catch up with Delta.
CIC was a different world, measurable and precise, where people told him the truth about anything he wanted to know.
What have I missed?
Matheson was looking more cheerful than Hoffman had seen him for a long time. The prospect of walking again, however hard it would be, had worked wonders.
Not much, sir.
A couple more data bursts while you were with the chairman, but no more lambent incursions. Mataki said she'd be in the sergeant's mess in half an hour if you wanted to discuss the dog polyp thing. Mac won't leave her, so she had a bust-up with the cooks about taking a dog into a food area.
God almighty,
Hoffman said.
We're worried about health and safety violations when we've got glowies up our asses?
You know how folks are, sir. Hoffman was more baffled than ever by the data bursts, but it wasn't his biggest problem right then. Actually, he wasn't quite sure which one was. It was hard to tell. The stalks were still contaminating more land, the lambent were showing up in increasingly bizarre forms, and he was none the wiser about the contents of that frigging disk. What he did know, though, was that Prescott seemed as helpless and desperate as he was. At least he had fuel at his disposal. Emulsion would be their lifeline. Construction site, 2 days later. Baird accepted that he had a short fuse where idiots were concerned, but he felt he'd lost a few more meters in the last 52 hours. His flash-to-bang time, as Bernie put it, was 0. He really should have had that beer with her. Cole was his buddy, and he could talk anything over with him, anything at all. But Bernie was somehow, well, more like a doctor or a priest or an agony aunt, close enough to feel comfortable with, but distant enough for loss of face to be irrelevant. She'd seen and done it all. He didn't have to worry about looking like a dick in front of her. He drove through the housing site, looking for Jace Stratton. The pack horse creaked under the weight of timber and drums of bitumen. When he looked to either side at each crossroads, civvies just wandered around construction sites like suicidal chickens. He could see small knots of people huddled and talking to councilmen, not working. The word was out. They'd heard about the bull. Had they heard about the dog glowies yet? Every new act in the freak show started them fretting now. He thought they'd noticed that very few people were getting hurt and killed these days, a big improvement on the daily round of casualties back in old Jacinto. But no, some dick always had to whine about every damn thing. It wasn't just Ingram and his one asshole, one vote brigade who were arguing the toss now. Other civvies, the regular kind who'd sucked up the pain just the same as Gears since E-Day, were starting to wobble too. A man in his 50s flagged Baird down. He had a saw in his hand, so Baird thought he was going to beg some timber from him. Baird stopped the pack horse and wound down the window. "This is all spoken for," he said. "If you need materials, ask Perry." "You found that bull, didn't you?" Baird hadn't even realized that people recognized him, let alone knew what he did. He didn't take much interest in anyone outside his immediate circle, so he assumed others couldn't give a shit about him. Wow, this felt weird. "Yeah," he said, faintly disturbed. "What about it? Are we all going to get infected? What am I, a doctor?" Baird resented the man for worrying about his own ass when Eugen was dead. "Yeah, I know, my own finest quality. Look, I've been skewered by polyps and splattered with their guts, and I've not turned glowy. There's such a thing as hypochondria, you know." Baird didn't wait for a reply and just drove off. The mood was changing. He didn't realize how quickly it was happening until he drove past Jace Stratton trying to hang a front door on one of the new houses. Okay, huts, being built at the edge of the camp. The door hung from one hinge at a funny angle. Jace was surrounded by a gaggle of people, trying to explain something with the aid of a screwdriver. He looked like he was defending himself. "Okay, I'll do the decent thing. Gotta learn by doing, Bernie says." Baird parked up and ambled over to the discussion.
"What's the point wasting time on this?"
one of the women was saying. Typical, never-satisfied women. She took in the whole plot of new huts with a sweep of her arm.
"We should be getting out of here while we can. We'll need all this for the mainland. That's what we should be doing, packing to go back to Tyrus."
"Look, lady," Jace said, "I don't make the decisions. Now, anyone want to give me a hand with this door? 'Cause it's real hard doing this single-handed."
"What about that thing, that Leviathan? It came right into the docks. The Hammer of Dawn couldn't even kill it. We're just sitting here like those chickens waiting to have our necks wrung."
Baird cleared his throat. "Hi, folks. Not satisfied with the benevolence of the cog for some reason?" The woman turned and stared at him. She could curdle milk with that face.
"I don't call being exposed to unnecessary risk benevolence."
"You want to go back to the mainland?"
Baird spread his hands.
"Seriously? Have you got amnesia or something?"
The crowd was about 15 people, mainly young mothers, kids, and a few older men who didn't look fit enough for work duties. Even now that a couple of thousand extra civvies had been squeezed into the camp, Baird didn't see much of these people, and he didn't know them. Jace gave him an exasperated glare and pointed to the door. Baird got the message and went over to support his weight for him.
"You're not very respectful, young man," said one of the old men. "You know this is the worst place to be stuck when those Lambent are closing in on us. We could always move around on the mainland." "Wow. There must have been a lot of head injuries around here,"
Baird said, because I distinctly remember Jacinto being surrounded by grubs. Before we had to sink the whole city just to get away from them, that is. We could still run somewhere. This is that somewhere.
Baird wished he hadn't started this.
Look, if you'd seen the recon postcards Hoffman brought back from his trip to Tyrus, you wouldn't be rushing to pack your bags, trust me. Shit Central, people. Recon?
The old guy was so startled by the word that he didn't even bitch at Baird for bad language.
You mean someone's gone back already? Nice one, Baird, Jace sighed. Stoke 'em up some more, why don't you?
Baird didn't realize the civvies didn't know. It was just a recon. Everybody did recons. How else did they think anyone could plan ahead for a possible evacuation?
They only took a look, Baird said defensively. Prescott didn't put down a deposit on the place or anything. You want to sail thousands of kilometers without knowing what it's like? Because it'll be a one-way trip. There's a petition, the woman said, as if that changed everything. One of the other blocks did a petition. Consultation. We want to vote on whether we stay here or go now. If we're willing to take the risk, the chairman should respect that.
Jace, who'd kept out of the debate to finish screwing in the hinges, swung the door shut.
Yeah, that's it. I'm done. Come on, Baird, we're just the hired help, remember?
Baird started the pack horse and drove east across the camp to the border between Little Gorasnaya and civilization. That's what it said on the handwritten sign, anyway. He couldn't read enough Gorasnayan to translate what the Gorazny had scrawled in retaliation underneath.
The civvies got a point, Jace said. We gotta think ahead. Can't just wait around to see if the stalks stop and things get better. That's what the management's paid to decide. But it's all guesswork. Hey, are you after my job as resident whiny asshole? Just saying. They ought to trust the brass. How many civvies have died since we got here? Other than natural causes, I mean. A handful. They were being slaughtered every day back home. They don't know they're born. Are you in love or something? 'Cause I ain't seen you this positive about them upstairs, ever. Facts, Jace, just the facts.
Baird paused at a patch of open ground where Cole was teaching the camp kids the finer points of thrashball. Treskew's son was really into it, all grim concentration like his dad while he practiced throw-ins. The class was a mixed bag of youngsters, Gorazny, Tyron, Pelruin, even a couple of ex-stranded, and they all looked mesmerized by Cole's moves. He always made it look so easy. He was also one hell of a showman. He scored, not really trying, and got all the kids lined up behind him, pretending to be part of a locomotive chugging up to full speed. Woo! Cole pumped his arm like an engineer sounding a train's whistle. Woo! Baird hadn't seen him do that since before E-Day. It was always his victory dance when he scored for the Cougars. One of the kids chimed in. Woo-woo! The coal train don't go woo-woo, Cole said, grinning. The coal train goes woo! The train broke up and they went on playing again. Damn, he's still got the speed, Jace said. Yeah, he's the coal train. Baird didn't like the word still. Why wouldn't he? It's been 15 years since he played, Baird. I mean, the man's a legend, but his career was short. 5 years. And he's had a hard war. Cole looked genuinely happy. He usually did, but this was what he was born for. Thrashball. Baird rarely felt sorry for anybody but himself, and he accepted that wasn't something to be proud of. But right then he felt terrible for Cole. Cole had been an international star. He'd been rich and adored, the biggest star of the biggest sport in the cog. He'd lost a lot more than Baird had, but he'd never once bitched about it, just joked at his own expense about how washed up he was and how all that money was just useful kindling now. Baird suspected the thrashball class was doing a lot more for Cole than it was doing even for the kids.
Good for you, buddy.
Well, it keeps the little assholes out of trouble,
Baird said and drove on. When he got back to the vehicle compound, a couple of the civilian support staff were arguing in the garage about their chances of surviving on the mainland. The debate was spreading like a dose of clap.
Either we've got a pandemic or else formative causation really exists,
Baird said.
Well, they know Hoffman did the recon.
Jace picked a splinter out of his finger, wincing.
Come on, I'm so damn hungry I could eat Bernie's cat curry. Hey, you know what she gave me? A smack around the ear? The Strand had left some feral moggies behind.
Jace pulled a pair of beige suede gloves out of his belt and showed them off. The inside was glossy black fur, definitely feline.
She's the survival queen, Baird, and they do make damn fine gloves. Is it true they taste like rabbit? I hope I never have to find out. Well, rabbit tastes like rabbit. They usually got some in the mess if you get in line early enough.
Baird wasn't in the mood, but he followed Jace into the mess anyway. When they walked through the doors, the rapidly spreading interest in glowy bulls suddenly made more sense. There was a TV program on the monitor with actual moving pictures for a change. It was Prescott. Every gear at the tables was watching in silence, shoveling down food on autopilot.
Holy shit, Jace said. First time we see a show since we left Jacinto, and it's starring him. Is it too much to ask for a goddamn movie?
There were very few TV monitors around the base, mainly because there was no TV service. Occasionally there'd be broadcasts of dreary still pictures trying to spice up equally dreary public information shit recorded for the radio. But New Jacinto had slipped back centuries in more ways than one. A guy had to make his own entertainment. Baird found his eyes being drawn hypnotically to the moving images, even though it was Richard frigging Prescott.
You know, he can't be so bad. He wanted me on his staff. I never gave him an answer, though. Citizens,
Prescott said, making that one word sound like a divine announcement booming through parting clouds.
Yeah, the guy had a hell of a delivery, Baird had to admit.
I realize the situation is difficult at the moment, and many of you are finding it challenging to adjust to such crowded conditions. Your willingness to endure this is appreciated, but life must become more restricted while we deal with the changing threat facing us. Those of you who come from Jacinto, Branascu, or any of the mainland cities know how to handle this. Those of you who have never experienced locust emergence will have to learn. Gears will be conducting safety drills so that you know what to do in the event of a lambent attack. The important thing to remember is that we've dealt with similar situations before. We have survived, and we will survive again.
Prescott paused for a moment. He looked down as if something was too painful to say. Pure theater, because nothing ever was, not for that asshole, and then raised his eyes again, blinking a little.
Our priorities are to secure the camp, deal with any polyp incursions, and to continue to salvage whatever we can of food crops and timber that falls within range of contamination, he said. But we also have to plan for the future. We've always intended to regain our strength here and eventually to return to Tyrus and start rebuilding the coalition. Now that we have emulsion supplies, we'll be carrying out regular reconnaissance missions to assess the changing situation on the mainland. That doesn't mean we're preparing to abandon this island. But it does mean that if the very worst were to happen, then we would be ready for it. I ask you to do what you do best, to remain calm and steadfast.
Jace stopped eating.
Holy shit, that's just going to make the civvies want to leave sooner. He's covering his ass,
said one of the gunners at the next table.
Baird sighed. You're so cynical. That's the problem with folks these days.
The gunner burst out laughing and went on with his meal. Baird went through his hourly ritual of checking that the data disk was still safe in his pocket. Maybe that was why Prescott wanted him on his staff. The urgency of solving the mystery might have been overtaken by other events unfolding at a breakneck speed, but Baird still had a mission. Everything that he imagined might be on it so far had been ruled out. It was infuriating, and it was also starting to worry him. Okay, it can't be a recipe for lambency. It can't be a police file on him whacking rivals, because what's a few assassinations when you've char-grilled billions of COG citizens? If it's blackmail photos of him doing the Locust Queen, nah, she'd have mentioned that when we had our little soiree in the tunnels, for sure. So what's left? Drink? Drugs? Hookers? Nah, a guy would want to brag about that these days. Well, I would anyway. It's got to be something we can't even imagine yet. Baird put the disk to the back of his mind and fretted about the stalks spitting out glowy dogs. If the civvies wanted to shit their pants and run, that was fine by him. The COG army could survive on its own. It had all the skills a society needed. Nice touch to mention Bronascu, Jay said, wolfing down his stew. All one big happy family. Yeah, said Baird. Shame about the abandoned ship bit, though. So what do you reckon? You ever want to go back to Tyrus? I kind of like it here. It wasn't a case of where for Baird. It was a case of who. The realization that he was actually quite attached to individuals made him feel scared in ways he couldn't even pin down. It hurt. The more people he gave a damn about, the more anxious he felt. Put me down as I don't care, he lied. Temporary housing plot A5, New Jacinto.
Have you heard?
Sam flipped through the sheets on her clipboard as the truck ground sedately through the dirt track roads of the camp.
Mitchell says some of the dead zones have stopped spreading.
Which means? Dom asked.
Well, there's got to be a maximum area they can kill off. They can't get everywhere, and the contamination only extends so far.
You heard what Baird saw, and Bernie.
Yeah, lambent come in all shapes and sizes, so?
So what's going to turn glowy next?
Dom, are you channeling Bloody Baird or something?
Sorry. Dom knew better than to get his hopes up. It was way too early for anyone to assume they had a handle on the lambent. It just feels like the last months in Jacinto again. Everyone crammed into smaller and smaller spaces, driving around doling out food rations, you know. Sam probably did. If she was half as tuned into people as he thought she was, she'd understand that he was having one of his flashback days, when things didn't just remind him of old Jacinto. They reminded him of Maria and the kids.
Got it,
she said, and the subject was closed. Engineers and off-duty gears were still working around the clock to replace the wooden houses burned down by the first invasion of polyps, so the influx of refugees was creating an even bigger backlog. They were crowded into tents, a pretty miserable prospect after the comfortable fishing cottages they were used to. Dom braced for a sullen reception. A line had already formed when they got to the distribution point, and it summed up the whole situation for him. He could tell the difference between the old Jacinto population and the Pelruan locals, even if they were all complete strangers, simply by the way they stood. The Jacinto contingent had spent years queuing for everything, and their stances were relaxed as they took the opportunity to socialize. But the Pelruan folks had never needed to do it, and so they stood in awkward silence, facing the head of the queue as if they'd miss their turn if they dared turn around and chat with their neighbor. Poor bastards. Their lives had been wrecked in less than a year. If they were starting to hate their government and everyone who represented it, he couldn't actually blame them. And then there were the former stranded, And he didn't mean the decent and honest Dizzy variety. Some of the families of the gangs who'd accepted Prescott's amnesty hadn't left with Oliver's pirate fleet. Dom had no idea why they stayed now, because they certainly weren't accepted by anyone, least of all the Gorazny. They were probably getting less to eat than the average stranded gangster. They stayed in a tight, suspicious line of their own.
"So much for integration,"
Sam muttered, heaving the sacks off the truck. Dom had never done ration runs with her before, and he suspected some well-meaning amateur matchmaker had deliberately paired them on the duty roster. "Come on. We've got 4 more stops, and we've got to pick up supplies from Jonty's farm before lunch. Look, you drop the stuff down, vegetables and flour first, and I'll do the handovers and check them off the list."
Sounds like a plan.
Sam had a natural talent for making people relax in what was a pretty degrading situation. She made it more of a street market than a grim soup kitchen, chatting and joking with people as if they were customers with a choice, not bums getting welfare. She patted their kids on the head and asked how the family was, even if she didn't have a clue who they were. At one point she found a misshapen carrot that Dom could only describe as anatomically correct, and turned it into an impromptu stand-up routine.
"Oh, Mrs.,"
she said, laughing her head off as she brandished the thing like a grisly trophy.
"Don't all rush at once, ladies. I might keep this one for myself. Perks of the job."
There was a lot of giggling and hooting from the women at the expense of the men in the line.
"Ah, come on, you don't need it,"
one of the old women said. She grinned at Dom.
"You've got this nice young man."
Dom felt himself blush to his roots. In a few short years he'd be 40, and here he was, embarrassed as hell by a bunch of housewives and unable to meet Sam's eye. But when he did, she wasn't really laughing. She had that odd, sad look, as if she'd said something important to him, but he hadn't been listening, and the moment had passed to repeat it. But she seemed to shake it off and got the Pelruan people to join in the banter. They knew her better than the Jacinto crowd. Dom hoped the little kids didn't understand the carrot joke.
"Hello, Miss Byrne."
A small boy gazed up at her adoringly like she was a princess.
"Where's your rat bike? Have you killed any more crab glowies?" "Ah, I'm putting blades on the wheels," Sam said, straight-faced. "It's going to cut right through them like butter. Legs everywhere, splat."
The boy laughed. Of course. She'd been the one up there fighting polyps with Anya and Bernie, so she was a heroine to them. They definitely looked at her differently from the way they looked at him. He was one of the bastards who made them leave the only home they'd ever known. She was the avenging angel who swooped in and blew the shit out of monsters. This is why I hate doing civvy liaison. Find me a grub or a glowy to kill, please. I can't do normal yet. Maybe I never will. By the time the food packages had been handed out, the atmosphere, in that part of the camp at least, was a lot happier and less tense than it had been when they drove in. Dom headed to the next drop-off point, glancing at Sam occasionally as she went through her list ticking off names. He hated himself for looking. Every guy checked her out, because she had that dark Kashkuri glamour she'd inherited from her mom. But he found himself looking for something beyond that. He was caught in that painful, guilty place between wanting to feel at home with her and seeing Maria superimposed on every woman he glanced at. "You're pretty good with the sales patter," Dom said.
"Oh, the market was a big social event in Anvagad. Real performance art."
Sam looked up and kept her eyes straight ahead.
"Besides, it makes it a lot easier for me than standing there throwing them scraps like we're some animal charity."
Dom decided not to ask why food handouts pissed her off so much. He watched her go through the same ferociously cheerful routine at every drop-off, and realized that Anvagad must have been worse than a stranded camp, in the closing years of the Pendulum Wars. Why did you have to be nice as well as good-looking? Couldn't you just be a total bitch and make it easier for me? They reached the far end of the camp at the construction site, the no-man's land of cleared fields and open countryside. There were as many gears as civvies working on the site. Dom inhaled a pungent mix of sawdust, resin, and vehicle exhaust through the open window as he drove past the defended perimeter on the way to Maris Farm. No, Jaunty's farm. The name was changing. At least the poor asshole would be commemorated.
"I want rose bushes and an orchard,"
Sam said, sticking her head out the window to look back at the half-built new homes.
"And a tank trap."
Hopeless romantic, aren't you?
"That's what they tell me."
Dom hadn't intended the conversation to go down that route, and he willed himself not to say anything else he'd regret. A couple of ravens passed north on patrol. He took no notice until the radio net came to life a few kilometers down the road.
"Control to any call sign north of the base," Matheson said. "We've got a possible polyp incursion near the old reservoir. Grid Delta 7.
Sam grabbed the handset from the dashboard.
"We're about 10 clicks away, Control. We'll respond."
Gettner cut in on the circuit.
"KR-80 on it."
Sam shook her head.
"Does that woman ever land? She must sleep hanging from the rafters like a bloody bat."
"She doesn't want time to think," Dom said. "You know how it is." Sanity was all about keeping busy and not allowing the demons, or ghosts, any room to slip through, Dom decided. He tried to visualize the map as he drove cross-country, remembering where the big north-south fissure stopped. The chart said 30 kilometers north of the naval base. It can't be stalks. He headed off-road. The truck bounced and shuddered with alarming metallic screeches, complaining that it wasn't a dill and that it really didn't like this rough terrain. The fissure doesn't come that far south.
What then?
Either polyps move a lot further over ground than we thought, or the assholes have found something else to hitch a ride on.
It'd have to be the size of a leviathan. Those glowies are a meter across.
We'll know soon enough.
Should have brought my bloody bike.
Sam gripped the dashboard as the truck threw around.
That's how you fight polyps. Okay. Burn to 80. Can you see anything yet? We're over the site, Burn, Gettner said. But it's thick tree cover. We need eyes on the ground. That's us, 80. We'll use you for a marker.
Dom could see the Raven now, hovering above the woods. He headed for the edge of the trees. Dom stopped the truck and they got out. Listen. Hear that? Something was crashing around in the undergrowth. All they had to do now was wait, aim, and shoot. Dom climbed up on the flatbed to get a better view and gave Sam a hand up beside him. They must have heard us by now, he said. They can't miss the Raven either. Dom stood still, just listening for a couple of minutes. Then he saw movement between the trees and the telltale flicker of bluish light in the dappled shade. "Here they come," he said, taking aim. "Ready for you this time, bitches? Yeah, come and get your rations." The polyps broke from the trees and charged toward the truck. There were more of them than he expected, a lot more. He opened up on them at 50 meters, detonating part of the first wave in a spray of greasy meat, but they kept coming. Even with 2 overlapping arcs of fire, a bunch of them dodged through and vanished under the truck before he could pop them. For a second, he and Sam stared at each other in horror. The little shits were right underneath them. Shit! Fuel tank! Polyps! Truck bomb! Sam grabbed his arm and dragged him to the edge of the flatbed. "Jump! Come on, Dom! Bloody well jump!" He fell more than leapt clear and rolled a couple of meters. The truck rose a meter into the air on a cushion of smoke and flame as the explosion lifted it and sent it crashing back to the ground again. Dom didn't see the second explosion because he curled instinctively into a ball to shield himself. When he looked up, The truck was engulfed in flame.
Where are they?
Sam was on her knees, groping for her lancer.
Where the hell have the others gone?
Dom could still hear the raven overhead. He could see movement better on his hands and knees because he was at polyp eye level. For a moment he expected to find himself nose to nose with them.
8-0 here. Are you two okay? We heard that. Burn here. No injuries.
Sam got to her feet.
Except the truck. Can't you see the fire?
Dom saw movement zip past his eye line and knelt back on his heels in one movement to open fire. A small explosion shook the undergrowth, sending smoke and flame licking around the tree trunks before it died down.
I can now, Gettner said. We'll winch you up.
Sam looked down at the ground just as Dom felt something through his knees. It was like being on the deck of a ship pounded by heavy seas, a lurching sensation followed by a shock wave.
Stalk, he said.
There was another shudder. It was getting stronger.
Stalk! Stalk!
He was looking at the trees in front of him when they just tipped over. That was the only way he could describe it. He watched them part like fur on an animal as the ground heaved upward and two twisted columns dappled with red light punched out of the soil. For a moment he thought a crater was going to open up and swallow him. As he struggled to stand, he realized he'd lost sight of Sam.
Sam! Sam, where are you? Come on, run!
Sam was behind him now, trying to haul him to his feet. When he stood, he tripped over the tangle of roots exposed by the subsidence.
Run?
They'd be frigging lucky if they could climb out of the debris. It was like a lumber yard that had taken a direct hit. The last thing he saw before he turned and scrambled after Sam was those breathing, pulsing blisters on the trunks of the stalks opening like seed pods. He could have sworn he saw lumps spurt out of them, like the things were choking on food and coughing it up. He waited for glowy dogs to splash onto the ground and come after him.
Santiago, get out, now!
Gettner brought the raven down so low that the few trees still standing swayed wildly, whipped by the downdraft.
Come on!
Sam kept stopping to turn and drag Dom by the arm. He could see the raven through the branches now. Leaves and twigs whipped around and peppered his face as he stumbled out of the undergrowth at Sam's heels and ran for the cable dangling from the crew bay. Training kicked in, and he shoved the lifting strop over Sam's head and shoulders first, before she could argue about it. Her boots were off the ground in seconds. Dom turned around with his lancer raised, ready for the wave of lambent dogs he was expecting to boil out of the woods, but there was nothing behind him. He waited for the cable to pay out again, looped the strop under his armpits, and let Barber hoist him inboard and haul him across the deck on his ass as the raven lifted clear.
Get some images and plot those bastards, Nat, Gettner said. Santiago, can you tell the difference between a vehicle and friggin' ordnance? Shit, another truck gone.
Major, were you and Baird separated at birth or something?
Look, I'm glad you're okay, Santiago, but you can explain it to Len Perry. He'll be spitting nails about that truck.
Okay, I'll go back and salvage what I can later.
Let's make sure those things are dead first.
Gettner held the raven hovering at a cautious distance.
Nat, check my figures, will you? I make this well south of the end of the fissure line, about 15 kilometers.
Barber secured the camera again and grabbed his chart. Dom knew damn well where the stalks had come up. He could read the truck's speedo. He knew how far he'd driven. But he still wanted to hear Barber tell him he was wrong. And when he looked at Sam, he could see she wanted to hear it too.
Nat?
Gettner said again. You're right, Gil. Barber marked a couple of crosses on the chart. 14.3 clicks, actually. It changed everything. The stalks had come up through solid granite bedrock, not the weaker sedimentary rock. All the plans about avoiding the softer bedrock areas and taking refuge on the granite had gone down the tubes. Nobody said a word for a while. Shit. It really is Ephira all over again. History repeats and repeats and repeats.
That means those things can come up anywhere, Barbara said at last,
as if they hadn't worked it out for themselves.
But someone had to say it.
A guy could stand his ground, or run, or die. The COG, especially 26RTI, made a religion out of resilience. From childhood, everyone was taught to take pride in getting up each time they were knocked down, so much so that Dom used to wonder if folks had forgotten what they were bothering to get up for. Now he tried to find the line between noble refusal to accept defeat and just never learning to move on. He could hardly bear to look back on the last 15 years. It was starting to look like it had all been for nothing.
"There's nowhere safe on Vectus now," he said. "So it doesn't matter where the hell we go. Only what we do."
Chapter 17. We must plan on the basis that there's nobody else left out there. We can deduce that the Hammer of Dawn has been deployed from the reports received from ships and by the ash deposits, but we don't know why the decision was taken, or how many cities have been affected, or how many survivors there may be. All we can be sure of is that we will get no support from Ethera for the foreseeable future, if Ethera has survived at all. We're used to being cut off, and we are a self-reliant community. We will come through this. And one day, we will not only discover what has happened to the rest of Sierra, but we will rebuild, and we will thrive again. The Right Honorable Bryn Mackin, Governor of New Fortitude Territory, in a radio broadcast to the people of Naroa and Galangi shortly after the Hammer of Dawn strikes, 1 year after E-Day. Mataki Farm, Galangi, South Islands, 10 days after the global Hammer of Dawn strike, 14 years earlier. The ash was everywhere today. Bernie bent down to wipe it off the leaves of the laurel bush by the front door. She rubbed it between her fingers, wondering how far it had drifted, and realized that a percentage of it was probably incinerated bodies. She wiped her hands on her pants. "I enabled this. In a way, this happened because of something I did." Connections were everywhere. Loops had closed. She'd fought at Asfo Fields, part of C Company. They'd bought time for special forces to raid the UIR research station at Asfo Point and grab the indie research that gave the COG its hammer technology. And now the people killed by that technology, and plenty of fucking grubs, she hoped, had finally come back to her on the jet stream in the form of ash from the burning cities. She was breathing them all in. Why did they fire it? Must have been the last stand. At least we fought back. At least we put a dent in the bastards. Didn't we? She didn't know. She might never find out. That got to her more than anything now. Everything comes back to 26RTI in the end. Major Phoenix, 26RTI, Marcus Phoenix's dad. He designed the Hammer of Dawn. Shit. I wonder if Marcus is still alive. He was never the same after Carlos died. The ash made a lovely sunrise, a vivid scarlet sky with a few wispy clouds across the fierce amber disk of the sun. The last time Bernie had seen anything like it was when the volcano on Sotaroa had erupted when she was a kid. But that was all that was lovely about it. Ash was a pain in the arse for farmers. A good few days of rain, that was what she needed now. It had washed the stuff off the grazing. If the ash built up on the pasture, she'd have to feed the livestock on hay and the last of the pellets. She couldn't keep that up for long. "I'm a selfish cow, aren't I, Mossy?" The dog stopped sniffing around the corpse-coated grass and followed her up the track to the calf shed. "All those people dead somewhere, and I'm worrying about stock I'm going to slaughter anyway." Neil was late. She could normally set her watch by him. So this is how it was going to be for the rest of her life. a daily routine of talking to animals and worrying about the weather, without even the occasional glimpse of the rest of the world on the TV.
Home, my arse. What's so great about it? It's a building. It's not people.
The first task today was to get one of the calves to feed from a bucket, but the poor little sod wasn't a quick learner. Most got the idea in minutes. This one was on day 2. Bernie dipped her fingers in the milk and let him suck on them, but every time she sneaked her hand lower to get his muzzle into the bucket and hold his head down, he panicked and jerked free. She now had more milk up her sleeve and spattered over her face than she'd managed to get inside the calf. He didn't care much that she was a sergeant who'd never had a baby gear fail one of her training courses.
"Okay, sweetheart. I'm going to put you back on your mum," she said.
He tottered away, mooing plaintively. He was just a baby, and he wanted his mother.
Sod the milk. I can get it from Jim Killicano.
Cows didn't forget a slight. This one had been calling for her calf for days, and she came at Bernie like an angry bull when she opened the gate. Bernie let the calf loose and ran for it. She slammed the gate behind her just in time, and stopped to watch the reunion for a few minutes.
They're just like us, emotional. Maybe that's how the grubs see humans. Not an enemy, maybe, just another creature they can't afford to be sentimental about. How did the cows see me?
The sound of boots on the gravel track made her look up. She expected it to be Neil, but it was Dan.
"Morning, Bernie."
He rummaged in his pockets for too long, as if he wasn't sure he wanted to find what he was looking for.
"Shit. I don't know where to start."
"What's wrong?"
"Let's go into the house."
It had to be Neil. An accident, or something that would upset her or piss her off.
"Just spit it out, mate. Is Neil okay or not?" "Oh, it's not about him. Are you sure you want to talk here?" "How do I know until you tell me what it is?" "Okay."
Dan took a breath.
"It's her brother." "What about him?"
Bernie hadn't heard from Mick since he'd sent the photo of his new granddaughter a year ago. She really should have found a way of calling him on the radio. He just wasn't top of her worry list.
"We don't talk, you know that."
Dan had a crumpled piece of paper in his hand now.
"He's dead, Bernie. I'm really sorry."
That took a few seconds to sink in. Her first thought was a heart attack. He'd spent his days either sitting on his arse, driving a bus, or sitting on his arse watching the telly.
"How come you know?"
It was such a pointless question that she knew she was shocked and going about this the wrong way. She didn't ask how Mick had died.
"Who told you?"
"Some guy sailed into Naroa last night. Took him months to get out of Kaya. He brought a list."
"Dead?" "I never got on with Mick, and now he's dead, and I feel terrible. I feel guilty. What the hell am I going to say to his wife, the snotty bitch?" "You've lost me, Dan," she said. "What's Kaya got to do with it? Was he taken to hospital?"
If you needed cardiac surgery, you went to Kaya. That was it. It was all starting to make sense.
"But the place was trashed by the grubs ages ago." "I know," Dan said. "Forget the hospital thing. Mick was working in Jasper when the grubs came. The whole family was over there."
Dan stopped. Bernie had no idea that Mick had even left Naroa. Maybe that was why he sent the photo. She tried to make sense of the dates and why he hadn't sent her a forwarding address, but all she could think of was that she'd been watching TV while the grubs were killing him. Drill kicked in and she made herself take control.
"Dan, are they all dead?"
"'Fraid so, love.
Look, I don't know what to say. Jasper was flattened. This guy's a paramedic, and he ended up with a lot of IDs from the morgue."
Dan held out the scrap of paper to her. She could see handwriting on it, a list like a grocery order.
"You want to talk to him on the radio? He only made it because he hooked up with a couple of gears and they took a boat."
The focus came back. Gears. It felt like someone had plugged her back into reality, all bright color and sharp lines.
They pulled out a Kaya, then?
I don't know.
Dan's expression said it was a strange question to ask when he'd just told her that her brother and his family had been slaughtered. Should I have asked? There were gears on Naroa. That changed everything.
I'll ask them myself.
I'm not quite following you. You sure you're okay, Bernie? You want someone to come out and sit with you?
No, I can manage. Thanks, Dan.
Dan should have known her well enough by now. She wasn't callous. She was just defaulting to what she'd been trained to do. When Gears and her company got killed, she had to park it for later and get on with whatever had to be done. And she'd been a lot closer to them than she'd ever been to Mick. Bernie found herself back in the barn, with no recollection of walking in there or of Dan leaving. Guilt at being a bad sister nagged at her until she made herself look at the piece of paper and saw all the names he'd scribbled on it. Her name. Her tribal name, Mataki. Michael J., wife. 2 sons, 2 grandsons, and 1 granddaughter, Philippa Jane, not a year old. Bernie had never even held the baby, but for some reason that death cut her up a lot more than any of the others.
There's no sense keeping things going here anymore. None of it. The line's broken. I'm the last Mataki. And Gears are back to Naroa. So that's where I need to be.
Neil wandered in at last. She didn't check the time.
Sorry I'm late, he said. Bloody ash clogged up the air filter and I broke down outside town. Had to clear it out.
Mick's dead.
She assumed the news was out and that everyone knew before she did anyway. Dan didn't mean to gossip. He just thought he was keeping people off her back.
They're all dead now.
Yeah, I heard, Neil said. I'm sorry, Bern. Sorry for what I said about him, too.
You want to do me a favor?
Look, I said I was sorry.
No, I mean it like it sounds. I'm asking you to do something for me.
As soon as she said it, the relief settled on her. She hadn't realized she was even thinking that decisively.
I want you to take over the farm.
Neil did his silent sigh, shutting his eyes and shaking his head.
You're upset, love. Give yourself some time.
No, it's yours. Just take it.
She really didn't need any time. The longer she buggered around with the options, the less certain she'd be.
You made it what it is. Do what you want with it. I'm going to Naroa.
Neil sat down on the hay bale next to her.
You don't know anyone there. And you're the home guard, remember?
The grubs don't even know Galangi's here. I can do more good on Naroa.
Shit. Dan told you about the gears, didn't he? Silly bastard. I told him not to.
If anything made up her mind, it was that. Neil thought she needed protecting from herself. Well, fuck that. She was leaving as soon as she could get transport. She took her house keys off the fob on her belt and shoved them into his hand.
The farm's yours. I'll write it all down on a piece of paper. Not that there's a land registry left to argue about it. Dan can witness it like he witnessed the divorce. Clean break, okay?
God, Bern, you were always such a sensible woman. Why the hell are you doing this now? Galangi might end up being all there is left of Sarah.
If I do this, maybe it won't be. Come on, you owe me that much.
Okay, he said.
She could see he was just humoring her.
Whatever you want, love.
Maybe she was more shocked and grieving than she wanted to admit. But when she started cleaning out the farmhouse and deciding which things were really worth keeping, she felt better than she had for years.
This is me. This is who I am. I don't have to sit here and wait for death to come and find me.
She packed her rucksack and filled every spare space and belt pouch with ammunition for the 2 rifles. As soon as she loaded herself up and tested the pack for balance, she felt fucking terrific, capable of anything, ready to go anywhere, and years younger again.
I shall remain vigilant and unyielding in my pursuit of the enemies of the Coalition. I will defend and maintain the order of life as it was proclaimed by the All-Fathers of the Coalition in the Octus Canon. I will forsake the life I had before, so that I may perform my duty as long as I am needed. Steadfast, I shall hold my place in the machine and acknowledge my place in the Coalition. I am a Gear. That was the oath every Gear swore on recruitment, and she hadn't forgotten a word of it. As long as I am needed. Neil could take the piss out of her all he wanted, but she could still do the job. And that job needed doing more than ever before. It took her 3 days to persuade Gabby to do some trawling off Naroa and take her along for the trip. He was a solid bloke. She'd known him all her life.
"You're afraid of the water," he said. "Always were. You sure you want to do this?"
It's only 400 clicks.
He'd forgotten she'd taken part in amphibious landings during the war, shit scared of water or not. She could make herself do anything if it needed doing.
Anyway, you've got to take me now. I already radioed GHN that I was coming.
Okay. Just remember, wave once, just once, and don't look back again. It's a lot less painful.
Bernie didn't ask him how he knew that, seeing as he'd lived here as long as she could remember. She just took the advice. And he was right. It was. Oblivion Central Squatters Camp, Tyrus. 182 days after the Hammer of Dawn strikes.
One day there'd be a world where assholes got what they deserved.
Dizzy comforted himself with that thought and made a silent pledge that he'd still be around to see it.
He had to be now, for his girls. Twins. Goddamn. Can't say Rosalind didn't warn me, but goddamn.
He picked his way through Oblivion, looking for a gift. Folks brought things for the babies, but they forgot that the new mom needed a little something personal to make her feel like a lady again, something— well, he didn't know exactly what, but he'd know it when he saw it. He walked along the rows of people sitting around waiting to trade. One fella had a gilt brush and comb set on a little matching tray. A real nice thing if you had a dressing table to put it on. Dizzy squatted on his heels to look at the stuff laid out on the checkered cloth and turned over a leather-bound book. The back cover and some of the end pages were missing, and the edges of the leather were charred.
"Looking for anything in particular?" the man asked. "What have you got to trade?"
There were 2 things Dizzy did better than anyone else he knew. He could keep a big ship running, and he could brew great hooch. The 2 were connected. A good engineer knew how to build an efficient still, but nobody needed a ship's turbine fixing, and pretty well everybody needed to get away from the real world sometimes. Some careers just picked themselves.
"Shine," Dizzy said. "I make pretty good shine."
The man perked up a little. "Oh, yeah, I heard. Got any brood now?"
"Just letting it rest a little. Acquiring a bit of character. 2 days.
You want to come back then?"
"Maybe. My need's kind of urgent today, though. I want something nice for my missus."
The man pushed forward the brush and comb set for a closer inspection. There were still a few strands of hair in it, very fine, very blonde. Dizzy put the thought out of his head and took a small wrench out of his pocket.
"Hate parting with tools," he sighed, trying not to look too keen. "Long as you come by with some of that hooch and give me first refusal, I'm willing to deal." "Done."
Dizzy and the man shook on it, and the brush set was his. He tucked it inside his coat just to be on the safe side. There were some nasty assholes crawling out of the woodwork these days. Most folks in the camps were decent human beings who were just unlucky. Unlucky to have a shithouse government that didn't care if they burned alive so long as goddamn Jacinto was okay. They didn't know how to look after themselves in a place where there wasn't any law, so they were easy meat for the criminal types.
And the grubs. Most of the world's dead now, but the grubs are back. More of 'em than ever. What was it all for? What good did that goddamn hammer do?
If anyone touched Dizzy or so much as looked at his wife and kids the wrong way, human or grub, he knew how to handle that. He felt in his pocket for the reassuring grip of heavy steel. A big industrial wrench was handy for more than fixing engines. The barter market was at the end of what had been a rich folk street full of trees and smart iron railings. Some of the trees were dead or just stumps, but one or two had survived somehow and were trying to sprout new growth. All the houses had been flattened. Kids squabbled over the bricks, fighting to collect them. If they took them to the volunteers' building shelters on the other side of the camp, they got paid in food. It was quite a business. Dizzy waved to them.
Found anything except bricks?
One of the kids, 9, 10 years old, stopped and looked up at him suspiciously, hugging a red plastic bucket that didn't have a handle.
Nah, these were the Knobs' houses, the kid said. They all got away and took their stuff with them.
He kicked a few bricks out of the way.
See?
We don't need their stuff, son. We're gonna do all right on our own.
Yeah.
The boy brightened up as if a really good idea had occurred to him.
And when they come crawling to us for help, we can tell them to piss off, just like they did to us.
Dizzy didn't have the heart to tell him not to cuss. The kid had a right. Jacinto had left them to die.
I know it's hard not to hate 'em.
Kids were impressionable, so Dizzy tried to pick his words carefully.
But we're still alive, ain't we? The grubs couldn't kill us, and neither could the government. And we ain't got an army, but we get by. We'll still be here when Jacinto's long gone.
The boy really looked as if he was taking it all in and feeling better about things.
You're nuts, mister,
he said, dropping more bricks into his bucket. Then he straightened up.
Listen. Listen!
Everybody stopped. For a moment there was only one thing on Dizzy's mind. Grubs. Kids had good hearing, better than most adults, and definitely better than a guy who'd spent years in a noisy engine room. The whole site held its breath, waiting for a rumbling vibration to tell them the grubs were coming. But it was another kind of rumbling. An armored vehicle was coming down the road.
Gears!
The kid yelled.
They're coming! Gears!
Dizzy didn't want to be part of this. He took a few steps back as kids and grown-ups alike grabbed rubble from the debris and surged past him to stand on the edge of the road. He understood why they were angry, but he just couldn't join in with all this stupid shit.
Come on, fellas. They're just working men like us, Dizzy pleaded. Could have been my Richie. They didn't want any of this. Ain't their choice what happened. Ah, you're a cog lover, someone muttered behind him. You'll learn.
The APC came into view.
Right, you bastards, one of the men yelled. Come on, let's see how frigging tough you are now.
The APC barreled down the road, hatch open, not slowing down or preparing for trouble. Dizzy could see the gear on top cover. When the vehicle was about 20 meters from the angry crowd, they let fly with a hail of bricks and stones, screaming abuse. The missiles bounced off the armor plate. The poor asshole on top cover ducked to shield himself, but still got hit. Dizzy thought the APC was just going to drive on, like they always did. But this time it came to a halt, and a gear jumped out of the front hatch, holding his rifle one-handed and looking like he meant business. He stormed right up to them and shoved one of the men in the chest. The rifle sobered folks up for a second, and everybody dropped the bricks they were about to throw, but the storm of abuse carried on. God damn, some of it was even from the little kids.
Cog, asshole!
Scum, fucking scum!
Come to finish the job, have you? Haven't killed enough of us yet?
The gear just waded through it.
Shut your mouth, now!
No, it wasn't a fella. It was a woman. But it was kind of hard to tell with the full-face helmet and bulky armor.
You want to live like animals, fine, but you stay out of our way, understand?
The guy she'd shoved squared up to her.
Or what?
or I'll clear you out of the way. You impede my operation and you're aiding the enemy. Now either shut the fuck up or grow a pair and enlist.
Yeah, like we'd want to take orders from fucking Prescott after he fried us to save his frigging oil paintings. And we're still up to our asses in grubs.
The gear rolled right over him, but then she'd probably heard it every damn day since the hammer strike.
Oh, and another thing. If I catch you looting weapons from my boys' bodies, I'll make sure you join them.
How else are we going to defend ourselves?
Put on this uniform, that's how. Pull your weight and get fed like the rest of us.
She prodded a warning finger at him.
You want to play stranded martyr, go ahead, but touch my gears, dead or alive, and I'll damn well have you. Got it?
She jogged back to the APC and it rumbled off down the road. Dizzy could hear artillery in the distance. The gears were probably on their way to an E-hole and fresh out of patience with anyone who wasn't one side of the line or the other. But that didn't change things. Nobody trusted the government now. The stranded would take their chances out here in case the next official promise of safety ended the same way as the last. Yeah, they preferred to be stranded, even though it was a nice, clean name for a dirty, terrible thing. The poor saps outside the wire were the betrayed. The cog was another enemy now, somehow even worse than the grubs. Grubs didn't kill their own. The kids went around retrieving the thrown bricks. Business was business, after all. Dizzy decided it was high time he went back to Rosalind. He headed for the corrugated iron hut that was now home. A pretty terrible come-down, but it beat sleeping in a burned-out car, to find Rosalind curled up on the mattress with the babies all wrapped up and peaceful next to her. The woman who'd done the midwifing gave him a disapproving glare.
Well, I'll leave you to it then. The hero's returned. Been out celebrating?
Been out getting something special for my special girl.
Dizzy didn't like to be rude to a lady, but this was his home, and he didn't need any lectures from her. She flounced out, making him feel like some bum who put drinking above his family.
Hey, sweetie, how's all my princesses?
Sleeping.
Rosalind took his hand.
Wow, I've never been this tired. Where did you go? I heard some ruckus going on.
Usual foolery. Stoning APCs. Just went out to see if I could get you something.
Dizzy could have stood there for hours just staring at the twins.
Hello, Teresa. Hello, Marilyn.
He must have said their names 100 times in the last 10 hours. Every time he did, it gave him that same crazy thrill.
I have daughters.
Whatever else was going on out there, he had a family who relied on him, and that made him a man again.
Anyway, just a little token of a new daddy's pride.
He took out the brush set and put it on the chair beside the bed.
Sweetie, you don't know how grateful I am right now. I was a mess. You put me straight again.
And you saved my life. More than once, just in case you forgot that.
She tried out the brush as best she could without sitting up.
This is lovely. How did you find it?
I got my secrets. Ain't we a team?
We're going to do okay, Dizzy. We're going to make it.
The grubs couldn't touch him. He felt bulletproof at that moment, a whole world away from what was happening outside. Okay, time I got on with making some currency, sweetie.
He peered at the fermentation lock on the plastic bucket of mash, wrapped discreetly in blankets in the corner. The bubbles were still glopping through the water. I'm a man in demand. My hooch don't make you go blind. This is going to keep all of us fed. Rosalind propped herself up on one elbow.
Long as you don't drink the profits.
Just quality control, sweetie. You want anything?
No, just a little nap.
Making moonshine was a nice way to spend a few hours. Dizzy got a kick out of all the tinkering to get the brew just right, smelling the mash, deciding when it was done fermenting, getting the still set up just right, and picking that crucial moment when the distilled liquor hit the right balance of fire and flavor, and he could switch off the heat. This batch was apples. It was going to be goddamn nectar. He eased the lid off the bucket to sniff for quality. Appetizing. That was the only way to describe it. The mash was a mucky-looking swamp that smelled of heaven. The surface shivered a little. The shivering went on a bit longer than Dizzy expected. Then it turned into shaking. He stared at it, trying to work out what was vibrating nearby. The shaking became a rhythmic slopping. Oh, God. Sweetie, get up! Dizzy dropped the plastic lid and went to grab the twins. Rosalind struggled off the mattress and snatched the girls from him. Get to the shelter, it's the grubs, run! Outside, a car horn blared as someone sounded the alarm. Rosalind stumbled out the door ahead of him, but grabbed a kitchen knife from the table as she went. They're not getting my babies. The blade would give the average grub a nasty itch, nothing more. I'll kill them if they lay a paw on my babies. You just get in the shelter, okay? The grubs could pop up anywhere, even inside the makeshift bunker, but the alternative was to freeze like a dumb rabbit waiting to get torn to shreds. Don't come out, not for anything. Dizzy, you're coming with me, aren't you? I'll be okay. He turned back in the direction the rest of the men were heading. Rosalind was swept up in the rush with the other women and children. Keep your head down! The camp dogs were barking their heads off. Dizzy was halfway down the road before he realized he might have seen his kids for the last time, but it was too late to run back now. Masonry tumbled into the street ahead, a sign of where the grubs were coming out. A bunch of men, all the ones who had weapons, hunting rifles, cog lancers, even grub shotguns, formed a line in front of the shelter and opened up on the goddamn things. Where's your precious gears now, Dizzy? One guy yelled. His name was Niklos, and they said he'd been Navy chief way back. Where are they when we need 'em? The grubs charged down the street. There weren't many of them, but holding them off with rifles was a tall order, and Dizzy didn't even have a handgun. I'm crazy, what am I doing? He took out his wrench and looked around for a chunk of pipe or a metal bar, a second weapon he could batter the assholes with. But the guy to his left fell backward in a plume of blood, and a rifle fell to the ground. Pick it up! Someone yelled. You know how to use it, don't you? No, he didn't. He'd been drafted into the merchant navy, not the army. He knew how rifles worked, that was all. But he grabbed it, aimed at a gray shape heading his way, and fired. The recoil took him by surprise. He fired again and kept firing even though he couldn't tell if he'd hit any of the grubs. It seemed like only a few seconds before the rifle stopped kicking his shoulder and just made dry clicks every time he squeezed the trigger. He didn't even know how to reload. Someone tossed him a clip, and he was still fumbling for it on the ground and trying to work out where to slot it when the firing stopped, and he could suddenly smell shit. I hate it when those bastards do that, Niklos said. Come on, we've got people bleeding out. Move it. Get 'em to first aid. Dizzy finally clicked the magazine in the right way and stood up to see what everyone was looking at. Dead grubs and men littered the road. One of the grubs was lying in a puddle of his own guts, and a couple of the camp dogs were taking a keen interest in them. So that was the smell. I know you're new in town, buddy, but you're going to have to shape up fast, Niklos said to him. I want you friggin' drilled perfect on that piece next time, okay? Dizzy clutched the rifle in his hands, an unfamiliar and amazing thing. Guns were for gears. Civilians, and merchant navy, had never had a need for them before. He was going to have to get better at this. He'd fought his first real battle and become a father all on the same day. If that didn't call for a sip of shine, he didn't know what did. 15 clicks south of Jacinto, 190 days after the Hammer of Dawn strikes. Who said keep going? 'Cause it wasn't me. Baird looked like he was being eaten by the engine compartment of the Dill, leaning into it with just his legs and ass visible outside the inspection hatch.
See, when the big engine thing starts making bad noises, Dixon, it's saying, "Oh, I'm hurt." It's not saying, "Hey, let's drive another 5 clicks and see if I can throw a conrod."
"I got faith in you, baby,"
Cole said, scanning the rubble for movement.
"Assholes, they're out there. You can raise the dead. Engines, that is. Just do it fast."
Cole, Alonzo, and Dixon covered Baird while he worked, sighting up on doorways and shadows on the lookout for grubs. Hammer or no hammer, the things were back and stronger than ever. And they were close. Cole could hear the rubble clicking and tumbling every so often as the assholes edged forward behind cover. They could have attacked by now, but they were probably waiting until Baird had fixed the dill before they moved in. They scavenged every piece of cog kit they could get. They preferred their stuff in good running order. But Cole had a new toy that they sure as shit weren't going to get their paws on. He hadn't used it on anything live yet, but he'd practiced on a frozen beef carcass in the cold store. Man, the names that cook called him. And this baby felt like pure essence. He admired the shark-toothed profile of his new Lancer's chainsaw for the 50th time that day, and carried on looking for grubs to ventilate with it. Lots of them.
"This is the ish, baby. Hope you got a bonus for inventing this, whoever you are." "So how fucked is this?"
Dixon was getting edgy about the sick dill.
"Abandon it or call for roadside assistance?"
It's wait for Corporal Baird to finish the job. We're not leaving it.
"Oh yeah, my bad. You got 2 new stripes. Can you remind us again?"
Certainly, Private Dixon.
"Don't say my name like that, I've told you."
Yeah. Ah, shit, drop the nut.
Cole could hear the rubble noises coming nearer.
"Yeah, the grubs are getting impatient too. Busy, Baird."
I say we crank up the cannon while we still can.
Alonzo backed away in the direction of the dill.
Just to show how much we frown on carjacking.
It was so quiet that Cole heard the nose hatch rasp open, then the whir of the turret as Alonzo prepped to fire. Baird's wrench pinged and clanked against something.
Come on. Shit, this was just asking for it.
Cole decided to move forward to flush the grubs out so they weren't close in when the shooting started. Alonzo needed a little elbow room to do his stuff with the gun.
"Here, ugly,"
Cole murmured, tiptoeing through the rubble.
"Come on out, 'cause I got some real pimped-out shit to show you."
Alonzo's voice hissed in his earpiece.
Don't push your luck, Cole.
"I ain't waiting for these grub fuckers anymore."
Oh, yeah. They were there, all right. He saw something out of the corner of his eye on the far side of the road, a flash of shiny metal, and he spun around to open fire. Rounds struck and sent dust zipping in a line across the stump of a wall. Dixon squeezed off a burst, too. Someone yelled,
Hey, don't shoot! For fuck's sake, man, stop!
A head popped up, human, civilian, and Cole nearly took it off by sheer reflex.
"Yo, check fire, Dixon! Stranded!"
The guy came out from behind the wall at a crouch.
You could have killed me.
"Baby, you're damn lucky you still got a face. What the hell you doing here? You're in a live zone."
Recycling, Cog.
The rubble rat was about Cole's age but half his size and only had a pellet rifle. Yeah, that would come in real handy if he ran into any angry flies.
In case you hadn't noticed, asshole, we live in a live zone.
Cole had been called asshole by Stranded so often that it sounded like private to him now. He was more focused on the trickling noise he could still hear from the rubble. Judging by Dixon's reaction, he heard it too. It was either grubs or more Stranded. Dixon never took chances. He aimed.
"Get going, buddy."
Cole waved the rubble rat away.
"Grubs are coming and we don't break for nobody."
Another guy surfaced a few meters away, gray-haired and clutching a locust boom shot. Then a couple more heads popped up further down the road. Shit, if the grubs came out now, this was going to get messy. Then the debris in front of Cole flew up in the air, and a boomer rose out of it like a stripper from a cake. "Boom!" it said. "Ha, ha, ha!" So the big, ugly motherfucker thought it was funny, did it?
"Everybody down!"
Alonzo yelled. Cole had already hit the ground before the turret gun opened up on the boomer. Alonzo clipped it, and Cole felt the wet lumps hit him, but the boomer kept going. He rolled to get up, but the boomer stepped across him, and for a moment Cole was looking right up between its legs. As it reached down to rip him apart, he flicked the chainsaw switch. The chain's teeth were a screaming blur. Cole brought the lancer up into the boomer's crotch, and it shrieked its head off. He'd expected to slice clean through it, but he hadn't. He wasn't sure what splashed on him, blood or piss, but it bought him a second to roll clear as another long burst from the dill threw the boomer backward.
"Yeah, you're singing soprano now, bitch."
Cole jumped up to look around, not sure where the boomer had fallen. Dixon opened fire on his left, and the dill's gun chattered behind him. Grubs burst out of the ruined storefronts.
"Baird, you better pull your goddamn finger out now."
Cole had 3 drones coming right at him. He knew the stranded were still out there somewhere, but all he could do was keep firing or get shredded. He emptied a clip at the grubs and vaulted over a low wall to reload behind cover. Dixon was crouched there already, doing the same.
Well, shit.
Dixon shut his eyes for a second before he bobbed up again to fire.
You think that saw's gonna catch on?
"Everybody's gonna want one, baby." "Cole, stay down! Just stay down!"
That was Alonzo.
"We're coming!"
Cole fired blind over the wall just as the dill coughed and started up. Baird must have been driving because Alonzo was still on top cover, squeezing off short bursts at targets Cole couldn't see from ground level. The dill bounced over the rubble like a toy and swung around hard left to come at the wall nose first. The hatch slid open.
"Look, I don't go south of the river, and the fare doesn't include tips," Baird said. "Let's go." "Nice driving."
Cole turned and grabbed Dixon's arm.
"Mount up."
They scrambled over the wall and fell into the crew compartment. Baird backed up and swung the dill around again as rounds pinged off the armor plating.
"Alonzo, get down and shut the damn hatch,"
Baird yelled. He didn't seem to be driving in anything like a straight line.
"Now this is what I signed up for, yes!"
Bomp. The dill hit something, and Cole realized that Baird was swerving to mow down as many grubs as he could.
"Hey, mind my paintwork, asshole!"
Thud. Another grub went under the wheels.
"So now we know a chainsaw doesn't slice right through a boomer, but it does stop 'em breeding. What kind of girly toy shit is procurement sending us?"
Bomp. Cole could see a porthole view of the street through a bulkhead vent. Baird brought the dill to a halt. The hammering noise of rounds striking it had stopped, and there was just the steady burble of the engine idling. Cole got his breath back.
"Damn, we had stranded out there."
The poor assholes could have been lying out there wounded with all that stray fire spraying around. He had to check, but he couldn't see much from the vent. Dills had a lot of blind spots when all the scuttles were shut, even with the driver's optics.
"Baird, you see anything?" "Up scope."
He rotated the periscope like a sub-commander, clearly having a ball.
"Warship, tanker?" "No, sweet F.A. I think there'll be some grub portions in the wheel arches, though." "No stranded?" "Nope." "I gotta check." "They're not our problem, Cole." "Okay, I'm going out the top hatch. Here's an IQ test. We're okay, the dill's running, the grubs are dead. It's lunchtime. What's next in the sequence?" "I gotta see for myself."
Cole unclipped the hatch and left it resting on the combing for a moment while he balanced on the step. It was a tricky move. One hand to throw back the hatch, one hand full of shiny new Lancer. Baird didn't mean all that shit. He'd have driven off otherwise.
"Don't make me pull rank on you, Cole." Yeah. In 3, 2, go."
Cole punched the hatch open, expecting to be met with a burst of fire. But it was all quiet. He squeezed his shoulders out and listened to nothing but silence, his lancer resting on the hull. If there was anybody still out there, then they were either dead or unconscious. He ducked his head to climb back down. But as he reached up to grab the handle and pull the hatch closed, a big gray head pushed through and knocked him down. A grub was right in his face, poking through the hatch like some ugly goddamn cork in a bottle. Something clanged on the Dill's hull and rattled down the side. "Grenade!" Baird yelled. Boom! Something exploded, but not in the vehicle. No, he dropped it. It's outside." The grub landed on top of Cole, then somehow sprang back onto its feet. Cole's reflex was to shove the lancer in its chest and fire, but that was suicidal in a tight space, so he swung the chainsaw into it instead. The moment was all screeching noise, spray, and confusion. His first swipe bit chunks out of the grub's face. The return swing skidded across its scalp. But the thing was kneeling on the deck now, bellowing and flailing, and Cole had the second he needed to push down past its left ear and slice into bone. Eventually the grub stopped struggling and slumped on the deck. The seats and bulkheads looked like someone had thrown raw hamburger around. It was a lot harder to pull the saw free than Cole expected. "Shit," Alonzo said quietly. "That's some respray, Cole." Baird leaned out of the driver's seat to look at the lancer. "You know, there's got to be a technique to that gizmo." He flicked some spatter off his armor. "But I don't think it should involve a mop and a bucket." Cole still had to check outside. This time he opened the nose hatch, with Dixon covering him, and jogged around the last places he'd seen the stranded, just a few meters from where the boomer had emerged. The boomer was still there, pretty well sliced in half by the gunfire. But 10 meters away, Cole found the rubble rat and his pellet rifle. He wasn't going to be using that again. Goddamn. Maybe his buddies would come back and retrieve the body. Cole couldn't tell whose fire had killed the guy, but he assumed the worst. "Okay, let's move." Alonzo took a look. "Come on, Cole. What else are we going to do, hold fire and let the grubs gut us? You told them to get clear." "I know. Yeah, I did. I did it by the book." Cole slammed the hatch and sat in silence all the way back to base, eyes shut. He was finding it harder each time to deal with the stranded. Okay, so they had the choice of enlisting and living inside the wire like normal folks instead of looting and stoning patrols. But they were only out there because Prescott used the hammer. Sure, he didn't set out to kill COG citizens. Cole hadn't set out to kill them either. They were just caught in the crossfire. But they were still dead, and blaming Stranded for being a pain in the ass was like stealing a guy's wallet and then complaining because he couldn't pay the rent. "You okay, Cole?" Baird asked. Cole sucked in a few deep breaths to steady himself and got a grip. "It's a fucked up world, baby." "I'll hose down the Dill." "Yeah, sorry about that." "Hey, someone had to be the first in the squad to try it. It's got potential. Noisy, but promising." They rolled through the gates of the vehicle compound, rehearsing their excuses for bringing the Dill back with a screwed engine and grub guts baked onto the electrics. The duty mechanics were usually waiting for each returning Dill like a pit stop team, but the vehicle bay was weirdly deserted today. Cole dismounted and looked around. "Anybody home?" he yelled. "Guy needs a car wash here." Baird sniffed the air theatrically. "Ah, trouble. Smell it?" Cole wandered into the workshop. The mechanics, all third Ephirans, were standing in a huddle and talking in hushed voices. "Hey, guys." Cole had to get their attention. "You open for business? My ashtray's full." The staff sergeant turned around as if Cole had interrupted a funeral. "It's General Bardry," he said. "You been listening to your radio?" Bardry was chief of the defense staff. What the hell was he doing out popping grubs? Cole knew they were running low on officers, but that was weird. "What about him?" "He's dead." The sergeant put 2 fingers to the roof of his mouth, pistol fashion. "Blew his brains out this morning. Poor bastard. The hammer strike really finished him off. Couldn't live with turning that key." Baird made a puffing noise of disbelief. "Well, it doesn't seem to have traumatized Prescott much. So who's taking his place?" "Hoffman."
Fucking Hoffman? Baird rolled his eyes. Man, he even let his wife fry. Well, at least we won't get any angsty conscience shit from him. Is he even a full colonel? Cole asked. What about the supply and logistics boss? You want the cooks running the war? Nah, it's the 2-6 RTI funny handshake again. The sergeant obviously didn't trust old regiments with lots of fancy silver in the mess. Everyone knew the royal tyrants got all the best posts and told the Defense Department how things were going to be. And Hoff's director of special forces. Who else could Prescott pick? We haven't got any special forces, Baird said. Just that commando AdQual shit from the last war that 2-6 RTI wanted to take over. Oh, yeah, I see your point. I still don't understand how we lost so many top brass. The sergeant was muttering to himself now, like that bothered him more than poor old Bardry eating a pistol. Hoffman's the most senior asshole left standing. What the hell happened? Cole chewed it over as he sat on the Dill's front scoop. Everyone was taking the same shit these days, even the senior officers. Generals got killed, or topped themselves, and the civvies too. They'd lost a lot of the top scientists and professors. There was no goddamn tenure now. It was like the grubs had wiped out the best brains in COG society all at once. Cole thought that was unusual bad luck, that maybe it was a grub strategy to kill the elite. They were ugly motherfuckers, but they weren't dumb. Hell, nothing in this ward made sense anyway, not from the moment the first emergence hole opened up. He pulled out his pay book and started writing a letter to his dead mama on the blank pages at the back. It always made him feel better. Maybe even Prescott didn't know exactly what the hell was going on. Cole imagined him at his big polished desk, writing a letter that he'd never send to his long-dead daddy. Chapter 18. Must do. Pass on. 1. Commander Garcia reporting possible contacts off continental shelf. Not pursuing. Range 100 kilometers at least. Maybe whale, other biologic. Not Leviathan. 2. Private Iaso complaining again about Prescott's lambent specimens being stored in food freezer. 3. Talk to Lieutenant Stroud regarding Pelruin War Memorial. Vets want to return to remove name plaque. 4. Irregular data burst activity. Tell Hoffman. Lieutenant Donald Matheson's personal reminder list. Present day, Gale, 15 AE. Vectis Naval Base, New Jacinto. 1 day after the stalk emergence at the reservoir. Gale, 15 AE. The news was out, and Dom couldn't tell if the crowds on the parade ground were a loitering mob or just a bunch of people with nowhere else to go. He followed Marcus as he shouldered his way through the crowd to reach Admiralty House. Rumors about the stalk spread into the granite bedrock were doing the rounds, and that was the last thing people needed to hear when overcrowding was already making them short-tempered. I know a festering riot when I see one, Dom said. They handled it okay in Jacinto. Marcus sometimes had a lot more faith in people's common sense than Dom. They'll handle it okay here. A group of about 15 men and women were standing in front of the entrance to Admiralty House. Dom recognized one of them as Ingram,
but the others were people whose names he'd either forgotten or never known. He did know who they were, though. They were the neighborhood delegates, the nearest New Jacinto had to proper councilmen in a cog where there hadn't been elections of any kind since E-Day. Dom wondered why somebody hadn't already moved them on. Civvies always did what they were told in old Jacinto. Ingram turned and spotted Marcus.
"Sergeant," he called. "Sergeant Phoenix, can I have a word?"
Sure.
Marcus ambled up to the delegates.
What can we do for you?
"We're waiting to see Prescott. Is he going to make an announcement on the stock situation?"
I don't know, Marcus said. The engineers are still out checking the bedrock. We'll go ask him.
The delegates were regular family types who didn't look like trouble. Dom found them the hardest to deal with. If he was facing a mob of big, angry guys, he could go in hard to restore order. But it wasn't so easy dealing with women and anyone half his size and twice his age. All his upbringing and instincts told him it was wrong to strong-arm them. Marcus didn't even try to go around the delegates to reach the door. He went to walk straight through them, and they just stepped aside. It looked to Dom like a quick test of who had the upper hand, and as usual it was Marcus. He could get people to give in to him without making them feel they'd lost face. That was quite an art. Dom climbed the stairs behind Marcus.
So what difference is an announcement going to make? The more gaps you leave, the more folks fill them with their own nightmares, Marcus said.
He reached the top floor and turned right toward the main meeting room, where the door was ajar and the burble of voices was drifting out.
He'll tell them everything that happened, and we'll have extra safety drills. It won't stop a single damn stock, but people will feel better.
Rivera was standing outside the door. Dom wondered what Prescott had said to him and Lowe to make them keep themselves to themselves, or why he'd selected them at all. Rivera wasn't a cheerful guy at the best of times, but he looked even more subdued today.
Hoffman called us, Marcus said.
Okay if we go in? Rivera nodded and held the door open.
It's a full house today.
Dom didn't know what he meant until he saw who was at Prescott's meeting, and that described the scale of the problem. It wasn't just Hoffman, Tresque, and Michelson. Charles, Perry, Baird, and even Bernie were sitting around the table, too.
Come in, gentlemen, Prescott said. We're just scoping out a new worst-case scenario. Carry on, Sergeant Mataki.
Bernie looked uncomfortable. She wasn't a meetings kind of woman. Dom automatically thought she was there because of her bushcraft and survival expertise, but it turned out to be a lot more grim than that.
"Okay. We select the breeding stock and animals for immediate food production," she said. "Pigs are the best option. They'll eat anything. Chickens, compact but a big grain requirement, and we'll need that for human consumption. Sheep, goats, cattle, big space requirements on board ship, plus feed issues, but we have to take a viable breeding population with us. So it's going to be mainly cattle and sheep that we cull, and that needs resources for preserving carcasses. Freezing's most palatable, but drying and salting will last a lot longer, and pemmican will keep for years. It's a big, messy job that's going to tie up a lot of people, sir. We're back to old technology now."
So she was there as a farmer, and one working out how to strip Vectis of food. It was depressing stuff. Dom reminded himself that this was all what-if planning, the very worst that could happen. But it was clear that Prescott was talking about an early evacuation. It was the first time he'd felt that sense of urgency about the man.
But we've got to be able to sustain animals at sea indefinitely, Perry said. There's no guarantee of finding grazing.
"The old Navy took food animals on long deployments," Michelson said. "And if we have to, so can we. But remember, the Silver-era sailor didn't have quite the same attitude to hygiene that we do."
Charles didn't look up from a pile of paper in front of him.
Like Bernie said earlier,
We're probably looking at a big dietary change. Fish and grain and quick-maturing container-grown vegetables initially. Which means that I want the Pelruan trawler crews to teach more people to fish.
Are you getting some idea of the scale of the problem, Chairman?
Hoffman turned in his seat and fixed Prescott with one of his stares.
We escaped from Jacinto with almost nothing. We'd have been in big trouble if we hadn't come to an island with a decent food supply. Moving out with a comparable supply is a massive, long-term undertaking. By all means, start it now, but I strongly advise against evacuation for at least a year.
There were a few nods and murmurs around the table. Baird caught Dom's eye and just raised an eyebrow, but it was hard to tell if he was bored shitless or appalled.
We might not have a year, Prescott said at last.
Then we do what we can, Hoffman said. But we don't bolt until we absolutely have to.
We're running out of human beings, Chairman. Let's not finish the job the grub started.
Yeah, what is the rush?
Baird was in full argumentative mode, chairman or no chairman. Nobody could accuse him of ever being awed by rank.
So the stalks can spread further than we thought. That most of the island still isn't covered in them, and most of the land still isn't dead.
Prescott paused. He always seemed to think longer before he spoke now. Dom wondered if he was just imagining it. In the silence, he could hear the background noise from the crowds in the parade ground like a distant rumble of traffic.
The nature of the threat has changed, Prescott said. We can't lock it out, and it appears to be able to do more than just spread between species. It's generating new life forms. But how do we know if that means we should risk evacuating the whole island? Marcus asked. We don't know enough about the life cycles of these things.
Maybe it was that voice, or his service record, but Marcus could always silence a room on the rare occasions when he had something to say. He could certainly stop Prescott in his tracks. Dom watched the chairman staring at his hands, carefully folded on the table in front of him.
You're right, Prescott said. We still don't know enough about the Lambent. But Colonel Hoffman rightly points out that we can't defend a string of villages on the mainland, so we need to re-establish a single settlement. Port Farrell is still the best option. We have to arrive during the summer months to prepare for the winter there, which means we go now, or we go this time next year. And we can't predict what this island will look like in a year's time.
Dom couldn't argue with that. He didn't think Prescott had an easy job, and he didn't have an opinion of his own, because every option was a shitty one. He watched Marcus nod and fold his arms, leaning against the wall. The door opened again, and Rivera stuck his head in.
Sir, Sergeant Rossi says it's getting a bit tense out front.
Yeah.
Ingram and the delegates want to talk to you, Chairman, Marcus said.
Prescott pushed his chair back from the table and stood up.
Why not?
He walked out. Hoffman stood up and indicated to Marcus and Dom to follow him. It was a real shame the building didn't have a balcony, because Prescott was going to get swamped in that crowd. But he was a big guy with quite a presence, so maybe all he needed was Lowe and Rivera making sure nobody threw a punch.
Shit, why am I even thinking that?
Things never got that bad in Jacinto. But then Prescott never had citizens living right next door to him. By the time Dom and Marcus got down to the doors, Prescott was already on the steps with Rivera, facing the bunch of delegates with a general crowd growing behind them. There was no sign of Lowe. The noise that greeted Prescott was weird, a mix of murmurs, cheers, and even some folks chanting, "Tell us the truth! Tell us the truth!"
Dom, Baird, Bernie, get out front and stop any asshole pushing his luck, Marcus said. Prescott may not give a rat's ass if someone slugs him, but it won't help the general mood here.
Prescott didn't just stand there. He moved out into the crowd, the crazy bastard. Some people patted him on the back or reached out to shake his hand, and he stopped for every one of them. Dom once thought it was just politicians' bullshit, but there was a real and necessary act of reassurance going on here, the man in charge knowing he had to give these people an answer. "Just tell me what you want from me," Prescott said. The silence spread outward from the people immediately in front of him, and soon the crowd was listening intently. He didn't even need to shout or hold up his hand to get their attention. He was a lot taller than most of them anyway.
"Asshole,"
Hoffman muttered. Dom hadn't realized the colonel was standing next to him.
"Fucking theater."
"That's all we've got, sir," Dom whispered. Everybody seemed to be looking at Keir Ingram to say something. Dom could have sworn one of the delegates shoved him in the back.
"We want you to give it to us straight, Chairman," he said. "How bad is this new threat? And is it true we'll be evacuated again?"
"The stalks could come up anywhere."
Prescott didn't even try to dress it up in rhetoric.
"It seems we can't rely on shutting them out. We're still deciding whether an immediate evacuation is advisable or not. There are risks in any option."
"Don't we get a say?"
That was a woman lost somewhere in the crowd.
"Don't we get a say in what happens to us? Okay, we didn't have time in Jacinto, but this is different."
"I say we get the hell out now!"
a man yelled. That started everyone off for a few moments, but it was just noise. Dom kept an eye on the body language. He could see Marcus checking it out too, just that little turn of the head and that slow sweep.
"Tell us what's happening on the mainland."
"Yeah, what'd you find on that recon? Why didn't you tell us about it?"
"We want a say in this. It's our asses."
Prescott didn't even blink. Dom wondered what kind of gear he'd been under fire, however short his time in the army had been.
"I've got an idea," Prescott said.
Dom heard Hoffman groan.
"I'll give everybody a vote on it. We'll show you the recon images and reports, just as we've seen them. They're not always easy to understand, but you can have free access to them. I'll tell you now that even Colonel Hoffman and I don't agree on the solution. But you can judge for yourselves, and we'll have a referendum."
"Fucking idiot," Hoffman whispered.
"Fucking clever, sir."
Dom leaned closer to Hoffman. "He's always got a plan, remember." Ingram didn't look overjoyed at the idea of instant, unvarnished democracy.
"But we don't have any electoral structure," he said.
"Ancient Pels had a voting system 5,000 years ago," Prescott said. "Pottery shards. In our case, neighborhood delegates can collate numbers in their areas. Not perfect and open to rigging and error, but simple. I'm serious about this, ladies and gentlemen. There's nothing in the reconnaissance and situation reports to hold back. You'll know as much from them as I do. Do we have a deal?"
Dom caught Baird's eye and saw him mouth two words. Frigging awesome. Yeah, it was pretty well done. Ingram didn't look so much defeated as overwhelmed, and the crowd fell into quiet mumbling.
"Has anyone got a better idea?" Prescott asked. "And I do mean that. None of you survived the locust by being fools. You're all capable of making your own decisions."
Someone started clapping, then someone else picked it up, and soon Prescott was getting another one of his ovations. Dom had seen it too many times now. Prescott could take a surly crowd or a defeated army and tell it that the sun shone out of its collective ass, and it would be transformed on the spot. Marcus moved up beside Dom and nudged him.
"Don't look into his eyes," he murmured. "Try to resist."
"What?"
"You're hanging on his every fucking word."
Dom bristled. "But he's not lying, is he? He's laying it on the line. Okay, it's all PR somehow, but hell, it works." It went quiet again. Prescott spread his arms, almost apologetic.
"Thank you for your continuing courage, ladies and gentlemen,"
he said. "You know that I'll have to make hard decisions in the weeks to come, just as I've made them in the past. I don't expect to be loved for it. I just want you to know that whatever I do, however unfair it seems, however much you may feel I've let you down, I do it to keep as many of you alive as I possibly can. Please remember that when you think harshly of me." Marcus grunted, probably still unimpressed. Dom was almost shocked to hear Prescott drop his warrior emperor image and get personal. He felt a pang of guilt for being so cynical. No, stop it, it's a line. It's just a clever politician's line. Prescott went back into the building, and the crowd didn't break up. It couldn't. But it did spread out and resemble a bunch of people at a loose end again. Hoffman and the rest of the meeting followed him back up the stairs to finish the meeting. Baird was just ahead of Dom, within conversation distance of Prescott. "Nice move, Chairman," he said. He wasn't really ass-kissing as far as Dom could tell. "The delegates are going to be so busy debating what color the ballot form should be that they'll be off our backs for weeks." Prescott didn't break his stride or look around. "I was serious, Corporal. I want them to vote on it." "I note," Trescu said, "that you didn't actually say you'd be bound by the result, will you?" "There was a time when that would have been an astute political observation, Commander." Prescott reached the top of the stairs and stood back to let everyone take their seats again. "But I do want to know what they want." "Very well. Don't answer the question. So how will you vote?" "I think we should go as soon as possible, of course," Prescott said. Hoffman had that look on his face, the tight-lipped, unblinking glare that said he thought he'd been outmaneuvered again. "You realize this might backfire and mean the end of the cog." "That," Prescott said, "may be a risk we have to take." Vectis Naval Base, 2 days later. "Shitty old day," Michelson said, squinting against the driving rain. A gale was howling through the masts, rippling puddles and slapping the cog ensign at Sovereign's stern like wet laundry. Out to sea, huge gray waves blurred with the sky. On the other hand, perhaps a timely reminder to our citizens that sailing off into the unknown can be much worse than staying in harbor. Hoffman ducked under the archway from the dock to the old magazine and shook off his cap. Trescu was already waiting for them, leaning against the brickwork and watching a bedraggled hen scratching around in the dirt. "We could have met quite openly in the mess, Colonel," Trescu said irritably. "So, we prepare the battlefield before we see Prescott." Hoffman didn't mind a battle as long as he knew who he was fighting and what their objective was, but with Prescott he was guessing all the time. "Charles just called me with the latest numbers," he said. "About 75% want to stay. You think Prescott's going to accept that or carry on regardless?" Michelson grimaced. "I wouldn't like to bet on which way he'll jump, but he's set on going soon." "Based on what? God damn it, how many times does Charles have to tell him we're still not ready to go?" "My people are unanimous," Trescu said. "We stay for the time being and assess the situation." Michelson winked at him. "No doubt quite a few fingers were broken and bottoms spanked to achieve that degree of harmony. I am a most persuasive speaker. Perhaps I should speak to your malcontents, too." Hoffman checked his watch. 15 minutes. He'd known this day was coming sooner or later, but now it had leaped out at him from the shadows and demanded to know if he had the guts to do it right now, today, no dicking around. "I'm going to defy the chairman, refuse his orders. I hope Marcus Phoenix enjoys irony." Nobody was left to court-martial him or shoot him or even block his promotion if he told Prescott to ram his plan up his ass. What scared him was that he was on the brink of refusing a lawful order, and one from the head of state. It was the anarchy he'd always feared, the end of order and decent behavior. We're struggling to survive, and here I am worrying about integrity and the breakdown of command. I refuse to commit resources to it, Hoffman said. We wait and we prepare. Hoffman was hoping for a murmur of support and assurance that they'd be right behind him when he did. Michelson still seemed to be contemplating the chess game that Prescott might be playing. Perhaps he's overplayed his hand at last. He seems to have misjudged the mood of the community, although that's never influenced him before, so he's hoping we'll give him a way out of a tight spot. Michelson stepped aside to let the chicken pass. Remember what I told you, Victor. He can do nothing without your gears and go nowhere without my fleet, or without Mirren's emulsion expertise. We run the cog, for all intents and purposes. And what happens when we want to run it differently from him? Is that called a mutiny or a military coup? I forget. It's called playing the rather strong hand you were dealt. We're not talking about lynching him and dancing around his severed head on a pole. Just politics. Tresque applauded slowly. Welcome to the real world, gentlemen. This is like watching my boy grow up. You got a better idea? Hoffman asked. Do share. You know what you have to do, as do I. My only concern is the chairman's motive. It eludes me. I don't like that. He's a very calculating, rational man, and he does not blink when he faces an apocalypse. Well, the last couple of times we've faced one, he's had the Professor Adam Phoenix handbook to back him up, Hoffman said. He's on his own this time. But Tresque was right. Prescott never panicked, and he wasn't about to start now. Hoffman just wanted to get it over with, and for all he knew, Prescott would put a few more jigsaw pieces on the table in a few minutes. Let's do it, Hoffman said. Just fucking do it. The rain had sorted the purposeful from those killing time. The only people around the parade ground today were gears and support staff in wet weather gear doing essential work. The place had the air of a fairground, hoping for the weather to improve before it could open, all dripping ropes and tarpaulins sagging under the weight of water. Hoffman climbed the staircase of Admiralty House and wondered where things would end. He tried not to let Anvil Gate shape everything he did, but he felt he was being made to relive that same decision-making process, being asked the question repeatedly until he got the right answer. Isn't that what we all hate about the other guy? That his ends justify his means? I always do it by the book, but it doesn't always work out. I hold Anvil Gate, but my wife's burned alive. Nothing tells me what I did right or wrong. The only compass I've got now is my gut. Morning, gentlemen. Prescott sat at the meeting table surrounded by piles of scruffy, much-used paper, the voting records. His jacket looked damp, as if he'd been soaked some time earlier and was slowly drying out. I imagine you already have a good idea of the results. That's public ballots for you. Hoffman hung up his cap and sat down. We might not be up to speed, he said. Better tell us. Only a quarter wish to leave. Hoffman just looked at him. Maybe silence would force something out of him, because Hoffman knew he could never outfence him verbally. Tresque and Michelson caught on fast and followed Hoffman's lead, or at least he assumed that was what they were doing. Tresque probably didn't give a shit and was just watching the show. I'd appreciate your views, Prescott said at last. I know I said I would follow the vote, but I think it's insane. The majority want to wait it out, Michelson said. And so do we. So the issue's done and dusted. The only question is how we manage the 25% who've had their expectations of escape raised. Hoffman hadn't expected the crafty old bugger to open the batting, and from the slight flicker in Prescott's gaze it looked as if he hadn't either.
"What he said?"
Hoffman looked at Tresque.
"You too?"
Tresque nodded.
"We stay. Mr. Charles made himself clear as well."
"I still think we should evacuate the island immediately," Prescott said. "How soon can we be ready?" Hoffman took a breath. For a man who'd already decided to refuse an order, he was still surprised to hear Prescott fulfill his worst expectation.
"Chairman,"
Hoffman said,
"we intend to remain here."
The first words of his mutiny slipped out, and suddenly it seemed so easy, so done, that the rest followed in a relieved stream as blissful and simple as pissing. Prescott blinked a couple of times, but his voice was completely calm.
"Have I understood you correctly, Colonel? The situation's serious enough without actively seeking more risk," Hoffman said. "If we go, whether we go as a single community or disperse, we need a lot more preparation time to ensure that we can survive at the other end. And regardless of the changing situation with the stocks, we are not at that crisis level yet."
As soon as he said it, Hoffman knew he'd walked into an ambush. He could see it on Prescott's face. It wasn't an "I won, you assholes" smirk or anything triumphant like that. Just a sense that the chairman had finally led a difficult conversation where he needed it to go and wanted to let out a sigh of relief. Maybe it was the slight relaxation of the shoulders that gave it away. Whatever it was, it vanished before Hoffman could examine it.
"Captain Michelson, Commander Tresque, is this a view you share?"
Prescott pushed back a little from the table.
"I assume it is."
"Yes," Michelson said.
"That's about the size of it. Just chalk it up to democracy. I doubt people will think less of you for it."
Tresque seemed to be scrutinizing Prescott as hard as Hoffman had.
"I surrendered my nation and my assets to the COG after 15 years of trying to survive on the mainland. It wasn't because of this island's bracing sea air."
Prescott looked down at his lap and nodded a few times.
"Very well," he said. "Then we stay put. I disagree with that, but the last thing we need now is a rift between military and state."
"Oh, I get it.
You want me to pull the trigger. Keep your hands clean."
Hoffman bristled.
"You haven't given me an order, Chairman." "No point, you'd win. You three control the assets."
"I said, you have not yet given me an order." Prescott's lips set in a thin line for a moment. Hoffman never knew if those flickers of reaction were real or a brilliant act.
"Very well, Colonel. I'm asking you to arrange the evacuation of all citizens."
"No, sir."
Well, damn, it was done.
Hoffman's mouth was dry, and he had that heart attack feeling, or at least what he thought one might feel like. Even with the COG reduced to a town council, it was still an emotionally shocking moment for him.
"I have to refuse that order."
He could see Michelson and Tresque out of the corner of his eye. Now the meeting would move on, but he'd have to keep an eye on Prescott for the revenge that would inevitably come.
"Thank you for being frank, Victor," Prescott said. "It's clear I no longer have the confidence of any of you. So I'm going to do the only thing open to me, and resign my office. I'd have to refer to the Constitution for the detail, but I believe that leaves you running the government until a time when elections can be held again, Colonel Hoffman."
Bastard. Bastard, bastard, bastard. Prescott had done it again. Hoffman found it hard to draw the next breath, but he found his voice somehow.
"Is this some frigging game of chicken, Chairman?"
How the hell did I walk into that?
Is this to scare us dumb cannon fodder into changing our minds and begging you to carry on?
Oh, it's definitely not that, Prescott said. But I've done all I can do, and my hanging around won't help you gentlemen deal with what we're facing here. It won't help anybody, in fact. Without your full support, I'm merely civilian liaison, which Major Reed does somewhat better than me, I might add. If you want to discuss how and when we tell the public, I'll be in my office.
Every word's there for a reason. Remember it. Remember every goddamn word he says.
Hoffman knew he needed to memorize every syllable that came out of Prescott's mouth now to analyze it later, but he was still too shocked. Prescott got up, gathered a few papers, and left with a polite nod. It was a few long seconds before anyone spoke. Michelson twirled his pencil between his fingers.
We have, as young Baird might say, just been fucked into the middle of next week. Shit. He dug that trap and I fell right in it.
Hoffman caught himself running both hands over his scalp, a measure of how cornered he felt.
What the hell's wrong with me? I never damn well learn. So where are we now? Is he serious?
I don't know what you've fallen for, Trescu said, or we have fallen for, to be precise. But I do know it's not the excuse that came out of his mouth.
Is it brinksmanship?
Michelson asked.
No.
Trescu shook his head and stabbed his finger in the direction of the door.
That is a man looking for a way out. And he likes power too much to surrender it without a very pressing reason. No offense, Colonel, but I doubt that your defiance is enough to break him.
Hoffman's guts were in turmoil. What did he do now?
Okay, I'll take the asshole at his word, then. Reed can take his meetings, and we'll run the goddamn government ourselves. Apart from managing the brief communal shock when news gets out, I think things will run exactly as before, Michelson said. And he knows that, I suspect.
Trescu got up and opened the door.
I prefer my coups to end with a single shot to the head, but this has been fascinating. Now I must go and worry about Lambent killing my drilling teams.
Hoffman followed Michelson down the stairs and stood outside on the steps of the building, confused and angry. The wind had dropped. The fine, drizzly rain on his face actually felt soothing.
Don't worry. I'll write you some nice words to read to the masses, Michelson said, patting his back. Ship's captains are used to being the lords of all they survey. You're in this shit too, Quentin. It's a joint office. Don't play the sidekick with me. I won't. And look how well Mirren behaves when he's treated like an adult.
Michelson nudged him gently.
Good grief. We really are the triumvirate. What are we going to do now?
Hoffman realized he did, in fact, have a plan. He had his inner circle based on trust and history, not rank. That didn't count for shit these days, or role.
Well, I'm going to cry on Bernie's shoulder, he said. Then I'm going to tell Delta Squad, and then I'm going to tell Parry and Charles. All good people to watch your back, Michelson said. And we're both going to need to have eyes in our asses now that Prescott has time on his hands.
And Hoffman still didn't know what Prescott was up to. Chairman or ordinary citizen, he still had a plan of action he wasn't sharing with anyone else.
He always did.
Chapter 19. If we'd known the locusts were massing underground, if we'd known they even existed, could we have destroyed them before they had a chance to emerge? Perhaps. We could probably have saved many more lives at very least. But the Lambent, I suspect even a warning would never have prepared us fully to deal with them. Chairman Richard Prescott, from his unpublished memoirs.
Sergeant's Mess, Vectis Naval Base, lunchtime.
Any minute now the door would swing open.
Bernie tried to look as if she was paying attention to Rossi, but it was bloody hard to act normal after what Hoffman had just told her.
And then I take off the dressing and I find this friggin' thing.
Rossi shoved his arm under Bernie's nose.
Well, she damn well better tattoo over it. Okay, so I'd had a few, and Muller says I asked her to do it, but I can't go around with this on my arm, can I?
On a regular day it would have been hilarious. Sam had tattooed a comically cross-eyed death's head emblem on Rossi's arm. Actually, no. Bernie looked again. She'd tattooed something else in the eye sockets, but you had to get up close to see what it was.
You're lucky she didn't do a winged dick or something, Bernie said. All she has to do is ink in the eyes.
Oh, you're acid today. What's up?
Sorry, man trouble.
Well, that was true, more or less. The door opened and Marcus stood there with his "yeah, I just heard" expression.
Got to go. Do me a favor, mate. Look after Mac for me, will you?
Rossi glanced down at the dog, sprawled on the floor by her stool, and looking mournful.
Sure. Poor little guy seems a bit sorry for himself.
That's why I'm asking you. I think he's getting arthritic. Keep him occupied so he doesn't come chasing after me and get soaked.
She ruffled Mac's fur, and he flinched as if it hurt.
Poor old bugger. You and me both.
Marcus gave her an impatient jerk of the head, and she followed him into the passage to find Dom waiting, wearing a matching frown.
Hoffman just told me the news, Marcus said. You got any special insight that I haven't?
Bernie put her finger to her lips and gestured up the stairs to ground level.
Not in front of the children.
It was still raining. Nobody would think 3 gears running across the parade ground to find shelter was anything to worry about. They raced for the vehicle compound and climbed into a dill to guarantee some privacy.
Look, all I know is that Vic refused to evacuate and Prescott quit.
She shook her head, still amazed to hear the words coming out of her mouth like some bad joke.
So he's formed a junta with the 2 sailor boys, and now they've got to work out how to tell the voters.
No, Prescott's just not that sensitive, Dom said. The assholes walked out for some other reason.
Marcus shook his head.
We'll cope with him or without him. I just want to know what he's doing now, because I don't think he'll be writing his memoirs and offering Hoffman helpful advice on statesmanship.
Vic said he was talking about having to do something. Usual shit, wouldn't say what. And that he'd ask Vic to take it on faith. The next thing we know, Prescott throws in the towel.
Dom shook his head.
Come on, no guy who's launched a global hammer strike and sunk a city would lose his nerve now.
Maybe he's finally cracked, Bernie said. Could happen to any of us. There's no rhyme or reason to it. Something random happens and it just tips you over the edge.
Either way, Marcus said, Hoffman made the right call.
Is that a political opinion?
Bernie had never heard him express one.
That's a first for you.
No, it's a strategic assessment. We're in no shape to go anywhere yet.
Well, not much we can do here. Come on. We still got glowies out there to worry about.
It wasn't a good day for observation duty on the walls, but even with the rain and low cloud they had a good all-around view of New Jacinto and the ship berths. Marcus settled in one of the sentry points built into the wall, elbows braced on the brickwork to steady his binoculars. Bernie found it comforting to retreat to a high vantage point on an uncertain day. She'd reached that overload stage where one more shock or disaster wouldn't make things any worse. The stalks were getting everywhere and spawning things she didn't even have a name for. Leviathans were cruising closer to shore, and now Prescott had handed back the keys. She tried to remember if she'd felt this overwhelmed when she only had grubs to worry about, but time had bleached the intensity out of the memory.
Come on, Vic. You can do it. You're not doing it alone, either. You've still got the same team.
How do you think people are going to take the news, Bernie? Dom asked. You've seen Prescott out pressing the flesh. People have a lot of faith in him.
Depends who gives them the news and how they do it, Bernie said. Unfortunately, Vic's got the diplomacy skills of a house brick.
She didn't feel she was being disloyal. Bluntness was just the rough-cast underside of Hoffman's honesty. But she didn't know how civilians would view that now. Trescu was an indie, which was going to take some selling to the Pelruin contingent even without his personal track record in slotting prisoners. Civvies didn't know Michelson, but he was the one with the charm and silky voice who'd probably make the best frontman. Great timing. Just bloody wonderful. Hey, heads up, Marcus said. He rubbed the rain off his binoculars lenses and adjusted the focus. Trawler berths, halfway down the jetty. Bernie strained to see what he was looking at. A gear was carrying a box, heading toward the boats. She couldn't see who it was because he had his helmet on, but when he stopped alongside one of the small workboats that were moored with the trawlers, another gear came out onto the deck and they manhandled the box down the ladder.
What is it?
She asked. Gears did jobs around the docks all day. It was usually a busy place, especially since the Pelruin evacuation. She thought Marcus had seen something in the water.
Lambent?
No, the gears.
I think that's Rivera and Lowe.
Don took a look as well.
Yeah. Are they still going to be holding Prescott's coat all day now that he's resigned?
What are they loading? Marcus asked.
Whoa, Dom said quietly.
Look who's coming.
Bernie could only see the back view of an oilskin jacket, but it was definitely Prescott. He walked down the jetty and stopped at the ladder down to the workboat to talk to the two gears. Yes, it had to be his CP team. Rivera, the heavier set of the two, stood next to Prescott talking on the radio, finger to his ear. Prescott half-turned with his arms folded as if he was waiting for someone or for a reply. Then Rivera climbed down to the workboat and disappeared into the wheelhouse. Prescott turned fully to face the naval base and just waited, staring back up the jetty. If he'd spotted Marcus, he didn't show it.
I don't like this.
Marcus pressed his earpiece.
Phoenix to Hoffman. Colonel, where are you? I'm watching Prescott and his CP guys loading a boat. You might want to find out why. They're at... Hoffman here. I know. The bastards just summoned me. Stand by.
Bernie looked at Marcus and Dom. You think we ought to be down there?
Yeah,
Marcus said, heading for the nearest steps. Bernie and Dom followed.
If only to haul Hoffman off him.
Well, Prescott can't be skipping town, Dom said. Not if he's called the old man down here. Maybe this was it. Maybe this was the thing that Prescott said he would ask Hoffman to do but couldn't tell him why. The act of blind faith. He's going to meet someone, Bernie said. That's why he's got Lowe and Rivera with him. Anyone want to place a bet on some deal with Lyle Oliver? This resignation's got to be some scam. What the hell could he want from some pirate asshole? Dom asked.
Marcus shrugged. Assistance? Protection? Who knows what the fuck goes through his mind?
No, a deal with the stranded fleet didn't make sense either. But it might have explained the data bursts. And how is he sending transmissions? Why would the pirates bother to do a deal when they were probably better off than the cog right now? Hoffman was already on the jetty by the time they got there, walking briskly to the boat. Prescott must have seen them coming up behind Hoffman, but he didn't seem to take any notice. Dom pressed his earpiece.
We've got your back, Colonel.
Hoffman glanced back over his shoulder.
I don't think he's going to shoot me, Dom, but I might strangle the asshole.
Hoffman came to a halt in front of Prescott. Rivera and Lowe emerged from the boat and stood beside their boss, and Bernie found herself adopting the same defensive position with Marcus and Dom. It was a real study in body language, the state of the cog summed up in a few people unhappy facing each other down a rain-lashed jetty. Dom took a few steps back and turned away for a moment to radio someone.
Bernie heard the word captain. Yes, Michelson needed to be here too.
Prescott thrust his hands in his pockets.
Thank you for responding, Victor. What the hell is this? Prescott growled. Where are you going? I can't tell you.
Prescott pulled his head back a little, almost looking down his nose.
But I have to go, and I have to go now. I can't tell you why, but if I did, you'd understand the urgency. So how long are you going to be gone? I won't be coming back. But if I left without telling you, you'd only waste scarce resources searching for me.
Bernie heard Marcus take a long breath. For some reason, the news didn't surprise her as much as it seemed to surprise him. But Hoffman didn't seem to be taking it in.
This is some kind of joke, is it, Chairman? No, Colonel. If only it were.
Bernie could only watch it in slow-motion horror. Everyone had their crazy moments, but Prescott had been the face of bureaucratic normality, the solid leader everyone accepted would always be there. And now he was leaving when there was nowhere much left to go.
You are shitting me, Hoffman said.
He started at a rumbling growl but crept up the register.
You are fucking shitting me. You're running away? You're fucking running away when your people need a leader more than ever? Where in the name of God are you running to? I'm not running away, but I have to leave.
Prescott said it slowly with that why-don't-you-understand look on his face. But this time one fist was clenched at his side as if he wanted to grab Hoffman and shake him. Lowe and Rivera were getting twitchy. Bernie could see Marcus shifting his weight from one leg to the other. I told you I'd ask something of you, and you didn't want to listen, but I'm asking you again. Come with me and help me do what I have to. I can't tell you more than that. He looked past Hoffman at Bernie for a moment. You can bring Mataki. Damn it, bring Delta, too. You'll understand when you see. Just trust me. Shit. Hoffman was going to have a stroke any minute now. Bernie could see the color draining from his face. His voice dropped to a hoarse whisper. Trust you? You need to listen, Victor. And you'll still have to evacuate Vectis. Sir, you can ram it up your ass. Too goddamn right I won't listen. Hoffman was right in his face now, and if Lowe or Rivera didn't step in, then Bernie would. I can't abandon thousands of civilians. Don't give me this bullshit about you can't tell me where you're going. I want you to tell my gears and those poor assholes in the camp why you're really walking out on them. Prescott seemed to have had enough. He took a firm step toward the boat, a final gesture. Just tell them I ran away, he said quietly. I'm sure you can make them believe it. And it'll make life much easier for you and Michelson. It really will. Chairman, you could have run away any number of times over the years, but you never did. Hoffman's voice was hoarse. Tell me what the hell's going on? How can we survive if we don't know? This isn't getting us anywhere, Victor. Prescott glanced at Marcus for a moment. Bernie wondered if he thought he was going to physically stop him. And I really must go. Well, fuck off then, you traitor! Hoffman turned his back on him for a moment, and Bernie was certain he was ramping up to swing a punch. Go on, get the hell out of here. At least I won't have to waste time keeping an eye on your goddamn games anymore. Prescott had to turn to climb down the ladder, bolted flat against the dock wall. It needed a careful maneuver to grip the high iron handrails while twisting to climb down backward. Bernie couldn't believe they were watching him go, but what was the alternative? To haul him back? To shoot him? His senior officers had mutinied. There was no sovereign's regulation to deal with what was happening now. Then Marcus pushed forward. I abandoned my post once and got men killed, he said. I thought I had a damn good reason, so you better have a fucking stunner, Chairman. Prescott looked up with one boot on the ladder. I've done my duty all my adult life, Phoenix, and I'm still doing it. I'm well aware of how many lives that's cost. He paused. Then his expression hardened as if he'd suddenly remembered something that disgusted him.
"But I've never done it out of arrogance, and I never thought I always knew best."
It was a really odd thing to say. Very specific, very personal. It sounded like it was aimed at Marcus, but nobody could possibly think that about him. His rigid self-control suddenly snapped. Bernie watched his fist ball, held tight against his leg. He had a bastard of a temper buried somewhere, she knew, but she'd never seen it this close to erupting. He looked like he was holding his breath.
"You're accountable, Chairman. You don't get to fuck with us like this. You don't get to fuck with what's left of us."
Prescott's expression changed instantly. He clenched his jaw. He was speechlessly angry for a second before he spat out his answer, and it didn't look like an act.
"Phoenix, you have no idea. You have no damn idea at all. I've been a lot more accountable than your father."
Hoffman stepped in front of Marcus instantly and blocked him just as he drew his arm back. For a moment, Bernie thought Marcus was still going to go for Prescott, but he got a grip on himself and stood down, looking murderous. That was his trigger, any insult to his dad. If you wanted a punch in the face, it was a good way to get one. Hoffman knew that from experience. Hoffman jabbed his finger in the direction of the open sea. Bernie could have sworn he was shaking.
"Okay, Prescott, get out. Go on, run. Just get out of my fucking sight."
He looked across at Rivera.
"I'm not blaming you or Lowe. Do what you feel you have to do. But you should let the bastard drown."
Bernie could hear boots thudding now, someone walking very fast down the long jetty and almost breaking into a jog. It was Michelson. He strode up behind Hoffman as Rivera slipped the mooring line and stepped down onto the boat. It puttered away.
"The bastard's taking one of my vessels?" Michelson asked. "Is that all you've got to say?" Hoffman snapped. "Nice of you to show up. God damn, Quentin, what's wrong with you?" "Never mind. I can track him now."
Michelson looked indignant.
"He'll have thought of that 3 moves earlier, but I'll ask Mirren to get Zephyr on the case. The workboat's a lovely, noisy little thing for a submarine to follow. Let's give him a head start and see what happens. He won't be going far in that without refueling."
Michelson was a nice enough bloke, but Bernie was still wary of him.
"Did you know he was going to do a runner, sir?"
she asked pointedly. He relished these games.
"What else do you know?"
"I didn't, Sergeant," Michelson said. "But now that Prescott's on my turf, so to speak, I have the advantage."
Bernie wondered if the deal with the stranded was as outlandish as she'd thought. Prescott might have been heading for a rendezvous. It explained the short-range vessel, anyway.
"Shame that Clement's out of torpedoes," Hoffman muttered. "But I need to know where that asshole's heading."
Michelson patted his shoulder.
"Think of Lowe and Rivera."
"Wave once and don't look back again."
Bernie hung back to watch the boat for a few moments, then realized everyone else except Marcus had walked off, even Hoffman. The handful of civilians in gears out on the jetties and on decks glanced up, apparently oblivious of what was happening. The rain started to hammer down in rods again. Marcus stared after the boat with utter loathing.
"I don't believe it."
Bernie wondered whether to ask him what Prescott had meant about Adam Phoenix. She had a long history with Marcus. She'd been with him through some of the roughest moments of his adult life, so could get away with it when others couldn't. But even she didn't dare, not right then.
"Well, we're really on our own now," she said.
"The hell we are."
Marcus finally looked away from the shrinking boat.
"This is still the cog. He's the one who's left it. We'll carry on without him."
Bernie decided to leave well enough alone. Hoffman needed her now. In a normal world, he'd have been a couple of years into retirement. But now he was embarking on a new role that she knew scared him a lot more than grubs, glowies, or even death. He was the reluctant leader of the last remnant of the cog. He wasn't going to like that at all. Former UIR submarine Zephyr, southwest of Vectis, 2 hours after ex-chairman Prescott's departure.
"He's still there,"
said Teo. The workboat was heading southwest at a respectable speed.
"What kind of range has that pisspot got? Because it's not heading for the nearest land."
Tresque listened to its propellers on the headset, baffled. As far as he knew, and as far as Michelson could tell him, the workboat had only the most basic radar and radio, just enough to do its job of moving men and material around a harbor. It had no sonar or advanced communications, because the NCOG fleet had been cannibalized. Everything useful but not essential had been stripped out to be used elsewhere. Again, as far as Michelson was aware. But Tresque didn't know if Prescott had managed to add some refinements that could detect a submarine tracking him.
When would he even get the chance to do that? Maybe he has. The boat hasn't been used for months. It's small, and nobody was keeping a special eye on it.
Prescott would have to be an idiot if he didn't expect to be followed, though, and the man was anything but that. Did it matter if he knew where Zephyr was? He couldn't outrun her, but even if he did, even a small boat's props could be heard at a considerable distance in the current conditions. He couldn't just disappear. And he was at sea now with a couple of infantrymen. Tresque was a submarine officer. He was operating in his natural environment for a change, and he had the edge.
"Anything else?" Tresque asked. "Is there anything else out there?"
Teo shook his head.
"All quiet. Everyone's betting that he'll rendezvous with Olivar's fleet, because there's only leviathans, whales, and the occasional fishing boat for the next few thousand kilometers. What could the stranded Garayas possibly have that Prescott wants? Beats me, sir."
Tresque prided himself on understanding what drove people, especially his enemies. Whether it was tactical or emotional, he could read people's behavior. Not being able to guess what Prescott was up to worried him. It felt like losing one of his senses, like going deaf.
So what is he not up to? He's not fleeing for his life, or else he would have run away years ago. He's not able to control whatever this is, or else he wouldn't be so driven by time, and he is. This is a man with deadlines, not of his own making.
And then there was the desk. A diversion to keep Hoffman busy, or sensitive data? Tresque had to hand it to Prescott. He was good. Teo sat back.
"Commander, the boat stopped."
He listened with his hands cupped over his headset.
"If he's hooked up with anybody, I can't hear it. Do you want to risk active sonar? He has to know that Hoffman wouldn't just lose interest in where he was going, so it probably doesn't matter if we give away our position." "Let's take a look first."
Tresque turned to the helmsman.
"Periscope depth."
Tresque fully expected the scope to break the surface and see a fishing vessel or Olivar's powerboat. It took him a few moments to pick out the workboat at this range in the sea conditions, but when he did, it was on its own.
"So he's waiting,"
Teo said.
"We can wait a while, too. Let's get a little closer."
The helmsman brought Zephyr within 500 meters of the workboat, and Tresque took another look through the scope. There was still nothing happening. She wasn't underway, just riding on the swell.
"Might not be waiting for a surface vessel, sir," Teo said. "We managed to hide from the cog for years, after all."
Tresque kept the boat in his scope, occasionally looking away for a few moments to rest his eyes. The rest of the small crew sat in practiced silence. It was a damn long hour before Tresque decided to edge in a little closer. The workboat was a small vessel with the kind of wheelhouse it was easy to look through at the right angle.
"There's nobody at the helm,"
Teo said. That didn't necessarily mean anything. There was a small engine space below decks, even if it was a very tight fit for 3 tall men, and there was nothing out here the boat might collide with. But the sea was rough. Someone should have been on watch, if only to keep a lookout for whoever might be meeting them. Someone should have been at the wheel to stop them drifting from their rendezvous point.
"Let's have a look,"
Trescu said.
"Take us in."
Zephyr crept in closer. If anybody popped up on the deck now and spotted her scope and radio mast, it was just too bad. She was so close now that she risked a collision. Trescu could see an orange polypropylene line trailing from the starboard rail into the water. It was just a rope hanging loose, but loose ropes fouled propellers, and nobody could ignore it on that tiny boat, not even men who weren't sailors.
"There's nobody on board. Damn it, there's nobody there. How the hell did they manage that? Where did they go?" "The bastard's gone."
Trescu was more humiliated than angry. His mind raced through all the possibilities, all of them insane.
"Take us up, helm." "That's just not possible, sir," Teo said. "Seriously, we'd have heard another ship, even a submarine."
It was a difficult maneuver to hold Zephyr alongside the workboat. For a few awful moments, Trescu wondered if he was wrong and that he'd now come face to face with Prescott. But that was fine. If he did, Prescott had only 2 gears with him, and Trescu had a crew of Grozny seamen and much more liberal rules of engagement than the cog. He'd get answers out of him far more efficiently than Hoffman and Michelson ever could. But there was no Prescott, nor any sign of his gears. Trescu stood on the casing of the submarine with Teo. Not a reassuring place to be, with waves slapping over it, while a couple of the crew got a line on the workboat. Even with safety harnesses and life jackets, boarding the boat was dangerous. Teo managed to get on board. He didn't take long to go below and then come up on deck.
"Yeah, the bastards are gone, sir," he said. "Nothing here. No men, no boxes, not even ash from a smoke. The helm's set on auto and the tanks are empty. It just ran out of fuel."
Trescu was stunned. He was the naval tactician, not that mollycoddled bureaucrat Prescott.
"Where the hell could 3 men disembark without us knowing?"
Teo scrambled back to the submarine and nearly fell between the 2 hulls. Trescu grabbed his arm.
"I don't think it's some suicide pact," Teo said. "While we were dived, Prescott and his bodyguards were taken off that boat somehow. Whatever it was didn't make enough noise for us to pick them up." "A yacht?"
Trescu could feel the wind biting at his face. It was gale, always a stormy month, and the prevailing winds would have driven a yacht back to Vectis anyway.
"No. Before we give up and look like pathetic schoolboys, let's do an active sweep."
Trescu dogged the fin door shut behind him.
"Even if that gets the attention of a Leviathan."
If Prescott was relying on a small, silent yacht to escape, they'd pick him up now. Teo settled down to listen to the sonar returns while Trescu radioed Vectis. Ianu, one of the marine engineers, gave him a sympathetic look.
"I bet the data bursts will stop now," he said. "Prescott's taxi arrived after all." "You think that was what it was?" "Damn sure, sir."
Eventually, Teo took off his headset and spread his hands in defeat.
"Nothing out there, sir. Nothing at all."
Trescu debated whether to tow the workboat back, because every hull would count one day soon. It meant returning on the surface. And now he had to tell Hoffman and Michelson that he'd lost Prescott. He'd lost the bastard despite a vast advantage. There was something that he was missing, something he hadn't factored in. It was one of those situations that needed a diagram of who knew what and when. Trescu shut his eyes to concentrate and radioed Hoffman.
I lost him, Colonel, he said.
It paid to get it over with.
We followed an empty boat on Ottohelm. We found the workboat, but Prescott and his men have gone.
Hoffman sounded as if he'd taken a deep breath.
God damn it! How? There are very few ways to leave a vessel at sea. You transfer to another vessel, you get winched off, or you fall overboard. We detected nothing. I've ceased to believe in the omniscience of submarines, Commander. What can we rule out? Nothing. But who else has submarines or helicopters? Only you and I. Not easy assets to hide. You managed it. We probably wouldn't have detected a sailing vessel on passive sonar. Not ideal for fast getaways, though. Well, I hope the asshole's enjoying a cocktail on Olivar's goddamn luxury yacht. Maybe he'll choke on a lemon slice. Forget him. We've got Lambent to deal with. We'll tow the workboat back. It's out of fuel. I know Matheson will monitor for data bursts, but I suspect we've heard the last of those. One mystery down, maybe. An unknown number to go.
Hoffman finally let out that deep breath. He sounded unusually resigned for a permanently angry man.
And nobody to kick it upstairs to now.
Tresque resisted tying himself in knots by peeling back the layers of the disappearance. That would be playing Prescott's game. The man was no longer in command.
You and I have been in this lonely place before, Colonel, he said, and we beat the odds. We will beat them again.
He meant it. Gorasnaya would not die, not on his watch, and its future was now tangled inextricably with the cogs. Therefore the cog would have to survive, despite its best efforts to self-destruct. He'd make sure it did. Hoffman's quarters, a few hours later.
I keep coming up with a different answer every time, Hoffman said.
He stared out of the small window onto the docks, worried that part of him was hoping to see Prescott's boat heading back in the gloom of a wet late afternoon, and that it was all part of an elaborate ruse that a simple grunt like him couldn't begin to untangle.
All I know is that he played me. Whatever he did, it was so he could go wherever the hell he's gone. Was he even serious about evacuating? Or did he just pick that position because he knew the civvies would want to stay and he could treat it like a vote of no confidence?
Vic.
Bernie held a tin cup of Dizzy's finest under his nose. Mac muscled in between them and sniffed it warily.
You need a drink. Prescott's gone. It doesn't even matter why. What does matter is what happens here from now on in.
I'll have it later, he said. I've got to do the briefing. I'll make a statement to the civvies later. The sooner they hear it, the less uncertainty gets a chance to breed.
I think it'll hit the public harder than us.
Bernie took the mug away and started drinking it herself.
Hard to tell if they'll turn on him or cry for him like their long-lost mum. But either way, the next stalk or polyp attack and they'll forget all about it.
I wish.
And they're not shouldering this alone. Make Michelson and Tresque pull their friggin' weight.
Okay.
Hoffman couldn't put it off any longer.
Look, I've got all the department heads and NCOs waiting in the gymnasium. Let's go.
You'll do fine, Vic.
What would you have done?
About what?
Gone with Prescott, no questions asked.
Bernie stared into the mug, looking as if she was chewing it over.
I'd go with you, no questions asked, probably. But him? Not if he wouldn't tell me what was on that disc.
Hoffman had forgotten about that for a few hours. Maybe it didn't matter now, but it would always eat at him. Then his radio went off.
Control here, sir. Okay, on my way, Matheson.
Just letting you know I haven't picked up any data bursts since yesterday.
There's a surprise. Thanks, Lieutenant. I'll drop by later.
Hoffman got up and checked himself in the bathroom mirror again. He was sure he could see the fear on his face. Bernie patted his back.
"Look, you got the Embry star," she said, "and it wasn't for your dressmaking skills. You're not in this job by accident, either. Even Prescott told you so."
The mention of the medal made him think of Bai Tak. Like all the dead Hoffman missed, the man would be impossible to get out of his mind for a while, and then vanish again. Bai would have cut the problem down to size in that clear-sighted, pragmatic Pesang way. But Bai was long gone, and maybe all his family, too. Hoffman leaned on the basin and felt himself drowning in regret.
"What's wrong, love?"
Bernie asked.
"Just thinking of Bai Tak."
He couldn't remember how much he'd told her about his Pesang troops.
"The one who died saving Dom at Asfo."
"I get the names mixed up."
Bernie rubbed his scalp as if she was giving it a final polish.
"You never even wear the ribbon. Does anybody even admit to having an Embry these days?"
"I sent mine to Bai's widow," Hoffman said. "He deserved it. I lost touch with her after E-Day."
He couldn't bear to think that all the Pesangas were gone, like most of the population of Serra. It hit him harder than ever at that moment. He gripped the edge of the basin, eyes shut, and when he looked up again, Bernie was staring at him with tears in her eyes.
"That," she said, "is why I'd go with you and no questions asked."
Her respect embarrassed him.
"It was shame that made me do it as much as anything. Pesangas didn't qualify for the same awards because they weren't technically COG citizens. I wonder how the Indies would have played it."
He felt a terrible need to change the subject and take refuge in a new crisis.
"Come on, let's do it. You too, Mac."
When they reached the gymnasium, the assembled gears just stared at him. Michelson was having a quiet chat with Major Reed, who looked crestfallen. So they knew. Well, that saved a few difficult lines.
"We heard, sir,"
Alex Brand said, studiously underwhelmed by the news.
"Corporal Baird here wants to know if he can have his office."
"I could do with a workshop that doesn't flush," Baird said. "Just saying."
It was impossible to keep things quiet for long. The place was too small, and there was, as Michelson always reminded him, no such thing as a monopoly of information. It was hard for the senior commanders to have a bust-up with the chairman on a public jetty and not get noticed.
"I hope we're not having a whip round to buy him a going-away present, sir,"
Rossi said, heaving himself up to sit on an old vaulting horse with stuffing poking through a seam on its saddle.
"I didn't even get to sign his card." "He asked me to join his staff, you know," Baird said. "And you accepted? So that's why the poor asshole ran away."
Hoffman hadn't expected his gears to be sobbing in their handkerchiefs about Prescott's departure, but he made a note to keep a close eye on morale. The worse gears felt, the more disinterested they acted, and the more savagely they joked. The fight with Prescott was his alone, just internal political wrangling. The man had never let the army down or ignored military advice, until now, and most respected him, even if they didn't like him.
"Okay, gears, listen up."
Hoffman plunged in.
"I can see you're all totally frigging devastated by the chairman's departure. So it's business as usual. Daily recons to map stock distribution, perimeter patrols, everything we've been doing anyway. And the contingency plan will now be implemented." "Which one, sir?" "Readying all ships to accommodate personnel and supplies. Not because we're planning to cut and run, but so that we have somewhere else to house people if we have a stock incursion near or within the perimeter. So there will be no chat or unhelpful speculation that might demoralize our citizens, understood? It's just prudent planning."
Rossi raised his hand.
"How's this command thing gonna work, though? Sorry to be blunt, sir. Sirs, I mean." Captain Michelson and Commander Trescu have a vote, and so do I, Hoffman said. And an order from them is as valid as an order from me. I am not the chairman. Nobody is. This is an emergency arrangement, not a military dictatorship. Pity, Trescu said, smiling without a scrap of warmth. They are very efficient. He actually got a laugh. Most gears had softened a lot toward the Gorazny, even if the Pelruan townsfolk still wanted nothing to do with them. Hoffman had another out-of-body moment, and saw the Cog's 3 reluctant leaders, an Indie who refused to surrender, a naval officer who got a kick out of ambushing pirates, and a colonel who wanted to be an NCO again, and wondered how the hell this was ever going to work. Michelson seemed to be finding it a lot easier than he did. Major Reed and Mr. Charles will handle Prescott's daily civilian liaison role, he said. Of course, Mr. Ingram may be somewhat dismayed to see a military junta running the cog, but he'll have lots of homework to keep him busy. Seriously, none of us wants to be doing this job forever. Any questions? The catering corps sergeant raised a finger.
Sir, now that he's buggered off and left us, can we stop putting glowy body parts in the food freezers? I mean, someone did take them away yesterday, but it's not nice, and it's probably not safe.
Ah, the specimens were just for the chairman's benefit.
Michelson stopped mid-sentence, then recovered.
But I hear Sergeant Mitaki has a recipe for them.
Everyone laughed.
Yes, I'd like to know who removed them and what they did with them. We have to dispose of these things more carefully now.
The hell they did. There was diced polyp all over the island, not disposed of carefully at all. Hoffman looked at Michelson, and Michelson looked at him, and he didn't need to be telepathic to know they were both thinking of Prescott's fixation with keeping specimens.
So he took them. What the hell is he going to do with them? Good idea, Hoffman said. Any other questions? Because this is an awful short briefing otherwise. When are you going to tell the civvies, sir? Rossi asked. Base patrols are going to get asked a lot of questions.
Hoffman checked his watch.
I'll do a radio broadcast as soon as we're finished here. Brace for a public outpouring of grief, or at least some anxiety. Prescott was good with the civilians. He wouldn't have lasted that long if he hadn't been able to reassure and inspire them. But now it's our job. So be goddamn inspirational, every last one of you, or you'll be on a charge. Dismissed.
He looked at Marcus, who just tilted his head back a fraction, the slightest hint of a nod. The gym cleared, leaving only Delta Squad, Bernie, Anya, Trescu, and Michelson. Hoffman accepted that he relied on a small inner circle, and right then he was damn glad that he had one.
I'm guessing that was what Rivera had in the boxes, Hoffman said. The specimens.
Sure as shit wasn't his picnic lunch, Marcus said.
I'd prefer to think that Prescott just went quietly nuts and kept the bits like serial killers keep body parts, but that's not likely, is it?
If someone didn't just dump it all.
If. Then he's gone to show it to someone. Not our pirate buddies, though.
Marcus shrugged.
Some of them run drug operations.
He said it like he'd reached a conclusion. They'll have better labs than us. Maybe more know-how. And Olivar's the one who said the cog was dead and that they'd be the new world order. That sounded like Prescott all right, opportunistic to the end. But for whose benefit? Whatever else was wrong with the asshole, none of this seemed to be about saving his own skin. That was what made him so hard to fathom.
I'd like to believe that, Hoffman said, but it doesn't explain all the theatrics.
Okay, but if he finally comes back with the Pirate King, Dom said, I'll shoot the asshole myself.
It was all too cheerful, that shaky relief after a near miss. Anya didn't seem to be joining in the display of bravado, though.
"You okay, Lieutenant?" he asked.
"Oh, emotional girly stuff,"
she said, pushing her hair out of her eyes. She'd cut it to jaw length now, and it made her look even more like her mother.
"I worked with the chairman for years, and he leaves without a goodbye."
No, Prescott wasn't universally hated. Hoffman began to worry that he'd let his personal grievances cloud his judgment.
But there's the disc. There's all the things he never told me. There's all the things he still wouldn't tell me. I better get this broadcast sorted out before the gossip overtakes me, he said. Come on, Bernie. It's stand by your man time. Then I'll have that goddamn drink.
Who listened to the radio at this time of night? He'd have to get Major Reed to go see the delegates and make sure they all knew, just in case.
I didn't sign up for this, but I pushed Prescott, or at least I was such a gullible prick that I opened all the doors he wanted open. And if I don't do it, who will?
The route to CIC from the gym was a maze of winding corridors lined with a mix of half-tiled walls and painted wooden paneling, all in the same utilitarian government green. Mac's claws tapped on the floorboards as he trotted behind them. Hoffman realized he would have been happier if every second of slack water in his life, every moment when he had too much time to think, could simply be erased. He hadn't learned the art of not thinking.
Bernie, what if I've got this all wrong? He asked. What if Prescott really knew we were fucked, but I wouldn't listen?
Trust your own judgment. It's kept us alive so far.
But will I know when it's time to call it a day? Royal tyrants never retreat. Will I realize when it's time to run?
Oh, you'll know,
Bernie said.
Believe me, you'll know. And if you don't, I will.
Chapter 20.
We're not stranded. We just lost radio contact.
Corporal Hugo Muir, 5th Cayenne Grenadiers. Naroa, South Sea Islands. Summer 9 AE. 6 years earlier. The grubs were on the move again, trying to push the wrecked truck down the road. It was a baker's delivery van, not a military vehicle, but they'd scavenge anything they could find after they'd finished slaughtering humans. Bernie could hear them. She braced her back against the trunk of the tree and steadied herself with her boot jammed into the fork of the branch. They'd have to come back this way if they wanted to get that thing down into their tunnel.
City boys. You strayed too far off your home turf, didn't you, tossers? Bad call.
She looked around to check that Hugo and Darrell were in position. They were hard to spot in the foliage, even for a sniper used to looking for people who didn't want to be seen, but she couldn't see Miku at all. Bernie could wait all day if she had to. She had nothing better to do than kill grubs now. It was only a matter of time before humans had to abandon Naroa, but until that day came, she'd keep killing the bastards. The first gray head presented itself about 10 minutes later. She could see them below, 6 of them pushing the small truck, 4 at the back and 1 on each side trying to steady it. She couldn't see if there was one inside at the wheel, but if there was, then he'd written his last letter home to his grub bitch of a mother.
Do they have mothers? Families? I hope so. I want them to suffer and grieve like we do.
She sighted up on the grub on the left side and waited until he passed her. The back of the truck was now level with Hugo's position, and that meant Darrell could take the one on the right. She didn't even need to signal them to coordinate the ambush now. Everybody knew the drill. All she had to do was squeeze the long shot's trigger.
Steady.
Her optics framed the grub's face in profile. When she had a target in her scope, she wasn't worried about their wife and kids, or if they didn't want to be fighting a war at all. They were just a threat to be eliminated before they could kill her mates.
Exhale.
It was even easier to detach when she saw that scaly gray skin and those weirdly inhuman eyes. She could look into the eyes of a cow or a dog and recognize the common thread of all life, but not these things. They didn't deserve to live.
Hold it.
The long shot would take off the top of his head. His little gray chums would shit their pants and realize that humans wouldn't go down without a fight.
And squeeze.
The grub's head snapped back, as if he'd been punched, spraying blood right across the side of the truck. Bernie shoved her long shot over her shoulder and switched rifles. The grubs at the back dropped for cover, looking around frantically as fire started on 3 sides of them. One stood up to return fire and took a chest full of rounds, but still aimed up into the trees for a few seconds before he fell. Bernie made that 2 down and 4 to go, at least from what she could see on this side. One rolled under the truck. He stuck his head out too far, and there was another rattle of fire. The forest track fell silent. She tried her radio.
Darryl, can you see them?
Yeah, 3 at the front.
I've got 'em.
That was Miku at last.
When I take one, the others are going to bolt, so get ready, both sides.
He must have moved all the way around through the tree canopy. The kid was amazingly agile. Bernie felt the strain of being in her mid-50s, but then remembered she wasn't up for that kind of acrobatics even 30 years ago. She aimed.
Go!
A whiffing noise like an arrow broke the silence, followed by an agonized roar. A grub ran out in her direction, and she hit him in the chest before Hugo put a couple of bursts into him. She didn't see where the third one went. A couple of shots rang out.
Clear,
Hugo said.
That's all of 'em. I can still hear one moaning. He must be next to the vehicle.
I'll finish him.
No, I'm heading down,
Bernie said.
Then grab what you can and get out.
It was harder coming down a tree than climbing it. Bernie had to drop the last 2 meters. She walked around to the front of the truck to find a grub impaled against the grill like an oversized radiator mascot. That explained the whiffling noise. Miku had fired a crossbow quarrel on a line like a harpoon, and the noise had been the line paying out. The grub was still breathing, still struggling weakly, as if he couldn't work out why he couldn't get away from the truck. She looked into his face for a moment, saw nothing there that she could pity or regret, and reloaded the long shot.
Too good for the bastard. But it'll take me hours to saw through his fucking throat.
Bernie settled for making sure no grub medic could patch him up and send him back to kill more humans. She rarely used the long shot at close range. It made a hell of a mess. Miko walked up and pulled the quarrel out of the grub's chest with some effort.
I was trying to save you ammo, Sarge, he said. And there you go, wasting another round.
She picked up the grub's weapon and took the ammo from his belt.
It's not some cultural statement, then? You're taking the piss again. Come on, we're all islanders here, son.
Bernie tapped her arm to indicate her tribal tattoos.
Don't play the race card with me. You pass for white. You don't even have bakwaya.
He indicated his own facial tattoos, intricate dark blue swirls like fractals.
You Galangi like tattoos you can cover up so the cog can pretend you're their own. Didn't make any difference in 2.6 RTI, and I am bloody part white anyway. Here we go again. Bit late for tribal differences now, kid. We had a couple of other islanders with full face ink. Pad Salton for a start, and a guy from your neck of the woods, Ty Caliso. Yeah, he was from Aroma, too.
Actually, Pad was white, very white indeed, with bright red hair and freckles. Bernie wondered where all her old mates were now. The thought crossed her mind at least once a day, and she wasn't sure if it kept her going or just prolonged a pointless nostalgia she'd be better off without. They were probably dead.
Hey, this wanker's got one of our radios.
Hugo held up a COG-issue receiver and earpiece.
A bloody new one. You think we can get a signal out at last? Look at it later, Bernie said. Come on, we can't hang around here.
They set off back to the camp, weaving through the trees. As far as she knew, there were just 15 civilians left on Naroa now. and if anyone else was still out there, they were better at hiding than she was. The grubs came back a couple of times a month to scavenge and sweep what used to be the inhabited areas. Nobody tried to go back to the towns any longer, not even the occasional stranded who passed through on their endless voyages around the islands. The Naroa camp was hidden in the eastern cliffs overlooking the ocean, its boats tucked in a narrow inlet, waiting for the time they might have to put to sea for the last time. Even Bernie knew they couldn't hold the place forever. It was time to start packing up. We might even be the last gears left on Sarah. And Miku, well, he's a gear whether there's an adjutant here to stamp his bloody papers or not. When the patrol reached the outskirts of the camp, an invisible boundary, but there nonetheless, one of the sentries jumped out from the bushes with a boom shot. He was 16 and very enthusiastic. Nobody could accuse the civvies of not getting stuck in. "Glad to see you're alert, Jake." Darrell flinched and turned the muzzle away with a careful hand. "Don't ask me for a password, will you?"
"Did you kill any?"
Miku held up a couple of scavenged locust weapons.
"Well, we didn't get this lot free with a box of cereal." "Nice one."
Jake let them pass.
"We saw a boat earlier. We didn't radio you because it didn't look like an emergency."
"Where is it?" Bernie asked.
"Can't see it now. Passed by."
It could only be stranded, so if they decided to come ashore, they'd get a boom-shot welcome. Bernie wandered through the camouflaged huts and sat down by the observation post with the others to examine their haul. Every round counted. "We've really got to think about going, Bernie," Hugo said. He peered at the radio he'd taken off the grub. "We've had a good innings. 8 years. I bet there were whole regiments that didn't hold out that long."
"It's got to be Galangi, then."
"It's too close to here. I mean go out and find a stranded colony. Hook up with a bigger group."
"A bigger group of what? They're all shithouses."
"What do you think the civvies here are if they're not stranded?"
"You know what I mean." Fucking stranded.
She didn't have any time for them. The few that had landed on Naroa had just come to loot.
"Look, the grubs don't have a navy. They're still tunneling after 9 years. That means they can probably only move within the continental shelf because it's comparatively shallow. Galangi's on a volcanic ridge with a bloody great abyss in the way."
She sat cleaning her Indy sniper rifle, the semi-automatic that Major Stroud had given her way back when the CO was just a lieutenant. It grew more important to Bernie with each year that passed, although she wasn't actually sure of the date any longer. The rifle had come from a UIR sniper who had pinned down a company of 26 RTI in Shavad, and Major Stroud had killed the sniper up close and personal herself. Stroud was that kind of officer. It was a lovely piece. Bernie treasured it, not least because it was a personal gift from Stroud. The woman was a legend, and like all Stroud's gears, Bernie had a strong personal loyalty to her. But Helena Stroud was long dead. Bernie wondered if her daughter Anya was still alive somewhere. Hugo shoved the radio under her nose, almost excited.
"You know what this means?"
"What?"
"It's definitely COG. See the letters on it? But this is recent. I mean, it's a new model. And that means they're still manufacturing on the mainland somewhere."
That was a big assumption. She hated scraps of hope because they evaporated all too fast. But it got her attention, and Miku's and Darrell's, too.
"It just means they were still making military radios after you left Kaya, that's all," she said.
If Hugo could get it working, who would they call? Who was left to answer?
Even if it was last year, they could all be dead now.
"Well, either way, they're not going to pop down here to see if we're doing okay without them," Darrell said. "So that changes fuck all, doesn't it?" Darrell was a practical man. Bernie had to agree with him.
"Yeah. Better get the others used to the idea that we'll have to bang out of here soon."
Hugo fiddled with the radio and sighed.
"It's not working anyway," he said. "See? Nothing changes with the bloody cog. We should have let the grub fix it before we killed him."
There seemed to be a communal relief about having to leave for Galangi, even if Bernie wasn't looking forward to seeing her neighbors again. She'd cut off mentally the moment she got on that trawler. But it was probably the safest place to be right now, and it had all the things that Naroa didn't: piped water, food, and somewhere you could sleep for the night without having to worry that every noise was a grub emergence hole forming under your bed. It was a rough journey ahead at this time of year, but Bernie's definition of what was tolerable had changed an awful lot since she'd left Galangi. The last humans on Naroa began packing up what little they had left to load everything onto the largest fishing boat ready for the trip.
What the hell am I going to say to Neil? It's been a long time.
She was filling water cans a few days later when the small boat came back, the one that had passed by while she'd been out on patrol. Jake spotted it first. She grabbed her rifle and ran down to the headland. Hugo was already there, lying prone with his rifle trained on the boat.
"Well, it's not a grub," he said. "What if it's someone looking for sanctuary? Another boat might be handy." "We've got as many boats as we can sail. He can piss off."
The boat headed for the inlet, a little red and white thing with a mast and a motor. Bernie kept her longshot trained on it all the way in and made sure she was the first down there to check it out, just in case Hugo was going soft out of desperation. It puttered into the inlet and slowed to a stop, bobbing on the water. Bernie and Hugo stood on the shore and aimed at the wheelhouse.
"We haven't got anything for you to take, so you can sling your hook," Bernie called. "Stranded aren't welcome here."
A bearded man in his 30s stepped out of the tiny wheelhouse.
"Whoa, I'm not a pirate," he said. "I'm just looking for fresh water to top up my tanks." "Well, you've got a choice of rivers inland," Hugo said, "and grubs. Help yourself, but— Oh, sod it. If your mates are all out there waiting to come ashore, you must be pretty dim even for stranded. There's nothing left to steal." "Are you Gears?" the man asked. "Shit, I thought you lot had all gone back to Ophira when Prescott issued the recall."
Bernie wore salvaged chest plates, and Hugo still had full armor and a Lancer rifle complete with bayonet. It was clear who they were. But Bernie heard the word recall and her stomach knotted.
"What fucking recall?" she asked. "You've been out of the loop for a long time, haven't you? 3 days before they launched the hammer strikes. Prescott said everyone had to evacuate to Jacinto Plateau because the grubs couldn't tunnel there. Yeah, big friggin' gesture, because most people couldn't even get within 100 clicks of Jacinto before he pressed the button, even if there'd been room for us. So that's the cog for you, the murdering assholes."
Bernie hadn't known about the recall. Nobody down here had. She risked taking her eyes off the stranded to look at Hugo for his reaction.
"They recalled us," she said. 3 days? 3 days? Don't think about it, Bernie. We were recalled. It was years ago. Doesn't matter a damn now."
But it did. It mattered to her. It meant that Jacinto might still be holding out. And if Jacinto was still functioning, then the Royal Tyrant Infantry would be there.
"Any recent news?"
she asked, trying not to look too interested. Stranded always wanted something in exchange for information. Her heart was pounding. She tried not to let that stupid hope take her over again, but there was no controlling it.
"Who's still in Jacinto?"
The man shrugged.
"Oh, it was a year ago now. Last I heard, Prescott was still holed up in his nice office, surrounded by his infantry in the middle of a damn wasteland. That might be really old news, of course. Can't remember the last time I met anybody dumb enough to go back and find out. All the smart folks stick to the islands."
Bernie didn't have an impulsive streak. She did things the Army way, assessing information before making a decision. She didn't have much information this time, but the decision had been made in a heartbeat. She'd already made it on E-Day. She had to get to Jacinto now. She couldn't go back to Galangi or pretend there was nothing she could do about it.
Okay, there's a river about 10 kilometers from here. She pointed north. Follow the coast to the next headland and you'll see the estuary. The grubs are everywhere, so you're on your own.
You've changed your tune, lady.
I'll change it again if you don't move.
The man stared at her for a moment, as if he was waiting for her to relent and offer to fill his tanks for him. When she didn't, he shrugged, started the motor, and swung the boat around to head out. Hugo gave her a disapproving frown.
Bernie, tell me you're not thinking stupid thoughts.
You heard him. It's my regiment. It's got to be 26 RTI.
Bernie, no, you'll never make it.
If you heard that the 5th Kaya was still operating somewhere, how would you react? Your mates. What would you do?
Oh, shit, she's starting that again, Darrell said. I thought she'd given up on that Lost Legion bollocks years ago.
Look, you're a sensible woman.
Hugo gripped her shoulder. He certainly wasn't the first man to tell her that.
I just don't know why you can't drop this. Things are hard here. Why go halfway around the world to find something worse? If you find it, that is. You probably won't make it to the next island. And I'm not going to divert a few thousand clicks to drop you off on Kaya, not with the fuel situation. I'm getting old. I won't get another chance to do this. I'm going to die sooner rather than later anyway. So I'll die fighting with the regiment, or at least trying to get back to them, not sitting here waiting for the grubs to come and get me. I don't need you to ferry me round, she said. I'll take the day boat. It's got a sail, too.
You could just about manage the coastal waters. You're not fucking Navy.
Then I'll have to learn on the way, won't I?
Bernie, we're a squad. We've done bloody well here. We protect what we can. We save who we can.
She felt something crack silently in her, like a joint popping. She shook his hand off her shoulder.
And I'm fucking Bernie Mataki, 26 RTI, she yelled. And I will rejoin my fucking regiment.
Hugo spread his hands in defeat. She could have sworn his eyes looked glassy.
Okay, mate, okay. Take it easy.
Sorry.
Her temper faded as fast as it had exploded. It was a stranger she didn't recognize.
I just have to try.
Never known you to lose your rag like that, Bernie.
I think it's all that's kept me sane.
Not us.
Well, you too, but... Shit, you're a gear. How can you not understand it?
Okay, Hugo said.
She'd never seen him look hurt before, but he did now.
Okay.
Goodbyes were always difficult. She knew that she couldn't do them graciously, but now she realized she was afraid of them. It was the one thing in life that she didn't have the guts to face, that she might never see some people again. And so she had no idea of the right words that would turn it from a painful memory into knowing she'd taken leave of them well. It was bloody hard to leave the squad, and even the civilians. But it was a lot harder to ignore the thought that ate at her daily, that her place was back with 26 RTI. She loaded as much food, water, and ammo into the dayboat as she was due, and left a note for Hugo and the others in the storage hut. It was 0400. A woman called Shula was on guard duty, a refugee from Kaya.
"We'll miss you, Bernadette,"
she said.
"We wouldn't have survived without you."
"Now you'll see me round."
Those kinds of lies were okay. They saved everyone a lot of pain.
"And you'll all be fine on Galangi. They've even got a bar. Say hello to them for me."
When there was too much to think about, Bernie could make herself think about nothing but the immediate moment. She started the motor and steered the dayboat out into an ocean that she had no idea how to navigate. But she had a compass, a chart, and she was 26 RTI, the unvanquished. She'd work it out as she went along. Stranded Camp, Ilima, Tyrus, 9 AE. There was just a road's width between life and death these days, a little bit of concrete, and Dizzy was on the wrong side of it. He watched 2 COG Army trucks and an APC grinding their way along the Ilima-Jacinto highway in the distance. It was a regular patrol at the moment, running every couple of hours. They were heading back to somewhere with medics and clean running water, invisible things he never thought much about, until the day came when he needed them and they weren't there any longer. He'd needed them when Rosalind got sick, but they hadn't been there. Life without her was going to be harder than he ever thought possible. He'd managed 3 days, and he didn't know how he was going to handle the next hour, let alone tomorrow. With his back to the camp, all Dizzy could see was a row of pines along the road, clean, craggy rocks, and not a cloud in the sky. Somehow that made matters feel a whole lot worse. Everything looked so bright and alive. He wanted the day to look the way things really were, hopeless, cold, and dead. He took another gulp of shine and worked himself up to turning around to go back to the hut. It was hard facing Marilyn and Teresa. He'd let them down. He hadn't been able to save their mom. And God, he missed her. Folks told him he'd be numb for days and there'd be shock and anger and all that stuff, but he'd gone straight to pain and a full minute-by-minute awareness that she was gone. The only thing he was angry with was the COG, not even the grubs. Dizzy turned and faced the jumble of corrugated iron huts. Maybe it would be safer in the city. It was hard to know what was for the best. A camp like this on open ground didn't have big solid buildings and power supplies that could be repaired, but you could get out of it fast if the grubs came. Those assholes liked prowling the cities. It was best to stay small and move fast these days. But then there was sickness, and when folks were all sharing a water pump and living packed together like this, diseases spread fast. Folks were coughing as he passed them. Most would live through this epidemic, but some wouldn't. He could hear the sound of a helicopter in the distance. There were a lot more reminders here that the COG was getting on with life inside the wire, because the gears sent out patrols to keep the grubs away from Jacinto Plateau. They sure as hell weren't running relief missions and dropping off food. The engine noise was getting louder by the second. The chopper was lined up with the main path through the camp, and for a minute Dizzy had a crazy thought that it was going to open fire. Maybe that was the hooch thinking for him. It was just that big, black, scary-looking shape bearing down on him with the gun sticking out the sides. It came in pretty low, but then it lifted sharply, and something flew out of the crew bay, breaking up into pieces. No, not pieces. Sheets of paper, for pity's sake. A load of garbage being dumped on his camp, his home. The stuff whirled everywhere as the chopper's draft kicked grit and garbage around. As it flew away, the mess of paper fluttered to the ground. Folks wandered out to see what it was. One of the guys raised a middle finger in the direction of the helicopter. "Assholes! Go shit up your own town, why don't you?" Dizzy bent to pick up some of the stuff. It was a pile of leaflets, plain black print on dull white paper with a COG emblem on the top. Nothing fancy. But if they had money and paper to waste on leaflets, things couldn't have been too bad in Jacinto, could they? Dizzy read one carefully. Operation Lifeboat. Stranded men aged 18 to 50. You need not struggle to find food or medical care for your families. Enlist as a gear, and you and your loved ones will receive the welfare and protection of the COG. You can serve in combat or support roles, including driver, mechanic, and construction trades. Life in the camps will only get harder as the locusts overrun more areas. Do your part to defeat the enemy and provide for your family at the same time. COG patrols will be visiting camps to recruit. Recruits will also be accepted at the vehicle checkpoint at Timgad Bridge, Jacinto. The COG's war effort is your war effort. Some folks were scooping up as many leaflets as they could. It wasn't because they were gung-ho about the goddamn government. It was because waste got mushed up, bleached, and turned into new paper.
"They know we're dying out here," one woman said. "I mean, how rotten is that? They know we got the sickness, so they think we'll help 'em out just to get some medicine and a few scraps to eat."
She spat on the floor.
"Assholes are always coming around trying it on, every time."
One guy picked up a leaflet and pretended to wipe his ass with it. "That's about all it's good for," he said. "Just wish they'd made it less rough and hard, that's all." Dizzy shoved his leaflet in his pocket. He didn't have anything to thank the COG for, so their war was their own damn business now. Stranded looked out for themselves. The idea of the COG timing their recruitment drive when disease was killing Stranded made him wonder who the hell the savages really were in this world, grubs or humans. "God damn, Rosalind, it ain't fair. Sweetie, it just ain't fair." He forgot the helicopter pretty fast. He had hooch to brew and 2 kids to look after, and there was this sickness still doing the rounds. Over the next couple of days, he did a bit more drinking than he planned. It didn't change a damn thing. He delivered a few bottles of Shine to his regular customers and came away with a few pieces of chicken, not a whole one, mind, and a box of 6 eggs. It was just what his girls needed. When he got back to the hut, Marilyn and Teresa were sitting at the table cutting up vegetables, really concentrating on slicing them up as if the world depended on it. There was a pot of something simmering on the burner. Marilyn slid off the chair and went to him for a hug. They were real quiet today. Sometimes they didn't speak at all, and he didn't know if that was just the habit that stranded kids got into so the grubs didn't hear them, or if it was because Rosalind was dead and the girls really understood now that she was never coming back. They knew what dead people looked like, and that they didn't get up again. They'd seen too many. Dizzy scooped Marilyn up in his arms. "Hey, sweetie," he said. "You making dinner?"
"Yes. We've got to take care of you now Mom's gone."
She was only 8 years old. His heart broke. "Well, you be real careful with those knives here."
"Yes, Daddy."
She gave him a fierce hug and clung to his neck.
"Daddy, you drinking that stuff again? It smells weird. You know Mom said it was bad for you."
"Oh, God. I ain't gonna lie to you, sweetie. Sometimes I need it 'cause I miss your mama so much." He stopped short of saying that it eased the pain a bit. He didn't want his girls to grow up thinking liquor was the answer to life's problems, because he knew it wasn't, even if he couldn't do without it. "But I know it's bad, so I ain't gonna be a fool and have too much of it. Just trade it to folks who don't have 2 smart girls looking after 'em." Teresa put down her knife and ran to him. She clung to his legs.
"Daddy, you've got to stop drinking it. You'll die too."
"Okay, sweeties. Okay, I ain't gonna die. Come on, let's finish making dinner, shall we?" He put his hand on Marilyn's forehead to check her temperature, like he'd done a dozen times already today. She felt hot. He was sure of it. "You feeling okay?" She nodded.
"Yeah, just sad."
He checked Teresa, too. Her forehead felt cooler, but he couldn't be sure. Maybe he was getting too worried and just imagining stuff, and the last thing his girls needed now was to be scared by a panicky dad. He put on his best we're-gonna-make-it face and sat down at the table with them to finish making the meal. Every scrap of peelings got saved for the hooch bucket. When he looked at the pile of stuff that most folks in Jacinto would have dumped as garbage or fed to pigs, and realized that was how he had to make a living to keep his daughters fed, it almost sank him. Garbage. That was all stranded were, garbage living on garbage.
Not because they were worthless people, they damn well weren't, but because they'd been thrown away, not needed. No more damn use to the cog. Until now. He took the recruitment leaflet out of his pocket and wondered why the hell he picked it up in the first place, except to remind himself that the cog must have been in deep shit to want stranded back inside the wire. Nah, the cog could rot for all he cared. He spent the rest of the day making hooch. Alcohol was pretty good for sterilizing stuff, not just wiping away bad memories for a while. So he made a second batch from the peelings that didn't taste so good. Nothing got wasted. And every damn day is going to be like this from now on. That night he lay awake, listening for trouble and misery. Marilyn and Teresa slept on cots, one in each corner of the tiny room, while he bedded down on a few blankets right in front of the door with his rifle within reach. Nobody could get past him. And if the grubs came, he was right on the ground where he'd feel the tunnels being gouged out beneath the camp. Nobody would get his girls, nobody. He woke a couple of times in the night and grabbed his rifle before he even opened his eyes. The first time turned out to be some drunken assholes yelling and arguing somewhere outside. Damn, Dizzy knew he liked his drink too much, but at least he could hold it and not inconvenience other folks. The second time he woke because Marilyn was whimpering in her sleep. He went over to her and stroked her hair. Her head felt hot, really hot, and it wasn't his imagination. He knew he wasn't going back to sleep tonight. "Sweetie, you okay?" He wound up the handle on the mechanical flashlight and shone it on her. "You want a cup of water?" She tried to sit up.
"I feel sick, Daddy. My head hurts. I'm sorry."
"Don't you be sorry. I'm here."
He helped her sip from a cup and tried to make her comfortable.
"I'm going to sit here with you until you feel better."
Teresa woke up and came across to sit on his lap.
"Is Marilyn gonna die too, Daddy? Are we all gonna die?"
It shocked the shit out of him. Kids got the damnedest ideas into their heads. But she'd just seen her mom take sick and die in a few days, and the illness was going around the camp. She was just working things out for herself.
"No, she ain't gonna die, and neither are you," Dizzy said. "She's gonna be fine in the morning. I'm gonna stay up and keep an eye on her."
Dizzy sat by the cot for the next 2 hours. Then Teresa fell asleep on his lap. From time to time he reached out and stroked Marilyn's hair, but after a while she stopped opening her eyes to look at him. He listened to her breathing. It was getting bad, real rough. He could hear a gargling, wet sound every time she took a breath.
"Okay, sweetie."
He woke Teresa and carried her back to her cot.
"I'm going to get someone to take a look at your sister. You just wait here."
It was 3 a.m. Mrs. Enska, the old lady who knew a bit about nursing, wasn't too pleased to be woken up, but she came back to the hut with Dizzy to check on Marilyn.
"Well, she's got what everyone else got,"
she said. Marilyn seemed to wake up, but she was just mumbling and not making sense.
"And most kids come through it in a couple of days 'cause they're tougher than us grown-ups, but some don't. All you can do is wait. Sorry, Mr. Wallen, but we ain't got the drugs, so it's nature taking her course."
She got up and patted his arm.
"She'll probably be fine."
There was no point giving Mrs. Enska a hard time, because she was right. There was no treating this, just waiting. There was no medicine, and there were no doctors. Not for stranded. Probably wasn't good enough. Not so damn soon after he'd lost Rosalind the same way. He sat there thinking for another hour, looking for some change in Marilyn. Teresa clung to him, watching as well. There was only one place he knew for sure had medicine and proper doctors, and that was Jacinto. And here he was, stuck outside Ilima. No, he couldn't take the risk of waiting.
There'd be a patrol along the highway in the next few hours, like there'd been for the last 10 weeks, and that was his best hope. "Teresa, sweetie, pack the bag," he said. "You know how to do that, like we do when we have to run from the grubs, right?" She did as she was told, like she always did.
"Where are we going, Daddy?"
"We're going to find some gears and get them to help Marilyn," he said. "You come with me and we'll see she's okay."
"But you hate the cog. Everyone hates them. They burned everybody."
"Maybe I don't hate 'em that much," he said. "Not as much as I love you and Marilyn, anyway." This was no way to bring up his kids. They had to have a better life than this. He didn't know if he was thinking straight so soon after Rosalind's death, but he'd learned to trust his gut, and the only clear thought in his head right then was that there were patrols running that main highway, and he had a leaflet in his coat that said his family would be okay if he'd only sign up and join the COG Army. Operation Lifeboat. Yeah, he needed a lifeboat right now. He needed one more than ever. He'd lost his wife, but he wasn't going to lose his girls. Whatever it cost, he'd pay that price, and leave behind what little he'd built up over the last few years. Except my girls. He carried Marilyn through the camp with Teresa lugging the bag. It wasn't even daylight yet. They sat at the edge of the road in the gray dawn for more than an hour, waiting, wondering if he'd guessed wrong and the patrols weren't coming today. Then Teresa looked up.
"Daddy, it's coming, listen."
There was definitely a vehicle rolling down the road, probably an APC, judging by that distinctive whine. Engine sounds still spoke to him after all these years. This was his one chance. He stepped out into the middle of the road with Marilyn in his arms and planted his boots square across the center line. "Teresa, wave the flashlight, sweetie. Stand at the side there and keep waving it. He's got to see us." A brilliant white headlamp wobbled in the gloom ahead. It was hard to stand in the path of an oncoming APC, but Dizzy had to. It sounded its horn. He couldn't step aside now. "Okay, so they've seen me. They gotta stop or they gotta run me down and my little girl with me." The APC ground to a halt. It surprised him that the gears stopped, but maybe a crazy man standing in the road with a little girl in his arms and another now clinging to his coat wasn't something they could pass by. The nose hatch opened and a gear got out. He wasn't wearing a helmet like most of them did. Dizzy could look him in the eye. "Whoa, fella, I nearly didn't see you there." He was about 30 or so, a regular-looking guy, but very big. "What's wrong with the little girl? Has she had an accident?" "She's sick," Dizzy said. "My Marilyn's sick, and I can't lose her. I just can't. Help me, buddy, will you?" Here he was, a stranded bum asking a vehicle full of gears to let him and his sick kid, maybe his infectious kid, sit among them. Dizzy braced himself for a brush-off and wondered what he'd do next. He didn't even know if it was already too late. "Okay, get in," said the gear. He had a corporal's stripes on his chest plate. "I don't know how I'm going to get the medic to see you, but I'll try." So there were decent human beings still left in this world. Dizzy found himself sobbing. He squeezed into the crew compartment with Marilyn on his lap and Teresa huddled wide-eyed and scared beside him, surrounded by 6 of the biggest guys he'd ever seen. "Son," he said to the corporal, "you get my Marilyn to the doctor and I'll do any damn thing you want. I'll sign up. I'll join your damn lifeboat. Anything as long as my girls live." The corporal closed the nose hatch and the APC did a U-turn on the highway. "Hey, it's a good life being a gear. It's a family. You won't regret it. So what can you do?" "I can fix big engines," Dizzy said. "And I can drive." The corporal winked at one of the other gears. "I think we got us a derrick driver, Vincenzo. Now let's get this little girl to a doctor."
Temporary Barracks, Reitman Hospital, Jacinto. Summer, 9 AE.
Wow, things must be getting bad, Baird said, looking out the pack horse's side window. The rats are joining the sinking ship.
Another open truck full of stranded recruits crawled past them into the barracks as Cole waited to drive out. They all had that same miserable look, more like prisoners of war than volunteers. Maybe that was how they saw themselves. Cole could understand that.
They must be real hungry, he said.
Alonzo craned his neck to watch until the truck was out of sight.
You think we can trust them?
Well, we've got their wives and kids in government shelters, all fed and cared for, Baird said. They can do the math.
Dixon fidgeted in the back.
Better to have them inside the tent pissing out than outside pissing in, that's what I say. Ah, you did your business post-grad at LaCroix University, I can tell, Baird said. How was the module on managing the talent pipeline?
Cole shut him up.
What? You think they're going to sabotage us? Why would they do that? They're getting killed out there, too.
Wouldn't you want some payback if you were them?
Alonzo asked.
Not if I was up to my ass in grubs, baby. I'd save it for later.
But you would save it.
Cole wasn't sure. He didn't bear grudges against people, just grubs. That was so easy that he couldn't imagine it being any other way. Grubs hadn't stood up and said what their problem was with humans. There didn't seem to be any damn point to them except killing, and until they came up with a real good excuse for slaughtering everybody, Cole wasn't inclined to wonder if there were two sides to the argument.
Depends, he said.
Baird did his know-all headshake.
Don't be surprised if we find bulldozers gone missing. Shit, we're giving them the keys to valuable assets. We should have locked them in the kitchens, not made them combat engineers. Yeah, well, we ain't got much choice, seeing as we're suffering from overstretch. Herniated, more like. Someone's got to get out there and move the rubble.
Trouble was, the grubs came at you two ways, underground or on the surface. Ephyra was built on a plateau that was mostly granite. The grubs couldn't tunnel under the Jacinto district at all, but they could dig through most of Ephyra just fine. That was where most folks still lived and where the government buildings were. That was the real front of this war, right inside the city. Sometimes you held a street, sometimes you lost it, and sometimes you took it back again. Cole was surprised that more folks didn't just cut and run, but they didn't have much choice. There was nowhere else left to hide. Smart folks with money and buddies in high places anyway, were trying to move back into Jacinto. Every other civilian had to take their chances.
Yeah, you stranded ain't the only ones caught on the outside. There's always a safer place you can't get to. Just a matter of degree, baby.
Cole drove through the business district, noting that one of the bank buildings now had a lot of communications aerials, a COG Defense Department banner, and gears guarding the doors. A Centaur tank was parked on the plaza in front.
Damn! Must be my investment account in there, Cole said.
That's the Divisional Comm Center now.
Baird knew all this shit. He actually read the memos.
They're talking about taking over the Treasury, too. Lots of handy connecting tunnels and steel-lined vaults.
Yeah, how long is that going to stop the grubs?
Well, we're still here.
That was a rare bit of sunny optimism coming from Baird.
So we must be doing something right, or else the grubs are busy trashing somewhere else.
The wire, the defensive cordon of razor wire, concrete barriers, and tank traps, looked pretty battered when Cole drove through the checkpoint each day. They couldn't stop the grubs digging e-holes inside the cordon, but they could try to stop the assholes moving across open ground, like forcing water through a narrower pipe to reduce the flow. Today they were looking for things the grubs had built overnight. Bridges, rail tracks, anything that made it easier for them to move up stuff to dig in for a big assault on Ephyra.
And we know it's coming, baby. Sooner or later. The big one. You think they're trying to get a suntan? Dixon asked. They seem to be on the surface a lot more now. Maybe they've run out of air freshener down below. Man, those tunnels must stink.
The pack-horse moved out into no man's land, the outskirts where grubs came and went, but where stranded took their chances too. Cole passed a huddle of barricaded sheds with roofs made out of truck panels. A wisp of smoke curled up from behind the barricade, and a guy with a rifle was leaning on top of it. When he saw the pack-horse, he just held up one hand, middle finger extended, and stared at them in total silence. It was creepier than getting pelted with stones or spat at.
"Yeah, thank you, citizen,"
Baird muttered. "I hope you get a boomer up your ass."
Now that Cole was looking harder, he could see more wisps of smoke out there.
Goddamn. The stranded were all holed up in the ruins like gophers. He almost didn't see them.
"You ever been back to your old house, Baird?" Alonzo asked. "You were rich, right? Your folks were from the founding families or something? What, so I can watch a bunch of stranded pissing in a swimming pool? No thanks."
Baird tapped his chest.
"My swimming pool. My inheritance. See, I wanted to be an engineer, but no, my bitch of a mother insisted—"
Yeah, we heard that one," Dixon said wearily. "But you would have been drafted as an engineer anyway, and now you'd be working with the Operation Lifeboat bums."
"I feel so much better now, thanks."
Cole spotted a likely structure in the distance. There was a rickety bridge across the river to the old power station, and it hadn't been there a couple of days ago.
"Heads up, people."
He looked for a path through the rubble and swung east.
"Anyone want to knock down a bridge?" "Every little helps," Dixon said. "But it'll be back in a couple of days." "Okay, then we'll knock it down again."
Baird had the map on his lap, checking where they actually were. Maps usually didn't help much because the streets and landmarks were just rubble now.
"Yeah, careful where you park, Cole. It's marshy down there. I don't want to have to dig the pack out of the swamp, you know?"
Cole reached the end of what had once been a road down to the waterfront. He could see the paving as he drove, so he knew he was still on solid ground. The river wasn't quite in the same place shown on the map.
"I think some sluice gates failed somewhere," Baird said. "It's overflowed a bit."
Cole reached the end of the paved road by the shell of a building and put on the handbrake. It was about 75 meters to the bridge.
"Yeah, let's be sensible and park here."
There was enough cover from the building if they ran into any trouble, and a lot of low walls and other obstructions they could use to move into position.
"Okay, let's have some fireworks. I like fireworks."
They loaded up with charges from the back of the pack-horse and worked their way down to the water, moving from cover to cover. Baird was right about the marsh. By the time they reached the bridge, Cole's boots were soaked. It was only a shallow river, but a regular vehicle would have been bogged down here fast.
"Damn, my granny could build a better bridge than that,"
Alonzo said. It was a raft of wooden planks suspended from metal posts on the banks, not so much over the river as sitting on it.
"Okay, who's going across to lay the charges on the other side?"
They all looked at Baird.
"Is this because I've got opposable thumbs?" he asked. "Because if not, I feel kind of victimized."
"You're lighter than us," Dixon said. "It's all the hot air."
"Fuck you,"
Baird huffed.
"Okay, watch and learn." "Look, I'll go," Cole said. "Nah, Private Dixon is right. I'm not a lard-ass like him, so I won't sink this pile of cocktail sticks."
Baird grabbed the charges and debts, looking up and down the river. The nearest cover on the other side was the power station.
"And you better watch my back, because I'm not swimming across. That water's like the sewage outflow from a dysentery ward."
However much bitching and arguing Baird did, Cole knew he would always do the job. It was just noise to give himself a bit of courage. Baird tested the bridge with his boot and walked across, arms out for balance. The thing was vibrating with every step. When he got to the other bank, he did a theatrical bow and started laying charges around the metal supports. Cole began wiring up the supports on the near-side bank, while Alonzo and Dixon kept watch around the waterfront. If the grubs were anywhere, they'd be holed up in the power station or further along the river.
"How you doing, Baird?"
Cole was getting anxious. It was taking a bit longer than he'd hoped.
"How many you got left?" "Nearly done."
Cole looked up. Baird began edging his way back across the bridge, then stopped about 5 meters out from the bank and knelt down to peer underneath the structure.
"I missed some."
Baird started unraveling wire.
"They've sunk posts into the riverbed. Wow, they work fast. Maybe they'd like a job with the Afferin engineers." "Come on, Baird. You're kind of exposed out there. You want this thing put out of action or not? Just get a move on."
Cole watched Baird nervously. He laid a few more charges and was now about halfway across the bridge, lying flat with his head and arms over the side.
"Next time, why don't we just call in a frigging centaur and blow the bastard up?" he grumbled. "That's probably going to put it into orbit. Come on, get out of there, Baird. Just a few more. Baird! Look,
Cole didn't hear the rest of the sentence. The explosion felt like a nail being hammered through both eardrums. He found himself instinctively dropping flat as mud, twisted metal, and big wooden splinters the size of staves flew everywhere. One of the charges had detonated prematurely.
"Baird! Baird!"
Cole scrambled to his feet.
"Speak to me, baby!" Oh, shit, he's dead. Baird's dead."
Well, fuck.
Alonzo already had his medical kit in his hand.
I can't see him.
The bridge was drifting loose from the posts on the far bank, or what was left of them. The planks were shredded like a shark had bitten a chunk out of it, and a section had broken off and was floating away. Cole could see a pile of muddy armor.
"Oh, buddy, no!"
Then the mud moved. The armor unfolded into Baird. He knelt up, very shaky, blood all over his face.
"Whoa. Okay, maybe I didn't check that. Shit, Cole. Cole, where the fuck am I? You're drifting, baby. Hang on, we're gonna get you."
If there were grubs around, they'd be all over the place soon. Cole didn't have time to mess around.
"Dixon, I'm gonna bring the pack horse down here and put a rope on the winch to haul him in. That's the only way we're gonna reach him. Just sit tight, okay?"
"You know he's still sitting on charges, don't you?"
"I do, so we're gonna be real careful."
Cole sprinted for the pack horse, forgetting all that stuff about progress behind cover. Baird was in deep shit. But when he got to the vehicle, the hood was up, all the doors were open, and even the tires were gone. There wasn't even a rope or a tool left in the back. For a moment, Cole forgot all his tolerance for the stranded and their bad luck.
"You selfish motherfuckers!"
he yelled. He clenched his fists and looked around, ready to beat the shit out of them, but they were long gone. He'd never felt that way about another human being before, but damn it, this was Baird's life on the line.
"You thieving no-good bums! Goddamn selfish assholes! Fuck you! I got a buddy out there and he's gonna die thanks to you!"
How the hell was he going to get to Baird now? There was only one option. He'd have to wade in and get him. He didn't know how badly hurt he was, but he'd be dead if the grubs were coming to see what all the noise was about. He started running back down to the river, and then the firing started. Dixon got on the radio.
"Cole, we got 10 grubs on the other bank. We're engaging."
Cole could hear Dixon yelling at Baird to stay down. He had to call this in.
"Foxtrot 6 to control. We're at the river opposite the old power station. I got a man down in the river, no transport, and we're taking fire. We could do with some help."
"Roger that, Foxtrot 6. I'll free up a Raven when I can, but we'll task the closest unit, okay?"
"Control, whatever you got is fine by me, baby."
The fire was coming horizontally across the river. Maybe the grubs hadn't seen Baird. Cole dived flat beside Alonzo and took aim.
So where's the pack horse?
Alonzo asked.
Goddamn stranded, stripped it, tires and all. Frigging assholes, Dixon said. See, you can't trust them. I called in support.
Cole could see that the section of bridge was drifting while Baird fumbled with his rifle. He was in no fit state to fire. Cole pressed his earpiece.
Baird, you hear me? They ain't seen you. Just lie low. Especially with all that explosive you're sitting on, okay?
Baird just waved back. Yeah, he'd got the message. All Cole and the others could do now was keep firing until the grubs were picked off or help arrived, and hope that Baird hadn't bled out by the time they got to him. Grub rounds were striking the broken wall right in front of Cole, sending puffs of brick dust into his face. One grub fell backward in a spray of blood, and Dixon whooped. Cole took out another, but the others were hunkered down behind a metal tank half sunk in the mud. Cole could hear the rounds striking it like a badly tuned gong.
Come on, Baird, hang on. Might just be concussed. Might be skewered with a chunk of wood, too. Can you hear that noise? Dixon asked.
Cole paused, trying to pick out something above the rattle of grub rifles. It was an engine, all right. The slope of the riverbank meant he couldn't see a damn thing coming.
It's not a dill, and it's not a centaur,
Alonzo said. Cole could hear it really close now, a low, grinding noise with a sort of burbling sound underneath, and the crack and crunch of rubble being crushed under tracks. He kept looking. Dixon tried to look around.
What the hell is that?
A shadow fell over Cole like someone had just dumped the skyscraper next to him. He stared up the incline at the biggest thing he'd ever seen, the underside of a chassis made up of huge, ugly metal pieces he didn't even have names for, but he was damn sure they did the job. It was a mammoth, a bridge-laying tank. He could see a dozer blade on the front.
Okay, not a raven, but...
A voice he didn't know came over his radio.
Now you know how women drivers are, honey, so I suggest you boys move aside. Let Ailsa solve your problem.
We hear you, Ailsa, and we're moving.
Cole had no idea what the tank was going to do. Rounds were pinging off it from across the river like flies hitting a bug zapper, so Foxtrot's new friend was probably going to move in and give them cover while they tried to reach Baird. The mammoth groaned over the incline and thudded down the bank. It took out the intact section of the grub bridge right away, setting off the charges and just ignoring the explosion like it was an annoying fart.
Man, that was impressive.
Cole gaped for a moment.
Holy shit on a bike, Dixon said. But I bet she can't park that thing.
She's going to sink,
said Alonzo.
It's a bridge layer. It does rivers.
The mammoth had definitely distracted the grubs. Cole took the opportunity to move down the bank and get level with Baird's raft of splinters and high explosives. The mammoth suddenly paid out a couple of sections of its bridge and spanned the river right opposite the grubs, then crossed and just kept going. The grubs, dumb assholes, maintained fire and tried to fall back, but the tank was on the far bank now and moving a lot faster than they expected. It rolled right over them.
Man, that's messy, Dixon said.
Ailsa seemed to be backing up a bit to make sure she got them all.
Can you see any more grubs, boys?
She asked.
In one piece, no ma'am.
Good. I'm going to come back now. You got someone in the water?
See the raft?
I'm relying on cameras, honey. You're going to have to help me out.
It took a while to maneuver, but the mammoth returned to the bank, headed downstream, and bridged the river again to trap the raft with Baird still on it. Cole and Alonzo managed to get onto the raft and manhandle him up onto the mammoth's hull.
Hey, what is this? He mumbled.
His hair was sticky with blood.
Oh, this is interesting. He's concussed, Alonzo said. At last, we finally found a way to stop him bitching.
Ailsa opened up the tank's main hatch and watched Alonzo checking Baird over. She was, just as she sounded, A stranded lady with an Operation Lifeboat badge on her overalls, maybe late 30s, all blue-black hair she probably wasn't born with, and a real nice smile. Baird had just had his ass saved by a stranded bum, and a female one at that. Cole wished Baird had been alert enough to savor the irony. He was none too keen on having ladies in the Army.
"You boys need a ride home?"
she asked. "Yeah," Dixon said, obviously not thinking too carefully. "The stranded stripped our pack horse, the assholes."
"Well," said Ailsa, "we better go pick up what's left before the assholes take the rest, right?"
Cole elbowed him.
"No offense, ma'am. We're just kind of strung out."
"Time's gonna come," Ailsa said, "when you folks are gonna be just like us, except we'll have a head start on you."
Cole didn't spend much time talking to stranded beyond yelling at them to get clear of this place or that. But when he did, they made an awful lot of sense. Somehow they'd survived everything the cog and the grubs could throw at them without an army or any fancy technology, and they just seemed to be getting tougher and smarter by the day.
"That's a thought, ma'am,"
he said.
"Survival of the fittest."
Ailsa hummed happily to herself.
"Hell, we'll still be here long after you've gone." "Where are we?" Baird asked.
"Eating humble pie, baby,"
Cole murmured, knowing he'd remember that.
"Eating humble pie."
Chapter 21. Sitrep number 475B. Extent of contaminated zones and stock ingress at 0001, Bloom 1015. Current boundary of CZ, 22 kilometers approximately north of VNB, 30 kilometers west. Rate of spread, currently no activity, irregular in shape and rate. Forecast, suspended. Action, daily monitoring to continue. Evacuation contingency team to remain on 1-hour alert. Weekly recon tasking, KR-239 to East Tyran Seaboard, KR-15 to Southwest Pels, KR-80 to Central Massif. Prepared by Major G. Gettner and R. Scharl. KR-239 on reconnaissance sortie to Port Farrell, approximately 3 months after Prescott's departure, Bloom, 15 AE.
"Well, there's still somewhere left to park the dinghies," Siraki said. "But that's about it. Do you even want to land, sir?" "We can see enough from here."
Hoffman leaned out of the Raven's door. He didn't look like a man who'd just been vindicated.
"At least I called that one right. God damn. What's left?"
Tresque took no pleasure in watching the man's hopes dashed. Marinot Naval Base and Port Farrell, one single sprawl fanning out from the docks, was now a forest of stalks. Its ship basins and jetties were crumbling where the huge growths had broken up the concrete. Hoffman sat back in his seat and studied his map with Marcus Phoenix, shaking his head occasionally. This place had been the COG's best hope for relocating as a single community. They'd have to think again. Scharl and Perry consulted their own chart.
"It was fine last month," Siraki said, "which just goes to show. Plan B, anyone?" "Look, we're back to the dispersal scenario."
Scharl was right, but nobody wanted him to be.
"I've scoped out every variation on it for you, so it's your call. Just remember that if you disperse across more than 15 settlements, we won't have enough core skills to share between them. The tough decisions are going to be who gets told to go where. You're going to have to break up a lot of teams."
Hoffman passed the map to Tresque.
"And the command team. Well, we have to return to Gorsnaya, whatever state it's in. Trescu couldn't imagine going anywhere else. It was a lottery. Any place on Sarah probably stood the same chance of coming under Lambent attack. And if any of your people wish to come too, it would be ungrateful of me not to extend the same welcome to them as you did to us. I'll assume that's not sarcasm. Absolutely not. Everyone had a depressingly accurate picture of the evacuation sites, pieced together sortie by sortie over the weeks. The map on Trescu's lap was covered with pencil marks that told the story of dwindling options. Towns had been circled and then crossed out. Too far from the sea, too far from rivers, too hot and arid for crops, too cold in winter for humans, no infrastructure left, already occupied by stranded, or already infested by stalks. Those that remained possibilities were either spread along the Tyrant coast or hundreds of kilometers inland, isolated and hard to reach. But it would have always been this way, even without the Lambent. The entire world has to be rebuilt. Technology has to be reinvented. Whatever happens, none of us will live to see a Sarah anything like the one we've lost. You're going to need a decent warship to replace Nezark, then, Hoffman said. We better talk to Quentin when we get back. Siraki, how are we doing for fuel? We can swing past Garenholt and Vonner Bay before we need to refuel. Top of my list, Charles said. Phoenix turned his head slowly and looked at Hoffman. Trescu didn't recognize either name. Who noticed or cared what happened to cog cities when Gorasnayas were being laid waste? They seemed to have some significance for those two, though. Good idea, Hoffman said quietly. The Raven hugged the coastline, heading south. Trescu simply watched with interest, thinking of Bronascu. It was only when Sergeant Perry began to look uneasy, gaze darting between his chart and the terrain below, that it occurred to Trescu where the flight path would take them. They'd pass over Jacinto, or whatever was left of it. Mitchell stuck his head into the crew bay. "Okay, gents, we're 10 clicks from Jacinto," he said. "What do you want to do?" "Just grab some images, Mitchell," Hoffman said. "We know there's no infrastructure left." There was a time when Trescu would have cracked open a fine vintage to celebrate seeing the cog capital destroyed. His father's ambition was to roll through the streets with an armored division and pull down the cog flag from the House of Sovereigns. But you didn't need to, Papa. They did it themselves. The coast below was dotted with town after town of buildings that looked as if they'd been cut off at the foundations with a scythe. Where their walls had survived, not one seemed to have a roof left. From time to time, Trescu saw the occasional gray husk of a stalk, sometimes in the deserted streets, sometimes on the shore or a little way out to sea. He leaned out as the Raven banked and saw a long spit of land curved around a huge natural harbor, almost on the scale of a volcanic caldera. He was a Navy man. He knew his charts. He knew what was coming, but it still made his stomach knot. "Dear God Almighty," Hoffman said. He put his hand to his mouth as he looked down. "Dear God." The vast harbor was Jacinto. The city was gone. It was absolutely gone. Nothing broke the surface of the water. Along the new shoreline, rail tracks dangled in mid-air and bridges went nowhere. A fine old spire leaned at a precarious angle over the water, a roost for red-beaked gulls that scattered like confetti when the Raven passed. "Yeah, that did the job," Phoenix muttered. He was a hard man to read, but Trescu was betting on dismay. One lambent Brumac. Trescu had to ask. "You detonated it. It was all we had left. I mean, you detonated it."
Trescu needed to know for his own peace of mind.
Personally.
Phoenix gave him that slow stare.
Yeah. With the hammer.
Actually, Sirotki said, it was me, Mitchell, Baird, and Dom, too. Plus Stroud doing the backroom work, just for the record. In case Marcus gets pilloried in years to come as the guy who took Jacinto off the map.
Maybe that's my inheritance, Phoenix said, and went back to studying his chart. Trescu assumed it was a reference to his father. For such a private man, Phoenix sometimes provided surprisingly raw glimpses of his mind. Hoffman frowned briefly to himself, as if it were a coded message only he understood. There was a whole history between them that Trescu knew he might never unpick, but one thing was clear. When events changed the course of the war, that same small group was usually involved somehow. The key decisions that shaped the future of the cog, and with it the fate of Sarah, had long been in the hands of a very small and powerful patrician clique, such as the Phoenixes and the Prescotts, aided by a few loyal foot soldiers. Trescu came from a clique, too, generations of senior commanders. There was an odd sense of inevitability about finding himself in this circle. Mitchell, braced against the edge of the open door, showed no emotion as he took photographs. The cog could not only think the unthinkable, it was also willing to do it, even to itself. And then it recorded it. Trescu felt a pang of something that wasn't quite fear or even mistrust, but a reflex reminding him that his new allies would have finished off Gorisnaya without a second thought, and that he should never forget that.
And I would have finished them off, too. I promised my father I would. But here I am, thinking only in terms of individuals I would rather see survive than die.
The harbor that had been Jacinto vanished behind them. There were still stretches of unspoiled coastline between the ruined towns, which Trescu noted as somewhere to consider retreating with tents if things went from bad to worse. After half an hour he began to see the cracked remains of paved roads again. It was hard to tell how much damage had been done by Locust and how much by the hammer of dawn.
"Vonner Bay,"
Sirotki said. Charles pointed.
"And there's Corin. I'm going to set down. Eyes peeled, folks. Might be a popular stranded beach resort by now."
Trescu couldn't see any smoke or other signs of habitation. When the Raven set down on the coast road, Mitchell took up position on the door gun, and Phoenix jumped down first. It was fascinating to watch Hoffman and Perry suddenly turn into front-line gears again, scanning for sniper positions with their lancers ready. Charles checked his handgun casually.
"I think I still remember how to use this."
He winked at Trescu.
"Navy."
Trescu checked the magazine on his assault rifle and nodded.
"Navy."
Vonner Bay was a small town that looked as if it had escaped a direct hammer of dawn strike, but had been caught by the firestorm. Trescu was all too familiar with the aftermath. The intense heat turned paved areas into something that looked like badly fired ceramics, and there was always a vast crater left at the point where the lasers converged on the ground. Vonner Bay looked as if it had simply burned, and the buildings were mostly intact shells whose windows and doors had vanished. Perry walked down the center of the road, casting around on the ground for something. He stopped and took out his knife.
"Give me a hand."
He'd found a manhole cover. He raised it a fraction with the blade to get his fingers underneath and lifted it with Phoenix.
"Let's see what's left."
He peered down the hole. Hoffman was looking out across the water at the remains of a city that hadn't fared quite as well. The tower blocks were just jagged stumps, and the few tall buildings that hadn't been leveled stood at impossible angles, as if the ground beneath them had tipped up at 45 degrees. The colonel stared at it for a long time. Charles did a little embarrassed nod.
"Corin,"
he whispered.
He lost his wife and sister-in-law there during the hammer assault, or somewhere on the way back from there. I can't remember if they ever found their car or not, but it's not the kind of thing I'd want to ask him. Even to themselves. Tresque marveled at the cog sometimes, but for all the wrong reasons. Could I have done that to Elena, even for my nation's survival? For Sarah's? What are you left with in the end?
Hoffman looked down at his boots for a moment and then wandered back toward Charles.
I wonder what happened to Pad Sultan, he said,
more to himself than to Charles. It didn't look as if Charles knew who he was referring to, or why the view of Corin had triggered the memory.
Well, what's down there, Staff?
Perry straightened up.
Plenty of cabling, sir. Even if it's not connected to anything, it'll come in handy. Takes a lot of people to strip every town, Royston, Hoffman said, looking almost satisfied. Sarah ran out of people fast. We'll keep finding all kinds of useful shit wherever we go. A larger crude carrier, Tresque said. That would be useful. Even if every blade of grass on Vectis is poisoned, we might still be able to extract emulsion.
Hoffman turned, frowning.
You're not seriously suggesting anyone would stay there, even for short periods.
It's in the contingency plan, Charles muttered. It's all in the plan.
It would be very much like living on a deep-sea drilling platform, Tresque said.
And it would be worth some sacrifice.
If we were forced to leave, we might still be able to continue extracting fuel for some time.
A flock of gulls rose suddenly above the roof of a derelict store. Phoenix spun around. Tresque's immediate thought was of stalks, but he couldn't hear anything or feel any tremors, and there were still birds sitting on the road sign at the other end of the street.
Stranded, maybe. They can't miss us. They spot one raven and they pass on the word.
I'll check that out, Phoenix said.
Siraki, you see anything?
Negative, Marcus.
Phoenix moved to the end of the road, rifle raised, and edged around the corner. Hoffman motioned Charles and Perry to wait while he followed him. Tresque decided that didn't apply to him. Before he could reach the corner, Phoenix lowered his rifle, stepped out slowly into the road, and stood staring at something. He held his hand up to Hoffman in a take-it-easy gesture. The colonel joined him. The two of them just stood there, looking up the road. Whatever it was had riveted them. Tresque crept up to the end of the building and peered around the shattered brick wall. It was a stag in full antler. The animal stared back at them for a while, then lowered its head and went on grazing along the overgrown grass verges, moving back up the road toward the hills.
"Goddamn," Hoffman said. "Doesn't look like he's been bothered by humans before."
Phoenix stood watching the stag for some time after Hoffman had walked away. If that had been Sergeant Mataki, she would have been sizing up the animal for meat and hide. There was no telling what Phoenix was thinking. He looked almost wistful.
"You coming, Phoenix?" Hoffman called. "We've got some ground to cover."
Phoenix turned and walked after him.
"Sarah's still alive," he said as he passed Tresque.
Tresque wasn't sure if it was a conversation or just thinking aloud.
"So we can still save it." "Perhaps we can," Tresque said, but the conversation ended there.
They spent the next hour wandering from street to street, identifying buildings for immediate occupation and checking for connected plumbing and other utilities. It was going to be a more primitive existence than Vectis, but the stranded thrived in far worse conditions elsewhere.
"We could house a couple of thousand people here," Charles said. "What do you think, Len?"
Perry nodded.
"Works for me."
Tresque almost offered an opinion, but checked himself.
"This isn't my concern. I have to focus on Gorasnaya, And if we disperse, when we disperse, I'll probably never see any of these people again. He hadn't realized what a depressing thought that would be. Sirotki did a couple of circuits over the town for Mitchell to grab more images before turning for Garenholt. Trescu checked his watch and estimated they had about 2 hours left before they'd need to return to the ship to refuel. Perhaps there'd be time to visit Brunascu tomorrow after all. Fort Andius to KR-239. 239 receiving, Sirotki said. KR-80 has a message for Hoffman. Hoffman perked up. Go ahead. Major Gettner says you're not to blow a gasket, but she pushed her reserve tank and made it to Anvigad. She's on her way back with the recon images. She managed to land Rossi inside Anvil Gate. Hoffman shut his eyes for a second. And? Deserted, sir, and in one piece. And he says the river's still flowing into the cisterns. Trescu knew little detail about Anvigad, except that it had an underground river that provided its power and water. Even when the river had been dammed by the UIR during the siege, the garrison at the heavily armed mountain fort had still been able to hold out for months. But he knew far more about the COG lieutenant who'd not only held it, but had ambushed a UIR regiment that had come to take his surrender. He watched Hoffman's face carefully. Well, damn, Hoffman said, as if someone had told him they'd met an old friend who'd asked after him. We could use a place like that. CNV Sovereign, Vectis Naval Base, 1 week later. Peas, Sam said. She had a bag of them stashed in her belt and kept sneaking out a pod to pop it and devour the contents. I never thought I'd crave peas. You know when you just have to eat something sweet? Well, peas. Hits the spot. Do you remember chocolate? Dom found himself thinking of luxuries he'd never been fond of when he could buy them. I mean, really remember what it used to taste like? Like coffee. That barley stuff is okay, but I know if I tasted the real thing again, I'd get a shock. They were building bunks in one of the weapons sections on board Sovereign, hammering nails into wooden frames. The old Raven's Nest carrier was becoming more of an ark than a flagship. Michelson seemed pretty relaxed about seeing his warship turned into a cruise liner, but Dom suspected it couldn't have been easy for him. No missiles left, not even a full squadron of Ravens. What else are we going to use all this space for? There! Dom stood back to admire the precision of their carpentry. Actually, it was pretty rough, but it wouldn't collapse, and that was all that mattered. It's amazing what a gear can do. Look how many skills we've had to learn. Well, the next one to learn is making wooden joints instead of using nails, Sam said, because we're going to be running out of those, too. They're rehearsing us. What? How many people sleep ashore now? You tell me. They're getting us used to the idea of moving out. Sam picked up the tool bag and gave him a look. They? You're talking about Hoffman and Michelson, Dom, not some dickhead politician. They're our own. They've always been straight with us. Sorry, I'm finding it hard to think about how we'll have to live if we leave here. Oh, God, not the stranded thing again, please. It's not about being like the stranded, Sam. It's about why we bothered to fight for so long when we could have just called it a day 15 years ago. Sam slung the bag over one shoulder and her lancer over the other. Even below decks, every gear kept their rifle with them. She took hold of the handrails on the ladder and looked back at him. You've heard the saying about throwing good money after bad, haven't you? Well, fighting's like that, too. Yeah, I know. You know what worries me? What? If we go, we have to split up into smaller groups one way or another. Groups of a few thousand at most. There'll be people we won't be seeing again. The Gorozny for a start. The Pelruan people.
the gears who end up as shore garrisons.
Dom knew that, but he also took it for granted that in Michelson's emergency plan he'd still be with the people he'd always lived alongside: Marcus, Sonia, Cole, Baird, Hoffman, Bernie, Rossi, and Jace. It was the old gang. That was all he cared about. Am I being selfish? It's going to hit the Jacinto civvies really hard.
"We'll be okay," he said. "We've still got a lot of gears.
Hell, there are gears here I hardly know, even after a lifetime in the army. People stick to the little tribes they've always been part of. That's what people do, cog or Indy."
"And what if those people have jobs that mean they have to go somewhere else? Every settlement needs a medic and an engineer and so on. You can't do that without splitting people up."
It was too much for Dom to think about. People would be upset, but that was life. It beat being dead. Well, generally.
"Radio," he said.
"We'll talk on the radio. Seriously. It's not like we're going to be cut off from everyone forever."
Sam gave him that sad, exasperated look. She was probably asking in a roundabout way whether he wanted to be with her, not whether he cared about the trauma of separation for civvies he didn't have much contact with anyway. Dom was on the brink of answering the unasked question at last, when he hit that glass barrier again. Damn, damn, damn. It wasn't as if she was some woman he didn't care about who was sweet on him. That would have been easy. He just couldn't move on, even though he knew it was a really great idea. So I can't ever nag Marcus again about Anya. At least they've got a relationship, however distant it looks. They're an item. Even Baird's got more of a life than I have these days, God help me. Frigging Baird's turning into a social animal. "Come on," Dom said. "The planks won't walk themselves down here." Up on the flight deck, Sovereign looked like any warship undergoing a refit. There were huts and tents everywhere, and seamen working with civvies. But these weren't temporary workshops. They were here to stay. They were greenhouses, storage tanks, and sheds. There were even raised vegetable beds being built. "The Alexander Reed Tomato Sanctuary," Dom said, desperately trying to lift the mood. "I'm going to name a variety after him." "Cometh the hour, cometh the man." Sam rubbed a leaf between her fingers, releasing the pungent green scent of tomato. "Yeah, you were right. If he hadn't kept on about it, we'd be in trouble now." "Simple plan. Grow everything in containers, even trees. Always stay one step ahead of the stalks." The timber was stacked on the jetty, but there was no such thing as a stevedore these days. They had to shift their own materials. Sam selected some lengths of 2x4 and began tying them at both ends. There wasn't much room to maneuver with all the activity going on around them. "We could be here for years," Dom said. "Or we might just move up the coast. Yeah, Hoff and Captain Charisma are right. Stay flexible." "And Tresque," Sam said. But she was cut short by the rising note of the warning siren. Everyone froze. "Oh, shit, what's that?" Everyone who had a personal radio seemed to press receive at once. Most civvies didn't have one. They stood watching anyone in uniform for a clue. Out here in the docks, they couldn't tell what was going on inside the base itself or in the camp. Dom listened to his radio, staring at Sam. It was like looking in a mirror. She had her finger to her ear, too, and probably the same expression of dread that he knew was on his face as well. "Control to all call signs," Matheson said. "Tremors detected close to the north perimeter. Stand to." Sam dumped the tool bag on the timber to lay claim to it and ran after Dom. It was a well-practiced routine, but not because of drills. They did it for real too often. Every gear dropped what he or she was doing and ran for the positions they would defend in an attack, leaving the civilians to report to muster points and get to shelters. That was the plan, anyway. Dom knew, as everyone did, that there was no way of predicting where the stalks would come up,
And so nowhere was a safe shelter, and nowhere was the right place to be to deal with an attack. The plan had to be there. It just wasn't meant to be followed that closely.
"That's got to be a record,"
Sam said, pointing up. There was a raven in the air already, hovering over the south wall. They'd got off the ground inside 2 minutes. It had to be Gettner. "She's obsessed," Dom said. Sam would know who he meant. "She must just sit in the cockpit all day waiting."
"She does, I've seen her."
"What about poor old Barber?"
"Him too."
Sam peeled off to go to her stand-2 point on the gun battery. The caged chickens placed around the base were squawking and flapping.
"That's why you can't beat them at cards."
Marcus was already at the gate with a flatbed pack horse idling and its machine gun loaded. Dom could feel the tremors under his boots now. "So much for the early warning chickens," Dom said. "They're all going nuts. It would help if they were a bit more specific." "Okay, either it's close or it's a lot of them," Marcus said. "What do you want to do, drive or shoot?" "Shoot," Dom said. He climbed on the back of the pack horse and checked the ammo belt. Now it was just the awful waiting for things to come up, or for Gettner to call it. He could still feel the tremors. The raven circled, and then a second bird joined it. "Come on, come on." "Switch that damn siren off," Marcus muttered. "We heard it already." "Come on." 239 to all call signs. It's in the camp. It's coming up inside the wire. Siraki had spotted it. "Block H for hotel, inside the wire. 2 stalks. No, 3. Hang on tight, Dom." Marcus hit the gas and the pack horse shot off through the gates and down the main track through the camp. Civilians were standing around, panicked and confused. They knew the drill. When they heard the siren, they turned on their broadcast radios, if they had them. The rest was word of mouth. In a fast-moving incident, there was no way of making sure everyone had the right information anyway. Chaos unfolded despite Charles' meticulous planning. Dom could only yell at them. "It's in the camp! Get inside!" Inside where? There was nowhere safe to send anybody. At least he could tell them where not to go. "It's in Block H! Get off the roads!" The crowded camp seemed a lot bigger when he needed to get somewhere fast. He hung onto the rail one-handed as Marcus careered down the narrow tracks and took a sharp right, nearly throwing him out. But now he could see the stalks above the single-story homes, 3 twisted gray things with pulsing blisters on them. More pushed up out of nowhere while he watched, another 6 in a matter of seconds. This was going to be bad. 80 here, we've got polyps, lots of polyps. I can't engage, too many civvies. Ah, shit! Gettner went off mic. The next thing Dom heard was the bullhorn on the Raven echoing over the roofs. "Go right! Get to the main track! Go right! Run!" Gettner was doing her best to herd the people out of the way. "Get me in there, Marcus," Dom said. "Come on." He could hear the screams and the grenade-like explosions. Oh, shit, it's all kicked off. Marcus slammed on the brakes at the end of one of the tracks. Dom could hear other pack horses heading their way and the sound of boots running everywhere. But once he saw the view down that path, he couldn't focus on anything else. All he could see was a tidal wave of people running toward him in blind panic, some carrying kids or trying to drag old folks, others stumbling and unable to keep up. He could only guess what was happening behind them. It looked like a rank of machine guns was mowing people down from behind. A mass of polyps was racing after them. Marcus was out of the pack horse and charging through the center of the crowd by the time Dom pulled the machine gun off its mount and ran after him. Civvies parted around him like a river hitting a rock midstream. A matter of meters above the buildings, a Raven hovered with its door gunner loosing off short bursts straight down at the ground behind the civvies. Come on, get out! Marcus was pushing people past him with one arm. Lancer held clear of the stampede with the other. Just run! The explosions behind the crowd got louder. 80 here. There's hundreds of 'em, Marcus. That was Barber manning the Raven's door gun. They've scattered everywhere. It's not all polyps. We've got fuck knows what coming out of the pods, too.
"We've got it, Barber," Marcus yelled. "Move on. Stop the rest."
The Raven banked away. Dom was right behind Marcus as they pressed through to the rear of the crowd, and suddenly the civvies were gone. Dom felt like he was falling off a cliff. For a second he was staring at a scuttling mass of gray legs and things with fangs that reminded him of grotesquely deformed cats, trampling over a carpet of bodies that he couldn't bear to look at. Marcus ran on and opened fire. Dom had to run over them too. They charged into the mass of glowies and hosed everything that moved. Dom dropped the machine gun when he ran out of ammo and switched to his Lancer. The things were exploding so close to him that he felt the spatter like drops of boiling water hitting his face. If there was anybody on the ground who was just wounded, they didn't stand a chance. There was nothing he or Marcus could do to stop and check. They were knee-deep in lambent, and they had to keep firing. Once Dom got into this rhythm, it was unconscious and almost impossible to stop. He was still firing and reloading when Marcus grabbed his arm, and he realized he was yelling at him.
"I said stop, Dom!"
Marcus's face was all shock and sweat.
"Come on, next road, can't you hear it?"
The screaming and explosions suddenly hit Dom like the sound being turned back on. He ran toward it. Rossi, Jace, and Anya were already there alongside a couple of civilians with shotguns. A dill behind them was blasting away at the seething mass. Some of the huts were already on fire. It was chaos. Nobody could hold a line like this when the polyps were swarming everywhere. The most anyone could do was surround them and work into the mass from the outside. But they were fast and small, and whatever the hell the cat things were could move even faster. Dom was firing on reflex. Suddenly it seemed like every gear in the base was packed into these few roads, shooting anything that moved. The explosions became less of a continuous firecracker of sound, and then sporadic ones and twos, and then stopped completely. All Dom could hear now was sobbing, shouting, and the ravens overhead. Marcus was clearing a space at an intersection of the paths for one of the birds to land. Anya grabbed Dom's arm. "Come on, Dom." She squeezed his biceps. He must have looked in a bad way. "We've got a lot of casualties. Help me do some triage. We can do this. Come on, Dom." One battle was over, but the next one had started. As firefighting crews moved in to douse the fires, the task of getting the wounded to the infirmary began. Adrenaline and drill formed a powerful anesthetic. Dom switched off for the duration and found himself making terrible choices, deciding who was too badly hurt to save and who might make it, worrying about the silent ones more than those screaming, following the procedure he'd been taught and that he'd gone through so many times on the battlefield over the years. There were burns and missing limbs, and abdominal injuries so bad that he couldn't recognize what he was looking at as a live human being. But he was coping. He worked through the massive casualties on the ground with Anya and the other gears. He was coping right up to the moment he saw a small boy. The kid's eyes were wide, and he was shaking uncontrollably in complete silence, huddled against a woman who was obviously dead. Dom was paralyzed for a moment. Is that how Benedicto spent his last moments? Is that what happened to my Benny? Marcus stepped out of nowhere into Dom's path and scooped up the kid. "It's okay, Dom," he said. "I've got him. Move on." Somehow Marcus was always there when Dom reached the brink, and always knew how to pull him clear of it. Dom snapped back into the moment and carried on. Yeah, as long as Marcus was around, everything would be okay in the end. Infirmary, Vectis Naval Base. Doc Heyman was the last person Hoffman wanted to cross, and the first he wanted around when the shit really hit the fan. And today it hit hard. He found her in one of the two tiny operating theaters, just well-lit rooms with a little more kit than the first aid stations, standing in blood while she closed. He was no stranger to blood, but seeing it pooling on a hospital floor was another thing entirely. One of the orderlies moved about the room cleaning as best he could, swabbing the floor around Heyman's shoes with a mop. After a few minutes, she stepped back and handed over to Tom Matthew, a combat medic who'd had to get very good at trauma surgery very fast. Hoffman had reached a watershed. He tried to work out whether he'd just lost his nerve on a bad day, or if he'd really reached a point where the decision to abandon the island was inevitable. All on my watch. All these people dead on my watch. What am I doing to these poor bastards?
I've been operating for 6 hours. Now I'm going to have a smoke, Colonel.
Heyman looked him in the eye, gloved hands held away from her makeshift apron.
If you want to talk, prepare to inhale my fumes.
Can I do anything?
He asked.
Yes. Stop bringing me dying people.
Outside in the corridor, wounded civilians and gears were still waiting for treatment. Michelson was walking around being comforting and charming to them. They were the least badly injured. Nothing minor, mostly severe burns and shrapnel wounds. Anyone with less serious injuries would have gone home and fixed themselves up somehow. Hoffman wandered over to a couple of the gears and sat with them, unable to say much.
It's over, isn't it, sir?
One of them said.
We regroup and move on.
Hoffman patted his back. The man's hands were completely black and blistered.
The bastards won't beat us, son.
Heyman came out of the washroom in her white lab coat, an image much more reassuring than her blood-stained scrubs. She went outside into the rear courtyard and stood among the shoulder-high waste bins to roll her smoke.
20 years ago, Colonel, most of the patients who came here alive would have survived, she said. 10 years ago, I could have saved half. Today, I've lost 60% of the traumatic amputations on the table. I've got no safe anesthetics. I started with nowhere near enough plasma, and when the infections start setting in, as they surely will, I've got no decent antibiotics. The death toll will rise. I just want you to be aware of that.
She was disturbingly adept at rolling her smokes. It was a smooth automatic ritual, from licking the edge of the paper to cramming the tobacco inside and somehow, with just a quick roll of the fingers of one hand, turning it into a tightly packed cylinder. She lit it, took a long drag on it, and closed her eyes. She'd had her say. She was a lot less angry than Hoffman had expected, but she was exhausted, and she knew Hoffman couldn't magic up resources for her. There was no point tearing strips off him.
We've got 231 dead, including 10 gears, he said.
Is that including mine?
Up to an hour ago, yes.
How did we lose so many? Confined space?
That's about the size of it. Large influx of assorted lambent. People unable to get clear fast enough. We're too overcrowded now.
Heyman just inhaled again, and Hoffman didn't see any smoke curl back down her nose for a long time. She smoked the thing halfway down without pausing.
You sure you wouldn't rather have a coffee?
He asked.
I know what keeps me going, thanks, she said. So are you moving people onto the ships? Not just those who don't have homes?
As many as we can.
I can't see many wanting to sit tight here now. Not now that they've seen what a random incursion really means. Grubs? Well, there was a kind of logic to them. They had a plan. The lambent are just animals and plants. It's as if Sera herself has turned on us now.
Heyman had a talent for cutting to the chase. No, it wasn't like the grubs bursting out of e-holes back in Ephira, something they'd gotten the measure of. The lambent couldn't be kept out by anything, not even granite bedrock, and they were constantly changing into something that seemed worse with each outing. Grubs didn't poison the land, either. There was an invisibility about the lambent, something that struck a nerve deep in the human psyche.
And the grubs have been through this as well. They ran from the lambent, too. That's why they came out from underground and wanted us out of the way. We can't hold off the glowies now any more than they could.
Vectis suddenly felt very small and isolated.
Hoffman hadn't even felt this cornered and hopeless at Anvil Gate. "I can't take the risk that this is an isolated incursion," he said. "It's never going to stop, and we just can't afford to lose this many people each time."
Well, a couple more incursions on this scale and we'll run out of every medical consumable and drug anyway, Colonel. You'll have to shoot people to put them out of their misery. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got an abattoir to attend to."
Heyman stubbed out her smoke on the wall and put the dog end carefully in her pocket. Hoffman had never been a man to resort to meetings in a crisis, but he had to make a decision now because waiting and seeing how things panned out wasn't going to be an option. He went back into the corridor. "Come on, Quentin." He beckoned to Michelson as he pressed his earpiece and gave Control plenty of time to respond. "Time to look at the contingency plan. Matheson, roundup time. Get Tresque, Charles, Perry, Reed, Ingram, and Gavriel. Main meeting room, 30 minutes. Walking from the infirmary to Admiralty House meant crossing the parade ground, running the gauntlet of a community that could now see in detail exactly what kind of threat they faced. It had always been at a distance before, experienced via third-hand stories from the handful who fought glowies at close quarters. Hoffman and Michelson just got 15 meters from the infirmary doors before someone pounced on them with questions. "Colonel, we can't stay here now. Are you going to evacuate?" The man was one of the Raven maintenance crew, a guy called Daventry. "I know it's going to be tough on the mainland, but at least we can run away from these things there." "We'll make a decision soon," Hoffman said, hearing Prescott's smarmy tone as he said it. "What have I become? Is that what happens to everyone in power?" Some people caught themselves sounding like their fathers, but he was doomed to hear echoes of the chairman, taunting him that this government thing wasn't as simple as it looked. "Just hang in there." "We're still a few recons short, Victor," Michelson said, taking his seat in the meeting room. "This is going to be a literal leap of faith." "You've got a vote." The naval base was a strange and depressing sight from the meeting room window. On the seaward side, the activity in the docks carried on, busier than ever. On the campsite to the north, smoke hung over the huts as Perry's engineers cleared burned buildings. "If you think we should stay put, say so." "Actually, I don't think we could hold it together here for more than a few more months, even if there wasn't another attack like this one," Michelson said. "People are going to try to take ships and leave, and gears are going to have to stop them. That's the point where everything falls apart." "But I know we're not ready to go, not by a long chalk. We'll fragment anyway. But as long as we maintain some cohesion between the gears and the civilians, even if the cog collapses, people can survive." "And if the cog collapses, what have we got?" "What have we got now? This is basically Jacinto City Council, Victor, with a couple of parishes nailed on, Pelruin and Gorisnaya. And I'm not so sure about Gorisnaya." How could Michelson say that, after all he'd been through in the last war? "We're talking about shrugging our shoulders and effectively dissolving a state that's existed for just under a century, that's all. Why does time matter? Too many people fought and died for it for us to shut it down like it's some thrashball club that's gone bust. I believe in the Octus Canon. I believe it's how we should live as a society. Then stick to the Octus Canon. But the Allfathers were just an alliance of emulsion-rich states looking after their own interests during a fuel crisis. In the end, the labels don't matter. Human society does." "Well, you had the fancy education. I just know it's my flag. Come on, Victor. You're smarter and bigger than that." The argument was cut short as Major Reed walked in with Ingram and Gavriel. The last thing they needed was to see two buddies going at each other at a time like this. Tresque, Perry, and Charles were just behind them. They all took their seats and looked at one another in silence for a while. "This is it, then," Charles said. They'd had this kind of meeting every week, even back in old Jacinto. For 15 years, there'd always been some crisis or other. Are you declaring an emergency?
What do you think?
Hoffman asked.
That's not rhetorical, by the way. I want opinions.
Let's start with yours.
We're in pretty deep shit. I think we've run out of road, gentlemen. If we call this wrong and wait, we might not be able to leave at all.
Well, it got pretty deep in Jacinto, too, but we stayed. On the other hand, the locust equivalent of what the Lambent can do forced us to sink the city.
Is that a yes?
Loading the ships and getting everyone embarked is going to take a week or two. I don't want to try doing that when half the naval base is overrun.
Michelson didn't look up. He was reading something on the table in front of him.
Count me as a let's go. Commander,
Hoffman said, looking at Tresque.
We go. Put it another way.
Hoffman glanced around the table. Louis Gavriel looked heartbroken. Everyone else had evacuated from places before, but not him.
Does anyone think we should sit this out?
The silence said it all. The Tyron stand-your-ground stoicism did have its limits.
So the next step is to agree where we go, Hoffman said.
For a moment he wondered how Prescott would have handled this.
I'd have wanted to send advance parties to prepare sites for habitation, but that's not going to happen. We have 10 locations identified, 8 coastal, 2 inland.
Charles shuffled through his papers.
And I've got a scenario for that, too. We stay together as a fleet for a while and live on the ships offshore until we're ready to disembark. We just retain a rapid response force in Sovereign to provide support for the coastal settlements until they can look after themselves. I mean a defensive force of gears, medical facilities, and so on.
And what about the inland sites?
They'll be on their own, especially Anvil Gate. But it's the largest single defensible settlement, so we need to use it.
Hoffman didn't look at Michelson. He'd muddled along, pretending there was some permanence to the command structure, and his instinct was to stay based in Sovereign.
Damn it, he liked Michelson. The man was his friend.
If everyone from Pelruin went to Anvil Gate,
Gavriel said,
we wouldn't have to split up our community. It could accommodate us all.
That pressed Hoffman's guilt button.
I can't imagine what a trauma this has been for your town, Louis. I'm truly sorry.
Can we go there?
You're fishermen and farmers. It's a goddamn mountain fort.
You survived there, I seem to recall.
This time Michelson caught Hoffman's eye. He seemed to think Hoffman wanted to return, that he had something to prove to himself. Hoffman was pretty sure that Anvigad didn't matter to him half as much as staying with the core team in Sovereign. But the moment he accepted that people would have to try to live there, he also knew that he was their best hope for survival.
I don't know why I'm drawn to it,
but I do know what the chances are of anyone from Vectis making a go of it without me.
Would you go, Colonel?
Tresque asked.
If all the defense expertise is in Sovereign, that's as bad as abandoning civvies to their fate and going off with Prescott on his jaunt,
Hoffman said, ignoring his own instinct.
Wherever the hell he wanted me to follow him.
Let's work out the detail later,
Michelson said, ever the diplomat.
The bottom line is that we have to use all the identified sites, and we have to clear Vectis and embark. We need to start on that now, and we need to start dividing the population according to where they'll end up. You have yet another variation on the contingency plan, I expect, Royston?
Charles never looked beaten, not even now.
Yeah, I have nightmares, so you don't have to. Of course I have a plan. We always have a plan. One last thing, Hoffman said, which has nothing to do with immediate needs, but which matters to me. When we leave here, the COG no longer has a capital. It no longer has a structure. It isn't centered in any one location.
We may have to accept the fact that it will cease to exist.
The look on Major Reed's face was fascinating. It was almost pity. Hoffman got the feeling he was the last man in the room who thought the cog still existed anyway.
Jacinto City Council. That's about right. Do we have a decision then, gentlemen? He asked. We begin evacuation procedures immediately, based on dispersing across 10 settlements, each with their own garrison of gears, and head for the southeast Tyrant coast in convoy. Are we all agreed?
Everyone mumbled yes, except Tresque.
I think this is where I say it's been a pleasure, Tresque said. But we'll wait to sail with you. In the meantime, I'd better ensure that we keep pumping emulsion until the last moment.
Like his mutiny against Prescott, Hoffman found the decision almost a blissful relief. He stood looking out of the window, his back to the room as everyone left, and leaned on the wall. Michelson stayed behind and put his hand on his shoulder.
I'm not pressuring you, Michelson said. But this is a naval operation now. The gears embarked in Sovereign will be Marines, effectively. If you want to go to Anvil Gate, you won't be abandoning me.
Hoffman tried to imagine himself based on the helicopter carrier and what would worry him, and then reversed the picture and tried to visualize what might preoccupy him at Anvil Gate.
Pelruin. No experience of grubs.
We fucked their little island and ruined their lives in a matter of months.
They won't last alone at Anvagad. So what do? Split them up and destroy the last thing they have left, their community? That's one thing I know I can do. One bunch of people I can save. Because I've fucked up everything else.
He just had to be sure that he wasn't seduced by his own pride, the belief that only Victor Hoffman could hold Anvil Gate.
I'd keep Delta, of course, Michelson said. The Rapid Reaction Force has to have priority. Sure.
Hoffman tried not to show how much that stung. Delta was his right arm.
I'll find volunteers for the Anvagad garrison. And I do think we should let Mirren have Timgad and let him rename her. As you said, he really does need a frigate if he's going to hold Branascu. You're the boss once we weigh anchor, or whatever you sailors call it. I prefer the Gorazny alive and amenable rather than nursing a grudge. The world runs on the trust between individual men, not on regulations and treaties. Mind if I take the hammer equipment? I know it's screwed, but I'd feel safer stowing it where no other assholes can take it from us and misuse it. Be my guest. Damn. Maybe this government shit is easier than I thought.
Michelson had always been the smart one, the political animal, and his time had come. Hoffman's had too, but he could see that it would be elsewhere now. The Lambent could come up anywhere, so no place was any more secure from them than another. But he knew he could defend Anvil Gate from other threats, like the stranded who were still out there in their thousands. What is it Bernie always says? Don't look back. I'll expect a weekly sit-rep from you at the very least, Hoffman said. If he didn't break this up now, he'd find himself tearing up. It was old age, he was sure of it. His life had been one long round of sudden, brutal endings, and they'd never caught him short like this. Did I fail, Quentin? Did I fuck up after all? Have I made all the wrong decisions? Well, we're still alive despite everything, so I'd say you made all the right calls, Michelson said. Damn, I'm going to miss you, you old bastard. I insist you help me finish that reserve of rum before we go. Count on it, Hoffman said. He waited until he heard Michelson's footsteps fade on the stairs and took a few deep breaths before he went down to CIC. He could hear a noise, as if someone was already moving heavy furniture out of the building, clonking it down on the floor. When he went into CIC, he only found Matheson there, but it was a walking, mobile Matheson. Hoffman stared for a few moments. He'd had no idea that Baird's project had been successful. "Well, what do you think, sir?" Matheson clunked across the floorboards on a pair of forearm crutches and flopped into his chair. "Isn't this something?" He was walking again. It looked like it was damn near killing him, but he was walking, after a fashion. "You in much pain, son?" Hoffman asked. Matheson grinned. "Oh, yeah, like you wouldn't believe, but I'm walking, aren't I? Baird and his Grozny buddies really did it." "Yeah, they did." Hoffman patted him on the back. "God damn it, Donald. You've just given an old bastard some hope." "So we're going then, sir." "We are. I'm not going to pretend that it's going to be a happy relocation, but those assholes aren't going to finish us off." "Just as well I'm walking, then." Matheson adjusted his position and smiled to himself. Just a flicker while he was distracted from the events outside. It had been a terrible day of high casualties and agonizing decisions. But here was a man who'd reached a personal milestone that Hoffman had thought was impossible. And it had happened because of a strange friendship between the most unlikely allies. Just seeing the look on that kid's face rescued Hoffman on the spot. Everyone could adapt. And everyone could survive, with or without him, and with or without the cog. Chapter 22.
It's funny how differently we see people. Hoffman couldn't stand Adam Phoenix. Still can't. He thinks he was an arrogant ivory tower boffin who should have stuck to his laboratory and stayed out of military matters. But Major Stroud served alongside him, and she told me he was as hard-arsed a gear as she'd ever seen. And he did manage to stop the pendulum wars, didn't he? If we hadn't threatened to wipe them out with the hammer of dawn, the Indies would never have surrendered.
Bernie Mataki, discussing perspectives with Drew Rossi in the Sergeant's Mess, VNB. CNV Sovereign, Vectis Naval Base, Late Bloom, 15 AE. Where there had once been rows of helicopters, rotors folded and wheels chained, there was now a canyon of stacked crates. It ran all the way to the deck lift, long walls of random bricks that somehow managed to look orderly. Bernie picked her way through a gap, praying that the securing strops held and that she didn't end her combat career crushed to death by a bloody grocery larder. She paused to check the contents stenciled on the sides. Fermented cabbage, salt pork, dried beef, pemmican, dried fruit and vegetables, pickles, and hardtack. The cog's menu had suddenly rolled back centuries to what Michelson liked to call the Wooden Navy. And Captain Charisma just loves this seat-of-the-pants stuff. It's the end of the world, and he's up on the foredeck, or whatever the fuck they call it, laughing in the face of the gale and telling the glowies to bring it on. No wonder Michelson's crews would follow him anywhere. He had a bit of Major Stroud in him, that visible, luminous certainty of victory, however bad the odds. Bernie wished some of it would rub off on Hoffman, the poor bastard. "Boomer lady," said a voice from the end of the passage of crates. "You know I ain't the complaining kind, but you want to tell me what the hell I'm supposed to do with this?" Cole, silhouetted by a bulkhead light, held up some rectangular objects about the size of a deck of cards. "It's a ship's biscuit," Bernie said. "Hardtack. Lasts forever." "Am I supposed to eat it or repair the goddamn hull with it?" "Soak it in water and make a porridge out of it. Crumble it in a stew to thicken it. Beat vermin to death with it. Dead handy stuff. If you're lucky, you'll get some weevils in it eventually." Cole handed it to her. The civilians had been working around the clock to make thousands of them. The whole base had been turned into a massive food processing plant, and some wag had pressed the words, "Fuck you, Prescott," onto this particular batch.
Yeah, I think I'll wait for them weevils to break it up a bit first, Cole said.
He didn't look his usual chirpy self.
I'll get dizzy to drive Betty over it.
You okay?
No, to tell you the truth, I ain't.
Want to tell your old mum why?
I heard about Anvil Gate. All the Pelruin folks saying how much better they feel knowing Hoffman's going to be looking after 'em up there.
Bernie kidded herself that she hadn't made up her mind to go, and so she didn't have to tell anyone in Delta yet. But she knew it was a bad case of denial. Of course she was going with Hoffman. How could she not? It still broke her heart. She wondered whether to tell Cole that she'd had the chance to veto it, but it was all too complicated, too close to making her change her mind.
He could cope without me, she said. But I want him to have a better existence than just coping.
We're gonna miss you.
Cole draped his arm around her shoulder and walked her up the deck.
Yeah, that's kinda obvious, ain't it? You're just gonna have to call us on the radio, make sure we've washed behind our ears.
I will. Lady, you got a handshake like a boomer. I like that in a woman. It was the first thing Cole had said to her when they met. The Boomer Lady nickname had stuck. She could leave Delta, but that small stuff would be embedded in her forever. In hindsight, it had been a lot easier to leave Galangi.
Come on, she said. I've got to get up to the farm now. I'm not looking forward to this.
Baird and me, we thought we ought to give you a hand.
It'll be pretty grim up there, Cole.
That's why we gotta be there.
They climbed the metal ladder to the next deck. Baird was waiting on the brow, a small glass jar clutched in one hand, while Mac sat at his feet and stared up at him as if he was the most fascinating person in the world.
Yeah, you'd eat this, wouldn't you?
Baird was telling him.
But you lick your own ass, so what do you know?
Are you tormenting my child?
Bernie asked. Baird shoved the jar under her nose.
This is your recipe, right? Pemmican. It's just dried meat preserved in fat.
Granny, I'd flushed things down the crapper that had more taste appeal than this.
Look, I'll show you how to use it, she said. When you're starving to death somewhere, you'll thank me.
Not if he's got to spread it on that ship's biscuit, he won't, Cole said.
Baird scraped a chunk out of the jar with his knife and plopped it on the deck at Mac's feet. The dog pounced on it and looked up expectantly for more. It wasn't like Baird to make a fuss of Mac, so Bernie braced for a bad reaction to the news that she was going to Anvil Gate instead of staying with the main rapid reaction force in Sovereign. It would come one way or another.
Well, I asked for it. Can't build a bond with people and then just walk away and expect them not to feel let down. Maybe Rossi could cope with command of Envergard. Maybe.
It was all too seductive. And she was still thinking in terms of command structures and governance, when she knew damn well that the cog was done and dusted the moment they left Vectus. It had to be. Settlements needed to realize they were on their own in a loose alliance of mutual aid, just like the rest of the stranded out there. She hadn't escaped her worst nightmare in the end. The thing she despised most, the thing she dreaded, was becoming stranded. Uncivilized, undisciplined, savage. But cog or no cog, she was going to carry on at Anvil Gate as if everything was still in place.
Come on,
Baird said.
Haven't we got some cows to practice headshots on?
Cole sighed and cuffed him playfully across the back of the head as they walked down the brow and onto the jetty. Yes, that was exactly what they had to do. Bernie saw no point in sugarcoating it. The cull had been going on for a couple of weeks, and it was getting to her. She couldn't leave it to the poor bloody farmers. There was nothing worse than having to kill your own healthy stock. She comforted herself with the excuse that if they just abandoned the animals they couldn't take with them, then they'd end up turning lambent or blown to pieces by polyps. Or they'd starve to death when all the grazing was finally killed off by whatever the stalks were spreading.
She was just saving them from a slow death.
And us, we're not going to die. Not now.
Before she reached the main gate, another open truck rumbled slowly past, laden with cow and sheep carcasses and even a couple of deer. It reminded her of TV news footage that had worried her father when she was a small kid. Black and white images of Kaya's mass culls when a livestock epidemic swept through the island. The sight of dead animals piled high and pathetic legs sticking out at angles took her back to a time when she'd felt scared for reasons she didn't understand. All she'd known was that the grown-ups were afraid because they couldn't make it go away, so she was afraid too, because grown-ups were supposed to be able to make everything all right.
Yeah, and they still can't. I'm a 60-year-old scared kid now, that's all.
Vectis had a lot more livestock than its population needed. It was good news when Jacinto's refugees had arrived, but now it was a problem that had to be solved the hard way.
What about the pigs?
Baird asked, climbing into the pack horse and starting the engine. Mac got in the back seat with Cole and rested his chin on Baird's shoulder, devoted to his new best mate.
Pigs earn their keep better, Bernie said. You can pet them if you like. They're really intelligent. They're breakfast. Ah, that's the careless blondie I know and love.
Hey, Clayton Carmine stands there murmuring bacon at them. Go lecture him about callous.
Baird's mouth was set on maximum crassness today, a sure sign that he was upset.
Okay, how hard can this be? What do we do, sit on the fence and just pick 'em off?
They'll panic, Blondie. So we walk them into a barn one at a time, put some food down to distract them, then pop them about here, at point-blank range.
She indicated the point on her own forehead.
If I had horns, it'd be on the diagonal with my eyes.
If you had eyes at the side of your head.
Yeah, you get the idea.
Baird went quiet for a while. Cole was talking to Mac about a racing career and seemed to be achieving some level of conversation. They were heading for Maris Farm, Jonty's farm, where most of the stock that hadn't been selected for live transport was being brought. At least poor old Jonty had been spared the sight of his herd being put down. The pack horse was a kilometer away, and she could already hear sporadic single gunshots.
So,
Baird said, not looking at her,
you'll be able to blow the brains out of all kinds of unsuspecting wildlife up in the Kashkuri Mountains, won't you? You still got that sniper hat I found for you in Port Farrell?
Of course. And the grub cleaver.
That was the real Baird she'd come to know, the basically decent human being who gave friends things they really needed.
I'd never part with him. It means a lot to me.
It was probably the wrong thing to say to him. Too open and too emotional.
Yeah, I understand,
he said, all bravado.
If Hoffman's gonna go, then you've gotta go with him. I mean, you're not gonna find another guy willing to hump you at your time of life, are you? And you got him pretty well house-trained now, no point starting over. Damon, baby, you gonna get a smacked ass,
Cole muttered.
Sod it.
Bernie had to say what was on her mind. She wasn't going to get many more chances. Things left unsaid were the ones that would eat at her for the rest of her life.
It's okay, Cole.
It came out a lot more easily than she'd imagined.
Blondie, I'm leaving my family. I'm leaving people I love. Yeah, even you. I know I'm going to miss everyone and how much that's going to hurt, but I know how much I'd miss Vic, too. Besides, I don't want him not going to Anvil Gate because of me and killing himself with guilt. I just want him to understand that sometimes you have to say, you know what? I did my best, and I gave it all I've got, and now I'm done. Maybe all this shit is someone else's fault, and maybe it's nobody's, but it's not his.
Baird's knuckles were clenched white on the steering wheel.
You know, I was fine when I didn't care. This is what happens when you make a pet of an animal like me instead of leaving me in the barnyard. You just turn me into something that can feel hurt."
It was the raw core of him, sudden and unashamed. Bernie felt terrible, not just because he was right, but because he'd taken the risk of dropping his total bastard act.
"I'm sorry," she said. "And I'm not going to be there to keep an eye on Anya, either. Sorry, Major. But she's definitely capable of looking after herself now."
"But it'll only be for a while, until everyone gets on their feet. A year, maybe."
It might have been true. She had no idea. It wasn't an unreasonable thought.
"And we'll be in radio contact,"
Baird said, as if it had really made him feel better.
"Because you're going to need someone to bitch to about Hoffman leaving the toilet seat up."
"Count on it,"
she said. Seb Edlar was standing outside one of the livestock sheds, shotgun broken under one arm while he took a breather. Bernie got out of the pack horse. As she walked toward him, another shot rang out. It made her flinch. 20-odd years on the front line hadn't managed to make her do that.
"We'll take over, Seb," she said.
"Thanks. I could do with a break."
He looked at the pens of cattle on the other side of the field. Bernie could see some of his big-boned white Pelruins and someone else's dairy herd, pretty little light brown animals with dark muzzles, and a small herd of black bullocks. It all looked so unnecessary until she took in the skyline behind them and noticed the stalks among the trees in the distance. Not the far distance either. And then the reality crashed back in on her.
"Okay, off you go,"
she said, and patted him on the back. Baird and Cole opened the shed doors a little and peered in. Bernie looked between them. There was a truck backed up to the doors on the other side, and Seb's son Howell was hoisting a carcass onto its flatbed with Crab Fat, the kid who used to crew one of the trawlers sunk by a lambent.
"Let me get rid of this one before we bring the next one in,"
Howell said. He looked at Baird, who he'd obviously pegged as an ignorant townie.
"Abattoir regulations, so they don't get upset."
Baird turned to Bernie.
"Shit. They know what's going to happen to them?"
"Of course they know," she said irritably.
"Just like us. Now I know how they feel.
Species that can't sense danger don't survive.
No wonder this is taking so long if we've got to do them one at a time. Look, just keep them calm, and then they never know what's hit them."
She checked her ammo and went to get the next animal.
"It's healthy. This is a terrible waste."
Her thoughts must have shown on her face because she led it as far as the shed, and Baird stopped her.
"I can do this," he said. "You just lead 'em in, walk away, and get the next job candidate."
Cole blocked the doors.
"Yeah, leading them is the hard bit. They kick. I ain't doing that."
"I'm not going to have hysterics,"
Bernie said.
"I was a bloody beef farmer, remember?"
"Yeah,"
said Baird.
"Which is why a city boy who doesn't give a shit and doesn't understand can do it without losing sleep. You'll just be worrying about losing bloodlines and yields and all that agricultural shit."
Baird and Cole really did care. They were good boys. Only a gear would have understood why offering to shoot a cow for a lady was a gentlemanly and considerate act.
"He won't screw it up,"
Cole said. Baird put on his I'm a bastard face, which had stopped convincing her a long time ago.
"Well, not as long as I get that ribeye, okay?"
He indicated a 5-centimeter gap between thumb and forefinger.
"About so thick."
In a way, it was worse being the traitor who led the animal into the shed and made it think it was having a nice feed. Mac lay with his head on his paws, staring accusingly at her. After the first 10, Baird's expression had become fixed, as if he'd made up his mind not to let her see any reaction, and then Cole took over for a while. It took 4 miserable hours. Eventually, Baird came out of the shed and fumbled in his pockets. He tossed Mac a ship's biscuit.
"I think I'll skip the steak for a few days, Granny," he said. He looked a bit distant. "No wonder you made a good sniper." "You're not hungry enough," she said. "Come on, Mac." Mac had wandered a few meters away and was standing with his head down, flanks heaving. She walked over to him. "You all right, sweetie? What is it?" He didn't turn around. She only saw the drool at first. "Oh, God, no. Not Mac. Please, not Mac. Not him as well." Her hand went to her pistol as she looked for the telltale luminescence, wondering if she could actually pull the trigger. "Boomer lady, what you doing?" "Oh, shit," Baird said. "Bernie, you might want to step back, like now." Then Mac's shoulders convulsed, and he hacked up a cough like a 50-a-day smoker. A big chunk of biscuit plopped at her feet. "Greedy little sod," she said, cuddling him with relief. "I nearly slaughtered you. Don't bolt your food." Baird grimaced. "Gross." But Mac wasn't giving up on the biscuit. He picked up the chunk again and insisted on getting into the passenger seat of the pack horse with it, crunching noisily. "You better drive," Cole said. "We'll sit in the back. I know what's going to happen next." They were halfway back to the naval base before Mac decided he didn't like the hardtack after all. He spat it out again, dropping it in Bernie's lap, almost intact. "I love you, Mac, but you're disgusting sometimes," she said. "You want me to pass on your complaint to the catering manager?" The biscuit still had an imprint on it, although dog spit had softened it a lot. The civvies co-opted into making the hardtack obviously had some serious grievances if they were prepared to spend time scrawling angry protests into the dough. This one just read, "Prescott equals coward." Bernie decided she would have faced the future with a bit more confidence if he had been. Instead, she wondered what the hell a courageous, if totally unlovable man would abandon his desperate people to pursue. Grind lift rig Betty, 5 kilometers south of the emulsion site, 1 week later. Sam hugged her Lancer and stared out of Betty's side window. "I hear Rossi's squad volunteered for Anvil Gate. All of them." "Well, they got real friendly with the folks at Pell Ruin," Dizzy said, winking. He didn't plan on going into any juicy detail, not with the girls sitting in the back. "Kinda nice, if you ask me." "All these people I've got used to. Now they'll be gone in a few days." They hadn't been here a year yet. People made friends real fast and held on to them harder than they ever had before. "Better gone than dead, Sam." "Where are we going to go, Daddy?" Marilyn leaned forward from the small space behind the driver's seat. "Everyone's got their location. We haven't." Sam looked at Dizzy. He concentrated on the road. "Depends, sweetie," he said. "You two keep changing your minds." "How can we tell if we want to go somewhere until we get there?" Teresa asked. "Now ain't that a woman's logic?" Dizzy knew where he wanted to go. He still didn't think the Pelruin folk saw him as anything but a stranded asshole, but one thing he'd learned in those god-awful years outside the wire was how to sniff out his best chance of survival. He had the girls to think of. Since the stalks had come up inside the camp, he'd kept them with him 26 hours a day, even when he was driving through pretty hairy country. Anvil goddamn Gate. Where the hell is Kashkur anyway? Dizzy had complete faith in the colonel. Hoffman was harder to kill than a cockroach with a machine gun. If anyone could keep a bunch of people safe, it'd be that old buzzard holed up in his mountain fort. He wondered why nobody else had laid claim to it if it was as safe as folks said. But the world was a real big place, and there weren't many people left to fill it. KR-15 to all call signs off camp. Sam stirred. Burn here, 1-5. We're on our way back to base with a mixed cargo. Burn, if that mix includes emulsion, watch out for polyps south of you. Thanks, 1-5. Burn out.
Dizzy patted Betty's dashboard. Don't you worry none, sweeties. Betty ain't gonna stop for 'em this time. Sam rolled down the passenger side window and rested her Lancer on the rail, ready to open fire.
Have you seen Barbara's recon images of Anvagard?
Not yet.
It's changed. I hardly recognized it.
Is Kashkur nice? I mean, you're the local expert.
Bits of it are, or were.
Sam shrugged.
But Anvagard's a long way from any of them.
Dizzy didn't press her. He asked himself if he'd go back to Matino Junction, but he knew he'd never be able to face it. Sometimes you had to move on. But he wasn't going anywhere unless Hoffman said he could. He was tied to Betty, and Betty was a resource, not his personal transport. Len Perry might want her elsewhere. But someone else could learn to drive her, couldn't they? Sam leaned forward and narrowed her eyes.
Roadkill,
she said, squeezing her upper body out of the window to aim her Lancer.
Up ahead.
The polyps were cropping up everywhere now, roaming the dead areas in small packs. Dizzy didn't give a damn about them as long as he was in Betty. They'd done their worst to her, and she'd survived. It was payback time. "Save your ammo, Sam," he said. "Roll up that damn window, too. Everybody just sit back and enjoy the ride." Dizzy hit the gas. Betty could withstand mines, so as long as she didn't stop and let the polyps climb aboard, the little assholes wouldn't do more than make a mess on her paintwork. They weren't as dumb as they used to be, but they still didn't get out of the way when a vehicle approached. About 9 or 10 were spread across the road. He could see their lights. It was only 10 out of hundreds, thousands, maybe even millions out there somewhere, but it sure did feel satisfying to splat them. Betty hit them head on. The explosion shook her as she rolled right over them, but she shrugged them off and carried on. When Dizzy checked in the rearview mirror, there was just a little smoke hanging in the air, dwindling in the distance. For a second, it felt like he could solve the world's problems if they'd just let him keep driving over all these damn freaks. But then he caught sight of stalks among the dead brown trees. It wasn't something anyone could fight.
"You ever wonder where Prescott is now?"
Sam asked. "I try not to, sweetie." Dizzy could see an open truck up ahead loaded with sheep carcasses. He slowed right down because he really didn't want the girls to have to look at that for the next couple of kilometers. "It just makes me mad."
"We just don't ask enough questions," she said. "We're so busy staying alive that we just give up asking questions. Right after E-Day, people kept asking where the grubs could have come from, but they just seemed to forget how much it mattered after a few months."
"Yeah, well, I did."
"Why? Seriously?"
"Because it didn't make a speck of difference either way. They were there. That was all there was to it."
"I want to live long enough to find out," Sam said. "I really do."
She looked over her shoulder at the girls, like she'd forgotten they were there and wished she hadn't started on about Prescott.
"But we will, I promise you. It's all going to sort itself out."
She settled back in the seat and stared out the window again. She was a good influence on the girls. Dizzy was going to miss her. "Control to all call signs," Matheson said. "Anyone out there who can call in at Pelruin? We still haven't recovered the war memorial plaque. The vets are still going on about it. We can't leave it behind." Sam leaned forward to grab the handset, but Marcus cut in immediately. "Phoenix to Control. Dom and I can get it now. Tell them not to worry." "Thanks, Sergeant. Control out."
"That's Marcus for you,"
Sam said. She squeezed her hand inside her armor and took something out. A locket or something. She looked at it for a moment before putting it away again.
"Which reminds me, I need to ask Hoffman to do something for me."
It was as good a time as any. "I got to ask him a favor, too," Dizzy said. "Let's go find him together." Dizzy drove into a ghost town. The camp outside the naval base walls was almost deserted now, with just a few of Parry's guys pulling up cable runs. Most of the huts had been dismantled and the wood reclaimed. He could still see the outline of the paths between the huts, and the stones some people had laid out carefully to mark boundaries. But New Jacinto had packed up and got ready to go, and folks were already on the ships. Some had been on board so long that they were getting fed up with it. Charles had told him. Well, at least that put them in the right frame of mind for getting where they were going. Betty rolled through the gates of the base, and the parade ground was almost back to its old state, with just folks in uniforms and overalls going about their business, and the only townspeople around were the ones unloading the sheep carcasses from the farm truck outside one of the workshops. The sheep looked like they'd all been sheared recently. Nothing got wasted, that was for sure.
"It's mutton on the menu for the next week, then," Sam said. "Make the most of it."
They looked at each other.
"Okay, girls," Dizzy said. "You wait here until we get back. We're just going to talk to the colonel. Someone's going to come along and unload Betty, but you still stay here."
"Does that mean you're going to Anvil Gate?"
Sam asked.
"If he lets us."
Teresa groaned.
"It's all the Pelruan people. They don't like us."
Sam turned around to look at her.
"Then they bloody well have to learn," she said. "You're as good as them. Better." "Can we say bloody?"
Marilyn asked.
"No, you can't, sweetie," Dizzy said. "We won't be long. Don't go wandering off, here?"
Sam jumped down and radioed control. The whole place felt empty and echoing, just like it did when Dizzy first arrived. Goddamn. It could have been nice here. Now it was just one more place he had to forget.
"Come on, Diz,"
Sam said.
"Matheson says he's up on the walls."
Dizzy followed her across the parade ground to the brick steps that led up to the fortifications.
"I thought he'd be in some meeting again."
"He's with Anya," she said. "I don't know what they're doing up there."
Hoffman was leaning on the top of the wall, looking out over the docks with Anya beside him. They didn't look like they were talking, just looking. Dizzy didn't know if he was interrupting anything personal, so he hung back and waited until Anya turned her head and noticed him and Sam.
"It's okay," she said. "We were just reminiscing."
She patted Hoffman's arm.
"I'll catch up with you later, sir."
Poor kid. As she passed them, she smiled like she always did, but Dizzy could see she was trying real hard to look cheerful. Hoffman wasn't. He half-turned and leaned one elbow on the brickwork.
"I'm being a sentimental old bastard at the moment," he said. "What can I do for you?"
Sam looked at Dizzy, a bit embarrassed, but she took a breath and got her request in first. It was all kind of personal now, but nobody had any secrets left.
"I need to give you something, sir, seeing as you're going to Anvigad."
She reached inside her armor again, and Hoffman held out his hand. Sam pressed something into his palm. Dizzy could see it was the locket, silver and engraved, no chain, almost worn smooth.
"If you find Dad's grave or something, would you put this on it?"
Hoffman had a way of pressing his lips into a line when he was about to get angry or upset. He was definitely upset this time. Dizzy found it hard to stand and watch.
"You got it, Sam."
He closed his fingers around the locket.
"Count on it."
"Are we going to see you later?"
she asked.
"Before Sovereign slips?"
"Yeah," he said. "Damn, there's so many people I should have spoken to by now. I'm going to have to catch up with most of them during the voyage. Everyone's done a fine job. I want them to know that."
"I think they do, sir."
Sam nudged Dizzy and turned to climb back down the stairs.
"Go on, Diz. I'll go see to the girls."
"So, Colonel, you got room for an engineer?" Dizzy asked.
Hoffman looked kind of relieved.
"You want to come to Anvagad?" "Well, it's your decision where Betty goes. You'll need Betty more than the others will. Course, I know how the Pelruin folks feel about stranded in Indies. I'll understand." "God damn it, Diz, you're not stranded," Hoffman growled. "But even if you were, I'd still be damn happy to have you there." "I do brew good hooch, sir." "True, but you know how to survive out there in small communities, too. I'm going to rely on you a lot."
Maybe he was just being a good officer and saying one of those morale-boosting things that he was supposed to. But Dizzy got the feeling he meant it. Hoffman had never been one for bullshit.
"Go see Michelson and tell him he's got to keep a slot for her. She'll have to be loaded in the right order so you can drive her off first." "Thank you, sir. I sure appreciate it. I got to give my girls the best chance, you see."
Hoffman patted Dizzy's shoulder in silence, then looked at his watch and frowned. They were facing away from the sea now, looking north over the base and out across the countryside. Dizzy could see just how close the contamination had come. It looked like someone had dumped the consignment of brown carpet a few clicks outside the camp. The skyline was jagged with the twisted branches of stalks.
"Those damn Gorazny guys are still drilling," Hoffman said. "I better go get them recalled. Come on, Diz. We need to start switching off the lights, figuratively speaking."
Dizzy followed him down the steps.
"Including the cog, sir?"
"Yeah," Hoffman said.
"We're shutting up shop for good."
Main Gate, Vectis Naval Base, 2 days later.
"You sure you don't want to ride?"
Siraki asked over the radio. The Raven was hovering overhead, its downdraft parting Dom's hair as he waited by the pack-horse.
"No trouble."
"Haven't you got loading to do?"
"It won't take long."
Marcus helped Frederick Benton into the passenger seat and closed the door before responding to Siraki.
"Thanks, Lieutenant, but we'll drive."
"I don't want to rush, Mr. Benton."
"Mind your asses, then. Pelruin stalks Central now. 239 out."
The Raven peeled off in the direction of the naval convoy, assembling one ship at a time at the 1-kilometer anchorage. Dom should have been on cargo duties too, but sometimes there were higher priorities. If he was going to uproot a bunch of veteran gears, he owed them the courtesy of doing whatever might make leaving a little easier. Benton wanted to collect the plaque from the war memorial himself. Dom understood that completely. The guy needed one last careful look at his home, too, if only to let it sink in that there was no chance now of staying and toughing it out. Marcus swung into the driver's seat.
"Okay, let's go."
Dom settled in the back of the pack-horse with his arm over the rear seat so he could keep watch through the open tailgate. Benton said nothing as the pack-horse bounced over ruts. From time to time, Marcus swerved off and bumped along the grass verge for a while before steering back onto the pavement. The road was cratered and broken where polyps had detonated or stalks had erupted. Benton gazed out of the window at a horizon that had changed from the gently curved crowns of trees to a barbed wire wall of stalks. His voice was almost a sigh.
"God, what a mess."
"Soon be there," Dom said. "One day we'll come back and clear all this." Benton was pushing 80. There wasn't going to be a one day for him. From half a kilometer out, Pelruin itself looked untouched. The grass was still lush, and the roofs were dotted with seabirds basking on the tiles. Not a single sign yet that the lambent had ever existed. It was an oasis in a brown, silent desert. Marcus brought the pack-horse to a halt 50 meters from the town hall and got out to look around. Dom climbed out and stood beside him.
"Well, we ended up cutting this fine," Dom said.
He thought of the gears they'd had to bury on Vectis, like Anderson and DeMars and Lester. If he even mentioned it to Marcus, it would make him feel obliged to exhume them. There was nothing anyone could do. One day, when life was some way back to normal, they'd come back and bring them home. It was easier leaving Jacinto.
Goddamn shame, Marcus muttered. But third time's a charm.
They could see the war memorial on the green, a tapered square granite pillar with the Coalition cog and eagle emblem on the top, and the names of the fallen engraved on 2 bronze plaques set into the pillar. The grass around it, still green, had grown 30 centimeters without the sheep to graze it down, but everything looked quiet and peaceful.
I just wish it had looked wrecked, Dom said.
But it looks as nice as ever, and just as hard to leave.
Okay, let's do it,
Marcus said. He turned and went back to the pack horse.
Mr. Benton, you want me to drive you over there?
Benton got out, looking mildly indignant. He had his best blazer on and his full set of medals.
I can still walk, Sergeant, he said. Just not 20 clicks, that's all. Lead on.
The 3 of them wandered down the deserted street. Dom could smell that bitter, flat, burnt scent on the sea air, and the lack of noise struck him. There were still the rhythmic sounds of the ocean and the occasional cries of gulls, but everything else, the bird song, the hum of generators and tractor engines, the hum of voices, all the layers of sound that he'd never consciously noticed, had fallen silent. He stopped in front of the memorial, not sure if 3 men should have formed up in a rank or not, and read the names on the bronze plaques. They were mainly gears from the Duke of Toland's regiment, the Andeus Fusiliers, and the NCOG Corps of Marines. There were a couple of names from support regiments, but nobody from 26 RTI. It seemed to be the one place that his regiment hadn't made its overwhelming presence felt.
This is like decommissioning a warship, he said. There ought to be a ceremony for this.
Marcus straightened up.
There is now. Attention!
They all snapped to attention and saluted, eyes forward. Dom found himself following his lead automatically. They stood frozen for a few moments before Marcus lowered his hand, longest way up, shortest way down, a reflex ingrained in every gear from day 1 of boot camp, and turned to Benton.
Anything you want to say, sir?
Benton stared at the plaques for a while.
Can I have a few minutes, Sergeant Phoenix?
Marcus nodded.
Sure. Take whatever time you need.
Dom walked back to the pack horse with him and rummaged around in the toolbox for a screwdriver. The plaques were only held in place by screws. Nobody would have dared steal the bronze for scrap, not here.
What did they do with the flag?
Marcus asked. There'd once been a COG flag flying on the town hall.
We need something to wrap the plaques in. I should have brought one.
The bronze had withstood the weather for years and didn't need protecting. This was the formal, sentimental Marcus that only Dom and a handful of others knew.
Hoffman took it back to the naval base, Dom said. You know how he is about ceremonial. Let's see if there's anything in here.
Dom was searching under the seats when he heard Marcus call out to Benton.
You okay, sir?
When he stuck his head up, he could see the old guy looking a little unsteady, still standing in front of the monument, but with one arm out a little to his side, as if he was afraid of falling.
Just getting old, I think, he said. I'll be fine. Come on, let's take those plaques off.
Marcus took the screwdriver and a hammer and strode off toward Benton. The screws weren't giving up without a fight. They were a different metal that hadn't stood up so well to the salt air, and the heads were caked with corrosion. Marcus tapped the end of the screwdriver like a chisel to loosen the threads. Flakes fell away, and he started easing the screws out.
There's a space behind this one, he said.
Benton and Dom moved forward to support the plaque, while Marcus took out the last screw. As it slipped down, Dom could see a small square hole cut into the stone behind it. Marcus reached in to feel around in the void, then took something out and peered at it. He handed it to Benton.
"Sovereign's medal,"
Benton said, looking into his palm.
"Well, I'll be damned. I never knew that was there. Let me see whose it is."
He held it at arm's length and squinted at the inscription, struggling to read the small letters. The ribbon was faded and stained.
"Sergeant, give me the screwdriver. I'll do the other plaque. I'll call you if I need you."
Marcus handed over the tools and walked away with Dom to stand at a discreet distance.
"God damn," he murmured.
Dom knew exactly what was going on in Marcus's mind now.
"I should have done this for Carlos. The Tomb of the Unknowns. Before we abandoned Jacinto, I should have gone back."
Carlos had been buried with full military honors in the Cogs Memorial Cemetery to its fallen. Dom remembered it all too well, standing over Marcus as he buried his newly awarded Embry Star in the gravel chippings covering Carlos's grave.
"Come on, it was a granite headstone," Dom said.
Had anyone kept their Embry Star? The highest decoration the Cog could award, and Marcus had buried his, and Dom had sold his to pay for a legal appeal against Marcus's sentence. He'd never seen Hoffman wear his. These things could mean everything and nothing. There wasn't a plaque. You couldn't walk off with a slab of granite.
"But his name was on a plaque," Marcus said. "They were all on a plaque in the mausoleum."
"We were pretty busy not getting drowned. He'd understand." Marcus looked at him with an expression of utter loss.
"I've got nothing left of him, Dom."
Dom still found facets of Marcus that surprised him even after nearly 30 years. They'd grown up together. The awkward rich kid and the two Santiago brothers, so close since childhood that Marcus was family. But sometimes he gave Dom a glimpse of a troubled, emotional man held tightly under control.
"Yeah, you miss him as much as I do."
Dom reached inside his chest plate and fished out his pack of precious photographs, wrapped carefully in a plastic bag. He leafed through them. God, all those loved faces, nearly all dead now. And took out the one with Carlos, Marcus, and himself on a rare night out, long before the grubs came. They were laughing at the camera, thumbs up. They were all somebody else back then.
"Here you go,"
Dom said, handing it to him.
"Maria took it.
Can't remember which bar it was." Marcus stared at it. His brow creased for a few seconds.
"So we knew how to laugh."
For a moment he looked as if he was going to hand it back and say he couldn't possibly take it, but he slid it carefully between his chest plate and his shirt. Benton was still engrossed in the medal. Dom was anxious to get out, if only to shake off the ghosts, but it seemed damn rude to rush the old man. He took a step forward. Shit! For a moment he thought he'd had a giddy turn, like standing on the rolling deck of a ship. It passed instantly. He was a couple of strides from Benton when it hit him again, and he saw Benton totter as well. That was when Marcus rushed forward and grabbed the veteran.
"Get clear!"
Marcus yelled.
"Run!"
Every gear was alert to tremors, but this felt nothing like an emergence hole forming or a stalk pushing its way out of the ground. The solid earth beneath them had turned into something soft and springy like a deep mattress. The three of them ran for the pack horse, but it was like running through sand, wet sand, and then mud. The pungent fuel smell hit Dom as his boots sank into it. Shit! It's emulsion! Suddenly Dom was a half a meter shorter, knee-deep in a soup of grass and mud, and looking up at Marcus as he shoved Benton to safety.
"Hang on, Dom!"
Dom made a grab for the crumbling edge of the concrete road. "I'm sinking. Oh, fuck, what the hell is this?" Marcus reached out to grab his arm and pulled. Dom's boots were on something firmer than the mud, but he could still feel himself going down. He pitched forward and got a faceful of oily, pungent mud. For a moment he couldn't see a damn thing, and his eyes burned. Then he gasped for air and sucked in a mouthful of the stuff. He could hear the pack horse revving. Marcus was yelling, "Back up! Back up!" right above him, but it might as well have been a world away. Then something hard and cold hit him full in the face. "Come on, Dom, grab it!" He couldn't see, but he could feel a rope now. He grabbed it and wound it around his arm. For a moment he couldn't work out where Marcus was, and then he felt the rope jerk as the slack was taken up, and he was yanked roughly over a sharp edge that skinned his arm. He hit the concrete chest first. The pack-horse engine was still running. "God damn, will you look at that?" Benton said. Dom scrambled onto all fours and coughed his guts up. It took him a few moments to stand up, even with Marcus trying to lift him. When he rubbed his eyes clear of the stinging emulsion mix, he still couldn't work out what had happened to the landscape. He had a clear view of the ocean, but the walls of the cottages had vanished. He could just about see their roofs. "Great," Marcus said quietly. The quieter he got, the worse things were. "I should have taken Sirotki up on his offer. Control? Control, this is Phoenix at Pel Ruin. We're going to need extraction. Soon as you can, please." Dom, still coughing, had to stare at the horizon for a full minute before he worked out what had happened. The land in front of them had swallowed the houses, the whole town for as far as he could see. There was a thick, glossy, light brown mud up to windowsill level. He could see whirlpools in it. "What the fuck is that?" he asked. It was the best he could manage. "Liquefaction," Marcus said wearily. "Where a quake churns the soil and groundwater into wet cement. It can't be more than a few meters deep, though. It's just topsoil on the granite bedrock. You okay, Mr. Benton?" Dom turned just to check where Benton was. The old guy was standing by the pack-horse's open door, 2 bronze plaques clutched tight to his chest, staring blankly at his sinking town. It just kept happening. It was Jacinto again. The sea rushing in, the buildings toppling into the fissures, vehicles and bodies swept down into whirlpools like garbage flushing down a drain. And then Dom looked past Benton, south toward Vectis Naval Base, and realized the town hall had also sunk halfway into the emulsion cement. They were standing on a small island of solid land, surrounded by deep mud. Dom sighed, turning back to Marcus. "Is anything ever going to go right for us?" Marcus was looking right past him. He checked his Lancer as if he'd seen something. "Sure it will." Dom scraped the mud off his rifle and turned to see what had distracted Marcus. He was staring out over the sea of mud. The air was thick with emulsion fumes. "What's that out there?" Benton said. "Looks like air bubbles." Dom had to strain to see the slight rippling movement on the surface. The only thing that broke the silence now was the distant crash of waves and the creaking and groaning as the currents in the mud tugged at the wooden houses. Then his radio popped. 8-0 to Phoenix, on our way." "Thanks, Major," Marcus said. "And watch out for emulsion vapor. We're stuck in a seep as big as the town." KR-80, en route to Pel Ruin.
"Are those Grozny lunatics still drilling that?"
Gettner took the Raven low over the stalk forest that was creeping meter by meter across the western side of Vectis. Baird was about to tell her to shut her yap and put her foot down, or whatever it was that pilots did.
"Holy shit, they are! Look!"
The helicopter passed over the drilling site and got a wave from the crew. "We're going to be out of here within a week," Barber said. "Isn't it time they packed their bags?"
Isn't it time we pulled our friggin' fingers out and got to Pelruin? Baird asked.
Cole nudged him.
I think the lady's going flat out, baby. Gonna be in town in a few minutes. Yeah, no stick, no vote, Baird, Gettner said. Shut it. I never did get round to taking up fishing.
Cole had a talent for changing the subject whenever he felt things were getting too tense. He crouched down to help Barbara lay out the lifting strops on the crew bay deck.
Bernie was going to teach me. She made all them fly things out of feathers for me, remember? Damn. Ain't gonna happen now.
Baird hung onto the safety rail and looked out over what was left of Vectis. A lot of things weren't going to happen now, and he didn't see any point thinking about them. He longed for the days when he felt that everyone in the world had crapped on him, and so all he was obliged to care about was the welfare of Baird, D.S.
Just stay alive. Look out for Cole, too. That's all you can do. I wonder where Prescott is now, he said.
Gettner snorted.
I couldn't give a fuck as long as he's not out there screwing things up for us. Oh, you think this shit could get shittier, Major? Do tell.
Gettner didn't bite back with her usual stream of creative vitriol. She went quiet on the radio for a few moments.
Hoffman's been around as long as I can remember, she said. And Prescott, for what it's worth. I just wonder how long we can hold anything together without them, however good Michelson is.
Cole jumped in right away, which told Baird all he needed to know.
The man's just going to be a radio call away, ma'am, like he's always been. We'll be fine.
Baird resumed his position at the open door, hanging onto the safety rail. He'd done the run to Pelruin so often that he thought he knew every meter of the terrain by now, stalks or no stalks, but he found himself struggling to work out where he was. He called to Marcus on the radio.
Baird to Marcus. Are you going to be easy to spot?
The channel popped loudly in his earpiece.
Yeah, I'll be wearing a fucking red carnation. Whoa, pardon me for asking. Baird, we're on a 16-square-meter chunk of concrete in a mud field. I've got Benton with me. The Indies couldn't kill him, so I'll be damned if a flood of shit is going to get him.
That explained it. Marcus was being St. Marcus. He'd never have snarled at Baird just because he was worried about his own ass.
Okay, but I want to see some ID. Baird out.
Cole joined Baird at the door, slapping the bright orange lifting strop against his thigh like a fly whisk. Only a big guy with huge hands like Cole could do that.
Okay, good try, but I gotta start giving you lessons on morale-boosting chit-chat. See, what you gotta remember is, God damn, take a look at that.
Cole gestured with the strop, and Baird's eyes followed it. They'd been closer to Pelruin than he'd thought. It took him a couple of seconds to orient himself because the landscape wasn't the one he was used to. The terrain was shiny and light brown, like simmering chocolate sauce, and only the top third of the houses were visible above it. The stalks looked about the same height as before, and so did some of the trees. Things had sunk rather than been engulfed by rising mud. A cog eagle emblem, wings outstretched as if it was waving to be saved from drowning, poked out of the slime at an angle, the last part of the war memorial left above the liquefied ground.
And that's all emulsion soup, he said. Wow, we didn't even bring a spare fuel can.
Barbara interrupted.
Got a visual on them. Marcus and the old guy look okay. Dom's covered in shit or something. And they've still got the pack horse. Underslung, Gettner said. We're not leaving that behind. Plan A, ladies. Winch the guys inboard, then drop Barbara and Baird to put some strops on the pack. Gee, thanks, Major. I know how emotional you get about nuts and bolts, Baird.
She made a noise that might have been amusement.
8-0 to Phoenix. We see ya. Get ready. Benton first.
The Raven settled in a hover above the patch of solid ground. The more Baird looked at the emulsion-sodden ground, The more he thought, it looked like it was cooking. Okay, if the emulsion was coming up through fissures in the rock, then there'd be air pockets glopping to the surface. And vapor. Flammable gas. Shit! Vectis was on one of Sarah's major fault lines, part of a volcanic ridge, so that was probably the layer at which the emulsion circulated. It was that simple. That was why they were awash with the shit. It was all making more sense. But why now? He didn't have an answer. He watched Barber lower the lifting strop and waited while Marcus slipped it under Benton's armpits to winch him inboard. Dom was squinting out across what was left of the town, frowning. He was caked in mud. Baird blipped his radio. "So you fell in." "No, it gave way under me." Dom looked more interested in something that Baird couldn't see. "I don't like the look of those bubbles. You know what methane does to a chopper. Well, that's going to be—" "Shit! Polyps! The little assholes are coming out of the mud." "Fuck," Gettner said. "Come on, people. Chop, chop, all aboard. Forget the pack." Barber reached out and grabbed Benton's blazer to haul him across the deck. The old guy was clutching a couple of metal plates. "If we shoot one of those little assholes, we might ignite the gas," Barber said. "Marcus, can you hear me?" "Yeah, Barber, I know. Move it." "Okay, winch out." Baird and Cole went over to the opposite door and leaned out as far as they could. There were a couple of polyps thrashing their way through the mud. Baird knew from his first encounter with them on Clement's hull that they weren't champion swimmers, but they seemed to be able to handle themselves better in something viscous. It was slowing them down, though. "They're struggling, Marcus," Baird said. "No rush." "On deck, disconnected," Barber said. Dom thudded into the crew bay. "You reckon?" "Hell, I'll go down and put a sling on the pack. That's how much I reckon." "The hell you will," Gettner said. "Nat, get a move on. Gas, hot engine parts, kaboom. If I go down, I want to go down fighting, not fucked by chemistry." "Winch out," Barber said. 10 meters. Baird trod on Dom on his way back to the other door to take a look at Marcus's progress. He was dangling from the strop about 10 meters below and looking none too happy about it. The winch motor chuntered away to itself, reeling him in at a steady rate. "Baby, we got a bubble bath starting down there," Cole called. "And more polyps." Baird did a quick bit of guesswork about gas volumes in the open air. "Nah, not a clue, no idea. I'm still up for grabbing the pack," he said. Barber didn't blink. 5 meters, 4, 3, 2, 1, on the deck. Marcus scrambled to his feet and unclipped the strop. Barber gave him a look of "that's my job." "Disconnected, then. Okay, good to go, Gil." The Raven lifted. Cole was still staring down at the mud. "You know, that ain't gas, baby," he said. "I know." Gettner circled as if she was sizing up whether to go back for the pack horse. "We're still in one piece." The whole area, for as far as Baird could see, was shivering like a pan of oatmeal. Pell Ruin was sinking. The pack horse sat like a lonely toy in the middle of it. "It's polyps," she said quietly, so matter-of-fact that Baird almost didn't take it in. Then he saw spiked front legs poke out of the mud here and there, and within seconds the whole area came alive with the things. Hundreds of them. No, thousands. Hundreds of thousands. The ground was a seething carpet of polyps, so many of them that they were clambering over each other and running across the backs of their unluckier buddies to reach solid ground. In seconds it became a tidal wave. They reached the paved road and began to merge into a river of dark gray-green crab-like backs. It happened so fast that Baird could only gape. They just kept coming up from the mud, as if this was Polyp HQ and someone had opened the gates and told them they had a 5-day pass. Gettner hung on for 10 more seconds. "I think we've got at least 500,000 of them. God almighty, where did they all come from? More to the point,
How far do you think they're going to get?"
Marcus moved from one door to the other, then back again.
"We've got to detonate them. If only 10% make it south, then we've got trouble."
"They'd have to leg it for 70 clicks, Marcus," Baird said. "They'd probably all be smoke and shit before they reach the base."
"You want to take that chance? Most of our defenses are stowed in the goddamn ships now."
"Fair point."
Marcus pushed past Dom and Benton to grab the long spear grenade launcher.
"Major, get us ahead of their column and stand by to bang out fast. I'm going to try to get a chain reaction going."
Baird suddenly got the idea. It was an awfully long shot in every sense of the word.
"You're going to use the little shits for a fuse?"
"That's all we've got, Baird. They set each other off. You've seen it. Cole, stand by to reload for me."
Gettner sighed over the radio.
"You better hope they all stay scrunched up close, then."
Baird found himself reaching for a frag. He wasn't sure if he could lob one far enough, but raw terror stopped him just standing there to watch the wall of polyps surging south. The Raven banked, and he had to pull back into the crew bay, and then he lost sight of the polyps as Gettner put some distance between the helicopter and the front of the column. She swung the Raven to port at the last moment and held it sideways onto the road. Marcus had a head-on shot and an open door behind him to vent the backblast. Even so, Baird pressed himself as close to the bulkhead as he could. Everyone took what cover they could find.
"Do it, Marcus," she said. "Give the man some space, people."
Marcus aimed the long spear and fired. The round streaked out, filling the crew bay with vapor for a moment, and then hit the polyps about 3 ranks back from the front. The explosion wasn't as big as Baird had expected. Cole had already stepped back in to reload the long spear, and a second round was away before the firecracker effect began. It seemed incredibly slow at first. Maybe that was just the adrenaline doing its thing, Baird decided. The Raven turned away in apparent slow motion, just as the whole mass of polyps turned into flashbulbs. The bird seemed to crank up to maximum speed in a split second, and then the whole bay was flooded with brilliant yellow light. Dom flung himself across Benton, and Baird ducked, neither of which needed doing, but all their hardwired reactions kicked in. The deafening explosion followed seconds later. And then it didn't stop. The explosions were so close together that it sounded like a drum roll. The Raven kept going flat out. 8-0 to Control, Gettner said. Control, we've detonated an emulsion seep at Pell Ruin. Hundreds of thousands of polyps on the move. I'm going to evac the drill site just in case. It's only 18 clicks away. Matheson answered.
Controlled 8-0, we just heard it. How many?
Call it 1 million. A carpet of them across a kilometer of land at least.
What's your ETA for the drill site? I'll warn them.
3 minutes.
Baird tried to look back at the town. Another massive explosion, the biggest by far, sent a fireball climbing high into the air. The last time he'd seen anything like it was when the Hammer of Dawn had taken out the cities. Black, roiling smoke rose up in a twisted column that looked close enough to touch.
Yeah, that worked,
Baird said, feeling shaky.
Holy shit, Marcus.
Lucky,
Marcus said.
In one way, at least.
Matheson came back on the radio almost instantly.
Scrub the evac, he said. The Gorozny are driving out.
That brought it home to Baird better than anything. The Gorozny rig workers had hung on to Emerald Spar until the drilling platform was glowing red hot and about to sink into the ocean. They had to be dragged away to the lifeboat. The fact that these crazies were ready to run for it now told him just how big that explosion had been and how scared everyone was, even Stefan and his people. Gettner followed the road as far as the drill site. Baird could taste smoke and fuel on the air now. The wind was carrying the debris from the explosion across the whole island.
Just making sure, she said, in case one of their wrecks breaks down on the way back.
The Raven moved off parallel with the road, and Baird looked down. A fuel bowser and 2 trucks were speeding south down the rutted concrete, the lead vehicle belching blue smoke from its exhaust. I could have fixed that for them. They only had to ask. In the back of the open truck, Amelie, the flamethrower woman, seemed to be leading the other workers in a spirited sing-song that Baird could see but not hear. She looked up at the Raven and gave them a thumbs up. She yelled something, too, but it was impossible to hear her. Baird just waved back. "Hoffman to Delta." Getting an earful of Hoffman always made Baird jump. "Have we got some kind of goddamn polyp uprising or something?" Marcus took a slow look at the vehicles below as the Raven matched speed with them. He pressed his earpiece casually, as if nothing much had happened that day. "They're coming out of nowhere, Colonel. Something's got them on the move. Had to stop them." "Understood." "I don't think they were chasing us," Marcus said. "I think they were trying to get away out of the emulsion." "Well, that's academic now." There was a pause, as if Hoffman had gone to the window or something. He sounded subdued when he spoke again, a different man in an instant. "We can't predict the next incident, so we sail on the next high tide. That's tomorrow morning. Anything that's not stowed by then, too bad." He paused again. "I hoped I'd never see that kind of thing again. Hoffman out." Marcus scratched his ear thoughtfully, then looked back at the smoke that seemed to be forming a cloud layer across the sky. Baird couldn't take his eyes off it. He was back in Jacinto again, 1 year after E-Day, emerging from the temporary shelter of a storm culvert with Cole, Dixon, and Alonzo, to stare at a sky from hell while Sarah burned from horizon to horizon. "Yeah, Colonel," Baird murmured to himself. "I kinda hoped that, too." Chapter 23. "I told the cog our time would come, and it has. The New World Order isn't about who's got the Hammer of Dawn, or the Army, or the Emulsion, or the warships, but about who's fit to survive. And that's us. So the cog's finally had the good grace to die, has it? Well, let's see how they cope with being stranded. There's a lot more of us than there are of them. It's a New World Order, and they can't say we didn't warn them." Lyle Olivar, head of the Lesser Islands Free Trade Association, a seagoing stranded community sometimes referred to as pirates, on hearing of the evacuation. Deepwater berth, Vectis Naval Base, 0725, next morning. The final day of the Coalition of Ordered Governments. 15 AE. Hoffman could taste the soot as he inhaled the early morning air. A fine layer of gray dust had settled on the jetty. He scuffed his boot in it and hoped it hadn't clogged up vents and filters on board the ships. It was another good reason to get out sooner rather than later. It was as good a day as any for the past to repeat itself and remind him of the moment he'd walked out of CIC with Prescott and Bardry to look at what the 3 of them had done to Sarah 14 years ago. He forced himself to look north to Pelruin. A mountain range of smoke still hung in the air. It merged into a layer of black cloud made up of the smoke and debris from the burning emulsion field that in a week or 2 would travel around Sarah. There might even be some spectacular sunsets in the days ahead. I'm good at finality. Real good. End of an era, yet again. "You ready, Victor?" Michelson asked. "Just about," he said. Hoffman had a long and uneasy relationship with Ceremonial. It was for the most part to give closure, upon death, withdrawal, or commemoration. Today was probably all 3. He decided that the simple ritual of a lone bugler or a silently folded flag sealed an event in the mind far more effectively than hours of speeches. But nobody had ever shut down a country and switched off the lights before. There was no regulation to cover it. He decided to treat the ceremonial like decommissioning a ship. Vectis was a naval base, a shore establishment, and that was good enough. And if any asshole disagrees on protocol, they can write to Prescott. Good luck with that. Come on, Bernie, where are you? There was nobody on the quayside now except Michelson, Tresque, Louis Gavriel, Anya, and Delta Squad. The last cog standard flying anywhere on Sarah hung from a flagstaff on the quay, rippling occasionally in the breeze. CNV Timgad now had a Gorasnayan pennant code painted on her hull, and General Agar Tresque stenciled on her stack. If anything said that this was the end of an era, then maybe it was that, not the lowering of a flag. Hoffman studied the last remaining ships and boats assembled around the docks and realized he was looking at rank upon rank of people standing on the decks, superstructure, and every possible vantage point on every vessel. Damn. He should have asked Mitchell or Barber to take an official photograph for the record. Dissolving a government, a country, was definitely something a man needed to keep a receipt for. But someone would take a picture from the decks. And he wasn't doing this for the history books. Michelson nodded at him. Here she comes. Hope it's the right color. Remember, Mirren's got some big guns now. Hoffman looked around to see Bernie coming up the steps from the basin below, clutching something in one hand as if it was ordnance in need of urgent disposal.
This is the best they could do,
she said, handing him a piece of folded fabric the size of a brick. He could always tell when she'd been crying.
I checked. The Tolan boys have vivid memories.
Hoffman studied the flag in his hand and hoped the woman who'd made it in a hurry had got it right. You can still change your mind, Bernie, he said. Just say the word.
Don't be so bloody daft. It's done.
She gave him a quick salute and walked off to stand with Delta. It was 0730 by his watch. The moment that he'd been dreading couldn't be put off any longer, and he turned to Louis Gavriel. Mr. Gavriel, lower the standard. It was all the more poignant for being silent. If anyone had the right to shut down this base, it was the poor bastard who'd kept the island going for 15 years, while it was cut off from the rest of the cog. Everyone saluted, and that was the moment when Hoffman truly felt that the cog was dead. Gavriel lowered the standard and fumbled a little while he detached it and folded it. Then he handed it to Michelson, all very formal and naval. What the hell do I say? Does it matter? Will anyone remember? He glanced at his watch. As of 0732 this morning, the coalition of ordered governments is dissolved. Then he walked up to Tresque, saluted, and presented him with the Gorazny flag he'd had made. Commander Tresque, as an independent state, you'll be needing this. Tresque didn't seem to be expecting it. He returned the salute a little awkwardly and opened the flag fold by fold, as if he couldn't believe what it was. He probably had flags every damn where, but for what it was worth, this mattered. He actually looked upset. You may always call on us, Tresque said at last. Remember that. Well, Gorasnaya outlasted the cog. So you kept your promise to your father. Tresque gave him a formal bow of the head. We have long memories, we Gorazny, and not only for grudges. Safe journey, Colonel. Hoffman didn't dare look at Michelson. It was just too fragile and difficult a moment for three grown men. They'd see one another when they were cross-decking supplies and vehicles in a few days' time, and they'd talk on the radio for a long time to come. But this was the moment when everything ended. But some things began, too.
Let's move, Delta, said
Anya. In full armor and with a lancer on her shoulder, She looked like she'd never been anything else but a front-line gear.
"We've got a ship to run."
Hoffman looked up, praying that the Tolan veterans weren't watching and expecting to find they were. But there was no sign of them. His gut began to unknot. He hadn't expected to be so relieved that this was over.
But the Lambent aren't. We're just catching our breath.
Michelson caught up with him on the brow.
That was nicely done, Victor. Very naval. And with a little bit of emergency physician thrown in. May Sergeant Samuel Byrne forgive me, and his poor damned daughter who never knew him. She's definitely not going with you, then? No. Her life's here now.
It really was time to change the subject. He nudged Bernie in the back.
You're still here, woman. Thank God for that.
Quentin, is it my imagination, or is this floating casino even more crowded than it was when we first came out here?
You know it is,
especially with the zoo embarked.
Goddamn. I'm going to sleep on the flight deck.
Baird chipped in right behind him.
It's only a short cruise, but I'll be filing a complaint with the tour company the minute I get ashore, purser.
This was always the way. After the painful and terrifying moments, the necessary black humor kicked in. Everyone tried too hard. Hoffman went up to the bridge to watch the motley fleet leave Vectis for the last time. It was going to be a straggling convoy. By the time Sovereign and Parek had offloaded all the people, animals, and vehicles that Hoffman needed for the overland convoy to Anvagad, the smaller vessels would still be catching up along with their frigate and destroyer escorts.
"Where are Clement and Zephyr now?" he asked.
"Zephyr's tailing us." Michelson tinkered with his radio console. "Clement's sniffing around up ahead. I think it'll have to be her last patrol. Ah, well, her spare parts will live on in us. And razor blades." Hoffman thought the next few days would be full of the awkwardness and tearful sentimentality he found hard to handle. But there was a lot of work to do before they went ashore, and it ate the hours mercifully fast. When he finished checking the vehicles on the packed hangar deck that night, he went up to the observation platform next to flight control for some fresh air. He could see navigation lights dotted across the ocean as the distance between Sovereign and the other ships gradually increased. Looking out over the ship's wake, he could have sworn it was glowing. He couldn't take his eyes off it.
"It's just bacteria, Colonel."
The voice came out of the darkness and made him start.
"Bioluminescent bacteria."
Marcus was sitting on an ammo crate at the other end of the platform, Lancer resting on the rail.
"Damn it, Phoenix, you nearly gave me a heart attack."
"Baird's looking for you." It had to be the data disk. Hoffman hadn't forgotten about it, that it had taken second place to the main business of evacuation.
"Has he cracked that disk?" "No." "I'll go find him later."
Marcus didn't say anything else. Hoffman listened into the comms traffic on his earpiece for a while, realizing it was probably one of the last chances he'd have for a personal conversation with Marcus, but not sure what use to make of it. And he was going to lose Delta. He couldn't imagine life without them. Hoffman had a conscience like a life raft. Everything he found floating got piled onto it, weighing it down more every time. He had to jettison something before it was too late.
"I'm sorry,"
he said at last. Marcus would know what he was sorry for.
"I left you to die in prison. Nothing's going to change that.
Not the first time I've said it,
but I'm still sorry." "No problem, Colonel."
Marcus's voice was almost a whisper.
"But it's only the guys who didn't make it out of Ephyra who can forgive me. And your father. But you don't owe him anything, Marcus, you really don't."
Knowing that someone you'd wronged had their own burden of guilt sometimes made it easier to live with. Honest men did dumb, crazy, awful things. It didn't make them bad people. Hoffman knew he'd have to learn to judge himself by the standards he set for others, but it was going to be hard this late in life. "You listening in on Clement?" Marcus asked. Hoffman changed channels to find the submarine frequency. "I am now." Michelson was talking to Commander Garcia. He'd picked up some obstructions on sonar that might have been stalks, and whatever it was lay close to their course. Hoffman and Marcus stood in silence, watching the port side. About half an hour later, Hoffman thought he could see land very close, even in the darkness, and then shapes picked up what little light there was, and he realized what he was looking at. Damn, didn't he know these things well enough by now? The glowing wash of the ship flowed into a sparse forest of dead stalks jutting above the surface of the water, swirling around their trunks and giving them an odd, illuminated look. Sovereign slowed. Crew came onto the flight deck to watch. The ghostly blue display lasted for 20 minutes as the ship moved carefully past the stalks, and then vanished astern as she picked up speed again. "We're going to see a lot more of those," Marcus said. Over the next few days, though, they didn't see any. Hoffman found himself still hoping that the stalks would reach a limit and become a nuisance they could avoid but never eradicate, like icebergs and venomous snakes. But he'd seen Vectis devoured in months. There was nothing special about the place. It was just an early warning for Sarah as a whole. He just didn't know how early. Michelson took Sovereign a long way north of Port Farrell into an inlet that would cut a few days off the drive to Envigad. Port Cavall still had a deep-water jetty, but very little else. Every scrap of building material and metal had been stripped out, leaving just a slab-sided dock. "Much easier to offload cargo this way, Victor," Michelson said to Hoffman. He stood leaning on the bridge console, watching the steady flow of vehicles, people, and animals coming down a ramp straight off the hangar deck. "We'll be done in a couple of hours." He paused. "I suppose you're going to mutter something gruff and stride off through the mountain passes and into the pages of history." "Actually, I'm going to take a leak and then go round shaking folks' hands." "After you've washed yours, I trust." Hoffman laughed. Not something he did much, and it caught him by surprise. "Don't make me miss you, you bastard." "Oh, we'll cross paths again. Give it 6 months to a year. We'll be on our feet again by then." Everybody said that. They said it knowing it was anything from fairly likely to impossible. Few people had the balls to say that this was final, and they wished they'd spent the time leading up to it in a more fitting way. The final hour evaporated. Hoffman watched the last pickup come off the ramp and steeled himself to go. "I'm scared, Quentin," he said at last. "I am so fucking scared." "So am I, Victor." "Take care of yourself. You've got Delta, so that shouldn't be too hard." He gave Michelson a fierce hug and slapped his back. "If you ever find Prescott, give him a kick in the nuts from me." "Ditto. But delete Delta. Insert Bernie, old friend." Bernie had told Hoffman that he had to walk away and not look back. He followed the advice. He managed to get down to the brow without making a sentimental asshole of himself. But then he had to run the gauntlet of Delta, and the only way to do that was fast. He worked out who he could hug, Anya, Sam, Cole, Dom, and who got a handshake. Baird fumbled in his pocket and pulled out Prescott's data disk. He handed it back to Hoffman. "I worked on it right up to this morning, Colonel. I even got a Gorozny ex-spook to come up with some ideas, and he was paid to spy on us, but... shit, it's beaten me. The Gorozny think it might even need a physical key, maybe another disk run simultaneously, or even a fingerprint." "Damn," Hoffman said. "I knew I should have chopped something off that asshole before he ran out on me. It was the best he could do in an unfunny situation. He confined himself to a handshake, but he was now at the stage where he wanted to hug everybody. He looked at Marcus, last in the line, waiting by the brow, felt unbearably bad about all the shit between them, and simply shook his hand. Marcus just nodded, but that was a lot for Marcus. Hoffman didn't look back. He had a long walk to the front of the convoy, but by the time he couldn't bear to not look back and had to turn around, the curve of the line meant he could see nothing but tankers, trucks, junkers, trailers, and the huge bulk of Betty. There were even boats on trailers. Kashkur had rivers and lakes, and fishermen still needed to fish. It was a whole new existence. It sure as shit wasn't the army any longer.
"Well, fuck you, Chairman," he muttered. "I'm not done yet."
Bernie was sitting in the passenger seat of the pack horse, fussing with Mac when Hoffman got in and turned the key. He didn't look at her, and she didn't look at him.
"You got yours over with, then," he said.
"Yeah, I'm an old hand at this."
She cleared her throat. Mac stuck his head between the seats and slurped at Hoffman's ear.
"Rossi's taken a rat bike and gone on ahead with one of the engineers."
"Is this damn dog gonna dribble on me all the way?"
"Probably."
"This is your revenge on me for dumping you all those years ago, isn't it?"
"You bet."
"Fine by me,"
Hoffman said, and drove off. Northern edge of Anvagad Plain, Kashkur, 4 days later. Bernie got out of the pack horse and stood staring at a fort straight out of Silver-era history. The tiny walled city of Anvagad clung to a rock overlooking a mountain pass, daring all comers to take a shot at it and see how much good it did them.
"This isn't anything like the brochure, Vic," she said. "Can we get our money back?"
Hoffman had a roll of paper in his hands. He unfurled it like an architect checking a building against a blueprint.
"I was shipped out on a medevac 30-odd years ago, babe. Things might have changed a bit."
He handed her the paper. She'd seen it before. It was a watercolor of Anvil Gate Fort, one of dozens painted by his old captain. The man had been killed at the start of the UIR siege, leaving Hoffman to step up and hold the garrison. The watercolor showed a starkly beautiful, barren terrain with an old fort clinging to the rocks, its guns pointing south. Now the landscape was covered with conifers and birch. It was hard to see the fort at all from some angles. But the twin guns were still there.
"Colonel, you said this place was the pimply ass end of Sarah,"
Dizzy said, tipping his battered straw hat back on his head to look up at the crags.
"Don't look too bad to me. Kinda scenic. Well, at least the trees made a comeback."
Hoffman looked around, frowning.
"Nobody out here now to deforest the slopes. No goddamn goats grazing it to death either."
"And rainfall,"
Bernie said.
"It's wetter than it was 30 years ago."
She pulled out her field glasses and took a look. She could hear a fox barking. Predators meant a healthy food supply.
"Goat. Delicious. I'll take a hike up there soon and see what's for eating."
Hoffman studied the fort thoughtfully.
"That wasn't there before," he said at last. "The earthworks. That was a steep drop. There's another entrance now. Yeah, it was always a bastard to get vehicles in and out."
Like all old battlefields where nature had healed the land, it was hard to imagine the siege that Hoffman described taking place here. This couldn't be the Anvagad that kept him awake at nights. It was a new place, a nice place, all forest slopes and birdsong. A lovely sunrise was shaping up behind the trees. Rossi walked out of the ancient gates with Ormond, one of Perry's engineers.
"Still all clear, sir," he called. "Check-in time." "Okay, wait one,"
Hoffman walked back a little way along the row of trucks, adjusting his cap, and stopped at Louis Gavriel's pickup.
"Louis, come with me, please."
Bernie thought Hoffman was going to do a hearts and minds offensive and let Gavriel be the first to enter the town. Sometimes, just sometimes, he was capable of real diplomacy. Gavriel climbed down from the driver's cab and followed Hoffman to the head of the convoy with that permanent "oh shit, what now" expression that had grown on him in the last year. Hoffman stopped just in front of the gates, came to attention to face Gavriel, and saluted.
"Mr. Gavriel," he said, "I am now handing over Envigad to civilian control. As commanding officer of Anvil Gate Garrison, I am at your disposal."
Nobody was expecting that, least of all Bernie. Gavriel didn't manage to say anything for a moment. She couldn't tell if the look on his face was horror or surprise. He stood with his hands thrust in his jacket pockets, looking as if he was trying to work out if it was a joke. Everyone in earshot was now watching intently. Eventually, Gavriel found his voice.
"But this is your city, Colonel," he said. "I'm just a dockyard clerk who ended up being mayor of a fishing village by accident." "Well, sir, now you're the mayor of Envigad. Permission to proceed with the resettlement? I'll carry on as planned until you tell me to do otherwise." "You don't have to do this, Victor." "Yes, I do. I said there wouldn't be a military administration for a second longer than was needed. I'll do my job so you can get on with yours."
Bernie had to hand it to Hoffman. He always kept his word. If anyone thought he wanted to be the warlord of Anvil Gate, they just didn't understand what drove him. It certainly wasn't power. He stood back and gestured at Gavriel to enter the ancient gates.
"Oh, very well, Colonel," Gavriel said, taking a few hesitant steps inside. "I'm sure we'll work something out." "Okay, let's move, people." Hoffman waved the trucks forward. "Don't take the peace and quiet for granted. The stranded at Corin said there were still crazy assholes up in the mountains."
Rossi grinned.
"That'll be us from now on."
Bernie checked her Lancer's charge and got back into the pack horse to wait for Hoffman. He jumped into the driver's seat and said nothing as he started the engine.
"You okay, Vic?"
"Yeah."
He didn't look okay.
"You want to do the tour? I've got ghosts to visit."
"No worries. Take your time."
She patted his hand on the steering wheel.
"You know Gavriel's still going to be running to you for permission every time he wants to have a pee, don't you?"
"That's not the point," he growled. "The Army carries out the will of the elected government, and he's the nearest thing to an elected leader that we've had for 15 years.
It was still Hoffman's show, though. Bernie put the same amount of faith in him as everyone else did. He'd drawn up a recovery plan so that everyone knew roughly what they had to do and what had to be stored where. There'd be some changes inside, but he knew the turf.
"Shit, it's tiny."
She stared ahead into an empty courtyard like a Silver-era museum tableau. It looked like they were the first people to enter Envigad in years.
"Won't get lost in here, will I?"
"Come on, park up and let's walk."
Hoffman put his finger to his earpiece.
"Hoffman here, people. Watch out for the usual surprises, booby traps in particular."
"You're jumpy."
"Well, that's what I did, remember?"
They left the pack horse by the south wall and walked along the narrow street, keeping close to the gutter. Vehicles streamed past them, each driver with some kind of street plan pressed against the steering wheel by a thumb or stuck to the inside of the windshield. Hoffman appeared to be heading for the center of the town.
"Garrison buildings are that way," he said, jerking his thumb. "Lots of storage inside the gun emplacement."
He stopped to point up at the metal gantries that connected the emplacements to other buildings and walkways.
"Even if some asshole gets in here, you can take them out from the top."
Max sniffed around but didn't stray far.
"Where are we going, Vic?" Bernie asked.
"Just to pay my respects."
He took off his cap and shook his head. She suddenly saw him as he was 32 years ago, a newly commissioned officer making the hard transition after years in the ranks. That was how their lives had diverged. An officer had to have an officer's lady, not an enlisted gear.
"We burned a lot of the place to the ground, and they had to rebuild. God damn, it's even smaller than I remember."
It was hard to tell where the fort ended and the town itself began. Some of it was still firmly Silver Era, all narrow alleys and picturesque arches. But now Bernie could see the uglier modern reconstruction. Urban fighting was hard and dirty. She didn't envy anyone trying to take this place, or defend it.
"Ah, I'm not senile yet, then."
Hoffman's voice changed.
"Well, this is it."
It was just a concrete plinth at the intersection of some narrow cobbled streets. Hoffman stared at it for some time.
"Samuel Byrne," he said.
Bernie only vaguely recalled him, but she knew the story almost too well by now.
"We had a stomper position here. He was still sitting on the gun like he was taking a breather. But he wasn't."
The only sign Bernie could see that a stomper had ever been mounted there was a rust stain in the concrete. History had happened here, a man's history, a man with a name who lived and then stopped living right there on that very spot. Hoffman looked as if he expected the concrete to show more respect. He squatted to touch it. Hoffman could be a callous and unthinking bastard, but when he spilled his guts, he didn't hold back.
"Hi, Sam. Your girl's doing fine."
He took out the locket that Samantha, had given him and held it out as if Samuel Byrne could see it.
"She's called Sam, too, you know that? She wanted you to have this. I don't know exactly where you're buried, but I'll find you, buddy. She's a good gear, steady under fire. She's got Shariah's looks, too."
Hoffman straightened up, eyes brimming, and put the locket back in his shirt.
"Stand easy, Sam."
Bernie found that kind of raw connection hard to handle. She had to look away for a moment. But this was Hoffman's pilgrimage. He just needed quiet support.
"Am I embarrassing you?" he asked.
"Not at all."
"You're crying, Bernie."
"So are you."
"Well, I better get a grip before the evacuees see me then, or they'll think I'm a senile asshole after all."
A pickup crawled along the road toward them, unused to the narrow streets. Hoffman pointed at the plinth and flagged down the driver.
"Off limits. Get this plinth cordoned."
Hoffman walked back toward the gun battery, pointing out other landmarks from the siege. That was the gun floor where he'd seen Captain Sander killed by an RPG. This was the council building where he executed a civilian for stealing food and shot a UIR officer who had given him water. That alley down there was where the Pasanga detachment sorted out the Indies their own way. Bernie wasn't sure who found it more harrowing, her or him.
"Everyone's got a defining moment in their life if they do anything worth a damn," he said. "Something good or bad that shapes every day of your existence from then on. Mine was here."
Hoffman always rolled up his sleeves and unloaded trucks with the laborers. But today he just sat down on the carved edge of a dry fountain and watched the activity. Bernie wasn't sure if he was just tired from days on the road or feeling his age. But when Dizzy came striding up to him with a big grin, he perked up.
"Just testing the generators, Colonel."
Anvigad sat on top of a fast-flowing underground river, giving the city unlimited power and water unless someone decided to blow up the cliffs again and divert the river.
"Damn good choice, sir." "Yeah, we're going to be right at home here, Diz."
Hoffman waited for him to walk away and lowered his voice.
Am I still entitled to call myself a goddamn colonel, Bernie? We're all stranded now. No cog, no army, no rank.
Vic, everyone needs you to be Colonel Hoffman, she said. You did the impossible here 30 years ago, and people feel safer knowing that. Nobody gives a shit about the technicalities.
Is that my pep talk for the day?
Yes. Everyone who set out from Vectis got here in one piece. Now go find your office while I take a look around.
Bernie worked out that she couldn't get lost in Anvil Gate. It was too small. Wherever she went, she could just look up and navigate by the gun emplacement. The place was crowded and noisy, but by the end of the day they had everyone in some kind of shelter and fed, and Dizzy had mustered a gang of workmen to get the lighting and water pumps working. It was all going to plan, going so well that Bernie didn't have time to think about people she might never see again. She decided not to risk walking on the gantries before they'd been checked for corrosion, so she climbed the stairs inside the gun emplacement and looked out over the plain. Mac joined her to contemplate the view, chin resting on the brickwork. There were no stalks, no dead brown areas, and no devastated cities out there, just trees and bushes. The grubs hadn't even bothered to come this far. It was Sarah as it used to be, when the only creatures kicking the shit out of each other were humans.
Lots to eat out there, Mac, she said, rubbing his ears. When we've got the place straight, we'll go explore it, okay? Let's go see Dad. Come on.
She found Hoffman in a small room at the top of the barracks block, staring out at the view through a small window next to a wash basin so old that the ceramic had turned a faint yellowish gray.
Makes you want to look at it all day, doesn't it? She said. So this is home.
It's going to work, he said, more to himself than her. I know it is.
Home was a bedroll on the bare floorboards, but she'd had a lot worse. There was water and plenty of it. That made all the difference. By the next evening, Louis Gavriel had got the communal kitchen set up, and Will Behrens had started supervising the conversion of derelict buildings. By the end of the week, it felt like a construction site rather than a ghost town. Bernie had to keep moving Mac out of the way of busy boots.
Come on.
She was still a gear, and her duties hadn't changed that much.
You want to do Overwatch with Mum? Yeah, good boy.
Bernie made good use of the guns, even if they'd never fire again. The staircase inside the gun emplacement was broken in places, and she didn't risk climbing right to the top, but she could see plenty from the gun floor. The metal tracks were still set in the flagstones, polished by centuries of movement. She paused for a minute, trying to remember where Captain Sander had been killed. It really was one hell of a view. It wasn't just beautiful, unspoiled scenery. It was designed to be a perfect Overwatch position. The road was visible despite the trees' best efforts, and it was the kind of road you couldn't drive off easily, with steep embankments and thick forest to either side. So if anyone wanted to play silly buggers, she could pin them down with a few careful shots. This was the whole point of Envigad. It was here because no invading army could approach unseen, and if anyone was stupid enough to try, then they had to run the gauntlet of the guns. She felt powerfully safe. Something about this place made her want to dig in and defend it.
And there's lots of life out there. Goats, deer, good hunting, even fishing. I think I could get used to this.
She spent half an hour scoping through, more out of habit than anything, until movement on the road caught her eye. Mac pricked up his ears. 5 trucks were making their way to the fort. She counted them as they passed between the gaps in the trees, then got on the radio.
Shit, trouble already?
She'd just found something to be grateful for, and now some wanker was going to muscle in and ruin it.
Vic, this is Bernie, she said, as if he needed to be told. We've got visitors. Looks like stranded inbound. 5 vehicles.
Assume they're hostile until proven otherwise.
Hoffman paused.
Where are you?
Gun floor. Right hand emplacement.
Okay, stand by. The warning siren blipped a couple of times to alert everyone, a noise that could probably be heard 20 clicks away. Bernie settled down with the long shot resting on the sill of one of the windows and laid out a dozen high-velocity rounds within grabbing range. A round through the engine block of the lead truck would put a stop to any shit. Mac stared into the distance, frozen. Bernie couldn't see the machine gun positions to either side of her, because she didn't dare look away, but she heard the shouts and orders as gears rushed to man them. The lead truck slowed and stopped 100 meters back from the gates. She sighted up. She could see the driver in her optics now, or at least the fact that it was a man with a rough brown tunic and very old military webbing. Stranded looted any cog facility they found. They robbed bodies. Who had he taken that webbing from? Bastard! The man opened the door slowly and stepped down from the cab. All she saw at first was a shock of white hair, but then she saw his face. It was the tattoos that made her hold her breath for a moment. His cheeks and chin were covered in intricate islander tattoos, but he was white. Very white indeed. She hit her radio. "Vic, hold fire!" She could hardly get her breath. "For fuck's sake, don't shoot! You're not going to believe who it is. I'm coming down." Bernie grabbed the ammo and ran down the stairs as fast as she could, Mac scrabbling behind her. It was a long sprint from the bottom of the steps to the main entrance, and by the time she got there the gates were wide open and Hoffman was walking slowly toward the trucks. He had his rifle raised. She caught up with him just as the driver held both hands out to the sides to show he was unarmed. "Dear God!" Hoffman's voice cracked. He stared at him. "Dear God! Pad? Patrick Salton?" "Yes, sir." The driver walked up to him and started a salute, but then stopped as if he'd remembered he didn't have a cap on. He held out his hand instead. "Shit, sir, you haven't changed much, have you? Haven't grown any hair, either." Hoffman grabbed his hand for a moment and then just hugged him. Damn, where the hell have you been, Pad? What happened to you?" Patrick Salton. Private Salton, 26th Royal Tyrant Infantry, a sniper just like Bernie, jerked his thumb over his shoulder at the line of trucks behind. "I've been with the Pasangas, sir. Nobody messes with them." Pad suddenly noticed Bernie. "Mataki? Oh, God, I thought you were dead. Everyone's here. It's a bloody 2-6 RTI reunion." "Pad, did you bring Pasangas with you?" Hoffman asked. "Yes, sir. We heard you moved back into the fort. You don't mind, do you? We just thought you might need some backup. They're no trouble. Well, not to us, anyway." Hoffman's voice shook. "Mind? The whole damn Pesang Nation's welcome here. Get 'em inside. We're still fixing the place up, but there's room for them. You bet there is." "Their leader wants a word with you first." Hoffman glanced at Bernie, looking stunned. Seeing Pad walk back from the dead was enough of a shock, but to have a load of Pesang hillmen show up, too, must have winded him completely. He loved those little buggers. It brought it all back for her, too. Yes, this was a 2-6 RTI moment. The refugees watching this unfold wouldn't have had a clue just how bittersweet this was for them all. The past never leaves you alone, but maybe that's for the best. "Fine by me," Hoffman said. "My Pasan's a bit rusty, so I hope he speaks some Tyran." "You'll manage," Pad said. "And she does." "She?" Pad walked back up the line of trucks and helped someone down from the cab. A tiny Pesang woman in a traditional knee-length tunic and scarf walked up to Hoffman and gave him a polite bow of the head. He returned it. Bernie watched, transfixed. Hoffman seemed baffled, though. He really didn't know her. "Ma'am," he said.
I've had the honor of serving with your people. Welcome to Anvil Gate."
The woman smiled at him.
"You do not know me, Hoffman, sir?"
Something she said seemed to startle him. Bernie saw his lips twitch.
"Apologies, ma'am," he said, "but I don't think so."
"We never met, until now. But I know you."
She took a small blue cloth from her pocket and unfolded it. Bernie couldn't see what she was unwrapping at first, not until she held it up by a striped ribbon. It was a medal. It was the Embry Star.
"Oh, God," Hoffman said. "Oh, God." "Harwa? You're Harwa? You're Bai's wife?"
He put his hand slowly to his mouth, completely stunned. The woman took his other hand and placed the medal in his palm, gently folding his fingers closed around it.
"I could not sell it," she said. "It had to come home to you. Bai would want that."
"Damn."
More Pasangas had climbed down from the truck. They walked up and stood with her, grinning at Hoffman like he was a movie star they'd wanted to meet for years.
"I'm so sorry. I am so sorry."
"No sorry, Hoffman, sir. These are Bai's sons and grandchildren. Your money. It kept us alive. We do pretty good, lots of cattle and land. Now we look after you."
For a moment, Bernie thought Hoffman was going to collapse. She took a step forward, but he seemed to pull himself together and straighten up to become the colonel again. He helped Harwa back into the truck and beckoned Ormond to take care of the convoy. Pad just stood there, arms folded, smiling. He winked at Bernie.
"Job done, mate," he said. "Can't wait to hear where you've been all these bloody years. Are Dom and Marcus still around?" "Yes, but they're at sea now."
She patted Pad on the back, completely lost for what to say.
"This has to call for a drink. I'll come and find you later when I've jump-started Vic's heart."
Pad laughed.
"You don't give up on anything, do you?"
He got back into the truck and started the engine, still grinning like an idiot. Hoffman stepped back and watched the convoy roll through the gates. Bernie held out her hand.
"Can I see it?"
Hoffman fished the medal out of his pocket and gave it to her. The inscription around the edge read, "Major Victor Hoffman, 26 RTI, for courage." It was a very plain medal. The more you did, the less it needed commentary.
"So you didn't just send her this," she said.
Hoffman found his voice at last.
"It was damn shabby, babe. No medals and no pension. I told Chairman Dalyell exactly what I thought of it. It's a hard life out there. The Pasangas live on next to nothing."
Hoffman still had his secrets then. She was so proud of him that it hurt. If he'd done nothing else in his life, if all he'd ever done was save Bai's family from starving, then he was worth his salt.
"You're a good man for a bad-tempered, callous, bald old bastard, Vic," she said. "I might let you have a share of Mac's dinner tonight."
He smiled. She hadn't seen that kind of smile for bloody years. Only a few days ago he'd been fretting about being stranded, dreading a purposeless existence and battling with ghosts again. Now he wasn't stranded at all, and he wasn't a refugee. This was where he was meant to be. He sidestepped Mac and didn't even gripe about dogs getting under his feet for a change.
"Come on, woman," he said. "Let's go home. I've got a garrison to run."
CNV Sovereign, off the coast of southern Tyrus, 8 days after the evacuation of Vectis.
"Now, who's the last person you'd expect to hear from?"
Anya peered around the greenhouse door. "Dom, are you there?" Dom stood up from behind the rows of tomato plants. For a split second, stupid reflex optimism bypassed his memory and made him think the impossible. Maria. Shit, he should have been past that stage by now. He must have been really engrossed in the plants to have zoned out that much. "Is this good news?" he asked. Anya looked put out. "Well, Marcus seemed pretty pleased." "Who then?" "Padrick Salton. You remember Pad, don't you, the sniper?" Anya did a circle around her face with her fingertip. "Ginger-haired islander with face tattoos." Damn, how could anyone forget Pad? Now that was news. Dom tried to remember the last time he'd seen him. It must have been 12 or 13 years, not long after the hammer strike. Miracles happened. He'd been sure Pad was dead. So, where is he? He showed up at Anvil Gate with a convoy of Pesangas. We just received Hoffman's last sitrep. God damn. But Anvil Gate might as well have been the other end of the world. Dom really wanted to see Pad. Are we going to get any radio time? Man, I'd love to talk to him again. Anya winked. I'll see what I can do. She seemed at ease living in this crowded ship. Or maybe the novelty hadn't worn off yet. Perhaps it was suddenly having Marcus around all the time. Some people thrived when they were cooped up like this, and some didn't. Dom was already hearing reports of people on some ships asking to be put ashore whether it was safe or not, because they couldn't stand the confinement. And they weren't even 2 weeks out of Vectus. It took some getting used to, he had to admit. It was often the little things that grated. He had to remember to sweep up the dirt he'd spilled in the greenhouse and scatter it back in the pots. Every scrap of soil had to be brought on board now. All the animal waste was recycled for fertilizer, and even some of the human variety. If he'd thought life ashore was tough, living on a self-sustaining ship was a whole new world of frugality. And this crew's not going ashore. Not for years, maybe. He picked up his lancer and went on watch. Marcus was walking up and down the port side of the flight deck, keeping a lookout. Sovereign was 10 kilometers offshore, but the coast was busier than Dom had expected, with stranded fishing boats passing close every day to check them out. An NCOG warship was a real novelty here. If anyone got any ideas about going after the small boats in the fleet, the sight of the massive carrier towering over everything was a sobering warning. Even with her flight deck covered in huts, storage tanks, and vegetable beds, Sovereign still looked like a heavily armed steel island. "Here we go again," Dom said, pointing northeast at a beam trawler heading their way. "We should charge a fee." Marcus was watching the trawler through his binoculars. It was chugging closer, almost on a collision course. "When did they last see a raven's nest?" he asked. "You can't blame them." "Well, as long as they remember we can't swerve to avoid them." The trawler held its course. It was moving so fast that Dom got ready to fire a warning shot to get the skipper's attention. But the trawler gradually slowed and swung around to come up alongside Sovereign. They looked down over the side. The skipper came out on the deck and craned his neck to look up at the skyscraper towering above him. "Hey! Are you Navy?" he yelled. "We ain't seen the cog at sea for years." There was no easy answer to that now. "There's no cog anymore," Dom yelled back. "No Chairman Prescott either." "Ha! You're stranded too. God damn. That's a fancy tub for stranded, fella. So what are you doing here?" "Just looking after our fleet." "You got anything to trade?" "Couldn't help noticing the fuel tanker passing through with you, the bright green one." He meant the Gorazny tanker from the Emerald Spar. Dom could imagine what kind of welcome the trawlerman would get if he caught up with them. "You better avoid that guy. He's Goraznyan. They use stranded for target practice." Dom looked up and wondered automatically where Zephyr might be lurking. The last thing everyone needed now was another stranded boat getting a torpedo up the ass like last time and starting another turf war. So what fishing towns are active around here? Right now? Fort Lawrence? See many stalks? Don't worry about them. You can just steer around them. Yeah, right, Marcus muttered. If we want to trade sometime, where do we go? Well, there's me. What if you're tied up in a meeting? Just go ashore anywhere you see a camp and ask around, or signal a boat. How come you don't know that? We've been away for a bit, Marcus said. The trawler skipper looked at him sideways for a moment, then waved and chugged away. Word was getting around the stranded network. But this was the way the evacuees were going to have to live, reaching some kind of understanding with every stranded tribe out here, whether ashore or at sea. You heard about Pad Sultan, then? Damn, yeah. Marcus shook his head. After all these years. I always thought he'd kill himself. Remember how weird he used to get after Baz died? Proves one thing. Stranded survive. That's us, Marcus said. Dom was trying to get used to the idea. It wasn't going to be easy to stop thinking in terms of the cog. It was a whole culture, not just an administration. It was like trying not to be Tyron. It took time. For the next hour or two, he wandered up and down the deck, an area big enough for a few games of thrashball if every available space hadn't been taken up with the business of survival. There were even a few pigs penned topside, rooting around in a trough of food waste. Is this really so bad? We'll adapt. We always do. But he was missing Hoffman and Bernie already. It wasn't right to split up the last of the regiment. A sound from the ship's broadcast system made him look around. It was just loud enough to get his attention, but it was snatched by the breeze. Hey, Marcus, was that the collision alarm? Dom was still getting used to the variety of signals and pipes on board ship. He didn't respond to them by reflex yet. Damn, you can't hear anything out here. Control to Delta Squad. It was Anya on the radio, not Matheson for a change. Report to the command bridge. Marcus responded. On our way. Was that an alarm we can't hear? We've got a visitor, Anya said. He showed up on the radar, and now he's on the radio. Lyle Oliver. Well, imagine that. Marcus began working his way through the maze of huts and crops that covered the flight deck. Dom followed. He's a hell of a long way off his turf. He's talking to Michelson now. Says he's got something we want. Dom could think of one really good reason why Oliver had come all this way. Looks like the Prescott pirate deal theory isn't so off the wall, huh? Well, Oliver isn't the welcome wagon, that's for sure. The stranded bush telegraph was pretty impressive. Dom wasn't sure exactly how they did it, but a combination of ground relays and archaic signaling systems seemed to give them almost a global network. It was slow and uncertain, but right now it was doing a hell of a lot better than the failing satellite technology of the cog. In a world that was sliding backward, the stranded way of life was coming into its own, just as Oliver had warned them. And they outnumber us. We're trying to be like them now just to stay alive. The whole damn world's turned upside down. They reached the ship's island, the huge control tower that made Sovereign look in danger of tipping over, and headed for the bridge. Michelson was standing at the console, binoculars trained on the horizon. Cole, Baird, and Anya were watching the radar over Matheson's shoulder. He must be missing us, Marcus said. Oh, we parted on quite civilized terms, remember? Michelson said. And he can still count. He's not going to be a silly boy and start a ruck. Has he said what he's got that he thinks we want? No, but the speculation is entertaining. Michelson lowered the binoculars. Dom peered out of the window and saw Olivar's big white powerboat roaring toward them. "And he's putting himself in our hands, so he must think there's a deal worth doing." Baird snorted. "Can't wait to see his face when he asks for a ransom and we say he can keep the asshole." "I see everyone's betting on our beloved chairman being returned to us," Michelson said. "Fascinating." So Prescott had hooked up with Olivar. Well, maybe Tresque wouldn't feel so bad about losing the chairman, ex-chairman, when he heard about that. But Prescott had a reason for risking that meeting, and all the unanswered questions surfaced again. Now we'll get some answers. Dom looked at Marcus and nodded. Yeah, he was thinking the same. The pieces were coming together. They met Olivar as he climbed up a long ladder and a scrambling net from the boat below. It was the only way to transfer, but Dom thought it was a nice psychological bonus to remind the guy that cog or no cog, he'd be taking on a fucking warship if he got any pirate shit ideas this time. Olivar stepped onto the flight deck and looked around. "I bet your Raven pilots love all the debris from this," he said. "Well, good morning, Captain. And how nice to see you again, Sergeant Phoenix. Oh, wait. No, it's just Quentin and Marcus now, isn't it? I'm glad you dropped that cog delusion at last." Olivar was a well-spoken guy in his 30s, a long way from the blue-collar, moonshine-drinking stranded image. This was organized crime. He'd organized his pretty efficiently. Dom didn't underestimate his gang's abilities. "What can we do for you, Mr. Olivar?" Michelson asked. He'd run anti-piracy patrols for years, and it was clear that he still relished the sport of tormenting them. "Lovely boat, by the way. I'm so glad she's still running." "Oh, I think you know why I'm here." "Welcoming us to the stranded family?" "Exactly." Olivar strolled a few paces and looked at a raised bed of bean plants with its scruffy but effective irrigation system. "I'm really impressed with all this." "Major Reed's brainchild. You'd like to trade vegetables?" "In a way." Ah, here we go. Dom glanced at Baird, who had that smug look of a man who'd bet on the Prescott option. But why does Olivar think we want him back? Maybe he doesn't understand us as well as he thinks. Or he's got half a solution and needs our other half. "I'm all ears," Michelson said. "I haven't forgotten what you did to help us deal with the Lambent, by the way. As you can see, it didn't hold them back for long, but it did buy us a little time." Olivar looked at him as if he was trying to work out if this was another one of his elegantly worded and smiling threats. "You've found another source of emulsion, haven't you?" "Possibly." "You got a fairly substantial fleet up here from Vectis and made enough noise doing it, so I'd say it's more than possibly." Michelson's expression changed a little, a kind of oh dear slow revelation. "You do realize that we left Vectis because the stalks overran the place, don't you?" Now it was Olivar's turn to look caught off guard. "I hadn't realized things had gotten quite that bad." "Ah, I see." Michelson changed tack. "Look, we're not trying to muscle in on your various territories. Please don't worry about it. Just pretend this fleet isn't here. Especially the big gray vessels with the guns. They're not here at all." Crafty old bastard. Dom loved watching him psych someone out, and it was obvious that Michelson loved doing it. And he's put him off sniffing around Vectis by telling him it's infested with Lambent. But when the hell was Olivar going to play his card? "I wondered if we might reach an agreement like gentlemen then," Olivar said at last. "I'm sure of it." "This emulsion, and our global connections."
I know what I have that you might want, Lyle. You don't mind if I call you Lyle, do you? But I'm still not sure what you have that I might want.
Well, for a start, you probably want to re-establish a presence ashore, I think. That's where I can come in handy.
Oh.
What were you expecting?
Don't you want to tell me about your guest? Rather aristocratic chap in an oilskin jacket? Couple of gears with him? No?
Oliver looked at Michelson as if he was nuts. He wasn't putting it on, either.
I'm not sure we're on the same page.
Marcus looked at Dom and murmured to himself.
Shit. Prescott, Michelson said. I'm not sure he's worth a ransom, but we do want to ask him and you a few questions, so perhaps we could reach an agreement.
I haven't a clue what you're talking about, Oliver said. He looked as if he was repeating it to himself.
Are you serious? You've lost your chairman? It's a little more complicated than that, but he's certainly left in a hurry with a box of interesting things.
Oliver started laughing, that embarrassed, surprised kind of laugh that said he'd played this all wrong.
Damn! You think we kidnapped him? Kidnapped Prescott? I rather hoped he might have made contact with you and offered some cooperation in exchange for information.
You've lost your fucking chairman. You've lost your fucking chairman!
Oliver stopped laughing. He seemed to realize his bargaining chip wasn't quite what he thought it was.
Well, that's a bit careless of you. Why do you want him back so badly anyway? Ah, if we knew that, we wouldn't be asking, Michelson said.
Dom hoped Oliver couldn't gauge the expressions of the squad watching him. He avoided meeting anyone else's eye because the letdown was crushing. Okay, everyone was busy just trying to survive, but now that the specter of Prescott had been raised again, getting answers seemed urgent.
If I see him, I'll be sure to give him a ride and bring the poor lost soul straight back to you, Oliver said.
In the meantime, have a think about that emulsion source you've stashed away and how we might cooperate in future. You're all stranded now, remember. New world order and all that. We do things a little differently.
Dom finally got it. Oliver had heard the cog had broken up. Now he saw the fleet as a rival pirate force with a new set of agendas, and he wanted to get things on a business footing rather than shoot it out with a bunch of warships.
I'll definitely consider it, Michelson said. I have the power to do that now that my poor dear chairman is no longer with us. I'll get back to you very soon.
Oliver still looked a bit bemused as he did the long, scary climb back down the side of the carrier and dropped onto the deck of his gin palace. It roared away in a spray of white foam, and Michelson let out a long sigh.
Well, fuck, Marcus said.
Baird was really pissed off.
Asshole! Prescott, I mean. He can't even do a dirty deal right. It's a disappointment, I admit, Michelson said.
He folded his arms and seemed to be contemplating the beans.
Because I have no idea at all now who Prescott rendezvoused with. And he did, I'm sure of it. But our primary goal now is to survive, and all previous bets are off. We have to think differently now.
Yeah. Marcus sounded unconvinced, but then nodded.
We've still got Lambent out there, and a lot of civilians to find safe homes for. Exactly. And who better to help us do that than Mr. Oliver? So we're doing deals with pirates again. Try to think of it another way, Michelson said, starting a slow walk back to the bridge. The world had changed again in the space of a few minutes. They're just seagoing stranded in an unfriendly world. And like the man says, We're all stranded now.
Epilogue. NCOG radio log. Vessel, CNV Sovereign, call sign CNV-27. Date time, 20 BY 150455. Station 2, Anvil Gate, Anvigad. Frequency channel SAT, H5. Operator remarks. Routine sitrep contact failed. Aerials checked, SAT, H5 still unresponsive. Radio contact presumed lost. Action. All watches to auto-repeat contact. Attempt daily until further notice. Operator, Lieutenant Matheson, D. We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of Gears of War, Coalition's End, by Karen Travis. Copyright 2011 by Epic Games Incorporated. Performed by David Colaci. Performance copyright 2011 by Brilliance Audio. All rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance Audio titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, P.O. Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan, 49417.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.